Iran just can't help itself. That is the target they are going for. Now, typically, there would be 10,000 U.S. troops at that Qatari airbase. That has been drawn down to 5,000 U.S. troops. And so we're going to be here live on air for the next couple of hours as this is developing in front of us. What will Iran do? It is now getting closer to evening in the Middle East, and this is going to unfold right here on this program. And the imminent threat of Iranian attack will probably be ballistic missiles. Now, remember, when President Trump took out Qasem Soleimani, Iran responded with force. They even hit the tents of service members where they were supposed to be. But thankfully, we took exhaustive precautionary measures, and we got the planes in the sky, we got the troops in the cars, and thankfully nobody died by the grace of God. Some folks in some amazing American troops got concussions that were in bunkers, but nobody died. So likely, it looks as if there is an imminent threat of ballistic missile launches happening in Iran, and they will go to Qatar. Let's get a map of the Middle East. This is a much shorter missile trajectory, by the way, than Israel. So Israel has about a 8 to 10 minute heads up before a ballistic missile goes all the way up and then goes to Israel. Well, this is a much, much shorter missile projectile to Qatar. It's only 500 to 600 miles probably from the interior of Iran to Qatar. So what does this mean for the United States? Well, President Trump made the decision to bomb Iran. If Iran kills 10, 20, 30, 40 U.S. service members, what should our response be? Should we escalate this even further? Should we then go after Iranian oil fields? Should we take out Iranian electricity? Or should we just say, okay, we're done? Now, Iran said that their response is going to be proportional. Well, from the best of our knowledge, no Iranians died in the Iranian missile strike this last weekend, or the bombing that we did against Iran. Here's 257 up on screen. You'll see all the U.S. bases across the region. It's a lot of targets for Iran to hit. That is a lot of targets. So if Iran goes and kills 20 U.S. service members, God forbid, how do we respond? President Donald Trump has already issued massive threats saying that you are not going to like what happens next. And then do we find ourselves further stepping up the escalatory ladder? This is brinkmanship at the highest imaginable and conceivable level. And then there's another conversation that be had, which is, did we actually take out the Iranian nuclear program? That is yet to be seen. Now, again, there's a difference between capabilities and program. Capabilities and program. The hope here of what Iran is doing, again, this is out of our control. We are hoping for the rationality of Iran. So much of this right now is us hoping that Iran acts rationally, which, again, is a little bit of a contradiction because we're told that they cannot get a nuclear weapon because they're irrational. Anyway, that's a whole separate topic for a different time. But anyway, right now we are praying for the rationality of Iran. We're praying that they don't wipe out 1,000 U.S. troops. They don't wipe out 2,000 U.S. troops. After Soleimani, they did basically a showing face missile launch, but not really. They hit U.S. bases directly. They just kind of gave us enough heads up that we were able to evacuate those U.S. bases so they can go back to the Iranian people and say, look, we're strong. We hit the bases, and we can kind of wipe our hands of it. We can kind of get an off-ramp. It seems very clear that Israel and America kind of wants this to come to an end. Does Iran? Does Iran right now have the stomach to keep this going? We don't know. There are reports on the ground that Iranian sentiment is increasing in certain factions and certain portions, especially the rural areas in Iran around the supreme leader. But in the cities where a lot of the younger Persians live, they are becoming more and more Western. So this is happening all in real time. Meanwhile, there is an ever-growing, heated, let's say, debate and environment happening online. And we're going to dive deep into the politics of this. And I'm going to kind of show you your opinion of what is happening with Iran it's almost a one-to-one correlation based on your age and based on your media consumption habits. And I want to dive into that in great detail, but I just had to get to this breaking news that any moment right now, there is likely going to be an Iranian attack against a U.S. base. Certain sources are saying that an Iranian attack could have already begun against U.S. bases. So we're going to keep our eyes on that in real time. We're monitoring it. There is a massive U.S. Air Force movement happening right all over the region to try to intercept some of these missiles. We have Patriot missiles, and also to evacuate the base. Every minute here matters. Every minute matters to get these U.S. service members out of the base so that they do not die. And that would be awful, and that would be catastrophic. But this fluid situation could then escalate into us then responding against Iran, and then they would respond further against us. And before you know it, we are now in a shooting war, a kinetic chapter of the U.S. versus Iran, which I don't think anybody in this audience wants. Maybe a couple people want it, but I can't imagine anybody in this audience right now wants a further escalation of this situation. And President Donald Trump has been remarkably clear. If you touch a single U.S. service member, there will be a response the likes of which you have never seen. President Donald Trump acted decisively this last weekend. And now I'm going to show you some of the fallout that you might be missing. Because if you are simply and only watching cable news, you might think that the whole movement is unified behind this. That is not the case, especially for the MAGA faithful under the age of 30, and especially for the MAGA faithful that are hyper online. There is a lot of heated opinions being thrown out right now. And I'm going to dive into all of that. And by the way, here's some other it just kind of continued breaking news. A coordinated attack from Iran, the Iranian faction in Iraq, and Houthis in Yemen is expected to take place. So it looks like this is their big counter. It's going to happen live here on the Charlie Kirk Show. We are monitoring and covering it here in real time. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com and subscribe to our podcast. We'll be right back.
Stop watching the news and start making some. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. I'm going to get into the politics of all this, and I'm going to kind of restart where I wanted to start, but all that breaking news kind of derailed us. Understandably, reports are saying that within hours, we could see an Iranian attack on a U.S. base, which leads you to believe that this is probably no small attack, but there's a little bit of a windup here. President Donald Trump is holding a national security meeting in the Situation Room in the next 30 minutes. And multiple bases are going to be attacked, is what it looks like. Sources. That's unconfirmed. By the way, we're going to be covering this all live here on this program quicker than anybody else because we got live top-tier sources. You have to understand, here on this program, we have the best sources that you can have. I mean, maybe some other cable news programs, but the sources here we have in this show are top-tier, original source. And it looks as if multiple bases are going to be attacked. That's unconfirmed, but it looks there is mass mobilization happening across the region. We hope that Iran acts rationally. We hope that Iran does not want to escalate this further. That would be bad for them. It'd be bad for us. It'd be bad for the region. It'd be bad for our agenda. We bombed the facilities in Fordo and Isfahan and Natanz or whatever. And there are sites of low-flying jets reported flying over Baghdad, Iraq. Okay. Why refi? Private student loan debt in America totals about $300 billion. About $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. Why Refi is not a debt settlement company, and they work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. Why Refi can reduce your monthly payment and guarantees interest rates under 6%. Why Refi does not care what your credit score is. Go to whyrefi.com. Can you imagine being debt-free and not living under this burden anymore? Go to whyrefi.com. That is YREFY.com. Whyrefi.com. So take a look at it right now. Why Refi offers a 3-minute rate check without any credit impact. Go to whyrefi.com. You can even skip a payment every 6 months, up to 12 times without penalty. Go to whyrefi.com. May not be available in all 50 states. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We'll be right back. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. As I said on Saturday, by the way, we're here at the Bitcoin.com studio. As I said on Saturday, as this news broke, I have the president's back here. The president is a friend. He acted with judgment and decisiveness and prudence. But it's important that I just kind of tell it like it is, that not everybody is in support of this. And definitely over the weekend, there was a sizable bubbling up of chatter, disagreement, especially with the under 30 hyper online crowd. If you support these strikes in Iran, which, by the way, I want to hear from you, freedom@charliekirk.com. Do you support it or not support it? If you support these strikes in Iran, you are likely getting your news habits and your media consumption, if you support them, from either cable television or traditional media. If you are against these strikes, you tend to listen to more podcasting. You tend to get more information online. So let me kind of show you the contrast of response. I think it's very important. First here is someone who has been very vocally in support of striking Iran. He's a friend of mine. I refuse to get into all this back and forth of name calling. I don't like that. By the way, that's, I think, one of the reasons why our show is doing so well right now, is I'm not getting into, oh, you're this name or you're that name. I simultaneously can call Tucker Carlson and Mark Levin a friend, and I'm proud of that. And I don't like seeing all these different friendships fall apart just because we have heated disagreements. I don't like that. What cut is this, Shane? I can't see it. The Mark Levin one? This cut sheet doesn't make any sense. Which one is it, guys? Okay. All right, we'll get to that in a little bit. So 333.
Look what Trump just did. Look what he did. Guess what? There wasn't a regional war. There's not going to be a regional war. There's not World War III. There was not going to be World War III. The Israelis didn't drag us into it. I want the anti-Semites, sit down and shut up. The Israelis didn't drag us into this. The Israelis are defending themselves. We're defending ourselves. That's what took place. Now, what's the reaction of the Democrats? Impeach Trump. These are sick people. Sick. You know why? Because their guy Clinton couldn't do it, Obama couldn't do it, Biden couldn't do anything. If they had their way,
and let's continue with 334. I want you to understand when you watch these clips, you're getting a certain presentation, and that's fine, of what is happening. And so if you support the strikes in Iran, perfectly rational and respectable position, this is the narrative that you are largely consuming. Let's go to cut 334.
America, don't you feel relief? Of course you feel relief. Because these Islamo-Nazis were building nuclear weapons to attack us, too, with intercontinental ballistic missiles. Guess what? You can go to bed peacefully tonight. No, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Not because of Obama, not because of Biden, not because of the Democrats, not because of some Republicans, because of Donald Trump.
Okay, so if you support these strikes, you're likely over the age of 50 and you watch cable television or traditional media. But I think it's important that I read some of these tweets of some of the top MAGA voices that have spoken out this weekend. People that are very, very pro-Trump. Here is the Hodge twins, for example. Please stop with the gaslighting. Bombing another country's nuclear facilities and then openly calling for regime change is not a peaceful message. It's an act of war, plain and simple. By the way, well over 10 million followers, very, very pro-Trump. Alex Jones, we all know Alex. Alex can be quite entertaining. I'm sad to see that Trump drank the neocon Kool-Aid and attacked Iran. That said, most people see through the gaslighting, and the age of globalist warmongers is coming to its end. This insane war, quote, must end now. Regardless, Trump is doing a great job on domestic issues / trade, as well as boosting most America First policies, so I'll not throw the baby out with the bathwater. The Patriot Voice, I'm not going to read this entire thing, but very, very pro-Trump, says, I hardly recognize MAGA anymore. I did not associate with MAGA starting all the way back in 2015, be part of this type of psychotic cult-like behavior. Very long saying that he's very upset with President Trump. This one, Sean Strickland. What happened to America First? Cost of living, staggering wages, inflation. How does spending hundreds of millions to bomb a desert help the average America? Regime change, question mark. UFC fighter. He was at our Las Vegas rally. Again, he's kind of one of the cool kids that has come alongside that is now totally against. And by the way, before I read more, and I'll do this more after the break, a lot of the podcast bros, a lot of the hyper digital online, the young energy that has been a catalyst to the movement. And just remember, Donald Trump won the youth vote. He won the White House because of the youth vote. Boomers went 3 points to the left. Young people moved 15 points to the right. It's not because of boomers that Donald Trump won the White House. It's because of young people and students. And a lot of those online, and I'll read more, are vehemently against what has happened in the Middle East. Don't shoot the messenger. I'll be right back.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. We're working new information about the recent attack on Iran. The U.S. Embassy in Qatar is telling Americans in that country to shelter in place until further notice, as Qatar itself has closed its airspace over the country. All of this with concern that Iran might be launching some sort of attack on U.S. facilities there in Qatar or in that general region. In the meantime, President Trump scheduled to meet with his national security team within the next 30 minutes or so following Saturday's massive attack on Iran's main nuclear facility and two other nuclear facilities in that country. The White House posted a video of B-2 bombers that dropped the so-called bunker-busting bombs on the Fordo plant this morning. As you can see, the planes are now safely back here in the United States after touching down at Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri following a 36-hour mission. Halfway across the country, however, protesters in New York took to the streets on Sunday to demonstrate against the attack and war. Similar marches were staged in Los Angeles, Austin, Boston, and Chicago. Despite the opposition, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth explaining on Sunday what this weekend's attacks were all about.
This mission was not and has not been about regime change. The president authorized a precision operation to neutralize the threats to our national interests posed by the Iranian nuclear program and the collective self-defense of our troops and our ally Israel.
As for the effectiveness of those bombings, President Trump says Iran's nuclear sites sustained, quote, monumental damage. Defense officials are still working, though, to determine the full extent of that damage. Congressional pushback against the president's actions in Iran will likely kick into high gear this week. Republican Thomas Massie of Kentucky is being called a rhino yet again this morning due to his criticism of Saturday's attack and his resolution which seeks to limit President Trump's war powers. Massie argues that Congress should have made the call to attack, not the president. Democrat Virginia Senator Tim Kaine also on record this morning saying he expects to force the Senate this week to vote on a bill that will require the commander-in-chief to terminate hostilities against Iran.
This movement will not be silenced. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Here at the Bitcoin.com studio, Bitcoin.com studio. Joining us now is Mark Halperin, editor-in-chief of Two Way, host of Next Up on the Megyn Kelly Network. Mark, great to see you. I hope you had a restful and peaceful Saturday night. Nothing really happened this weekend.
Yeah, we did a special report on Two Way, had a big audience. And I think it's, we're always hear a lot of negative stuff about America, American people, media. I think people are really engaged in this in a substantive way. I know you hear it when you talk to people. I know I regularly flatter you, but it's all heartfelt. I think you've been so thoughtful about this as an analyst, but also as someone who's a player involved here, because this can be treated superficially. It can be treated as a red-blue divide, but
Mark was saying all this wonderful stuff, and we lost him. Okay, we'll try to get reconnected. Hang tight there as we get Mark Halperin there. That was very sweet what Mark was saying, because yes, we have been very thoughtful, and we have been very analytical, and we have been very fair in how we have been handling this situation. Sorry, Mark, we lost you for a second. Please continue.
Yeah. Okay, sorry about that. Don't know what happened. This cuts across the red-blue divide. And these are serious issues, and people should not be treating it like politics. They should be treating it like, what's America's role going to be in the world, and what do we think of what President Trump has done? And again, I think you've been extremely thoughtful as an analyst and as a participant in saying there's a way to do this that's in America's interest, and there are ways that history suggests aren't. And I think I applaud you and everyone else, including my colleagues on Two-Way, who are treating this like a serious thing rather than a political thing or a frivolous thing.
Well, thank you, Mark. That means a lot. And we've been attacked by both sides. We've been called a warmonger, and we've been called an isolationist. And then I look around and I say, well, you know what? The show's doing better than ever. So it turns out the American people actually want a straight, fact-first, non-ideological take on this. So, Mark, let me ask some of the harder questions. First of all, our eyes right now, we're monitoring the situation. Any moment right now, Iran could strike and hit a U.S. base. So I don't want to get too much into that because that's speculative. But based on your reporting, Mark, was this strike in Iran successful? Did it take out Iran's nuclear capability? There's a lot of debate about that. The New York Times is trying to cast a little bit of doubt regarding that. What is your reporting showing regarding the success of this strike?
Well, it was at least somewhat successful on two levels. Number one, or I'd say three levels. Number one, it certainly set back Iran's nuclear program. We don't know yet. No one knows if it eliminated it. Number two, it sent Iran and Israel both a message that the United States is, as Israel is doing, is seizing this opportunity, an unprecedented opportunity where Iran is weak as it's been in quite some time, to show that the United States is going to partner with Israel. And then number three, it showed America's technological superiority over every military in the world. And that means that not just Iran, but the folks in Beijing and elsewhere can be reminded that if the United States decides to use its military power, it's going to bring it to bear in a way with a technological and human proficiency that's unmatched by everybody else on the planet. That's an asymmetrical advantage for the United States. None of that means, though, that anybody knows, including the New York Times, including the administration, just how far back this has set the program. And I think it's going to take a lot of human intelligence and electronic surveillance to try to figure it out. There's no doubt that Iran did not go from being able to build a nuclear device and deliver it to being completely unable to deliver it. And we need to figure that out as a news story. But the policymakers need to understand, because that goes to the next moves for both Israel and the United States, whose stated goal is to remove that capability, at least for the time being.
Breaking news, by the way, Axios is saying, we can put this up on screen, Israeli official says that Iran has now fired towards Qatar and Iraq. Mark, what is the significance of this? We're going to know a lot very quickly of the payload and the intent of the Iranian military. A lot of our troops are sitting ducks in the region. Kind of walk our audience through. We've seen this similar in 2020 with the taking out of Soleimani. So please educate our audience on this as we see this develop in real time.
Well, we saw it then. We also saw it when Israel and Iran fought a few months ago. I think there's a good possibility. I'm not predicting it. I'm not saying it's the only possible outcome, but I think there's a good possibility that Iran will do something like what they've just reportedly done, tell their people it was a huge success and the full retaliation, and stand down. I think that's a possibility. And I know there are people in the administration who are familiar with that possibility as well. They may also decide to activate whatever remaining forces they have, both on their own and through proxies, to try to harm the United States and the United States allies. And that'll put a lot of pressure on President Trump to decide what he wants to do. His rhetoric suggests that if Iran does that, the U.S. will respond quite forcefully. But Israel's taking out a lot of targets now, so I'm not sure what's left for the U.S. to hit, but there's certainly ways to ratchet this up. So if a single American life is lost, I think the president will act in quite full force. If it's just property, maybe not.
Yeah, and so this has been a little bit telegraphed, though. We've kind of heard this for the last hour or 2 hours. I'm texting with a reporter right now who's just about, I'd say you're a better reporter, Mark, but he's almost at the Halperin League of excellence. He says, quote, it sounds like, based on what our reporting, this was telegraphed and designed to avoid casualties. Why would Iran do that? Why would Iran telegraph and design a military attack to avoid casualties?
Well, along the lines of what I said, they have to appease their people. Their whole premise of governance has been, on the military front, the geopolitical front, we're going to stand up to the big Satan and the little Satan. And people in Iran know that the United States and Israel both have now attacked the Iranian assets. And I think, again, they've done this at least twice now, where they don't want to bring the full measure of the United States force upon them. But they need to tell their people they've done something, and they can tell the Iranian people they did respond, and they can exaggerate the degree of success and the tit for tat nature of the response. And that's what many people think they'll do. And this could be a sign of that. But, this is not a closed thing. It's not like they get one chance to respond. They may respond that way and then respond a different way. Charlie, I think the biggest variable in all of this is the Iranian people and what the government feels they need to do to appease them or keep them from demanding a change in government or have a perception that they're a failed regime. And we don't know. Most of the reporting out of Iran, and I'm unfortunately not in a position to do much reporting there directly, but most of the reporting suggests that they're rallying around the government. They're reacting negatively to Israel and the United States. And that's good for the government because that means they've got more leeway in how they respond without having to worry about losing face with their own people.
Okay, 6 missiles launched so far by Iran right now as we're here on air towards Qatar. I'm told many have been intercepted. There are multiple explosions over Doha, and those interceptions are ongoing right now. So it's conceivable that Iran kind of, hey, it's coming, and they didn't quite want to kill Americans, but they wanted to show face domestically. And they said, hey, we did this thing, it's over. And I mean, I could see it if these missiles are successfully intercepted and no U.S. troops die. What does your reporting show, Mark, about how President Trump would respond? Do you think he will take an off-ramp and then kind of just put this thing, consider it done, if no U.S. troops die?
In the short term, I do think that's what the president would do if it's just some buildings hit. However, there's an ongoing issue, right? The president, to the extent, and again, you've taken heat, as you said, both you called an isolationist and called a warmonger. The president is committed to not letting Iran develop a nuclear capability or intercontinental ballistic capability. The Israelis seem to be on this, and they continue to not only hit our targets in Iran, but with a great deal of confidence. But if there's another element of the mission, like we saw over the weekend, where the United States capability can get it done and Israel can't, they don't have the B-2s and the bunker busters, then I think the president would go back for more. But I think the goal is to say, deter Iran from striking American forces around the world, deter them from hitting American forces in the United States, and hope that Israel can do what both the United States and Israel say they want, which is to eliminate that missile capability and that nuclear capability.
We're getting some of the video now that we're going to put up. Sorry, Mark, this is all just breaking news in real time here.
I'm a breaking news guy, fella.
No, I know. So, and by the way, feel free to check your phone, Mark, if you're getting sources and you're getting information too live on air. The skies of Qatar are lighting up right now as interceptions seem to be occurring, and we're going to try to load up those videos. Mark, what does this say for the MAGA doctrine, for the Trump doctrine, if there is an off-ramp? President Trump has kind of created a third way. We've kind of always existed in, hey, either you're a dove or you're a hawk. President Trump has always existed kind of in between those two modalities. Yeah. What does this mean for the Trump doctrine and the Trump foreign policy worldview?
Speak loudly, carry a big stick, use it when necessary, and no boots on the ground. I find people who are surprised by how President Trump is handling this to be guilty of not paying attention. He's doing exactly what he said he would do. People say, well, this is a slippery slope. No, he's not going to put boots on the ground. They're not going to be American forces on the ground. There's going to be no nation building. There's going to be no attempt to win the hearts and minds of the Iranian people. There'll be a lot of rhetoric about how the Iranian people, as the president put on Truth Social yesterday, how the Iranian people should consider changing their government because their government has not performed in their best interests. I think you'll continue to see that. And I think you'll continue to see overwhelming force used to take out whatever needs to be taken out to make sure that Iran cannot be a nuclear power. Other than that, I think it's up to the Iranian government. If they kill an American, one single American, then I think you'll see massive retaliation. And the president made that clear to them. That doesn't mean boots on the ground. We've got extraordinary air power. The Israelis have helped clear the way by making the Iranian Air Force and anti-air capacity quite limited. And so I think the president, as he said over the weekend, and the experts I talked to concur, the mission that was carried out over the weekend is the tough one. The ability of the United States to destroy government buildings, political things, bases, the Navy, that's fish in a barrel for the U.S. military.
All right, we have some visuals. I just want to put this up on screen of some of the interceptions that are happening over Qatar. Now, remember, this is very ballsy for Iran to do because Qatar and Iran, I don't want to say they're allies, but there's definitely something that's been going on there with oil, and they're closer than Saudi Arabia and Iran. So this is quite a maneuver for Iran to do. But look at that, those interceptions happening over the skies of Qatar right now. That is real stuff. I mean, those ballistic missiles could take out hundreds of people if it hits a certain target. And so, Mark, stay right there. I want to tell our audience about one of our sponsors and then our partners. We're going to go straight to the break. Go to donewithdebt.com. Done with Debt is great. If you guys are in debt right now, I encourage you guys to go to Done with Debt. Wasn't supposed to get as bad as it is. I know a lot of you guys in debt are looking to get out of it. It's called Done with Debt, and they're not like other debt relief companies. They don't push loans or bankruptcy on you. Done with Debt are legendary negotiators who go head-to-head with your credit card loan companies. They have one goal: to drastically reduce or eliminate your debt altogether. And unlike those others, Done with Debt moves lightning fast. Most clients see more money in their pocket month one, but a word to the wise: hurry, because some of their brilliant debt erasing strategies are time sensitive. Visit donewithdebt.com. That is donewithdebt.com. So check it out right now, donewithdebt.com. Make sure that you do not have another bill payment until you talk to a Done with Debt strategist. Go to donewithdebt.com. That is donewithdebt.com. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Visuals are coming in. We do not yet have any confirmation of a missile hitting a U.S. base yet, but there are more missiles being launched right now. Stay right there. Mark Halperin continues after the break. Okay, Mark Halperin continues with us. Mark, right now, looks like initial reports show that all missiles were intercepted so far. We need triple confirmation on that. I don't know what your reporting is showing as well. But that could be another victory for President Trump to show the capacity for the U.S. military to intercept these missiles. There's also alarms that are ringing in Iraq and Bahrain. And the source of the interception is probably aerial interception and also Patriot missiles from the bases. Again, we need triple confirmation on that. So, Mark, really quick, what do you make of the politics of all of this and kind of the response that you've seen from MAGA faithful over the last couple of days? You're very uniquely positioned as a reporter to comment on this. As we get more information about this aerial attack against U.S. bases, what do you make of the politics of all this?
Well, on the Republican side, I think the stories about, MAGA meltdown are exaggerated. There's a few people like Marjorie Taylor Greene who are on principle opposed to this. I hear it on two-way from MAGA folks who say this is a violation of what the president has stood for. But most people, and I put you and Professor Bannon in this category, I think have participated in the debate in a responsible way. And most members of Republicans in Congress saying, let's make sure that this is done consistent, not with just American principles, but consistent with the principles learned over the last several decades, maybe from Vietnam onward, saying America cannot win these wars and America shouldn't get into wars that they can't win. But at the same time, using air power and superiority to achieve a specific objective, one that the president has talked about for such a long time, making sure they're not a nuclear power is a big one. I think the Democratic Party, perhaps not surprisingly, is just a mess on this. There's 17 different positions. I've yet to hear any Democrat enunciate what seems to be the obvious position, which is support our troops, demand that the Iranian government not have nuclear capability or intercontinental ballistic missiles, and say that the president's obligated to work with Congress whenever he's going to put American forces in harm's way. That's like the easy, sensible position that's patriotic and rational and doesn't give Donald Trump everything he wants. And yet, like I said, I've heard almost no Democrat talk about it. I'll be super curious to see if the president's poll numbers go up, because normally that would happen. Oh,
I think they will. Just really quick, looks like there's more ballistic missiles right now launched at Bahrain. So it looks as if they're going after multiple targets. Based on reporting happening real time here on the program, it looks like the Qatar missile strikes were intercepted, and all 6 headed to Doha were neutralized, intercepted. Huge victory for the U.S. military and for the Saudis and the Qataris and the British. So basically, again, it's a very layman understanding, but basically, we fly a bunch of fighter jets and we try to send out a bunch of flares and disruptors that try to make the missiles explode in air. There are sirens right now in Kuwait, so we are not out of the woods yet. Bahrain and Kuwait and Iraq are probably the next 3 targets right here on the program as Iran looks to retaliate from the U.S. bombing on nuclear sites. Stay right there. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. Mark Halperin is with us. Okay, alarms are ringing right now in Kuwait. They are ringing in Bahrain. So eyes are now on those 2 countries. Can we put up a Middle Eastern map, please? So Qatar is the juiciest of all the targets. It's the largest U.S. base. It's in a desert, and it's the closest proximity. I think Bahrain actually might be a little bit closer. But we also have Blake here who's going to help with this. So
you got to
go ahead, Marks.
You got to worry about Iraq, too, because there's a history there of not through the air, but just human assets on the ground who have the capacity to attack American forces. Those bases, of course, over years now have been fortified and they're pretty well secured. But you never know if this is a desperate time for the Iranians when they may start to activate long-held assets who are in a position to do harm to America. The air defenses, as Israel has shown in this part of the world, are very good. Israel shoots down a very high percentage of attacks on them from all quarters. And you mentioned a list of countries for whom this is a victory. I know you didn't do it on purpose, but just to live rattle, Israel, big part of this as well in terms of intelligence sharing, in terms of technology. So Mark, right now, again, reports are showing French, British, and American fighter jets are all over the Persian Gulf, just kind of going nuts. I want you to remind the audience, though, when we took out Soleimani, we were able to get out with 0 U.S. troops. So this would not be unprecedented where we do something with a lot of chutzpah, or we do something where President Trump really acts with decisiveness, with violence, but then we're able to get out without a single U.S. troop dead. To do that twice, Mark, would be a rather phenomenal accomplishment in the modern era. Mark Halperin. Well, it has to do with the extraordinary capabilities of the Pentagon, right? They're following the orders of the Commander-in-Chief, the Secretary of Defense, and the President puts a premium on that. He doesn't want a single casualty, but it also has to do with his attitude. His attitude is, again, speak loudly, carry a big stick, only use it when absolutely essential, and he doesn't want Americans to die. This continues to be the less failure to understand Donald Trump when they call him a warmonger. He's the opposite of that. He's extremely aware of the cost, not just for American families, but for American prestige and the military's capacity for when America suffers casualties. And that's why, again, people who worry about him saying, well, we're going to go in and start building firehouses and parks and schools in Iran, it's not going to happen.
Final thoughts here, Mark. And Mark, by the way, you're welcome to hang with us as we kind of do breaking news. We're just going to roll through this, but I know you have a busy schedule. It sounds as if, and we need to get this verified. There's explosions at the Al-Assad air base in Iraq. That does not mean that anybody necessarily died. There were explosions at these bases back in 2020. It does not mean that any U.S. troops died. 10 missiles were launched targeting U.S. bases in Qatar. I think that those U.S. bases, that was a successful interception. The Iraqi one is an open question. As you astutely mentioned, Mark, the Iraq one is very close geographically. There's a ton of Iraqi bases. In some ways, they were kind of sitting ducks. So it sounds like there might be a successful missile launch, successful in the worst possible way to say those words, on a U.S. base in Iraq. Also, sirens at U.S. bases in Saudi Arabia. This looks like they're doing a major volley here, Mark.
Yeah. And look, this is one of the many things that people worried about, people who did not think the U.S. attack on the nuclear program was a good idea, for worried about just this. And now there's going to be a question of how long do they keep it up? Do they kill any Americans? And if they do, what is President Trump's response? There's also a possibility, of course, of communication, and to say to the Iranians, okay, you got your measure of revenge. Now let's negotiate, or we will reply in greater force. That will, I predict, be what the president does. I think he will make one more effort to get them to the table. And if they don't come promptly to the table in a realistic way, I think you will see, as he suggested over the weekend, overwhelming force. And that's if a single American dies.
And Mark, just to repeat a point that we've made over the last couple of weeks, and this is not in any way, and I told you so, this was just a cautionary element. When we get into these situations, you don't know what's going to happen. You don't. No one could die, 100 people could die, and that risk has always been the root of my caution. When you get in these situations, there's 1,000 different ways this stuff can fall apart. Mark Halperin, 30 seconds.
100%. And the rejoinder, as you know, and which you've also given voice to, is the status quo ain't great. We have a country vowing to destroy Israel, a country vowing to do harm to the United States. And this is an opportunity the president's taking. It might not work out well. And I know full well the president went into it asking questions about and knowing full well all the things that could go wrong and still decided it was worth it. And the American people are going to continue to debate, no matter what happens, whether it was the right choice or not. And that's as it should be in a democracy of robust freedom.
Mark, open invite if you want to keep going. We have over 100,000 concurrents right now, so we'll be back in about 10 seconds. Everybody email me, freedom@charliekirk.com. Back in 10 seconds. Let's go through the breaks. Okay, I think we still have Mark Halperin with us, and we also, Mark, open invite. You can stay as long as you like. We have Blake. Blake, how you doing?
Doing great, Charlie.
Okay, what are we hearing and seeing? Well,
so,
I mean, hopefully we're doing great.
Exactly.
So no visual reports or missiles over Kuwait and Bahrain.
Yeah, so we had reports of, sirens going off, scrambling. So that is what preceded the stuff in Qatar, but we haven't seen any video of missiles coming in over there. There are reports of explosions at Al-Assad Air Base in Iraq. There's no footage of that. Al-Assad is in the western desert of Iraq, so it wouldn't be, in Qatar, any random person might see missiles coming in. It's not a big country. It's all right by Doha.
And very civilized.
So we'll be probably waiting for reports to come in.
So, Mark, we have Mark Halperin with us. By the way, I want you guys to email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, as we are monitoring this situation live as it is unfolding in front of us. Coalition of jets, this is breaking news, coalition of jets intercepting Iranian drones over Qatar, Iraq, Saudi, and UAE airspace. So look, can we get the map break up again? Let's get that Middle East map up. So if they're going to Qatar, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and UAE, they are flushing out in many different directions. I want just a quick Middle Eastern geopolitical lesson for those of you that are tuning in. A lot of you are. Iran is very much at odds with the UAE and Saudi Arabia. There's a Sunni Shia split. They just don't like each other. They haven't for quite some time, especially Saudi Arabia and Iran. Airstrikes in Iraq are now being reported. And so the jets, by the way, pray for our service members right now that are in jets intercepting drones, intercepting missiles. This seems to be a pretty serious salvo by Iran. Whether it is somewhat performative or theatrical, we will see. We know it's real, but what do I mean by performative and theatrical? There has been a little bit of a wind-up to this. Close the airspace, a little bit of a, hey, we're coming, because does Iran want to see this escalate? Mark, what are your sources telling you? What are you seeing here? And if not, you could go back. I don't mean to throw it to you.
Yeah. No, that's okay.
Okay, we lost Mark for a second here. Blake, what are we seeing?
So there's definitely the belief, the big worry is, if they hit us, are they going to actually try to cause as much damage as they can, or is it they need to show that they're willing to fight, much like we did, remember this in Trump's first term, where when we took out Soleimani, they shot missiles at us to sort of impress their own domestic political base, but they weren't really attempting to do as much damage as they could. They were not going to all-out war over this. And we might see a similar strategy here. On the other hand, it could also be they're testing it, probing it, seeing what might be vulnerable, or just trying to deplete our stockpile of interceptor missiles.
Yes. Okay, so breaking news. Iran says it has now launched what is called Operation Bakarat al-Fatah against the U.S.-led coalition of the airbase in Al Udeid in Qatar. The IRGC is to release a statement shortly, which means that this is probably coming to a conclusion, to an end. So this is the question, everybody. Is this a real escalation? Does Iran want to escalate this? Or is this kind of a domestic show of political force that they could check the box? Is it a one and done? Do we have Mark Halperin, or did we lose him? We lost him. Okay. We lost him. Got it. He's welcome to come back if he'd like. And so initial reports right now show 3 reports of impact at the U.S. base in Al Udeid. This is fog of war stuff, guys. So we have to like triple confirm all of this. So there are additional attacks happening right now in Iraq. Can we show the Kuwait? This Kuwait is the most Middle Eastern picture. I'm sorry. This is the most Middle Eastern video ever. It literally shows missiles being intercepted and a bunch of yachts. No. You got to show the Kuwait one I just sent. It's literally a bunch of yachts, and then a bunch of yachts on the bottom part in water, and then a bunch of missiles being intercepted above, and a bunch of like Four Seasons like luxury condominiums. That is the most Middle Eastern video you'll ever see. Which is,
you just need like a guy to be like going through with like an AK-47 that's gold plated or something that he just like sprays in the air.
Exactly. President Donald Trump right now is arrived in the Situation Room. Those optics right now, just show it one more time. That is Kuwait. You got missiles being intercepted up top. You got luxury condos in the middle, and you got yachts on the bottom. Welcome to Kuwait, everybody. Yeah, I think it's Kuwait. By the way, right now, U.S. generals are meeting with President Trump in the Situation Room. We are looking at all of our sources. We have the best sources. I would say outside. We're texting a lot of the stakeholders, those that are not currently in skiffs right now. We're texting, we're getting information in real time. Okay, so Iranian missiles are being intercepted, but it looks as if, unfortunately, there have been 3 successful strikes in bases in Iraq. But we don't know if those are intercepted missiles that maybe made their way through. Are they fragments? Are they direct hits?
And if they hit, did they hit anything with people in it?
Yes. And so, by the way, this why every minute matters. The fact that there was almost an hour and a half or 2 hour heads up means that everybody could have gotten in vehicles and drove off base. They could get planes up in the air. They could get into bunkers. And by the way, the U.S. drew down their presence at a lot of these bases from 10,000 to 5,000. There's been a significant drawdown to try to limit some of the casualties and limit this response. There's no yet indication that Iran is going to close the Strait of Hormuz. That would be a serious escalation, one that would actually also hurt China. So I think that that is probably unlikely that'll happen. We now have footage that we're about to put up that the base being struck. The report is this, quote, "It appears that there have been 3 direct hits on the large American base in Qatar. There are no yet reported casualties at the base as it was evacuated several days ago, but damage has been caused." Pray that remains, everybody. If it's just building damage and it's just equipment damage, remember, President Donald Trump exercised restraint. Again, President has a lot of history and drama with Iran. Do you remember when Iran, they struck down one of American drones?
Yeah, they shot our robot down.
Can we get that clip of Trump being like, I'm not going to strike Iran and kill 100 Iranians because they just struck down a robot? And so, by the way, if this response is limited to a few missiles, let's put 357 up. President Donald Trump will be able to declare an unbelievable military victory. We take out a nuclear capability. No Americans die. Okay, so let me just repeat. There are reports of 3 direct hits on U.S. bases in Qatar. No reports of U.S. casualties. No reports of U.S. casualties. The Iranian operation called the Annunciation of Victory. Again, these guys are they're just a bunch of talkers. They got a big mouth in Iran. Launched against U.S. bases in Iraq, Qatar, and Iran is confirming, of course, they're doing it. We know that. So Lindsey Graham is now saying now it's time to end this madness in Iran. He's just calling for absolute regime change. Mr. President, please, I will call you later with this message, but please resist Lindsey Graham, please. If they do not kill an American and they just bomb a bunch of our equipment, take the W. Take the W. You will be able to say you did the most successful military operation in history, taking out a nuclear program with no U.S. troops dies. If that ends up bearing out, we do not know that is true. Blake, can you comment on that? That would be a phenomenal victory.
It would be by far the biggest win for, I think, the way Trump sees his own military stuff of, I will act decisively, but without, with a clear objective, without any open-ended commitment. If he's able to even temporarily or significantly set back their nuclear program, let alone destroy it. If he can say, I blew this 20-year threat to smithereens, and all they did was they shot some bottle rockets at us and killed nobody, that is a big win for us.
And we don't want to get that. Americans might be dying right now, so we want to say that with humility. This is big breaking news. The Qatari Ministry of Defense reports that Qatari air defenses intercepted a missile attack aimed at the Ayyad air base. And so, by the way, thank you, Qatar. I know that there's been a lot of anti-Qatari language, and we haven't really gotten into that. But if it's true that Qatari air defenses intercepted a missile, then they might have saved American lives. So you have to. There has to be definitely some moral clarity there. And again, there's a lot of language that, okay, Qatar funds the pro-Hamas crowd. That seems to also be true, but there might be a very complicated actor. The Strait of Hormuz has not been closed down. Any reports that demonstrate that? Really quick, Blake, I'm going to test you. 30 seconds. What is the Strait of Hormuz? What would it mean if they close it?
So
30
the Strait
seconds.
of Hormuz. All right. The Persian Gulf is that little body of water that you can see going up to Iraq. And then past that is the Arabian Sea. That's the Indian Ocean. The Strait of Hormuz is the narrow body of water that goes through it. I believe it's named after an island that the Portuguese owned. And that is the narrowest part. So Iran could mine it. They could shoot missiles at it, and ships would not want to go in there because they don't want to get hit. They don't want to sink.
Oil would go up dramatically.
And price would go way up. A huge amount of the world's oil passes through that strait on its way to global markets.
Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. I want to know what you are thinking about all this. We are reading the emails here live on air, freedom@charliekirk.com. We have Alex Marlow that will join the program. We're going to be back in 10 seconds. In the meantime, subscribe to our podcast right now, Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Alex Marlow joins us, editor-in-chief of Breitbart News. Okay, we want to proceed with a lot of humility and caution. I do want to say, though, that I have a great deal of relief that at least the attacks on Qatar seem to have not killed any Americans. That is the most target-rich of all the targets. It's the biggest base. It's geographically one of the closest. And if it's true that all those were intercepted, that would be a major, major victory. CNN said that 10 missiles were fired into Qatar, 1 into Iraq, and we will now stay live here and analyze in real time. Alex Marlow, what are we seeing? Potentially, Alex Marlow, it looks like President Trump could walk away with one of the most remarkable U.S. foreign policy victories if all continues as it is right now, which would be taking out the nuclear capability while also no U.S. troops potentially being killed. Alex Marlow, again, I put a major asterisk on that.
Yeah, Charlie, what you were talking about with Blake earlier, I don't know if the whole radio audience got that. It's really important about what's happening with Qatar, because this is a point I wanted to make to you today, is that the coalitions here around the world, Trump has brought in a broader coalition on his side and on America's side. America is the alpha here, absolutely. And I know there's some misconceptions about that, but Trump is playing this perfectly. And one of the things is Qatar was seen as adversarial a few years ago. Now they're seen as largely cooperative, and they want to get closer to us. Look what's happening on the other side with Iran right now. One of Iran's biggest backers, Russia. Russia is trying everything they can not to help them. Why is this? It's because of Trump, and they don't want to cause any more problems with Trump right now. And this is a big deal. So who's going to come in on Iran's behalf, on behalf of this unpopular regime? Probably no one. Maybe the Venezuelans, which is, what are they going to do there? It's seriously the thinnest coalition imaginable, which is, I think, why Trump and Israel moved the way they've moved. But the Qatar incident that you've highlighted is so crucial because it shows you the broadening coalition in the Middle East for peace and against war, that they think this is the quickest path to a more peaceful region as led by Trump.
Two things. Number one, I'm going to give Aguila a shout out on Telegram. Their reporting has been actually very, very good the last couple of days. And so thank you to Aguila on Telegram. You guys can give them a follow. Secondly, Iran is now saying that they fired a missile for every bomb that was dropped on us. This seems very theatrical. Again, I don't want to laugh too much.
Did they really say that?
Yeah, they did. I do not want to laugh because Americans actually might be dead right now. We do not have the full casualty report. But I just want to take a big sigh of relief. It looks like in Qatar, the most target-rich of all the targets, the one that we were worried about the most, because they fired 10 missiles at Qatar and 1 into Iraq. That looks to be no casualties so far. And so we just want to kind of take a deep breath and say, thank you, Lord, for protecting our U.S. troops in Qatar, because that is the biggest U.S. base in the entire region. And so, Alex, what do you make of this? And Alex, I apologize. I might interrupt you at any moment here because there's so much breaking news here. For example, the Iranian National Security Council stated the missile strike on the American Al Udeid base in Qatar does not pose a threat to the brotherly nation of Qatar, whatever that means. Okay, so, but Alex, is it possible that Iran was just kind of doing international theater here, check the box, kind of show their domestic strength while not trying to further provoke the American military might? As I say that, Bahrain has just urged all of its citizens to seek immediate shelter. But Alex Marlow, comments on that.
Yeah, they've taken a very aggressive rhetorical approach, and they're obviously trying to fight back with whatever they can, but their missile capabilities are drastically weakened, and they have almost no ability to quickly generate more because Israel has targeted a lot of the sites from where they fire the ballistic missiles, but also no nation wants to come in on their behalf because they're in a losing proposition. Now, what does the end game look like? What does the full loss look like? Is there regime change? Those are all really compelling and mysterious questions at the moment, Charlie. But overall, we know Iran is losing, and no one wants to come in on their behalf. Who would want to come in contra Donald Trump from the position of strength that he is? Not to mention, Israel has been very impressive in the war in terms of their ability to take out military targets. And to come in on Iran's behalf is not going to happen. So I think they're desperately trying to get some level of momentum as fast as they can to maybe recruit some allies to their side. But it's probably not going to work, and because almost everything is getting the retaliatory strikes are just so devastating to them at every turn.
Qatar has officially said no casualties and no damage from the attack. Praise the Lord. That's a big deal. That was the biggest threat of them all. But right now, it's not over. Bahrain, the sirens are going off in Bahrain right now, and they urge all citizens to seek immediate shelter. That is happening in Bahrain right now. Iran's top security council tells Qatar its attack poses no threat to its friendly and brotherly neighbors. So basically, Iran is like, hey, Qatar, we're your friend. So we're learning a lot about Qatar in the midst of all this. So let's just kind of put a little bit of a. We'll talk about
educational. We're all quick studies now. Yeah, all of us immediate.
We're all very quick studies here. But Bahrain, we got to keep all eyes on Bahrain right now. All eyes on Bahrain. By the way, before Blake, I want to throw to you for a second. Everybody, I want to hear from you. freedom@charliekirk.com. That is freedom@charliekirk.com. Iran has filed 10 missiles at Qatar, 1 at Iraq, and it looks like something is happening towards Bahrain. I'm by no means a military expert, but here's my rule when it comes to military things: is if you as an American citizen can't understand it, then they have not done a good enough job explaining it, because that stuff's actually not as complicated. Would you agree, Blake? Like, oh, this is just for military minds. Actually, no, you're a U.S. citizen. You deserve a right to understand it. You're a stakeholder. This is your government. U.S. base in Qatar reports no casualties and minimal damage. Praise God. And now all eyes are on the Bahrain attack. The Iranian state TV is now trying to pound the chest. They're trying to get, oh, look at us. We responded back to all these Americans. Missiles launched at Bahrain, Qatar, and Kuwait. Can we contrast this for a second, Blake, with what they did with Israel? Israel, they actually wanted to kill Jews. That was not performative. That was real. That was aggressive. With America, it looks as if it's a little bit of a calculation. Explain.
Yeah, so first of all, they shot more missiles because Israel has the Iron Dome. They can shoot quite a few incoming projectiles down. So a lot of them got shot down, but some got through. They've hit a decent number of buildings. I think the total death toll is 24, and really it could be higher, except Israel has prepared so much for this. They have bunkers for everybody. They're very well drilled on how to avoid them, so you'd almost certainly have far more deaths if they were any less prepared. There have been major strikes in Tel Aviv with really big missiles, so that they were clearly actually going for doing some damage. Yes. With this, if we're stuck at 11 or 12 missiles,
largely intercepted,
or the ones that landed did no damage and may not even have been seriously intending to do damage, and they're already, proclaiming victory and saying, Qatar, we're still buds with you, don't worry about it. That is a very positive sign.
Guys,
we're not
can
out
I
of the
add
woods.
something?
Yeah, please, Alex, chime in really quick about it.
I was thinking about something you guys were talking.
Alex, yes.
We got how many days have been since Trump's attack? It's been 2 days. This is all they got, 2 days, and this is it.
Well, we don't want to overly taunt.
It's not the show of force.
No, I know. I agree. Again, we don't know.
I get it. I'm just. it's an observation. You take it in a vacuum, Charlie.
No, I agree. In Iraq, reports are being made of a drone attack against American air bases. Guys, drones are much easier to shoot down than ballistic missiles, just so we are clear, okay? Drones do not, right, Blake? I mean, drones do not move at hypersonic speeds. Now, drones should not be minimalized, but we have technology to shoot down drones. Let's just be very clear. Okay, email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Again, there will be a time for a victory lap. I just want to say, if President Trump is able to come out of this with no U.S. troops, with a performative response, U.S. troops died, a performative response with incredible display of U.S. military might against Fordo and against Isfahan, against Natanz, this could be one of the most clear military victories that we've seen in quite some time. And by the way, keeping the entire Middle East coalition together. That would be another win for the MAGA Doctrine. I literally wrote the book, The MAGA Doctrine, a couple years ago. And keeping all these international and regional partners together. And we don't know what kind of drones these are, but it just seems right now, the indication so far is that this has been somewhat of a theatrical response on behalf of Iran. I'm not saying ballistic missiles aren't real, but they kind of gave us a 2 to 3 hour heads up, which, by the way, shows that President Trump is winning here, and they fear America, and they want America to kind of back off, and everybody's kind of seeking an off-ramp here. Right now, breaking news, U.S. aircraft takes off from the Saudi Arabia air base. So we have air bases in Saudi Arabia. We got air bases in Qatar. We got air bases all over the place. And God bless our service members right now. What they're doing is they're flying at, boy, how fast they fly? 800, 900 miles an hour? I mean, they fly almost the speed of sound, right?
That's over the speed of sound. They can break.
What is speed of sound? 700?
I can't remember the exact amount, but about 700.
But, I mean, they're flying super fast across the Gulf, trying to find these missiles, shoot disruptors and interrupters. And so far, they've been doing a phenomenal job. So God bless our troops that are doing this right now. And President Donald Trump right now is in the Situation Room. In front of him is potentially a major U.S. victory. No regime change, no boots on the ground. You took out the nuclear program. You took out the nuclear capability, I should say. It's actually a big difference. And you might be able to say no U.S. troops died in response. What a triumph that President Trump very well might have been able to engineer. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Iran is just running their mouth. They said, we just launched a very devastating and powerful missile attack. But we should never trust anything the Iranian social media ever says again. We'll be back in about 10 seconds. Okay, we're back, everybody. So we got Alex Marlow with us. Iran is kind of saying this was devastating and powerful. It was devastating what President Trump did to you, just for the record. I want to just ask a question here really quick, Alex. If we are able to get this to a settlement, declare victory, which is legitimate, will this go a long way to making sure the MAGA coalition stays unified? Alex Marlow.
Yeah, I think the timing of it for the MAGA coalition, Charlie, it's high stakes. I know you've been hyper conscious of this, and it's really wise to be this way. This is one where if this is a clear, decisive victory and it takes place in the next week or two, which I think that is exactly where we're on track. It could go wrong at any minute. You've been cautious about that. That's correct. But if this happens in the next week or two, a clear, decisive victory where you've got a situation where Israel, Netanyahu's been a fixture of public life for 30 years, and his main goal has been to protect Israel from Iran. That's been his stated mission. And Iran has done numerous devastating things to America, including shooting at our Navy fighters with the Houthis, et cetera, funding all sorts of terror proxies all around the world and pursuing the destruction of America. They would love to do it. If Trump could devastate their nuclear facilities the way he's done, apparently, from what we've been told, and he can pull out of the region without American casualties, without any further wars, without any ground troops going in, I think he could reassure the entire MAGA base that this is the way forward. This is the peace through strength approach. This is what America First is all about. There are many places where things can get fractured along the way. But if that happens clearly and decisively, I think he's going to start restoring trust in a lot of Americans who do not trust our leadership and our government. And it could be a huge moment for the future of the country.
Very quick, Blake, just from it looks like some of the jets are now returning. It seems as if the attack is simmering down. There could have been one impact in Iraq al-Assad Air Base, so we want to have a caveat on this. We don't know. Americans could have died, and so we don't want to have a preemptive celebration. But what are we reading and seeing, Blake, very quick?
I mean, it's looking like now we're seeing reports that, if anything, stakes are going down. Like they're not freaking out as much. They're dialing back their concern. We haven't had new reports of additional missiles coming in, and I feel like if this was going to get worse, it's basically early in the evening there. So in theory, this could be the opening wave, and you could see more stuff launched over the course of the night. They have many hours to do that before daylight arrives, but so far it seems it might really just be one volley of missiles, declare victory, go home.
I want to say thank you to Real America's Voice for blowing through the brakes. You guys should download the Real America's Voice app. We are live every single day. So is Bannon and Posobiec. So download the Real America's Voice app for our show every single day. Okay, so let me just kind of go to some of these reports here. It seems like there was a lot of talk from Iran. This seems to be largely a theatrical show. A lot of the parties, it seems like, knew the plot and the outcome in advance, and this was permitted largely to allow Iranians as a way to save face. So, Alex, do we still have you here? Alex, we have you?
Yeah. I just hit mute. I'm here. I'm sorry.
If that ends up being true and no Americans being killed, it is now an incredible victory. And we shouldn't have any focus on regime change or any of that, but we can now reconfigure our intent on the American homeland, on deportations, on the border. Again, we're looking at this right now. Israeli jets are now moving in to strike Iran. Okay, that's a whole separate dynamic here. But
right.
Is it possible the American chapter of this might actually be closed?
Yeah, it's possible. And I think the most likely and most favorable scenario, again, there's so many caveats I can add to this, but you guys will see where I'm going with this. Israel will continue to pummel Iran for the next week or two, continue to devastate them because they do not have any aerial defense right now, and Israel is going to take advantage. America should do nothing else. Both sides have said they want this war to end quickly, and we cannot be involved in any sort of regime change because regime change will go on and on and on. There's going to be a lot of people who are going to try to tempt us into some sort of a regime change war.
Totally.
That is not our fight. That is not our fight. That's not our battle. We cannot do it. We cannot engage in it because we don't know.
Stay right there.
The next great awakening is here. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Sorry, Alex, we cut you off there. But, Alex, I'll throw it back to you in a second.
No problem.
Let me just read here. Qatar's defense systems intercepted 9 out of 10 missiles launched by Iran, with 1 missile landing in an open area. And so it looks like all the missiles to Qatar, 9 out of 10 were intercepted. This is what happens when you kind of give a little bit of like an hour to 2 hour, hey, we're going to attack. Alex, what does this say for the supreme leader? It seems that the head of Iran did not want to see an escalation with America. They truly fear President Trump, as they should. So President Trump's words now have real meaning for what he did in Fordo. Could it be so that President Trump just set an entire message to the rest of the world that you better listen when I talk?
Yeah, I think, Charlie, you and I called this last week on your show. We talked about this exact thing, is that Trump's word matters. It always has. And he's always said that they are not going to be allowed to have nuclear capabilities. He's been saying this for a decade and a half. So obviously, if they're going to continue to flaunt him when he's in a position of deep power, and they've been very much weakened by Israeli strikes over the last few weeks, of course, this was going to be something that Trump was going to do. He said he was going to wait 2 weeks, typical unpredictable Trump fashion. He only waited a couple days, dropped some devastating attacks, and now he's out. And the American public is on the side of aerial defense. They're not on the side of regime change. And my prediction is Trump will stick with that.
Alex, stay right there. Blake, I'm going to throw it to you for a second. We do not know the extent of the attack at Iraq. The Bahrain sirens are still going off, so there could be an attack on Bahrain. Let's get the map back up here. Bahrain has closed its airspace, so we are now seeing potentially another volley towards Bahrain. Bahrain is a very small country. This map is not helpful at all, but you see Saudi Arabia there.
It's super tiny.
Yes, but
Saudi Arabia,
there's 2 clusters. The 2 clusters on the eastern part of Saudi Arabia. The southernmost one is the Qatari. The northern one is Bahrain.
Exactly. It's literally like the icons they're using on that are like larger than Bahrain. It's a tiny island. I doubt it's that much larger even than like. So
I'm curious. Some people are emailing us saying, Charlie, even though they didn't kill any Americans, they want to see a huge response from America. Is that your position? freedom@charliekirk.com. Should we now escalate this if no Americans die? I don't know if that's my position. I think President Trump could take a massive victory here, which is that we bombed them hard. No Americans died. And that's it. No regime change, no boots on the ground. By the way, this was factored in. This was a expected, response. By the way, we know that Iran probably wanted an exit ramp. Take the win. That's my position. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. 3 different media outlets are now reporting no injuries. Not even injury, let alone a death. Praise the Lord. Again, this is the MAGA doctrine. This is the Trump doctrine. Force, exert the force, use it, be unapologetic in the use of it. Limited, decisive, aggressive, violent, prudent action. Blake, let's kind of go through the dynamics here. Why would we not respond even though that they sent missiles towards us and no one died? Why should we take the win here?
Well, because when you think about like what are we hoping to get done here? The reason we got involved is hopefully to do as much damage to Iran's nuclear program as possible, because that was what Trump's goal was. He says Iran will not get a nuclear weapon. And when we think, what are the bad outcomes that could happen here? The bad outcome is we get sucked into some sort of cycle of constant strike and retaliation and strike back. It would be a huge failure case if we end up with boots on the ground. And how do you end up in a situation with boots on the ground, even if you say you don't? If you're constantly having these strikes go back and forth, if, we need to get back at them for something they did. And if this strike did in fact have no casualties, we kind of have the perfect excuse to go, all right, they made their response and it was totally impotent. We clearly don't even need to worry about what they have to shoot at us other than their nuclear program, which we just hit and did a bunch of damage to. It perfectly works out for us to be able to say, we win, we take our ball, we go home.
No impacts at the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. And so that is from every source that we have as well. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast. We're going to be doing this analysis all the time on every possible major breaking news issue. Joining us right now is Mike Cernovich. We only have a minute remaining in this segment, but we're going to take Mike right through the break. Mike, great to see you. Mike, I want to talk about the politics of what's happening with all this, but potentially it looks like this could be a end of this chapter, God willing. What do you think, Mike Cernovich?
Well, there is the risk of escalation. That's of course the problem. Is the table's being set for massive attacks that can be blamed on Iran. The table is being set for Iran to retaliate, although I don't think that they're going to. I think that the leadership in Iran is way too afraid of the people uprising. But the optics of the timing of the attack, I think, are the biggest concern I have. I don't think that we're anywhere near World War III, and that's all kind of panic and fear-mongering by the usual suspects. But the way this went down looks really bad, and it looks weak. And in fact, to a lot of people who turned out to vote for the first time this past election in 2024.
Stay right there. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to our podcast. We'll be right back in 10 seconds. Okay, everybody, email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. We are looking at this live. So right now, Iran coordinated attacks on the U.S. airbase in Qatar with Qatari officials providing advance notice to minimize casualties. That is the New York Times. And so Iran has responded, and they responded with 11 ballistic missiles in the Mideast. No American troops seem to have died so far, God willing. The New York Times is reporting, though, that Iran coordinated the American airbase attack, kind of just be theatrical and performative. Iran appears to coordinate a response as to what not drag the United States more directly into the fight. What does that mean then, Blake?
I mean, it almost makes this sound like pro wrestling or something. Like, if you ever watch it, they have the whole, throw the punch, but the guy's ready for it and, pulls his head back. It's like, we're going to strike at you guys to show we're serious, but we're going to announce it in advance. You're going to see everything coming, and it's going to be aimed really badly. And, yeah, then nobody dies. That is, if this is where we're able to get an off-ramp, it is a gigantic win for the United States, and I suppose a gigantic win for President Trump's judgment.
Yeah, and if we are able to navigate it, and if we're able to kind of go through it.
Big if.
Yes. So Mike, we're going to continue with Mike Cernovich here. So, Mike, Iran has just launched 11 ballistic missiles, 10 of basically all intercepted. It looks like no U.S. troops died in response. Iran seems to try to just want to lower the temperature here. Iran's top security body says that they dropped as many bombs that the U.S. had used in the attack on the Iranian nuclear facilities. This kind of seems very theatrical and performative. It's a big if, but if then we are able to get to a closure of the chapter here in the American involvement here, what would that mean? And should America strike back now that Iran hit some of our bases?
Yeah, there are two issues going on. There's one, the World War III fear-mongering, which I always said was kind of silly. And when Trump had killed Soleimani, I actually had supported that at the time, and people are saying, well, how can you support the Soleimani show for us versus this? The issue that concerns me is 2024 was a popular vote win against all odds. It was a MAGA coalition. It was a bunch of libertarians who sometimes can be a little bit silly, I'll be the first to admit. It was a lot of younger men under 30 who were not politically engaged all before the election. Everybody kind of turns out, and the timing of all of this looks really bad, and it actually made Trump look weak, especially in men under 30. The circles that I read and keep tabs on due to my other business interests and other things I have going on have been about 90% against what Trump did. So the issue is that let's say Trump had accomplished a domestic agenda. It's a year from now. Economy's good. Mass deportations have happened. And Trump out of the blue decided that he wanted to bomb Iran's nuclear facilities. I would not have had a problem with that. In fact, I might have thought, as in the case of the Soleimani thing, I might have thought that that was a good reminder to the rest of the world. But the way this went down, and it looked like Trump was trying to do a deal with Iran. Witkoff was being bashed as an agent of Qatar. A number of people who were against massive regime change wars were falsely accused of leaking people. They're getting fired. There's all these attacks and snipes happening against American first people. And then next thing you know, that looks like there's a deal. Then Israel starts bombing Iran.
So just, I got to interrupt you. Got it. So, but Trump is saying no intention of retaliation against Iran after its failed retaliation attempt. And so just let's just kind of look at it right now. If then this is the end of that chapter, is it possible then to keep the coalition together, bring everybody back, if now the United States will not respond to Iran?
For us, for high information voters, nothing has happened that I find particularly interesting or distressing. The issue is just the new coalition, the people who hadn't voted for before, who aren't high information voters, and they just look at the timing of how things went down, and they're forming bad conclusions about Trump. That's the issue that I'm concerned with. This World War III stuff I thought was silly. The mullahs are going to do what? Try to wage war against America when their own people want to rise up against them? They don't care about anything like that. They're like the Hamas leadership in Qatar. They just want to have the money.
Let me play devil's advocate.
That, I think, is
so not interesting. And I hear what you're saying. But if the president is able to say, hey, we took out nukes, and then not a single U.S. troop died, isn't that a positive telling of what was kind of trending in the wrong direction online this weekend? Do you think that narrative could stick far better than where we were maybe 36 hours ago?
Not to a large segment of first-time voters. No, that's like, again, the concern is to us, again, to people who follow politics closely, none of this is particularly surprising or even concerning. I'm not worried about World War III. The issue is that the way it looks to people who supported Trump for the first time, who are not politically engaged people. And I don't think it makes Trump look good. I don't think it makes him look strong. I don't think it makes us look good. I think it's the opposite. I think Trump was forced into it.
1 second. Got it.
We will not comply. You're listening to the sound of freedom. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, do we have Alex Marlow with us? Okay, I want to get to Alex Marlow here. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. And Mike Cernovich brings up a good point. There's going to have to be work to be done with some of the people online that seem to be a little bit fired up. But honestly, this is a great story to tell. Are you kidding me? That you strike Iran, there was risk involved, no U.S. troops die in response, and end of story. This is a major victory. That's the story to tell. Just to be clear, though, U.S. officials are now saying, the U.S. officials are now saying that I'm trying to find this here. U.S. officials are now saying that this was largely symbolic. Trump has no intention of retaliation against Iran after its failed retaliation attempt. Alex Marlow, if that's true, is this not a very powerful narrative to be able to present to the American people that, look, there was risk involved, but there ended up being no casualties and no death to American troops?
Yeah, I think that what we've seen here is Trump basically executing a plan that is very straightforward. He's a man of his word, and Iran has not shown any willingness to be cooperative in the slightest. And I think that, it's just not true. The facts are on Trump's side, that he was not manipulated into this. I know there's a perception online that Israel somehow coaxed Trump into war. Israel was freaking out that Trump could throw them under the bus. We, of course, have a lot of sources in Israel, and there's a lot of people who are deeply concerned that Trump is not a fan of Netanyahu, does not want to fight wars on his behalf. But Iran went right after Trump by continuing to enrich and continuing to fund those proxies, despite him pleading with them, please stop, let's be diplomatic, and they would not do it. And this fits very clearly with Trump's narrative of taking out Baghdadi. You remember, Charlie, all those beautiful dogs going through the wall. They could have gone through the door. They went through the wall. All that great stuff with him. Soleimani, the taking out the Wagner troops in Syria, proactively arming Ukraine, cutting out Nord Stream 2 to affect the Russians. Trump has been highly aggressive when people are not cooperative with him, and then he does a one-off move, maybe 2 or 3 moves at the most, and then he backs off. He's a peacetime president, but he understands being unpredictable is the quickest way to peace. If he stops here where he's at now, that will be the narrative, and it will be a winning narrative over time.
Yeah, and Alex, let's just kind of reiterate this point, though. Can you address some of Mike Cernovich's contentions that, hey, for low propensity voters, they don't like the foreign intervention, all this.
Yes.
Do you think the way that this is concluding could maybe remedy some of that?
Yeah, it has to. And Mike is 100% correct on that we need to be deeply cautious of every political coalition in this country is tenuous. And it is very important that when you're in charge and you have to do stuff, there's nothing that's 100-0 issue. So every time Trump makes a move, there's always a risk that some of the base, some of the movement is not going to understand it. It's imperative on the messengers and on Trump himself and on his administration to make that case to the public in an effective way. And I trust these guys to do it. But there are a lot of people who are new to the movement who do not understand why some of us like Israel so much and understand that deep history, and they don't want to feel like Trump got manipulated into war. I know for a fact that's not why Trump did this, but that is on the people who want to see this movement to be strong to make that case to the people who are skeptical of everything, Charlie. They're skeptical of everything for good reason. After all the COVID stuff and after all the lying, after the 2020 election, people are skeptical of the government, and it is imperative upon us to make that case to them.
Really quick. Okay, so Mike, in closing here, Mike Cernovich, what then does the Trump administration need to do domestically to pitch a perfect game, Epstein files, border, to be able to keep this coalition together? Let's just kind of dismiss the whole Iran thing. I think this is going to end up being a narrative win for him. But what is the perfect game that this administration now has to pitch on the domestic side? Mike Cernovich.
Yeah, there's no more excuses, because obviously Trump will act on foreign policy when he's pushed. Okay, great, fine, cool. We always knew a lot of these people were going to get what they wanted with Iran, and I never really cared about that. But the Maha stuff, I feel like the Maha people are being taken for granted. I actually talked to people in the White House and said, you guys need to roll out the red carpet for the Maha moms, and who's doing that, who's responsible for that. That's so important. I think it's still being overlooked. The Epstein files, people don't have the appetite anymore to hear that we don't have it, we can't find it. The pipe bomb, J6 pipe bomb, they have to really start rolling out a lot of domestic wins. And then sure, today's just a blip on the radar. People will get over it quick. But there is now no more excuse for why things aren't happening or why things are taking too long. People are just done with that.
Mike, we're going to have you back on for a longer conversation about this, but we have to have 10 million deportations. We got to get Epstein files out. We need to have the big, beautiful bill. We need spending cuts. We got to pitch a perfect game to keep this low prop coalition together. Mike Cernovich, thank you so much. We have Alex Marlow with us and Blake. Blake, do you have a comment here on kind of news that we're seeing?
Well, so, there's not much news right now. One of the funny things about this is just war has like long lulls in it, and then you just have these shows where you react. For now, nothing new is happening on the strikes front. This may be the end of things. That could always change at any time. I suppose a big open question is what will happen if we get this off-ramp to get out of things, but if just the war continues, if Israel keeps bombing Iran, Iran keeps shooting missiles back at Israel, will that cause any pressure for us to get involved again at any point, or are we able to stand aside with just the role we've played so far?
So there are explosions in Tehran right now, which is likely Israeli jets. And so Israel and Iran are going to keep on going back at it, but this is probably and likely a closure to the American involvement here. And by the way, don't take my word for it. Oil prices are going down. Oil prices are plummeting right now because the markets, they're like, okay, we know what this is. This was theatrical. This was performative. This was kind of check the box. And President Donald Trump is able to act in a decisive way. You don't have to agree with it, but I'm going to ask the question though. Okay, if no U.S. troops die, and this is the end of the chapter, hasn't he yet again earned your trust on this stuff? Syria, Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, American troops have not died in these situations. Oil is collapsing right now, and air defenses are activated over Tehran. That is not American jets. From our knowledge, our understanding, U.S. officials are saying that was a failed response. We don't plan a response. So it is conceivable then, Alex, that we can say that this chapter is closed. Is that right?
Yeah, I think we're hovering around something really important here, is that this needs to end. The war needs to end. It needs to come to a close. We need to not be involved in regime change. And then, as Mike said, go back and get that domestic agenda going. We had 700 illegal immigration arrests yesterday, and we barely have time to talk about it. I mean, that's stuff I want to talk about. I want to get back to that agenda. I want those Maha moms reached out to. It is the Epstein files are not going to. No one's going to be happy about that stuff, and that continues to erode the trust in the people, the normal people, the new people in Trump's coalition, and those people need to be focused on, starting with the immigration agenda, getting those tax cuts going, all the things that Trump had promised. That needs to get done next in order to solidify that he's a man of his word, which I think he is. So I'm very optimistic today.
And Blake, the Iranian response being theatrical is very good for us, especially if we want, like they gave us an off-ramp, and it looks like President Trump is going to take it. It's conceivable that a week from now we're going to be all back to deportation talk.
Yeah, that's one of the great things. If we get the successful off-ramp, this just becomes, I mean, how many details do you remember about the Soleimani thing? How many details do you remember about the Iran drone crisis? Can you remember the month either of those things happened? Probably at this point some of us could, but I bet most people, they couldn't tell you the exact number of, war crises we had with Iran in the first Trump term or when they happened. And I think the biggest win for Trump would be if in, a year from now, people can't even quite remember exactly when this happened.
President Donald Trump, this is breaking news from Axios, his administration was aware of the Iranian attack in advance. So it's pretty amazing. So, all right, email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. Alex Marlow, what else are you seeing and hearing?
Yeah, I think that, Charlie, you're talking about the right stuff. The urgency to end this thing and to move on is the right thing, but it is incredible display of weakness by Iran that this is all they could summon after 2 days, and it shows you that they're deeply vulnerable. And I'm not rooting for or against regime change there, but what I am rooting for is for America not to be a part of it, and Israel has to, they've said they wanted the war to end as well. They can keep bombing for another week or so, and then after that, wind this thing down and start focus on those deportations and the rest of the domestic agenda. If that happens, Trump is going to look like just a historic figure with historic wisdom. He continues to play this thing right, and I continue to stay optimistic.
I'm trying to find one thing here, but Blake, what does this then mean for the broader foreign policy project, China, Ukraine, Russia? Does this have other implications?
Well, if we get out of it, I think it's probably mostly positive. I think our adversaries, if they had a hope, what could happen to America, they would be thinking, oh, could America get into another conflict that will deplete them and distract them? I imagine Russia would love it if we got in an Iranian quagmire, because that would probably mean the end to any significant support to Ukraine. China might see, oh, this is going to slow down their pivot to Asia. Maybe that's our chance to go for Taiwan. If we get out of this quickly, I think that might make them think, well, one, they're not distracted, and two, we saw U.S. military hardware on display. It seems to be working properly. It seems any talk about America's armed forces being, a paper tiger might be overblown. And that that could assist us in a lot of our international relations. And also, if we're able to successfully kind of put Iran in a corner, that can definitely improve the relationships we've been building in the Middle East. I think.
Can I chime in on that?
Yes,
Charlie,
please.
because I was thinking about what you guys were talking about earlier about the Strait of Hormuz and how that's not shut down yet. And I was thinking if Iran really thought they were in a position of strength, it would have been shut down by now. But I know that there's people in the area who are more aligned with them who are saying, absolutely not, do not shut this down. You can't do it, or else we're going to throw you under the bus too. So it just speaks to the vulnerability that they have right now. And I think that that is another sign that Trump is acting very prudently here by doing something. Don't do too much, no ground troops at all. I know Bannon's warned about the ground troops. He's right to warn people about it. But overall, it feels like we're in very strong footing at the moment.
Yes, and sorry, I was just double checking right now. So it looks as if the attack is over. U.S. official has told Fox News that no American soldiers were killed or injured in the Iranian attack. Praise the Lord. That's huge, everybody.
Beautiful.
That's praise the Lord. It is really big. So the American official says, quote, the U.S. is not expected to respond to Iran's failed attack. And so the U.S. official, we'll see what happens. And we need to double and triple confirm that. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. Iran is going to... okay. I misread that. Got it. What do we have, guys? Z Factor. Let's go to Z Factor right now. Think we all know one person who, when their head hits the pillow at night, they're out, and I know we're all very jealous. Let me tell you about Z Factor from Relief Factor. Give Z Factor a try. You can check it out right now at relieffactor.com. You can save 46% on your first order, only $19.95. So give Z Factor a try. Call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF, or visit relieffactor.com. Relax your mind and fall asleep quicker and sleep soundly with Relief Factor. That is from Z Factor. Go to relieffactor.com. That is relieffactor.com. Most of us have trouble falling asleep or staying asleep. You guys can check out Relief Factor at relieffactor.com. Okay, we have over 70,000 people live on YouTube. I want you guys to email us right now, freedom@charliekirk.com. And do me a favor, take out your phone and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Right now, we are the 4th overall podcast out there. So give us a subscription. That is freedom@charliekirk.com, freedom@charliekirk.com to email us. And you could follow the QR code right now and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page and download a couple episodes. We're going to be covering this. We're up very late looking at all these sources, original source documents. We're going to firsthand individuals talking about what is happening, the reaction, and it looks as of right now, according to all of our sources, no U.S. troops died in the Iranian response. Subscribe to our podcast. We'll be right back. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. Okay, Blake, what are we seeing as far as the reaction online from folks?
I mean, the reaction online, what's funny is, this is all so immediate. I'm not even sure if everyone's seen it. They're at work or whatever. But the initial stuff from people who are hyper online, I think, is optimistic. I think there's some gloating. A lot of people at this point are really just in the phase of making fun of Iran. I was messaging you earlier. It's almost like this is the moment where you remember that Iran is a regime founded by college professors. Like, they just talk a big game, kind of inept, kind of incompetent, aren't really good at the real world stuff. And, that's good to the extent that it's true. And I think further reactions will depend greatly on what actually happens. We live in a very, ADD society, so some people are already spiking the football, declaring total victory, declaring everything's worked out exactly as we wanted. We will see what happens. Things change a lot. We'll even have to see. One thing we were discussing this morning, we still don't know for sure how much damage was actually done to Iran's nuclear program. Did they get their uranium out? That's still an open question. It could turn out maybe Iran did a minor response because they already know a lot of their nuclear material is fine. And so they just don't want to antagonize the U.S. because they can just get right back to getting that underway again. So I don't think we should overreact to things, but I think the reaction, to the extent it exists, is a mixture of cautious optimism and making fun of Iran.
Okay, I agree with that. Subscribe to our podcast. I think Alex has to. Is Alex still with us? Okay. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com, and please subscribe to our podcast on demand in real time. All of our episodes, we have the best coverage out there. Also, what a great time for us to plug our Student Action Summit. We need to keep this coalition together. We have the largest event of the summer. We have Greg Gutfeld, Pete Hegseth, Kristi Noem, Steve Bannon, Tucker Carlson, Donald Trump Jr., myself. Let's play cut 51, SAS2025.com. Play cut 51.
They said Gen Z would stay silent, that we'd back down, that we'd forget what's worth fighting for. But this generation remembers. We remember truth. We remember freedom. And now, we rise. This is more than a conference. It's a call to action, to reclaim the future, to ignite a movement that cannot be ignored. Student Action Summit 2025, featuring the boldest voices in the fight. Charlie Kirk, Secretary Pete Hegseth, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Brett Cooper, Secretary Kristi Noem, Riley Gaines, Brandon Tatum, Jack Posobiec, and more. Join thousands of students, future leaders, and freedom fighters. Raise your voice and take action. This is the battleground of ideas. This is the Student Action Summit. The future is ours to build. Register now at SAS2025.com.
That is SAS2025.com, SAS2025.com. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. We're here at the Bitcoin.com studio. That is the Bitcoin.com studio. Okay, everybody. So the response seems to be largely theatrical. We now need to double check this. Let's change the Chiron until we get triple confirmation here. But it looks as if, based on all reporting, and we're going to hear from the U.S. officials and the U.S. administration sometime soon, it doesn't look like the United States is going to respond. Again, there's a lot of fog of war going on. Could you talk about the fog of war? Where does that phrase come from, Blake?
The fog of war, I think it originally comes from Clausewitz. Have you ever heard of that guy?
No.
Clausewitz was a Prussian, it might even be older than that, but I think it's from him. He was a Prussian military theorist in the 1800s. He wrote a book on war, and it was kind of the first modern, analysis of war that wasn't just old-fashioned, medieval or ancient text. It was a guy in the 1800s. He was German, so of course the book had to be 1,000 pages long. And he would write, and I think he also was the source of kind of the concept of no plan survives first contact with the enemy. So he's in warfare, you design plans, but as soon as you actually get into combat, those plans break down. You have uncertainty about what's unfolding around you. That's the fog of war.
And so from a diplomatic standpoint, and now a U.S. domestic one, what would you say, Blake, is the lesson or the takeaway if no U.S. troops died?
If no U.S. troops die, I would actually like to caveat, there can be worries about that. A worry that you might have is if we're able to do this, blow up a lot of Iran's nuclear program, and get out without any casualties, that could make us overconfident that that can be replicated. You might think, oh, well, we can apply the same lessons to this other country, and they'll probably not hit back at us either, and you make that mistake. I would like to caveat that that could happen. That said, I think a lesson we could take is President Trump has, at that point, a very clear track record of having good instincts on what he's able to do force-wise without causing things to spiral out of control. So it would be a strong win for President Trump's personal instincts in that realm. And it's a display that it is, in fact, possible to do limited war, that we can get America back to this attitude of we can do military ventures with clear objectives rather than open-ended nation building. I think a reason so many of our wars became these nation building fiascos is because there was a mental tendency in America, in Washington, that our interventions had to go that way.
Yes.
That we couldn't just say, we're going to beat up on this country. It was almost, we got too moralizing about our wars, that every war had to be to like rescue an entire country and bring them freedom and democracy. Whereas Trump, because he comes from a more realpolitik school of thought, he thinks, I wage war for America's interests.
Yes.
And even if it'd be great if Iran was free, that is not why America goes to war.
Totally. And it's just, so just so we're clear, third verification now from a U.S. official. No casualties reported in Iran missile attack on U.S. base. Blake, some people in our audience are saying, still, we have to respond with force. Come on, guys, take the win.
Yeah,
I mean, they just did a theatrical response.
A way to think of it.
You think
like,
our enemies are just going to like not do something at least theatrical in response?
Yeah, it's like if you're like, if you have this like annoying neighbor or something and he's doing, I don't know, if he's doing something, if he has something really like aggravating on his property and you go over and you like smash it to bits or whatever because it's bad, and then he comes over and he's like, you're big and strong and he's this little twink and he like punches you right in the chest and like it doesn't even hurt you and you're completely unharmed. Do you then like respond by like grabbing him and breaking his arm? No, you laugh at him and you walk away.
I want you guys to email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. Someone says, some people say the chapter is not closed. We should send boots on the ground. Some people are saying that. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. I think that's kind of wild, to be really honest. Oil prices, though, are falling 5% after the Iranian attack on a U.S. military base. The whole world knows what this is. And I fully anticipate President Donald Trump. Here's what President Trump should do, if you want to ask my 2 cents. And we're going to go till the top of the hour. We're going to go 5 more minutes. President Donald Trump should do a primetime evening address tonight with more specificity about what we did, why it was an American interest to strike Iran, why it was not done lightly, the amazing military accomplishment, and how Iran responded and no American troops died, and then say that this, we're going to stay engaged and involved, and Iran perks up, we will respond even more. But for all intents and purposes, we don't have any further military action. I think that would be a great response. Guys, let's go another couple minutes, like 3 to 4 more minutes. I want to summarize all this. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to our podcast. Be back in about 10 seconds. Okay, everybody, just to recap today. So we started the day kind of talking about the political fallout, and Iranian missiles were launched. 10 of them were launched at U.S. base in Qatar, 1 in Iraq, and no casualties reported. If this ends up being the case with this fast-moving breaking news day, President Donald Trump will have pulled off a phenomenal success. A legendary success, textbook, a masterclass, in a way that none of us could have ever potentially dreamed. We're very worried about escalation, as we should be. These things can still escalate from this point forward. These things can still go to levels that we do not anticipate and that we cannot always predict. But I could tell you right now that President Donald Trump is putting on a foreign policy masterclass. And I believe that President Trump will now exercise restraint. This is how strong nations exercise military power. You don't have to agree with it, but how could you be against the result, though? If the result ends up being a nuclear program that is severely put back and capability that is jeopardized, and no U.S. troops and no foreign war, no regime change, how could you be against the result? So I encourage you to enter into this discussion with a fair amount of honesty and integrity. So email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast right now. We still have well over 60,000 of you on YouTube and all across our separate platforms. I hate to say goodbye to 60,000 people that are watching all at once, but we could probably go a little bit longer on YouTube, right, guys? We can go a little bit longer on YouTube, even though we say goodbye to Rav. So in about a minute and a half, I know we're going to lose the Real America's Voice, and then I'm going to throw it to our great friend Jack Posobiec. So the takeaway for me, and I think for a lot of people, is President Donald Trump has navigated this beautifully. Again, there's still a lot of situational awareness we must have here. There is still a lot of blowback that can still occur. But look, what Iran did here is very simple. Iran is very worried about what an American response would potentially be. 30 seconds, final thoughts, Blake.
I think we talked about why we were worried about this at the outset, the ways it could spiral out of control. So far, it is not spiraling, and I think we would both agree it'd be great for us to seize that opportunity, take the win, say we did what we came here to do, and we're getting out. We are setting a new template for U.S. military action. Limited, restrained, clear objectives, brief. And that's an asset that we have, and we should be grateful for it.
Very good. Everybody, we got to throw off through America's Voice in about 10 seconds here. We also want to go through the super chats on YouTube. I bet we have plenty of those, as we have well over 62,000 live viewers here on YouTube. So email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to our podcast.
This is what happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is
For the first time in U.S. military history, the U.S. directly bombed Iranian nuclear facilities.
These strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated.
Going into this attack, President Trump was very focused in his team on what would happen next. And what he was saying, this had to be a one-and-done attack, focused solely on those nuclear sites. He didn't want to get bogged into a long-standing war. If there was follow-up to be done, it was to be done by the Israelis. The decision on whether or not this escalates and whether or not the United States gets involved into a deeper conflict in the Middle East is no longer Donald Trump's decision. It is up to the Iranians.
As the president has directed and made clear, this is most certainly not open-ended. We will respond if necessary. The most powerful military in the world is postured and prepared to defend our people. But what the president gave us, as I said, was a focused, powerful, and clear mission on the destruction of Iranian nuclear capabilities.
Oil futures are spiking in reaction to the turmoil in the Middle East, and investors do fear that Iran would disrupt what is global shipping via the Strait of Hormuz.
Is the United States now at war with Iran?
No, Kristen, we're not at war with Iran. We're at war with Iran's nuclear program. And what we did is we destroyed the Iranian nuclear program. I think we set that program back substantially, and we did it without endangering the lives of the American pilots.
All right, folks, Jack Posobiec here, live Washington, D.C. here. Today is June 23rd, 2025, Anno Domini. Just moments ago, Iran conducted retaliatory strikes on U.S. air bases, particularly one in Qatar, the Al Udeid Air Base, which is held there. Now, we're also told, though, by U.S. officials that all missiles were intercepted after being fired from Iran. Guys, if we can get a map up of the Persian Gulf so people know what we're talking about. And we want people to be able to understand that this was intercepted. Some of the rockets, if they did fall down, that the damage was minimal. We're told no injuries, no casualties as of this point. And it also seems as though this is the end of the retaliation. And if this is the end of the retaliation, President Trump and also some U.S. officials briefing on background, that it looks as though they're calling it a failed retaliation and thus not requiring an escalation. And if so, this could potentially be an off-ramp being offered by the Iranians saying they don't want to break this thing out into a wider scale war with the United States. However, the neocons, on the other hand, and guys, if you could just put that map up, that the neocons are still foaming at the mouth for a full-on war on Iran. A full-on war. Because that's what they want. That's what they've wanted all along. You got Jack Keane over there on Fox News saying, oh, he felt emotional looking at all of this, the Institute for the Study of War, that has studied everything wrong about the Ukraine war from day one. Jackie, maybe you could be an intern here at Human Events Daily, and we could check that out. And then you got other neocons like Mark Levin up there trying to redefine what MAGA is, trying to redefine. And it's the same old 2003, right? Mark Levin, who said he would never vote for Donald Trump, comes out and just like in 2003, you're not patriotic if you don't support this war. You're not patriotic. And then he went and even said that perhaps we should give nukes to Ukraine, which is strange because I was told that all of this was about non-proliferation. We don't want to see the proliferation of nukes, so why are you suggesting that we give nukes to a non-nuclear country? Folks, the neocons are at it again, but Human Events Daily is here to draw the line in the sand. This retaliatory strike, whatever it was, seems more like a work than anything else. Seems like a little bit of theater. It seems like kayfabe. Seems like the Iranians are presenting that off-ramp. And I think that President Trump is signaling that this will not require a response from the United States. Remember, we told you before, we've already brought our troops and our planes out of there.
What America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, folks, Jack Posobiec back here live, Human Events Daily, Washington, D.C., breaking down all the updates. The Pentagon now putting out statements regarding this attack, and it looks as though, as we said, that it seems that this is the end of it. It seems though the retaliation may or may not have meant to be a little bit of theater, a little bit of kayfabe, as they say in the pro wrestling community. I want to bring on now the DC bureau chief for Breitbart News, Matt Boyle. Matt, you actually have the DoD report. Can you give that to us?
Yeah, so here, I'm going to look down at my phone so I can read the statement for you. So this is from the DoD, that they can confirm that Al Udeid Air Base, and I'm probably not pronouncing that right, in Qatar, was attacked today by short and medium range ballistic missiles originating from Iran. At this time, there are no reports of American casualties. We are closely monitoring the situation. We'll provide additional information as it becomes available. Look, I think the big picture here is that, first off, let me preface this by saying we only know what we know, and we don't know what we don't know. We'll see as things develop here. But the big picture here is that I think this is why we elected President Trump. I think he's handled this masterfully since the very beginning. He's shown thoughtful deliberation and consternation as he made a very critical decision to send in the B-2 bombers over the weekend to take out the nuclear sites in Iran and the other missile strikes that you saw, the Tomahawk missiles from the Navy ships that they used on the other sites. This is a huge moment for the president. It's a legacy defining moment. And I think he's handled it masterfully. And now we're seeing what appears to be, and again, this is early, so we don't know if there's other things coming or if there's other stuff going on, what appears to be a chance for de-escalation and a shot to do exactly what President Trump set out to do on this was a one and done thing, right? Like the U.S. did its part. I think that the speech you saw from President Trump on Saturday night, which was very short, where he was flanked by the Secretaries of State and Defense as well as the Vice President, when he announced this to the nation and to the world, it was a little bit bellicose, right? Like, so he was up there very aggressive with the Iranians, talking about future strikes as a possibility. And I think a lot of America First folks were a little bit perturbed by that. But I think that the point of that speech was to deter any serious Iranian response. And it seems to have worked, right? Like, so again, I think that the point here is that people across the America First movement, and I've been saying this throughout the entire process here, dating back 2 weeks now since Israel's began striking Iran, is that people have trust in the president. I think that the MAGA America First movement is unified behind President Trump. They want to see that they have a lot of trust in him. And frankly, they have a lot of distrust in our establishment and institutions, et cetera, the intelligence agencies, the Pentagon, et cetera. And rightfully so, because of the failures of leaders in both political parties for the last 30 or so years, really dating back to, in the post-Ronald Reagan era, both Bushes, Clinton, Obama, Biden, all of these presidents have done serious damage to the credibility of our various institutions, our intelligence agencies and our military institutions. But I think President Trump is bringing it back. And I think this is a big part of the reason why, too, you're seeing huge numbers, booms in recruiting, right? Like I was speaking this weekend to the Navy's, U.S. Navy Secretary spokeswoman, who's our former Pentagon correspondent from Breitbart, Christina Wong. She was telling us that they've already 3 months ahead of schedule already hit the fiscal year's recruiting goals for the United States Navy. And that's because Americans have confidence in President Trump. And I think that as President Trump navigates this, really perilous situation in the Middle East, I think he's done a master class. And we'll see where things go from here. But I do believe that America First leaders have the utmost confidence in President Trump. And I think he's handled it well. And I think that the people, in the neocon globalist establishment that are pushing for more are wrong. And I think that the people in the Democrat side that are pushing for less are wrong. I think President Trump has struck an incredible balance here. And again, how he handles this moving forward, very similar to the Soleimani strike. This is a legacy-defining moment for him as president of the United States, and where we go from here and what happens next. And again, all the proper caveats here. We don't know what we don't know, and we do know what we do know. But things are looking good for President Trump.
Matt, I think that's right. And I think that President Trump clearly drew a line around this nuclear program, saying that this was always going to be his main priority when it came to this situation. Now, obviously, there are going to be questions as we go down the line between Israel and Iran and how much longer that air campaign will come down. We talked about here on this program the worry of air attrition and whether or not Israel can keep up the air defense that they've been conducting. I was actually, just as we were preparing for the show, I was watching some of the air defense over Kiev because they're getting hit right now. The Russians are still, by the way, rocking Kiev, and they're really advancing along the front lines because a lot of people aren't paying attention to that. Well, everyone's distracted. And of course, Kiev looking as though its air defense resources are running low as well because this is a finite world, and conservative. By the way, this is something that makes conservatives different from liberals. We understand that we live in a world of finite resources. Liberals don't seem to quite grasp that. And so, when we look at all of this, the question, of course, for President Trump is, what is the best America first way through the entire thing? And to your point, I think he's played it very well. And I think he understands that for the U.S. to get involved at a higher level, the way you're hearing all these neocons call for, is just not something that there's an appetite for.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. But again, a lot depends on events from here, right? And I do think that people have the utmost confidence and trust in President Trump to handle it well. And again, it's sad that we have to go through this, right? But the reason why we have to have this debate and this discussion openly is because of the failures of people like George Bush and the failures of people like Barack Obama and Bill Clinton and George H.W. Bush, all of these loser presidents, right, of both parties really did a number on the credibility of our government. And President Trump is having to dig us out of this mess. But I think that if you compare the way that Bush handled Iraq to the way that Trump is now handling Iran, it's just night and day better. And I think that under Trump here, and I think that the president is going to continue to look. I always tell people, because I know President Trump really well, I always tell people this, and I've talked to him so many times over the last decade plus, right? Like even before he came down the escalator. When he came down the escalator that day, I was standing at the bottom, and then I did the first interview with him up in his office later that day in the 26th floor of Trump Tower. That was a little over a decade and a week ago or something. I always tell people one of his best qualities, and you don't always see this because you don't always see it when the cameras are rolling. He's an excellent listener, right? So he's always soliciting feedback and I
say this all the time. I say he never gets credit for it.
Never gets credit for it. He's an excellent listener, and he's really trying to strike the right balance, and he's very thoughtful and deliberative, right? And I think that as he made this decision going into last week, I think he went back and forth on it, and he was really seriously, he wasn't sure. By the way, it was funny because you saw the reporters there in the White House when he was putting up the flagpoles last week, trying to nail him down on, are you going to do it, and when are you going to do it? And he's like, you don't know what I'm going to do. You don't know when I'm going to do. I don't even think he knew what he was going to do. I think he was still soliciting information from different people and different opinions and considering it. And then he made his decision. And I think that the America First movement, which President Trump created and built, stands behind him. And I think that all of these establishment media people that are out there saying that there's division in the MAGA movement and so on, there is no division. I think that people are very unified behind President Trump. They support him as this is going forward, and they know that he's handling it very thoughtfully and carefully, and he's trying to not get us dragged into a long-term war or conflict in the Middle East.
Matt, we got a quick break coming up right now. Folks, we're looking at Matt Boyle, the Washington bureau chief of Breitbart News. We'll be right back. Jack Posobiec, Human Events, Real American Voice.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. We appreciate you being here with us. I'm Terrence Bates. We're continuing to get more information about Iran's attack on a U.S. facility in Qatar. Saudi Arabia now out with a statement condemning in the strongest terms Iran's attack against that military base there in Qatar. The kingdom's foreign minister actually describing the action as a violation of international law and saying that it affirmed its full support for Qatar itself. We're also hearing that there are no injuries to U.S. military personnel there. In the meantime, President Trump has met with his national security team at the White House. All of this, of course, following Saturday's massive attack on Iran's main nuclear facility and two others. You're looking at video here posted from the White House of the B-2 bombers that dropped those so-called bunker-busting bombs on the Fordo plant in Iran. As you can see, the planes are now safely back in the United States after touching down at Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri. That following a 36-hour mission that included the bombing of those nuclear facilities in Iran. And as we continue to watch this video of that plane touch down, on the other side of the country, protesters in New York took to the streets on Sunday to demonstrate against the attack and war. Similar marches were staged in Los Angeles, Austin, Boston, Chicago, as well as Washington, D.C. However, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth explaining on Sunday what the attacks were truly all about.
This mission was not and has not been about regime change. The president authorized a precision operation to neutralize the threats to our national interests posed by the Iranian nuclear program and the collective self-defense of our troops and our ally Israel.
And as for the effectiveness of those bombings, President Trump says Iran's nuclear sites sustained, quote, monumental damage. Defense officials are still working to determine the full extent of that damage, though. That's a quick check of your headlines. As always, we appreciate you being here with us. Now, let's get you back to Human Events Daily with Jack Posobiec.
Today, they talk about influencers. These are influencers. And they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back live here in a sweltering Washington, D.C. on Real America's Voice. Folks, RFK Jr. is known for his sharp mind and relentless energy. Remember that viral video of him using methylene blue to stay focused, energized, and mentally resilient? Now you can experience those same benefits with Recharge from the Wellness Company. This is a doctor-formulated nutraceutical that delivers a never-before-seen combo of methylene blue, NAD, and PQQ, creating a unique formula designed to optimize mitochondrial function, improve energy, and enhance mental clarity. Methylene blue crosses the blood-brain barrier to enhance memory, focus, and executive function by increasing ATP production, the true fuel of our cells. It also works as a potent antioxidant and anti-inflammatory, helping protect against aging and cellular damage. If you're looking for a real mental and physical edge, Recharge delivers. Get 10% off plus free shipping. Head to twc.health/POSO and use promo code POSO. Feel the difference. Think clearer. Recharge. We're on again with Matt Boyle here. He's the Washington bureau chief of Breitbart News. Matt, look, we're in D.C. We're talking about all this. Look, President Trump still has a huge domestic agenda that he's working to push through on Capitol Hill. Do you think all of this flare-up of foreign affairs is going to play into getting votes back on board for the big, beautiful bill, these other agenda items that he's been talking about? Where do you think it stands in terms of all that?
Well, yeah, look, I would just say, well, first off, I spoke to the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, on Saturday, because he, back in early May, he had told me that the goal out of the Senate, assuming the House was able to hit its goal of Memorial Day of getting their bill out of the House, which they did. And as I told the Speaker, Mike Johnson, when I was talking to him after that, they came in under budget and ahead of schedule, right, which was great, out of the House. The Senate Majority Leader was saying that they want to get the bill out of the Senate and to the President president by July 4th. And so I asked the Senate Majority Leader if that's still on track. And, July 4th is next weekend, right? It's a week from Friday, right? So we're like, a little over a week and a half away from that. So he said that they are, right? Like, so I believe that, by the way. They're going through what's called the Byrd Bath right now in the U.S. Senate. That's named for Robert Byrd, the former Senate Majority Leader. Where they go through the process of determining what can and cannot go through the reconciliation bill process, which is a budget gimmick that allows them to pass stuff on a 51 vote threshold rather than a 60 vote threshold. So they don't have to do the nuclear option, get rid of the filibuster. Filibuster obviously important because if the Democrats, if and when they retake the Senate, that they will, ram through all sorts of radical things. So the filibuster is a check and a balance there against that. They're going through that process right now. But I do think that the events that you're seeing in the Middle East, particularly with regard to energy, are probably going to increase the urgency for this, right? Like, because one of the things that's, you saw this morning from President Trump, he came out and said to the Energy Department, drill, baby, drill, right? Like to Energy Secretary Chris Wright. Now, tomorrow morning here in Washington, D.C., I'm going to interview Secretary Wright at a Breitbart event. We're going to carry video live on Breitbart.com, I'm sure it will be picked up in other places, but we're going to talk about exactly this. Now, there are things in this big, beautiful bill on energy that are extremely important, like, for instance, mandatory permits given out for auctions where the energy companies will bid to, and this will raise major revenue for the federal government, but it will also get the energy going for offshore drilling in the Gulf of America, as well as onshore drilling throughout the continental U.S., as well as up in Alaska. So we're going to talk all about that with Secretary Wright and the factors that are in this legislation. And the president is exactly right to focus on that, because you're hearing the Iranians talk about possibly trying to close the Strait of Hormuz. If they close that strait down, there's a lot of energy that goes through that strait. Now, it's not going to completely shut down energy development and trade throughout the world, but it would have a big impact on things. And so the world will have to adjust. The U.S. being energy dominant, right? Like, and President Trump has made a national energy dominance council, right, where it's just chaired by Secretary Burgum and Secretary Wright. Extremely important here.
Absolutely. And just before we run out of time, I want to throw out that oil prices are down right now because it looks as though Iran has ended its retaliation. So we are seeing that price of Brent oil go down, just as we're tracking many things here on the program. And that certainly is one of them. Matt, where can people go to get all of your breaking updates and follow everything you're putting out?
Breitbart.com, and I'm on X, Twitter at mboyle1 on X.
Well, Matt, it's about time you finally got back on X, because we need your plugged-in voice, and everybody needs as much analysis as they can get as we go through these turbulent times. Is everyone enjoying the fourth turning? We told you it would happen, and we told you that President Trump was the man to see it through. We'll be right back. Jack Posobiec, Real America's Voice.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Thanks so much for being here with us. We want to begin with the very latest on that Iranian airstrike on a U.S. Air Force base in Qatar. In fact, here's some of the video that we have of that particular attack. You can see the missiles coming in here. The U.S. military confirming now that no casualties are being reported. This happened at the Al Udeid Air Base there in Qatar. We're told that there were short-range and medium-range ballistic missiles fired at that U.S. installation there. There is confirmation also from Iran saying that they did in fact fire those. In fact, Iran saying that they fired the exact number of bombs on that particular installation as were fired on the nuclear sites there in Iran. We, of course, will continue to follow this, as it appears, at least to many watching, that this was a response from Iran, but also an effort to de-escalate. I'm not so sure I understand how you de-escalate when you fire on U.S. officials, but that is what the reporting is out right now. Meantime, the bodies of 3 more hostages who had been held by Hamas in Gaza are now back home where they belong. The Israeli military says it recovered the remains of 21-year-old Yonatan Samarano, 70-year-old Ofra Kadar, and 19-year-old, Shay Levinson. They were reportedly killed during Hamas's October 7th attack. The militant group, is holding still about 50 hostages. Less than half are believed to be alive, though. There's no word how the latest bodies were recovered. However, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says, and I'm quoting here, the campaign to return the hostages continues consistently and is happening alongside the campaign against Iran. And back here in the United States, law enforcement is on heightened alert for a potential retaliatory attack here on home soil following Saturday's U.S. bombings in Iran. Surveillance of Iran-backed operatives who are here in the U.S. are reportedly intensified amid concerns of Hezbollah-linked sleeper cells here in the United States. That's a quick check of your headlines.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec back live. Human Events Daily, Washington, D.C. Beautiful flags flying over the White House. You can see that great shot right there, Jefferson Memorial in the background. It is a sweltering day here in the D.C. area, all up and down the East Coast. So if you got a swimming pool, make sure you take care of that. Also, when you go in the pool, keep in mind, keep an eye on those kids when they go swimming. It's something that I always have to say in summertime, and people don't realize that drowning doesn't look like it does, on a TV, on TV or like in a movie with all the screaming and splashing. No, it's actually very quiet and it's very quick, and it can happen within moments. Also, make sure you check your back seat when you get out, especially if you have small children. Do not leave them in there. They're sleeping. You're running around. Just don't do it. I'm sick of these headlines. When you hear people do it, just don't do it. It's as simple as that. Folks, I want to bring on Joshua Lysek now, the co-author of Unhumans, The Secret History of Communist Revolutions and How to Crush Them, to go through a little bit of what we're seeing from the mainstream media right now, and particularly as regards to something that I talked about last week. We'll get into that in 1 second. Joshua, how are you?
Doing pretty dandy. A little bit sweltering here in Ohio, Jack, but coming through okay.
Guys, do we have Joshua's audio? I'm not hearing it on my end.
Let's see if we can get me back here.
Let's try that again.
Let's try that again. Let's see if we can try that again.
Well, folks, what I've been calling this is the regime change upsell. This idea that the mainstream media and the neocons know that President Trump is totally against getting into these forever wars. And of course, we know, and Kurt Mills tweeted this earlier, that a forever war isn't called a forever war when it starts little bit by little bit by little bit, and it ratchets up. And if you are a certain age, you remember how these things get started. Well, he's always said that he's against the nuclear program. Okay, got it. Take care of the strikes, nuclear program gets hit. their knockback years or whatever exactly it is. We're waiting to see the battle damage assessment from that, waiting to see the military declassify some of this information. But you can see the neocons. And I'll say something right now. It seems like the neocons are upset that U.S. soldiers didn't get killed in these Iranian strikes today, because I saw a neocon, and I've got all your tweets saved, and I saw them saying, oh, the U.S. has to declare war on Iran right now. The U.S. has to declare war on Iran right now. We need regime change, need regime change. They're actually they're acting like they're upset up there that U.S. soldiers didn't get killed or didn't get hurt or that U.S. jets weren't hurt. It's disgusting and it's sick. Guys, do we have Joshua up?
Testing.
Oh, Joshua, we got you. Great. Perfect. So, Joshua, you're the persuasion expert. Am I seeing this? Am I seeing things? Or is this happening? Are they trying to upsell the President of the United States and all of us on regime change?
Oh, yes, they have been doing this, the neoconservative characters, neoliberal characters, for a very long time now. And you and I also collaborated on a little book called Bulletproof, the first and only investigation to the attempted assassination of President Donald J. Trump. And we wrote about the intended escalation by the military-industrial complex over the Iranian plot hypothesis that Thomas Matthew Crooks, the Butler, Pennsylvania shooter, was in fact in league with the Iranian intelligence service. And we found that there was simply no evidence of that scenario. It's a little bit plausible, but we point out that the sustained military engagement and defense spending, which benefits the military-industrial complex, could very well be behind that narrative, for which we found no evidence for. A unspoken by most reason why the neoconservative crowd, who call themselves Christians in many cases, an unspoken reason why there's such almost like a desire for war in the region has to do with bad theology. There is a type of eschatology which has to do with one's belief in an end times, let's say, called premillennial dispensationalism. That is a lot of syllables right there in that mouthful. But characters like Mike Pence, the former vice president, who is praising President Donald J. Trump. We have Mark Levin. We have other characters who are on the right. They're evangelical Christians who ascribe to this idea that, and Ted Cruz spoke about this on the interview with Tucker Carlson, that the modern state of Israel, founded in 1948, is somehow the fulfillment of Old Testament biblical prophecies that are about the Jews' return to their homeland following the Babylonian exile. I don't think that's the case, folks. I don't think that's the case. And so Senator Ted Cruz is giving his, let's say, religious motivation for intervening in the Middle East. And so the fact that the United States is not in a shooting war, is not declaring war on an adversary of the modern state of Israel, is in this set of beliefs, it's somehow going to set the rapture back a number of years, a number of decades. And Jesus ain't going to come back until there is a war in the Middle East and the United States gets wiped out, which, by the way, is a big part of this predictive framework of the rapture and the end times. You and I, as you know.
So wait, Joshua, let me run that through if I can. And folks know I'm Roman Catholic. I'm Polish. You pretty much come in one flavor in terms of that. So. We don't have this eschatology at all. So what you're saying is this is a version of, and I don't want to get into the theology debate of it, but what you're saying is this is a different version of what Scott, our good friend Scott Adams, and peace be upon him, that can be a sort of different movie, same movie, different screens. So we're all watching the same movie, and yet other people who look at it, who believe in this, they view all of these as the fulfillment of if I understand correctly, a series of prophecies that indicate the return of Christ. And so, while a lot of people look at this and they say, wait a minute, okay, we don't like nukes, right? We don't like religious nut jobs like the theocrats in Iran getting nukes. We want to blow them up or, end the program by other means. Okay, that's number one. But we also don't like World War III, so we don't want that. And we certainly don't like the idea of the price of gas going up to $6 a gallon at the summertime. But what you're saying is there's even another group that looks at, and this, by the way, if you're someone who has these beliefs, there are people who don't, who are also Christians. So what you're saying is they might actually be rooting this on because of this worldview.
Yes, this worldview that I'm laying out, this eschatology of like end times prophecy, was popularized first amongst the baby boomer generation in the late 1970s and 80s by a character named Hal Lindsey. The #1 best-selling book of the 1980s was called The Late Great Planet Earth, and it was laying out everything I've just said. The 1948 refounding of the state of Israel is literally in the Bible. The modern Jewish state is literally God's chosen people. Israel is the clock is something that Hal Lindsey said, and then tens of millions of Americans grew up, came of age, and then many of them became bureaucrats, politicians, and neocons with this information environment. And part of the set of prophecies is that the biblical lands of Gog and Magog are referring to modern day Russia and Iran. So when evangelical Christians who have this eschatology, this background, when they see these headlines about Russia saying this, Iran saying this, they go, that's literally in the Bible. World War III is going to happen. They're going to invade Israel. But wait a second. As Hal Lindsey, let's say John Hagee, T.D. Jakes, and others who put forward this idea. Wait a second, Iran and Russia are literally obviously in the Old Testament prophecy, in the book of Daniel and Ezekiel and so on and so forth, Isaiah, right? They would say, the United States of America isn't in here. So the United States of America must have been absolutely wiped out in a nuclear war. So the only way for Jesus to come back is for the United States to no longer exist. And it gets a little bit dark when you realize this. But yeah, this is what I heard as a child growing up in this particular sect of evangelical Christianity. And while they don't say this, they don't all say this openly, I don't believe we should be following neoconservative evangelicals who believe that decisions they're going to make will necessarily result in the destruction of the United States of America. Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz, Mike Pence, these are probably not the influencers that we should be taking our counsel from with regard to making peace, not war.
And Joshua, when we look at all this, that this is something where you can see, and I'm sure there's a variety of interests, right? I've talked about how I'm sure the Arab monarchies who are no fans of the Persians, they're looking at those oil fields across Iran along the Persian Gulf, and they're licking their chops, thinking that they can perhaps get access or gain control there. I've talked about how regime change schemes. I went on Tim Pool last week and broke down all of Operation Ajax and how that was a scheme between the CIA and originating with the MI6 to overthrow the duly elected prime minister of Iran, reinstall the Shah, and it completely blew up in our faces and led to the Iranian revolution. So the thing with these regime change operations is they always seem good, but then everybody forgets that the enemy gets a vote, and they always seem to spiral out of control. I can't necessarily think of a single one that's actually gone well for the United States or for anyone in any of these regions. But Joshua, that's what it comes down to, because therefore, put it this way, war is a racket. And for those on the warmonger side, they seriously want, for a variety of reasons, as you've laid out, one of the bigger ones, they actually want to see the U.S. go to war. Isn't that right?
That's right. So we have both the religious and the economic arguments for war, when in reality, I don't believe that that's what the American people want. Every survey, every poll shows how despairingly unpopular regime change in Iran is amongst not just Trump voters, but Americans more broadly, and also throughout the world. There is simply not an appetite to do this once again. Even though there is, for some, a religious motivation to escalate, there's financial benefit in escalating for the military-industrial complex. It's just simply not necessary for our president of peace to, from my perspective, escalate in here. Break. And there is that temptation for upsell. Well, it was just the one, nuclear strikes. Well, actually, maybe there's other sites. Well, maybe we need to do this. Maybe we need to do that. And
when we come back, I actually want to ask you about the psychology of upselling. because this is something, a tactic that people can possibly look into in their own daily basis when they know that it's coming up. Folks, President Trump is in control. Not the Iranians, not the Israelis, not the neocons. President Trump is in control because it was the people of this country who put him there. I'll be right back. Jack Posobiec, Real America's Voice, Human Events Daily.
America.
Get ready to launch into the future of freedom at the largest student event in the nation. SAS is back. Join thousands of fellow students ready to pioneer a bold new era for America at our Student Action Summit. And we're bringing in the biggest voices in the movement, featuring Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Dr. Ben Carson, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, Brandon Tatum, James O'Keefe, Benny Johnson, Jack Posobiec, and more. From July 11th through 13th in Tampa, Florida. Register now at SAS2025.com.
When I'm working long hours, I'm always listening to Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back here, Human Events Daily, Washington, D.C., Real America's Voice. We're on with Joshua Lysek. And Joshua, you're the co-author of the books Unhumans as well as Bulletproof, the first book that you and I wrote together, the first book all about President Trump's 2 assassination attempts. By the way, there was a foreign country that had a connection to one of those attempts. That was the country of Ukraine, because Ryan Wesley Routh, of course, was a Ukrainian foreign fighter and appeared in propaganda videos for the Azov battalion. But Joshua, we were talking about, and I've talked about this all last week, I've called the regime change upsell, and I see it all across the media, this constant propaganda was like, wow, well, you can't just do one strike, Mr. President. You got to go in, you got to do the full regime change, upsell, the upsell. I got written up in the Washington Post. They didn't write it properly, but I did get written up for coining this phrase, the regime change upsell. But Joshua, walk us through the psychology of upselling, right? This idea that, look, you go to a dentist, you say, oh, I got a toothache. You go to the dentist, and suddenly you're paying for all this work. Same idea when you go to an auto shop, and Shane Gillis has this, this new sitcom out all about auto shops, and they specifically explain to you in that show how when you come in just for tires or just for an oil change, they're trying to upsell you on all this other work. Walk us through the psychology of upselling. Why does it work?
The reason why it works is twofold, and we're seeing it with the Iran regime change upsell right now. The first reason upselling as a sales tactic works is the foot in the door technique. So ultimately, you have perhaps this large value sale that you're ultimately going towards, but you start with something that is a little crack open, that is reasonable, and it is dismissible, and it just makes sense, and all the logic is there, and enough people, or in this case, there's enough argument for agreement with it. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I have a cavity, for example, with the dentist example, and then it turns out you get your x-rays done and you have 50 cavities. Slight exaggeration, but not by much. And then the next reason kicks in, which is a sunk cost fallacy. You know, you've been here all day getting all this dental work done, and we had the cleaning, we had the dentist, we had these x-rays, and just look at all the stuff that needs to get done. And you've already spent so much time and effort and cha-ching with this work here being done, and it would just all go to waste. It would all just be so wasted if we didn't. And that's how the United States military stayed in Vietnam for so long. Perpetual cross-sells and upsells. Well, we just need to do this. We just need to do that. Remember with Afghanistan. Oh, it's just Osama bin Laden. Oh, actually, it's weapons of mass destruction. Oh, actually, the whole system's got to go. Same with Arab Spring. Oh, it's just Gaddafi. Oh, now it's just Egypt. Oh, now it's just Syria. Oh, now it's just, and ultimately we have these massive conflicts where Americans' blood is being shed needlessly. If you talk to any global war on terrorism veterans from that particular period, was the American soldier put first? Did we support the troops by these perpetual cross-sells and upsells? Many will say, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And so we see the same set of techniques, the open door, just crack it open a little bit, very reasonable. And once you get him into the dentist chair and strapped on there, you can upsell him like mad with the sunk cost fallacy.
Of course. So Joshua, what are ways then to counter this? Let's say, you're going to the dentist, you're dropping your car off at the auto body shop or the auto service center, and you know what's going to happen. You know that you're about to be getting into the pressure. What are some tactics people can use to counter this?
What is, Jack, what is the most masculine word in the English language?
Is the word no.
That's right. I found myself, without irony and not as a joke, in a dentist's chair a few weeks ago, and I got hit with the upsell. I went for a cleaning, get regularly, but of course they bring out the membership, and it's cheaper if you do this today, and you're already going to be paying this, but it's cheaper if you do this. And x-rays, and this, and the cavities. And I looked it over, and I just said, thank you, no. And they were taken aback. They were a little bit shocked, like, he was supposed to say yes. Why? He just said no. So the American people, to the regime change upsell in Iran, we can simply say no. There's not any need for arguments or back and forth or statistics or studies or data or no. no. And we can enforce that no with primaries, with feet on the ground or not when it comes to elections coming up, with phone calls, with emails, with causing trouble on social media and reaching out to Donald Trump's inner circle of people who understand what the war over there was really like during 2001 to 2015 or so.
Joshua Lysek, incredible content. Where can people go to follow you, brother?
At Joshua Lysek, spelled Lissec on X and other social media.
Make sure you're following him, folks. Joshua Lysek, incredible content. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now.
This is America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gerber.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is, by definition, a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Berquam.
Right up over this hill. We got an cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Let's feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gerber. It is Monday, the 23rd of June. We have a lot to get to today in regards to the U.S. involvement in the Israel-Iran conflict, so let's dive right in, shall we? Let's start here. Just a short while ago, Iran launched a feeble attack, it's the only way I can describe it, on a U.S. military base in Qatar in response to the bombing of its nuclear sites that was devastating to them over the weekend. Iran launched 10 missiles today towards the Al Udeid U.S. military base in Qatar, with 9 being intercepted mid-flight, 1 hitting an open field. A feeble response indeed. Another rocket missile of some sort was sent toward Iraq. Here with me to discuss this is former Congressman and Army Lieutenant Colonel Alan West and Air Force Lieutenant Colonel David Flippo. Colonel Flippo, I'm going to start with you today because I want you to outline what was a remarkable mission. We've been talking about it at length. 37 hours round trip for these B-2 bombers from Wyman Air Force Base in Missouri all the way over and back. As many as 125, maybe more, Air Force planes involved in this incredible operation. It was incredibly precise, and there were no leaks about it ahead of time. That's what's remarkable to me, sir. Describe this mission the way you saw it.
Well, it's an amazing feat, and what the Air Force can do is incredible. The logistics involved in performing that was incredible, and the deception that we did, going from the east to the west, and putting bombs on target, all without having to land, all with air refueling. So the entire leg of the operation for all that air refueling had to be coordinated. So it's a great deal of effort to get all those people involved. And to maintain the classification. So it's incredible. Some great patriots, and I'm sure all the services were involved in that entire operation.
Yeah. A remarkable undertaking, to say the least. Also joining us today, Brigadier General, former commander of the West Virginia Air National Guard, Chris Walker. General Walker, welcome you to the conversation now as well, because I want to hear from you. You are somebody who has lived and breathed the Air Force. And to watch this unfold, to see how this came together, how coordinated, refueling, other F-35s and F-22s running as blockers, if you will, for the B-2s that went longer than I can even imagine. 37 hours in the air, General. This is a remarkable achievement, isn't it?
It's what we would call a football game. We had the blockers and tacklers. We had the quarterbacks. We had the receivers. Well, Iran was the receivers, and they didn't like getting that ball. But nevertheless, that's how we do it. That's how we train, and that's how we get things done. And I have to give some props to the Israeli Air Force for also softening the battlefield and taking out a lot of the air defense artillery.
Yeah. Also joining me, Lieutenant Colonel Alan West, I mentioned a moment ago. Colonel, I mean, when you saw this happening and you realized what we were pulling off, and then to hear that they made it all the way in and out with being completely undetected, satellite imagery coming out now, it looks like the infliction of damage in Iran it's significant. If it's not something that ends their nuclear program altogether, it sure sets it back for a couple of years anyhow. How did you see it?
Well, first of all, you have to give a lot of credit to the Israeli intelligence service, the Mossad, to be able to give us the granularity that we had without a doubt on the ground. And I think another thing that, as the general alluded to, the fact that the once touted venerable S-300 surface-to-air missile systems were completely decimated and destroyed. We had not just air superiority and air supremacy, we had air dominance over Iran going in. And I think that's something that shows an incredible cooperation between the IDF, their Air Force, and also ours to be able to go in. But without a doubt, this was an incredibly precision attack. And I think the thing that the American people need to be very happy about is we knew what the end state was, and it was about taking out the Iranian nuclear capability and capacity, and that's exactly what was accomplished.
Yeah, President Trump, and I was calling this last week. I said by Friday, Saturday at the latest, we're going to deliver a blow to Iran, that we would be in this fight, and we were clearly in the fight. Colonel Flippo, let's talk about the response. The response that came earlier today, and now Israel is further pounding targets in Iran as we speak. But earlier today, Iran, the best number I have here, 10 missiles went toward Qatar, 1 toward Iraq. Of those 10 towards Qatar and our military base there, 1 hit an open field. The rest were taken out. No idea what happened to the missile that went toward our base in Iraq. I'm calling it feeble. I think that's being polite. It's just for show, obviously. They called ahead. Here's what we're going to do. Is it just so the mullahs can save face in Tehran?
I believe they're just throwing spaghetti at the wall right now. So I think their command and control structure has been decimated, and their targeting of those missiles, as you say, is feeble. They don't know what they're shooting at. They're just throwing things out there. Most of my experience was in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Iraq when I was in the Air Force. But obviously, Qatar and Al Udeid, that air base is close to something they're able to launch at. But they are reduced in their capacity right now to be able to put on any kind of offensive. And obviously, they have no defense, especially with the air superiorities that the Israelis have assisted with making sure that that is accomplished.
Yeah, complete operational control over Iran. So here we are, 46 years after the Islamic Revolution, where 52 Americans were taken hostage for 444 years, Colonel West. And it seems that this regime is at its weakest point in 46 years. I don't think that the President of the United States wants to get involved with the regime change. He mentioned it in a Truth Social post, but really I don't think that that's the job we're in. We've seen how that works out in Iraq. We've seen how that works out in Afghanistan, and the American people have no appetite for it. Having said that, I believe that they're completely in support of destroying a country's nuclear capabilities that would have been targeting us, our homeland. What do you make of this as far as destroying their nuclear capabilities? And when President Trump says something, apparently he means it.
No, you're absolutely right. And, 1979, I was just a freshman at the University of Tennessee when the whole thing, the Iranian episode in this chapter got started. And let's not forget October the 23rd of 1983 when Hezbollah, backed by Iran, killed 234 Marines, sailors, and soldiers there in the Beirut barracks bombing, and the explosive force penetrators that Iran introduced into the battlefield in Iraq and also in Afghanistan. So they have been targeting and killing Americans, like you said, for some 46 years. So it is about time that we got away from the feckless leadership that we saw from Jimmy Carter, from Barack Obama, and also from Joe Biden to once again understanding Ronald Reagan's peace through strength, because the last president to take on Iran was Ronald Reagan, Operation Praying Mantis in 1988. Regime change is not our business. That's the business of the Iranian people, but I do find it very interesting that the Israeli Air Force went after the command and control headquarters of the military unit that is in charge of putting down domestic insurrections and uprisings. So I think that the conditions are being set for the Iranian people to do what they feel is necessary for their liberty and freedom.
Well, I saw one of the missiles into Tehran today hit the front gate of the prison that houses all the political prisoners in Iran. I think Israel was saying, hey, maybe it's time to go take a walk around the streets for those folks, and that was interesting. Colonel Flippo, the United States operates, I understand, 19 military bases across the Middle East. Bahrain, Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE. A number of those places, including Qatar, Bahrain, Iraq, were thought to be in harm's way today. Will the Iranians, do you think, and I'm going to ask you to read tea leaves here and speculate a little bit, was this it for them? This little 10-missile, 11-missile shot, was that their whole shebang? Is that the end of the fireworks? Because if it is, I think we celebrate. I think Donald Trump celebrates a huge win and says, that's it, we're done. I think we leave it alone. No Americans killed, no real damage. Is that it? I mean, there's 19 bases there they could target. They targeted the closest one, and it was, I think you call it a failure. What do you say?
Well, I would caution on celebration at this point. We don't know what they're planning to do. I believe their targeting systems no longer exist to the point where they can actually send anything accurately at those bases that you're referencing. I think they chose Qatar because it was close and they could do a point and shoot. But, they do not have the command and control structure that they need right now. And we decimated, the Israelis took that out early on in the attacks. And the fact that we have air superiority and we have the Patriot batteries and everything that the Army can bring to the table, they're going to probably do some more. But I think they're running out of missiles. We know how many they've launched. We don't know exactly how many we've destroyed, but we've destroyed a lot of their launchers and a lot of their capabilities. So without the command and control, where they're telling these operators to, aim their missiles, all they can do is kind of do the stuff that they can get to quickly and easily and, with the least amount of distance, I believe.
Sure. General Walker, I know that the Air Force is getting tremendous amounts of accolades for pulling off this mission, but it wasn't just the Air Force. The United States Navy played a critical role. The USS Georgia launched, I think, 30 intercontinental ballistic missiles at Iran at the same time, hitting other sites. So this was a coordinated effort overall with the United States military, wasn't it?
Tomahawks, so we call them TLAMs, so Tomahawk land attack missiles, and they always do the job. No one has been able to thwart that sort of attack yet. But I caution everyone, these missile attacks, I think, is more of a face-saving thing for Iran. What we need to be worried about more is sleeper cell attacks here in the homeland.
Yeah.
And so that, because all of that, our attention is being brought to the Middle East right now, but we need to be paying attention to what happens right here in our home United States.
I agree with that. Situational awareness has never been more important than it is right now. All right, so hold that thought right there, gentlemen, because I want to get into the sleeper cells a little bit more. Where does Russia come in on this? Where does China come in on this? China could lose some of its oil, which would be a financial pressure on that regime in Beijing. We're going to talk about all of that as we move forward here on a very busy Monday, watching to see if there are any more attacks today in Qatar or anywhere else. We'll take a break. It is America's Voice Live. welcome back. Now, I want to talk about, we're going to get to the things we were talking about there. We're going to talk about sleeper cells, and here's where we're going to start with that. Special interest aliens. It's a term attached to people coming into this country that have a background, that have a track record, that have a history that might pose a threat to the United States. And normally, during normal times, that would have been something we would consider. But during the last 4 years, we had an open border. More than 1,250 Iranian nationals came into this country, many of which were in this category of special interest alien, but they weren't vetted properly. So I want to come back to you, General Walker, and talk about the targets here in America. Soft targets. I mean, big gatherings, big events. They're not well defended because we don't live that way in America, but they become target-rich environments, don't they?
They do. So, quite honestly, the Iranian military, as it has been shown, is a paper tiger. There's really nothing that they can do to us with their military. But through cyber and sleeper cells, that's when they can make an impact, because the U.S. is really not prepared for that. And over the last 4 years, we let anybody into this country willy-nilly. And if it only took a couple of dozen people to do the 9/11 attacks, imagine what a couple to 10 to 20,000 Iranian or any Middle Eastern terrorists in this country waiting for the call, what sort of damage they can do. So we have to be prepared for these kinds of things.
And I come back to the Chinese connection. I'll get the colonels in on this because, look, 30,000 Chinese nationals, mostly men of military age, make it into this country as well during the last 4 years. Iran and China often work in coordination with each other. Lieutenant Colonel West, let's start with you. What are your concerns when you go out in public, or your family is out there, or you're looking at a large gathering at a I don't know, an airport, a football game, a wedding, anything?
Yeah, that has always been the big concern. It was just last fall when ICE put out the number that there were some 600,000 criminal illegal immigrants in this country. And for whatever reason, we have people that believe they should stay here. But when you heard Tom Homan talking about, 1 million, 1.5 million, 2 million gotaways, these are the people that came across the border here in Texas, which has 1,249 miles of it. Out in West Texas, in the Big Bend Mountain area, they did not want to be detected. They were wearing carpeting on the bottom of their shoes. And so that's a huge concern that these individuals are here. And you just mentioned the tens of thousands of Chinese single military age males. My big concern is not so much a large sporting event or anything like that, but when they get out to some of these small rural areas and they start to attack the soft targets there, start to attack churches, start to attack people in their homes, that's where the big concern comes into, because I think that everyone is paying attention to the large metropolitan areas. So we do have a big issue, and we need to all be vigilant, and that's why the Founding Fathers gave us the Second Amendment right.
Colonel Flippo, your thoughts on this topic?
Yeah, absolutely. So we do have a huge problem with the amount of people that have come in across the border in the last 4 years. If you think about, after 9/11, TSA getting started, needing to control who comes into our country and track and understand who's here, and the last 4 years have taken all that away. So I don't think we know exactly who is in this country at this point that would want to do us harm. So these sleeper cells are critical to our defense. We need to be vigilant, be very vigilant. And that's every citizen. At this point, every citizen needs to be aware and keep an eye out for anything just looks suspicious. We don't know, as Colonel West just said, it could be just the churches. It could be the small gatherings where they see no gun zones, right? Those are seems like to be very big targets that they like. The big events, they're going to have the right security. They're going to have more security. They're going to have metal detectors and bomb sniffing dogs and things like that. But everybody needs to be vigilant at this point. Something obviously of this nature, and with not knowing who is in our country at this point, the president wants to put up a golden dome, but that can protect us from things coming from the outside. But at this point, we need to protect for what's already inside, and we need to be cautious.
Agreed. I had a gentleman on the program earlier here today that said what he looks for, former military special ops guy, he said what he looks for in a crowd is somebody else that's hyper attentive, hyper focused on what's happening in the crowd. He basically says one hunter identifies another hunter. And that was his point. So he keeps an eye on those folks. So whatever that's worth. Let's get some final thoughts here. Where do we go from here? No victory laps. I've got that collectively from the panel here today. Donald Trump, do not celebrate, do not spike the football, but be vigilant and go forward. General, I'll start with you. Last thought on where we go from here.
All right. So when we finally get the battle damage assessment, the BDA, I'm sure that Secretary Hegseth and the chairman, General Raisin Kane, will let the American people know if there is more to do to stop Iranian nuclear programs. But right now, as we have all said, Americans now need to watch their backs. Certain states and municipalities are better prepared than others. Here, living in West Virginia, I'm not worried about it because even if the police can't handle it, the citizens will. There are other municipalities that are less so, like LA, Seattle, and so I urge all of those people to really start watching their backs.
Pay attention. All right, Colonel West, final thoughts. Where do we go from here?
I think that another country that has to show a lot of concern is China, because if the oil and natural gas shipment starts to slow down going to China, that's going to severely affect their economy. I believe that Donald Trump has dealt a strategic blow to the 21st century axis of evil, being it Iran, Russia, China, North Korea, and also Islamic terrorists and jihadist groups that are operating. But we have to stay alert, and we have to be very vigilant here in the homeland right now.
I could not possibly agree more. And David Flippo, Colonel, bring us to a close here. Your final thoughts here and what we should be thinking about, what comes next.
Well, I think it's important to know that our mission, the purpose of taking out those nuclear sites, has been accomplished. Iran has the determination of what to do next, whether that's here, sleeper cells, or still in the Middle East. We need to be vigilant and be prepared for that. This is why it's so important that the president's agenda and the energy independence. We need energy independence. Otherwise, we are at the mercy of these Middle Eastern countries and wherever else we get the oil from. So we need energy independence. We need to be more vigilant, and we need to celebrate the success of our mission, which was to get rid of those nuclear sites.
Yeah. The good news is we are a net exporter of oil now and natural gas, so hopefully we're on our road to long sustained independence when it comes to energy. General Walker, Colonel West, and Colonel Flippo, thank you all for being here. Great discussion. I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
My pleasure. God bless. Go Army.
Thank you. There he is. Had to get it in. Yes, he did. There you go. All right. We're going to keep an eye on what's going on again. A feeble rebuttal from Iran toward the United States today. 10 missiles fired at a base in the Middle East, at Qatar. One made it. It hit an open field. The rest inconsequential. We'll take a break and be back on America's Voice Live. Back to the program. You may not have heard this, but the oil prices on the international market have taken a big dive today, almost 7%. They went up for a bit. Now they're coming back down. You know, for a long time, they were sitting between $61 and $65 a barrel. And then over the last couple of weeks since the Israel-Iran war began, it got up as high as $77, $78. Today, it's down at $68. West Texas Intermediate Brent crude, the benchmark, at $71.69, down 6.91%. Yeah. Pulling double duty today for me, Lieutenant Colonel David Flippo, who's flipping hats and saying, hey, I can talk that too. Good man. Welcome back, Colonel. Let's talk about it. Oil prices 6.9, almost 7% down. West Texas Intermediate down 6.97%. So briefly up, but apparently the oil market's not impressed with Iran either.
You know, I think there was talk about maybe them trying to shut down the Strait of Hormuz, but I think that hurts them more than it does anybody else because they need that export into China. China needs their oil. So, you know, that'll be interesting to watch to see what they do with the Straits of Hormuz and whether they, again, hurt themselves by cutting off that oil supply because about 50% of the world's oil goes through that strait. So that could be a big impact. But I think right now, the fact that we have, let's say, re-energized our oil and gas industry and we have the energy independence that we're looking for now here in the United States, we're making deals with Europe and things like that, the Middle East, what's going on in the Middle East doesn't have the same significant impact that it did in the past.
That's certainly true. And I'm looking at the markets today. The Dow's up over 300, the NASDAQ over 165, the S&P is up 0.8%. It's up almost 50 points. Wall Street seems to be pretty comfortable with all of this.
You know, the success of that mission and the fact that it's been said that our mission was not regime change. Our mission was to get rid of those nuclear their nuclear program. So I think the fact that has been accomplished and the battle damage assessment, that'll come out, and I think we'll see some significant setbacks for the Iranians there. I think that gives the world an enormous amount of confidence because of, as you know, the markets are emotional and, they go up with emotions a lot. But I think that tells me that the world is saying, good job. We took out the right things.
I want to go back to the Strait of Hormuz just for a moment here. Ship data tracking shows that at least two ships, according to the information I just got, pulled U-turns at the Strait of Hormuz. Not only does it hurt Iran, which doesn't make any sense. We're going to shoot ourselves in the foot to teach you a lesson. That doesn't make a lot of sense because that's where they ship their oil to China. And 90% of the Iranian oil goes to China, either through the front door or out the back door in the black market at a cut rate. And so it hurts China. And that's why I don't think Iran will do this, because 20 to 25% of the Chinese oil comes from Iran. 90% of the oil in Iran goes to China. That accounts for about 25% of Chinese oil, which, look, that powers their economy, an economy that's already in some trouble because of tariffs and a slowdown in production and a slowdown in the world economy. China's factories and people working there are already disgruntled. If you cut off 20% of their energy and cause prices to go even further, that's not a good day for Xi Jinping, is it?
No, absolutely not. I'd be curious. Obviously, this is breaking news, what you just said. I don't know if those were turned around going into the strait or out of the strait. that could tell us something there. Obviously, I think it's the fear of another attack. They're probably, the captains of those ships are maybe saying, hey, maybe we should hang back. Again, I don't know if those were going in or out of the straits, but obviously they're being just as vigilant, on that as well. But it absolutely hurts China. It absolutely hurts Iran to close that off. That is one of the things that has been a benefit on our end of becoming energy independent and not being so reliant on the Middle East for our oil.
Yeah. Is this another big opportunity? And I say that because you're talking about LNG and deals being made to send American liquefied natural gas to Europe as opposed to them buying it from Russia. That's good for us. If we're exporting oil to places that need it, that's good for us financially. And it just seems to me that the markets had this all baked in. What's the best case scenario for us over the next few weeks as far as energy and the markets and investing? I'll give you the last word.
No, it's hard to predict. It's hard to predict what's going to happen. When you look at the gas market and the enormous amount of gas that we have both in Alaska right now, that we can find a market for, there are so many things that we have at our disposal here in the United States that we can take advantage of. So, and I think the world is looking at that. They're not just looking at the Middle East anymore for their answers, and we can supply some of that.
I think that's exactly right. Colonel, I greatly appreciate it. You've spent a great deal of time with us today, and all of it very good. I appreciate your insights.
Steve, it's always a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, sir. All right, so David Flippo doing double duty today. We are days away from what has been dubbed the real reset, by the way. The greatest threat to the U.S. dollar's global dominance in, 80 years anyhow. On the 6th of July, BRICS nations, Russia, China, India, Iran, and more, are expected to unveil their plans to circumvent the U.S. dollar, thus cratering its value. They've already been laying the groundwork as their central banks have been methodically divesting from the U.S. dollar and U.S. bonds in favor of gold. How can you protect your IRA or 401k from the fallout from this landmark shift? Well, diversify with gold from Birch Gold. Historically, gold has been a safe haven in times of high uncertainty, which is right now. Get a free information kit on tax-sheltered gold IRAs by texting the word America to 989898. July the 6th marks a monumental shift happening among nations that control 1/3 of the world's GDP. Arm yourself with information to diversify your retirement savings. Text America to the number 989898. Claim your free information kit from Birch Gold. All right, up after the break, in the aftermath of the U.S. airstrike on Iran's nuclear facilities, President Trump made a statement on social media on a possible regime change in Iran. Is it serious or is it just something he's throwing out there? We'll talk about it coming up. called it by its proper name yet today, Operation Midnight Hammer. That's the one that targeted Iran's Fordo nuclear facility and the others. An overwhelming success, the mission going off without a hitch, as we've been discussing all day. Following the operation, the Trump administration made it clear that the strike was not an attack on the nation of Iran or its citizens, rather meant as a means to get Iran's leaders to heavily consider suspending their nuclear research program and negotiate a deal. President Trump took to social to float the idea of Iran seeing a regime change, and that if the current regime couldn't make Iran great again, MAGA, why wouldn't there be one? He then ended with the MAGA slogan. There you go. This simple act by the president garnered reactions from both sides of the political spectrum. The left-leaning sources quick to take it as an escalating statement, and those on the right just smiling and saying that's what he does, right? It'd be nice to see an overhaul in leadership, wouldn't it? Here to talk about this is CEO and Jerusalem Bureau Chief of Jewish News Syndicate, Alex Trayman. Alex, nice to see you again. Look, I don't think this president's actually suggesting regime change, not on our watch, but he is suggesting if the Iranian people are not satisfied with the leadership, they should get new management. That's what I'm hearing. Alex, nice to see you today. What are your thoughts?
Nice to see you as well, Steve. Certainly the Israeli attacks over the last several days have been targeting the headquarters of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps, the Basij. These are the shock troops that prevent the Iranian people from rising up against their regime, which is heavily unpopular inside Iran and has been heavily embarrassed by Israeli and now American strikes. And so while the president is not specifically targeting the regime, what he's doing is he's indicating to the Iranian people that he doesn't necessarily support this regime any longer. And coupled with the Israeli strikes, I think they're trying to create the conditions where the opposition will potentially rise up and do the dirty work of the regime change on their own.
Yeah, and what do you think? They are at the weekend. I mean, the consensus is, Alex, that the regime in Tehran is at its weakest point in 46 years, ever since 1979 and the Islamic Revolution. It seems that it is at its weakest point. They certainly, after that devastating strike on its nuclear facilities and this feeble response, I don't know how else you describe the response other than feeble. They had to do something, but this is weak.
I certainly don't think that sending ballistic missiles anywhere is an act of theater. You know, it's not that feeble. Sending ballistic missiles is extraordinarily dangerous, and I think that the Qataris and the Americans are lucky that none of these struck down, because any ballistic missile can do significant damage. So I think that has to be put into perspective, though I don't necessarily know that the president wants to up the ante and continue to get involved when, like you said, Iran is very weak, and, you know, the groundwork has been laid for the Iranian people to rise up against this regime. If you'll remember back to 2009, the Iranians started to protest against the regime. This was the Green Revolution. It was the murder of Neda Aga Sultan that brought people out into the streets. But President Obama put his support firmly behind this Islamic Republic, and therefore they had the strength to stay in power. Rather, in 1978, we saw Jimmy Carter, you know, take his blessings away from the Shah, and that gave the Iranian opposition the opportunity or the trigger that they needed to go overthrow the regime. So the hope is here that this is what's happening now.
Yeah, regime change in 1978 didn't go so well, Alex. It didn't go so well at all, and maybe sometimes we should just stay home and not meddle in other people's politics. It's just a thought. 46 years of this country supplying the financial means for the Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah, and a host of others. The Beirut bombing in 1983, and the list just goes on and on for this regime in Tehran. It's not in America's best interest to play regime change, but it is best to encourage it, I believe. I'll let you have the last word.
Well, I think it's important for America to show that it stands by its allies that are pro-American, and this is where I think American foreign policy over the years, from the Carter administration through the Obama administration, the Biden administration, they take away support from pro-American leaders, and they put the support behind the Muslim Brotherhood, behind the Islamic Republic in Iran. You hear Americans, trying to take support away from Prime Minister Netanyahu. There's not one leader in the world that loves or cares about America as deeply as Prime Minister Netanyahu and as much as the Israeli people. So it should be very simple. Support your allies, oppose your enemies, and then hopefully you'll get a better solution.
Yeah. And that's what we hope for. We'll keep an eye on it. No victory laps yet. A lot of work to be done. Israel currently hitting Iran even as we speak. Alex, thank you for being here as always. We'll talk again soon.
Thanks for having me, Steve.
All right, don't go anywhere. America's Voice Live will continue in a moment. Size-fits-all approach of doctors and big pharma. Many Americans don't realize that there are alternatives that don't break the bank and are, most importantly, free of life-altering side effects. Wouldn't that be nice? The wellness company realizes this and helps their customers find alternative means of treatment by having a complete and comprehensive team of board-certified doctors, ensuring customers receive treatment plans and protocols to address their specific ailments. Here to talk with me about all of this, the Chief of Maternal and Prenatal Health at the wellness company, Dr. James Thorpe. Doctor, nice to see you.
Great to be with you again, Steve. Thanks for having me back.
Good to have you. I do want to talk about the MAGA movement and the rise here in just a moment. But first, it's going to be 102 degrees in New York City, it says here tomorrow. It's going to be the single hottest day in June, 1 degree hotter than the previous all-time record. What does 102 degrees in humid mean for the average folks? Anything they should do special?
Well, I think we need to stay well hydrated, and we need to be aware of the risks of heat stroke and too much sun and too much exercise out in this inclement weather.
Yeah. Look, the other thing that can be a problem when it gets too hot is if you're too big, obesity, breathing problems, you're not taking care of yourself. The Make America Healthy movement has been coupled with a significant rise in the public interest in alternatives to big pharma and the medical establishment. That's true, but health is important. Whether it's methylene blue or the ivermectin parasite cleanses or the search for natural remedies, it's clear the American consumer is looking for something different, something that's not so chemically based. What do you think about it? And why do you think that is?
Well, I think that there's a greater awareness, and I think we can thank the new administration and the new Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., for that. There's a slow focus. He's taking a slow walk, not as fast as some of us would like to see him go. But hey, listen, Dr. McCullough and I and a few others testified in the United States Senate just a few weeks ago. And hey, 5 days later, we have an announcement from the Secretary of Health and Human Services, flanked by Dr. Marty Makary and also by Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, saying that the COVID-19 shots are no longer recommended in pregnancy. That was a huge win for me, Steve.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think they should be recommended for everybody, for anybody. I think I might have COVID right now, actually. Fact. I just don't care that much. Here's something else that's on the horizon. I don't care that much. I've been sick for about 4 days. I think that's what it is, but that's neither here nor there. Here's something else, Make America Healthy again. Kraft Heinz announced they were removing artificial dyes from all of their products by 2027. This is another goal from Bobby Kennedy. Look, we consume a lot of garbage in America, things that are not meant for human consumption. They've been feeding it to us anyway, so it's pretty important, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I think so. If you compare it with killing or injuring 30 million Americans with the COVID-19 vaccines, I think it's very little.
Not as significant. But they got rid of them. They got rid of the artificial dyes. They got rid of all the nonsense, banned in most of the rest of the world, but we've been eating it here, blue number 4, whatever it is. And here's the other thing. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., we're told, is going to crack down on pharmaceutical advertising. I think we're one of only 2 countries in the world that even allow big pharma to go on the TV. I think New Zealand's the other one, and they're not nearly as open as we are. What's going to happen here? And do you support this idea?
Oh, absolutely. That's one of the biggest, greatest things that the new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Bobby Kennedy, could do. It needs to be immediately dropped. I believe it's unethical to bypass a physician and do direct marketing to patients. Not a good idea. And, this is why we're the greatest pharmaceutical company in the entire world. This is why our healthcare expenditures are over $4 trillion a year, just because of that.
Yeah, and the other thing is this. Big Pharma is the big money behind a lot of these big networks, aren't they?
Oh, great point. That's why Tucker Carlson got fired. They drive all the advertising. It needs to stop, and it needs to stop now.
Time to get on to something natural. All right, so here's what I suggest, Doctor. Go to twc.health/voice. Use the promo code VOICE. Save yourself 10%. It's a good idea. Dr. Thorpe, always appreciate you being here, sir. Thank you very much. All right, twc.health/voice. Use that today. Use the promo code. Get something natural. I'm going to tell you, this parasite cleanse, I just did it. My wife just did it. I feel great, except for the COVID thing. Other than that, I feel great. Coming up after the break, I'll bring on our chief White House correspondent, Brian Glenn, to give us updates what he's hearing in the aftermath of the U.S. strikes in Iran. out to Brian Glenn. He is at the White House today. And Brian, I understand they were back in the Situation Room when those missiles were flying at Qatar, one sent off toward Iraq. What can you tell us?
Well, it kind of sounds to me like it was a little bit of kabuki theater, if you will. If you remind you, this has happened once before with a conflict. Iran trying to save face is what I would probably easiest way to put it, by sending a message to those that they're not going to stand for it. And of course, thank God, none of those missiles landed in any type of area that would even damage or obviously hurt any Americans or anyone on the ground there. But this is a dangerous tactic that Iran is engaging in right now, because if one of those missiles would have hit any interest in the U.S. there, this would right now we'd have a very different conversation taking place, Steve.
We certainly would, and look, they are Tomahawk missiles that we fire at them, and they're firing whatever they can get out. But we had some guests on the show earlier who said they believe that all their guidance systems have been either destroyed or degraded to a point that they can't really pick a target very well. So Qatar was the closest. They could basically point and shoot and hope for the best, which is kind of what happened, I guess. But it is a dangerous game to play. What are you hearing at the White House? What comes next?
Well, we haven't heard much from the president on this. That they were let out about a little over an hour ago. He put out a Truth Social in regards to this, but he remains strong and put out some words and a warning, if you will, that the U.S. will not tolerate at any point any kind of retaliation towards U.S. and our troops on the ground there, or any one of our locations around the world, even here domestically. There is a warning that you do not strike a U.S. interest, or there will be some serious consequences. And we both know that President Trump, he gave us the 2 weeks, ended up doing 2 days. And I think the Operation Midnight Hammer was executed precisely, took them off guard. They didn't know it was coming. And I think it's nice to point out here, Steve, real quickly, is how tight-lipped everything was. There's a reason why you don't go to Congress to preempt them on anything that might happen, because for sure it would leak, and that would damage and jeopardize American safety.
Yeah, the reporting I'm seeing is that Chuck Schumer was told, and Hakeem Jeffries they couldn't get a hold of for whatever reason. I mean, that's my understanding. So they told the Democratic leaders on both houses, but yet no response. Meanwhile, it seems that our friends on the other side of the aisle, left-leaning media, still want to take shots at Donald Trump. Seems they'll never learn. 20 seconds will give you the last word.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be watching this very close to see what type of action or non-reaction that they get from the U.S. in retaliation to these missiles there that Iran has launched. So, this is something I don't think it's going to end anytime soon, but let's just pray for this nation, make sure that everyone is safe, and we have peace in that region. And I agree with you, Steve. Regime change is important, but just not on our watch and not forced by us, but forced by the people of Iran.
Yeah. Not of our doing. Brian Glenn, exactly right, sir. Thank you for being there. It's hot in Washington. I give him credit. He's probably feeling like a blowtorch out there. It's a little warm. Thank you, Brian. Greatly appreciate it. All right, so that's going to wrap it up for today. But look, we're going to be here at Real America's Voice telling you the truth, giving you the information you need better than anybody else, giving you the analysis that you need more than anybody else. And we're going to go ahead and look at this as the victory that it is thus far. Look, a lot of things are going to happen. We could see terrorist attacks on our soil. Be vigilant out there. Be safe. Be aware. And be careful. All right? We'll see you tomorrow morning right here for the Steve Gruber Show to start your broadcast day on Real America's Voice. That happens at 6 a.m. Monday through Friday, and then back here for America's Voice Live.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet?
No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth,
And we're doing it on Getter
Every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
All right, everyone. There it is. Ring that dang bell right there, man. Okay, there you go. 4 o'clock. Markets closed. Broad and Wall, Wall Street, New York City. West Palm Beach, Ivernia Street in West Palm Beach. We're open for business. Check this out. We made this graphic for you a couple of minutes ago, and the market obviously has changed a little bit in the last few minutes. Let's roll that graphic that you, Mad Dog, and Ben put together. This thing's phenomenal because I woke up this morning and that top row there, so it's this morning, the market opened. This morning, gold was down $3 an ounce. Oil was ripping higher, $3 a barrel higher because everyone's worried about what was going on in the Middle East. Bitcoin was getting slammed. Overnight, Bitcoin got down to 97,000 and change. It was down $4,000 per Bitcoin. Dow Jones was down 200 points. NASDAQ was down 150 points. That was this morning. Somewhere around 2 o'clock today, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock today, everything flipped. And I'm not making this stuff up, folks. Gold, at about half an hour ago, was up, and now it's up even more, $10 an ounce. Oil down $5.50. So look at that. It went from up $3 a barrel because people were worried about the Middle East. We were worried about Iran. They produce a lot of oil. Is Russia going to get involved? Or Russia produces a lot of oil. I was on chats this morning. People were talking $150 a barrel oil. It was up to 70 and change dollars a barrel. Now, $66, down $5 a barrel. Down $5 a barrel. No one saw this. I had people calling me, are we going to pay $8 for gas now? The fear-mongering on the left was insane. They were going absolutely crazy. Give me the other graphic again. We're still on the other graphic. And then look at the change in direction of the stock markets. It was down 200 this morning, the Dow Jones, up 300 by almost 400 points now as we speak. The Dow is up 375. So it went from down 200 to up 300 points in a matter of a couple hours. NASDAQ was down 150 points, up close to 183 points right now. So everything that people were expecting early in the morning flipped. And it went from very, very serious concern about the future of our markets and our equities and our economy to a lot of confidence, folks, because everything you see there, gold up is good, oil down is good, Bitcoin up is good, Dow Jones up is good, NASDAQ up is good. Things got better on Wall Street. All right, folks, our first guest is the director of the Center for American Security at America First Policy Institute, known affectionately as AFPI, Dr. Jacob Olidor. Jacob, really good to have you, my friend. So can you just bring us up to speed on this latest? We just heard, I believe, 10 rockets left Iran into our military base, the U.S. military base at Qatar, and also one into Iraq. I've also heard, and this is very, very relevant, that we were given advanced notice that these rockets were going to be fired. And for me, correct me if I'm wrong, that would be the Iranians saying we need to save face here a little bit without starting World War III by going too far. What are your thoughts of this latest strike and where we go from here?
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. It's great to be with you, Eric. That's exactly what it is. I've been saying over the last few days that Iran needs some kind of response to save face. They don't have many options. There's another important data point that I noticed over the weekend, that Iran has pulled back some of its commanders out of Iraq. Some of its militia commanders. So it's that's important. And this is consistent, by the way, with what Iran did after we took out Soleimani back in 2020. They needed some kind of a response, and so they fired those missiles out. to an empty part of our base out in Iraq. And so we can anticipate more of this. Iran would be wise not to escalate into any major strike, probably some cyber attacks as well. But I think anything above that threshold will be a direct attack on the United States and would be met with a swift and decisive response by the president.
So I'd like to note also that you're a former Middle East advisor to the Department of Defense. And the reason why that's very relevant is over the weekend we saw Secretary Hegseth, he was a colleague of mine, Secretary Hegseth, say that we, quote, obliterated the Iranians' ability to develop a nuclear weapon. Therefore, the question remains, should Israel continue to bomb Iran? Because Israel is saying they're going to continue, and they have, in fact, continued bombing Iran. So if we've obliterated the threat, should they continue?
Well, it's a great question, actually. And so much of this actually goes back to how much we actually know about Iran. They've for many years been lying, been deceiving the international community. And Israel, of course, is discovering new sites, new aspects of its nuclear program. It is the deepest it's been ever in Iranian territory. So I think a lot of this is learning as we're going along about what exactly Iran has been up to all this time, how it's pivoting currently. So this is a very fast-moving target.
Well, let me frame the question another way. Should the Israelis cease at our request since we, quote unquote, obliterated the threat?
No, I think hardly. Well, first of all, look, Israel has never in its history and in its doctrines asked anybody to fight its wars for it. And Netanyahu has been clear that he does not have a time frame on when the objective is met. But this is consistent with Israel's military operation, its fight for its survival over the last 2 years. The president has been consistent and his team throughout that Iran cannot obtain a nuclear weapon. We have entered into that amid Israel's military efforts that it alone is doing. So I think Israel is entitled to obviously act in self-defense, as we've said. Our objective here has only been taking out these sites, and as the president has said, continuing to insist that Iran come to the negotiating table and completely stop its nuclear program diplomatically. But if it becomes obstinate, if it refuses to do that through military options, of course, as the president has said, more will be forthcoming.
Well, okay, yes, and he has. And there is some sort of disconnect, let's call it that. And again, I think it was a surgical strike. Apparently, it accomplished everything they were looking for. But here's the question. Since the strike, we've had both sides. We heard Hegseth and Vice President Vance say that this is not about regime change. And then President Trump kind of insinuated potentially regime change if they don't come to the bargaining table. What's your read on what's going on inside the Department of Defense and the White House right now?
Well, this is probably the most unified administration I've seen in my lifetime, and certainly has been remarkable to observe the last 4 or 5 months in action. And the president, of course, is a master with rhetoric, statecraft, and the art of the deal. You just have to read his book to see. But I think the famous words apply. Take him seriously, but not literally. But if I was the Iranians, I'd probably be doing both right now. And so, I think the basic message is it's over to you. Khamenei and your team, whoever you have left there, we could do this the easy way or the hard way. And we prefer the easy way, but you now know a taste of what the hard way looks like.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Before I get into the next area, is there really ever going to be any peace in the Middle East with the fanatical clerics running the country of Iran? And what's it going to take to change that? I mean, there's not going to be let's call him a soft cleric or soft mullah or a less aggressive mullah. This is what they want. They believe in Sharia law above everything else. And if you don't believe in Sharia law, you're an infidel. And by definition, with what their religious beliefs are, if you're an infidel, you will be put to death. So without a real government there, without an elected government there, can we ever take our eye off Iran?
That's a great question. And, a lot of it depends on how Iran's leadership right now reacts. But, I think, the same could be said also. The region is a place of a lot of change and hope. And we've seen many governments change their policies, their attitudes. The Abraham Accords is a great example of that. And so I personally think that, destructive ideology can be disproven very easily. We're seeing that with the Iranian regime's ideology coming apart since October 7th, ironically for them. And, if they want to continue this path, there's only one direction that it goes.
Yeah, that direction would be annihilation or regime change. I guess that's where we are talking regime change at some point. Guys, call up the Truth Social that Trump put up a couple hours ago, and this is kind of interesting. Again, a lot of Americans are aware, especially MAGA. I mean, let's be honest. So MAGA kind of has always believed that Trump was not going to be involved in foreign wars. This is a bit of a certain faction of MAGA believes that this is a tough pill to swallow, that we're actually bombing another country, especially because could it lead to World War III? Trump says, did I hear former President Medvedev, who was the former president of Russia, casually throwing around the N-word, and he says nuclear, and saying that he and other countries would supply nuclear warheads to Iran. Did he really say that, or is this just a figment of my imagination? This is Trump talking here, guys. If he did say that, and if it's confirmed, please let me know immediately. The N-word should not be treated casually. The question is, and Putin himself has said, it's possible that what the United States, our aggression, may have opened the door to supplying weapons, whether it's the Russian weapons or Chinese weapons to Iran, meaning nuclear weapons. Your thoughts on any of this? If this is just saber rattling, saving face, or is any of this real?
That is a very foolish statement, and I think from the Russian leadership, I think President Trump calls him out exactly on that. I mean, look, Putin and his regime know very well that this is, the next domino to fall is his own. The Russians rely on Iran for their missiles and drones to keep up their atrocities in Ukraine, and so I think, there's going to be a lot of bravado out there from Russia, but the reality on the ground is that they can't do a whole lot, and anything they do try along those lines would be a major escalation and a new war that they open up. So I don't think they're looking for that right now.
Now, the subject I want, and I don't have a ton of time, I want to stay on this for a couple of minutes because it's near and dear to my heart. I've been around long enough to recall the last time the Iranians tried to close the Strait of Hormuz, which they're claiming they're going to do now or threatening to do right now. Last time they actually had they planted bombs within the strait, aquatic bombs. So if there are any ships that hit one of these, they explode. Mines. They're saying they may do it again. Is this cause for blowing Iranian ships out of the Strait of Hormuz? I will tell you, this is a very, very important strait. But let me just tell you this while we speak. As we speak right now, crude oil is down $4 a barrel. Down $4 a barrel. Down. Most people thought it'd be up $10 a barrel by now, but it's down $4. No one's believing that the strait will get closed. What do you think?
Right. No, I think, and I could be wrong, but I've said all along that would be obviously the main scenario people are concerned about. It would be not only economic suicide to Iran, but it would directly harm its main economic patron, the Chinese, the number one importer of Iranian oil. That being said, also, I don't know what's left of the Iranian Navy, that Israel has taken out many of their ships. But so I think I'm not too concerned that that'll be the case. But again, I could be wrong there.
I'm going to leave you with one. On the AFPI website, you quote Theodore Roosevelt, I believe. It says, peace is only at its highest good if it comes as the handmaiden to righteousness. Was our strike on these 3 nuclear facilities within Iran, was it righteous?
It was not only righteous, I think it demonstrates President Trump's leadership as a peacemaker. This is an end, or certainly the very first step to an end of the longest forever war in the region, waged by the Iranian regime in February of 1979. And I think what we'll quickly see is the Iranians, the Russians, the Chinese running to the table, trying to find a way to get the United States on their side, which obviously won't be easy, but they want peace. They want to end their involvements. And I think getting at this specific threat in the way that we did was exactly the right step to take toward making peace possible.
Will we see peace? Will we see peace in the region?
Very soon. And we've already seen it under the first Trump administration with the Abraham Accords. I think, nobody in the region obviously is more concerned about Iranian nuclear capability than our partners there. And I think they're looking at Israel's actions. They're looking at what the United States did with a lot of hope, a lot of confidence and excitement for a new chapter of peace.
Great. Very optimistic, Jacob. Thank you so much. Doctor, Olidor, appreciate your time. Thank you so much. We'll get you back again as this progresses, because every day is a new story, a new news cycle, so to speak. Dr. Jacob Olidor, thank you.
Honor to be with you. Thank you.
All right, folks, we're just days away from what has been dubbed the Rio Reset, the greatest threat to the U.S. dollar's global dominance in over 80 years. On July 6th, BRICS nations, including Russia, China, India, Iran, and Brazil, many, many more also, are expected to unveil their plans to circumvent the U.S. dollar, thus cratering its value. They've already been laying the groundwork as their central banks have been methodically divesting from the U.S. dollar and U.S. bonds in favor of gold. How can you protect your IRA or 401k from the fallout from this landmark shift? Well, you have to diversify with gold and use Birch Gold Group. Historically, gold has been a safe haven in times of high uncertainty, which is right now. Get a free info kit on tax-sheltered gold IRAs by texting the word America to 989898. July 6th marks a monumental shift happening among nations that control, get this, 1/3 of the world's GDP. Arm yourself with information to diversify your retirement savings. Text America to the number 989898 and claim your free info kit from Birch Gold. We will be back in 2.5 minutes. All right, folks, my next guest is a historian and author of American Infantada, Israel, the Gaza War, and the New Anti-Semitism. Yuri Kaufman joins us to discuss the Iran-Israel conflict. We brought Yuri back because since we last spoke to Yuri, a lot of things have changed. Bombs were dropped on Iran from the United States. Israel continues. So I'll pose the same question to you, Yuri, that I posed to Dr. Jacob Olidor. Should Israel continue to bomb Iran, considering what Pete Hegseth has said over the weekend, and Trump has said that we've obliterated the Iranian nuclear capabilities going forward? Should we continue? Should they continue? And should we, for that matter?
The answer is yes on both, for a simple reason. The Israelis said there wasn't one objective, there were two objectives. One objective was the nuclear program, and it really does look like finally this 25-year scourge is behind us. But from Israel's perspective, there was one other big threat that they have to take care of, and that is the ballistic missiles. They've got to get rid of that as well, and we should want that too. Those ballistic missiles threaten the entire region. Let me give you an idea of what Iran was planning. They had a bunch of factories about to come online that would have allowed them to make 300 a month. 300 missiles a month. You're talking that's over 3,000 a year. 10 years go by, you got 36,000 of them. One missile slipped through an Israeli city called Bat Yam. It took out just one missile. It carries a ton of high explosives. It's like a flying school bus. It took out between 10 and 20 buildings, apartment buildings. They will have to be completely demolished. 40 others are going to have to be repaired. That's, again, one missile out of 520 that they fired so far. So with those kinds of missiles, with that capability, they don't need a nuke. They can wipe out the world just with that. That capability has got to be destroyed.
Okay, here's my question. Should the United States now step back and let Israel finish the job? And the reason why I'm asking this is because we had reports a couple hours ago that missiles were flying from Iran to the U.S. base in Qatar. But we've also heard that the United States, and we're showing video of this, the United States was pre-warned that these missiles were coming, and they were aimed at a desolate part of that base, meaning it looks like the Iranians were looking to save face with their own people, yet telling the United States, we don't want any war. So given those circumstances, what's the play for both Israel and the United States?
Okay, so with respect to the United States, it's playing out exactly as analysts expected and exactly as you might recall mentioned to you when we spoke last week. This is what the Iranians did after Qasem Soleimani was killed by President Trump. They fired a couple of missiles at an American base. They did cause a few traumatic brain injuries. That's a bad thing, but certainly far less than anyone expected, and that was the end of it. They're doing the same thing now, and of course they're going to ballyhoo it and say, oh, we fired hundreds of, I think the Supreme Leader said, we fired as many rockets as them as they fired at us, and they're going to claim they killed hundreds of Americans. It's all nonsense, and everybody in the region will know it, but at least it allowed them to save face, and that is going to be the end of it. The problem is that if you are Israel, it ain't over yet. They're going to keep shooting rockets at Israel, at Israeli cities. They're causing a lot of damage. Look, one of them was aimed at a hospital. If the hospital hadn't been evacuated the day before, hundreds of sick people would have been murdered in their beds. I mean, think about that, aiming at a hospital. I mean, who does that, for crying out loud? That's what we're dealing with here. That capability has just got to be taken away, or this isn't over yet.
And I'm only doing this because there's a good portion of MAGA, I'll be honest, me included, who really wanted Trump to not get involved in foreign wars. It's just something that foreign war, I just don't understand the need to spend our treasure and our lives protecting countries and people that may not even respect us. And okay, so Trump has said from the very beginning, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. And according to their own reports, that is now the case. So isn't it time for the United States to step back and say, Israel, you want to do it? God bless you. You're a neighbor. You're within ballistic missiles. You're within missile strikes of Iran. You do it. We're out of this game. We'll support you any way we should. Doesn't that sound fair to you?
Well, the catch is that in a couple of years, we're going to be right back in the soup. You might remember that in 2019, the Iranians fired a lot of missiles into Saudi oil fields. We're going to feel that. They could fire them into anybody else's oil fields. We're going to feel that as well. And I just want to make a very important point here. This is what the president really said. We're done with the forever wars. We're done with the Iraq wars, where we are engaging in nation building, where we're trying to create democracies in places where they just don't want it. This is a very, very, very different situation. In a situation like this, you've got two very, very narrow interests. Take away the nuclear capability, take away the missile capability. Okay, if you do that, you can do that just from the air. You don't need boots on the ground. That's the difference. What we're doing here is not regime change. What we are doing here is not occupation. What we are doing here is not even deterrence. It's very similar to the air war in Serbia in the 1990s. And at the time, you might remember General Wesley Clark coined the term compellence from the word compel. So he's merging compellence and deterrence. We are bombing to compel the enemy to change their behavior. We did it. We did it successfully back in the 1990s. We didn't take any casualties. It only went on for about 3 months. and we compelled the Serbians to stop committing atrocities. We can do the same thing now. We can compel the Iranians, and it's not going to take 3 months to stop building these missiles that are going to terrorize the region and the entire oil industry.
I'm trying to support Israel because I believe in that, and I just hoping that we don't actually press any more, send any more of our pilots. Yuri Kaufman, had a great discussion with you once before. This time again, we'll bring you back again soon. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend.
All right, folks. Take a look at this.
We were a 555 challenge. We started with 555 challenge, both of us. He lost, I think, 14 or 15 pounds. I lost 12. I've dropped inches. My nails are the strongest they've ever been. My daughter's a phlebotomist. She used to say, oh, your veins, and they did. They stuck way out. They don't stick out now on my arms. So there's just all kinds of, I could go on and on with, from skin blemishes that disappear to my husband. He's down about 4 notches on his belt. And thank you so much.
Well, that was a look at a happy My 555 Challenge participant at a time when Americans are at their worst health in history. More people are dieting, exercising, and drinking water than ever before, but they're still not reaching their health goals. To find out why, let's bring in founder of Energized Health. Let's bring back John Jubilee. John, you said 5 reasons most people aren't reaching their health goals. One is being dehydrated. Tell us about that.
Yeah, well, it's really the number one, Eric, is that, everybody's drinking more water. Everybody, is into the lotions, the potions, the pills. And, we're on the internet. We got more information than we've ever had. We got more diet programs than we've ever had. We're fatter than we've ever been. Almost 80% of Americans are 30 pounds or more, which is obese, by the way, 30 pounds or more overweight. We're sicker than we've ever been. We consume 70% of all pharmaceutical drugs in America is consumed by Americans in the whole world. So we've got to get to the root cause. The root cause is cellular dehydration. And so we've got to get where we're not just drinking a bunch of water, because that's just going straight into the toilet. We have to get where we're transforming our cells from being like hard like a glass marble to porous like a soft sponge. And when we go through that process, that scientific protocol to transform at the cellular level, then our body transforms and resets our metabolism back like when we were 17 years old.
John,
that is the key.
One of the most important things in health, in everything, is making sure that you're not overly inflamed. Inflammation. How do we reduce our inflammation?
Yeah, and Aaron, I'm so glad you brought this up, because the Mayo Clinic, spent tens of millions of dollars on an amazing study, and they tied 99% of every illness, of every disease, of chronic pain to one thing, and it is inflammation. And we are inflamed. What's the root cause of inflammation? It is cellular dehydration. So dehydration, it's because when all of your organs shrivel up like a raisin, so everybody just picture a nice healthy grape, but when it becomes a raisin, when your pancreas, when your thyroid, when your brain, your heart, your kidneys, your liver, when your organs shrink up, it produces inflammation and 10 times the stress on your body, which produces inflammation. And that's the cause of all of your chronic pain, your illness, your disease, your fatigue, your brain fog. Yeah, you really hit it on the head there, Eric. That is the real root we have to go after, which is we've got to hydrate the cell to alleviate all of the inflammation and the toxins out of the body.
All right, John, we're going to leave it there, my friend. The 555 Challenge and John Jubilee, Energized Health. Always good having you on, my friend. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, sir. All right, guys, we'll be back 2.5 minutes. been lucky to have this guy. Love having him back. We have Chief White House Correspondent Brian Glenn. Get us up to speed on tell us, you're standing in front of the house right there, the White House. So how's it feeling there? Is there euphoria? Give us a sense of the feeling.
Well, it's the first time I've seen the two big, beautiful flagpoles up with the flags on them. I was out Thursday and Friday, so I missed the flag raising ceremony for that. But it's a great, beautiful day here. I was just reading on Truth Social, President Trump pushing out a message just a few minutes ago, talking about how grateful he is for the people of Qatar and how thankful he is that with no injuries and no damage to either Americans or people in that nation on the ground, which is wonderful. So it's good news that I called it kabuki theater. A lot of times Iran likes to kind of show off a little bit of whatever muscle they have military-wise. I was also told that perhaps their guided missile systems are out, so they were just chunking tomahawks to see if they could hit something. They didn't hit anything, and they hit them all. The U.S. struck them all down. One went untouched because it landed in the middle of nowhere. But I think this is what we can expect to see over the next coming days, hopefully in sooner than later.
Maybe the big concern, at least for me, we hear that Iran told the White House they're sending the missiles, shot them into an area of the Qatar base, our U.S. base in Qatar, shot them in the area that's uninhabited, so to speak. So it seems like they're saving face. My concern is Russia sparking up the dialogue, the rhetoric of potential world war. They keep opening this World War III and giving nukes to Iran. What are they thinking? What are you guys hearing around there?
Yeah, well, President Trump was real forward saying, well, Putin is in charge here, not the former president who put out that message about using the N-word on that. He said, no, Putin is in charge, and they have not had that dialogue. And I will say this, a little bit of kickback that you're getting from the base, and I was explaining this to someone earlier. We've had decades, Eric, of loser presidents. I'm talking from Republican to Democrat, getting involved in some of these foreign wars, these escalations that have drug us into these decade-long conflicts. And I think what we need to understand here is President Trump is very forward and have said, Eric, this is not what we're doing. We were very strategic with the nuclear facility. We took that out. We didn't even injure, if I'm not mistaken, or even kill any Iranians with that strike at that nuclear facility. So what's different between a Trump foreign policy and all the other crappy presidents that have occupied the White House behind me is they have never had a plan other than getting us into a foreign war. This is something President Trump does not want to do. I know the MAGA base, portion of it, is very upset about that. They feel like we are, but we just have to trust Trump and that he has not steered us wrong up until this point. And so let's just see what happens. But I think that's a very interesting conversation that we're having amongst the base. And I think it's healthy to have that conversation. But Trump is very different than the crappy loser presidents we've had before.
No doubt, Brian. Really good having you. We had to truncate this interview a little bit because we got just a jam-packed show. Appreciate your time, Brian.
Not a problem. We'll see you.
All right, folks. I'm convinced there isn't a single mental virus on this planet more powerful than Trump derangement syndrome. A virus so powerful, it makes you worship illegal invaders by these leftist idiots who have Trump derangement syndrome and support these people over your fellow citizens. A virus so powerful, it makes you love a violent regime that wants America destroyed. Well, we're there, folks.
No more U.S. attacks! No more U.S. attacks! Iran, we got your back!
Enemy is here. Imagine living through the year 1979 and the years that followed 1979 hostage crisis when 66 Americans were held for 444 days. Bombings of Americans, both soldiers and civilians, killed over 4 decades. Imagine witnessing Iran's history of targeting Americans for decades and then fast forward to today as you watch Americans actually supporting that terrorist Iranian regime intent on destroying this country. But that doesn't matter to them because, Trump. How can the so-called Party of Women's Rights, of Human Rights, actually support a regime that does this to its people?
And I'm still not mad at Israel because Islamic Republic did this to us. Please understand this. When you're taking side of them, you're taking the side of Iranians' murderers. They're stealing the monies of people from the banks. And people are struggling to find food.
Well, if the commies on the left won't believe it straight from an Iranian woman's mouth, will they at least believe it when Van Jones says it on CNN?
The two things are clear. The what, they cannot have a bomb, and the why, because they say death to America, death to Israel, and death to all the Jews. One of those should offend you if you're progressives. At least one should offend you.
Can you imagine having to say it like that? It's not enough to leftists that Iran wants all Jews and Americans dead. What does it take to convince a leftist so clouded by their Trump derangement syndrome that Iran cannot have nukes? Why shouldn't Iran have nukes? Well, let's see. I don't know. Maybe, just maybe, a genocidal death cult that murders its own citizens in the name of Allah and Muhammad should not have access to nuclear weapons. Or how about this? Maybe if this is what they do to Iranian women that we just saw, imagine what they would do to a Western infidel like you, or a woman like you, or I don't know, maybe an American gay. I don't know. Oh, and how about this? It's the law. That's right. The Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty signed in 1970 and extended in 1995, which Iran signed, means that they agreed not to possess or acquire nuclear weapons. But that doesn't stop liberals from crying in the streets for them, for the Iranians, or the useless United Nations from supporting them. Or how about this? Not a single person died in the strategic bombing of Iran. But it's quite another story in Syria. Suicide bomber blew himself up inside a church in Damascus, on Sunday. At least 25 dead, dozens injured. Where were the marches for them? Where were the protests over the fact that Christians are under attack in a Middle Eastern country, and yet marches to protest the strategic, precise bombing of Iran's illegal nuclear facilities? No boots on the ground. After decades of presidents insisting that Iran cannot have a nuclear capability and then doing nothing about it, let's talk about Obama, let's talk about even Bush and others, Clinton. Obama and Biden practically placed the nuclear bomb into the Ayatollah's hands. Finally, something's done about it, and the outrage spills out into American streets over that, but not about dead Christian children at all. They don't care about that. They don't seem to worry about that. Not about women being maimed, raped, or killed over not covering their hair. Is it mostly peaceful to kill people for being gay or killing women for being raped? Or is that not enough to fight against for them? What exactly does this party stand for? So, Democrat Party, let's see, won't defend our borders, won't protect our cities from crime, and now they oppose efforts to deny nuclear weapons to a murderous death cult. Over 40 years of history clearly isn't enough to teach the left about the Iranian regime. And clearly, watching London turn into Londonistan isn't enough to stop the city of New York from following in the same path. Yep, that's London now, right there, thanks to its current leadership. And right now, a Marxist Islamic radical is even closer to becoming mayor of one of the major cities in the United States. He's actually overtaking Andrew Cuomo in the primary there, due to be decided tomorrow. We already have America-hating progressive leftists in Congress, and now we have a Muslim-backed Iranian proxy set to take over New York City. How can that city survive? They suffered the 9/11 terrorist attacks just two decades ago. How could they actually elect someone like that, Mamdani, to power? Frightening. And yet, there's only one thought more frightening than the reality we're living in right now, in which Americans pledge allegiance to a terrorist regime, and that's this one. Imagine if it had been Kamala Harris as president right now, or God forbid, Joe Biden as Harris right now. Frightening reality thoughts, right, folks? Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, standing there at the precipice, making a decision that could change the course of history, sends shivers down our spines. It should be. And here's where I land on this. This is what I can say for sure. It's the best interest. It's in the best interest of the entire human race for the crazed theocracy in Iran to not possess nuclear weapons. Full stop. And I believe that was the sole mission objective of Donald Trump. America is, rightfully so, suffering a sort of nation-building PTSD after more than 20 years of useless, endless ground wars. Am I right, George Bush? America first is where we need to be. President Trump believes in that vision and promised that, and I still believe him after these strikes. So thank you, President Trump, for protecting the human race with the least amount of force needed, and thank you to the incredible United States Air Force for your precision and professional excellence. The rest is now up to the people of Iran. We'll be right back. righty, folks, what a weekend it was in the news. President Trump's very successful Operation Midnight Hammer dominated headlines, especially when the president took to Truth Social to confirm the mission's success himself. Of course, everyone had an opinion of Trump's precision strikes on Iran's nuclear sites. Look at the scene in Tel Aviv. President Trump's face lined the city's main highway. Look at that right there. People were thanking Trump for this display of American force and strength, something his predecessor was deathly afraid to do. And the other predecessor with Obama, neither one, Biden, Obama, couldn't handle the face of taking out the nuclear facilities in Iran. At the end of the day, even MSNBC was impressed with the seamless execution. Listen.
But there are four things that jumped out at me. One, the level of secrecy of this mission. The fact that you had planes that flew from the continental United States. From Missouri and flew for, I think it said 18 hours with multiple refueling in the air. The second thing, what jumped out to me was just the execution of this massive plan involving the U.S. military, seemingly in multiple theaters. You know, this decoy you were talking about went to the Pacific to take away from what was happening the other way. The other thing that jumped out at me was that when the chairman of the Joint Chiefs said no Iranian planes flew and no shots were fired at any of the U.S. military jets, all of that to me is just from what they're telling us is rather impressive. And
well, Jonathan Capehart got a call right after that getting fired by MSNBC. I'm kidding. The level of secrecy surrounding this mission is a refreshing thing if you're a true patriot waking up in this country every single day. Trump avoided the back and forth with the media and didn't give the whiny Democrats a chance to turn this mission into something that was not. One of those whiny Dems, Adam Schiff, Shifty Schiff, pencil neck as Trump would call him, saved his tears for the aftermath. He's very upset that Trump didn't ask for his opinion before going through with this. Listen.
This was not constitutional, was not lawful in the absence of a declaration by Congress. And so the administration should have come to Congress. We will have a vote on a war powers resolution. But there's a reason to bring this to Congress, and it is you want the Congress bought in. You want the American people bought in on an action this substantial that could lead to a major outbreak of war.
Oh, come on, Adam Schiff, Shifty Schiff. We are so tired of begging permission from Congress. Finally, a president steps up and does a presidential thing and says, you know what? I'm going to do the thing that's difficult to do, not the one that I can use Congress to hide behind. Get used to it. On CBS, Margaret Brennan tried to take on Marco Rubio on foreign policy. She lost badly. Watch.
Are you saying there that the United States did not see intelligence that the Supreme Leader had ordered weaponization?
That's irrelevant. I think that question being asked in the media, that's an irrelevant question. They have everything they need to build a weapon.
That is the key point in U.S. intelligence assessment. You know that.
No, it's not.
Yes, it was.
No, it's not.
The political decision had not been made.
I know that better than you know that, and I know that that's not the case.
And you know in the intelligence assessment that it was that Iran wanted to be a threshold state and use this leverage. I'm talking about the public March assessment, and that's why I was asking you if you know something more from March.
That's also an inaccurate representation of it. That's an accurate representation of it. That's not how intelligence is read. That's not how intelligence is used. Here's what the whole world knows. Now, forget about intelligence. What the IAEA knows. They are enriching uranium well beyond anything you need for a civil nuclear program. So why would you enrich uranium at 60% if you don't intend to one day use it to take it to 90 and build a weapon? Why are you developing ICBMs? Why do you have 8,000 short-range missiles and 2,000 to 3,000 long mid-range missiles that you continue to develop? Why do you do all these things? They have everything they need for a nuclear weapon. They have the delivery mechanisms. They have the enrichment capability. They have the highly enriched uranium that is stored. That's all we need to see.
Marco Rubio. Mic drop. Bernie Sanders and his socialist supporters found out about this operation at the same time during one of his weird rallies. Take a listen to how they reacted in real time. all those liberals, just go to Iran for a while. Just go hang out in Tehran for a while. All you women, maybe some gay people spread amongst the crowd. Just go live there for a while. You tell us if this is a place you want to have a nuclear weapon. All right. Chris Christie, of all people, gave Trump, I don't know, a little bit of love on ABC. He even said the Democrats were wrong. Believe it or not, he might get fired for this.
Are you surprised that the president ultimately did this?
I'm not, John. And I think that the president deserves an enormous amount of credit. This is against type for him. I'm sure it was a difficult decision. But what I think his analysis was he cannot live with a nuclear weaponed Iran.
And what next? I mean, he was vowing a bigger operation, a bigger attack if Iran retaliates.
Well, that's up to Iran. And I think if Iran decides that they want to do, and I think your analogy is exactly right, it's a suicide bombing. If they decide they want to do that, I have no doubt that Donald Trump will
a little bit hard for Chris Christie to do. But you know what? Deep down, he's a rhino, but he's still a Republican anyway. Very quickly, in other news, people of Chicago really hate their mayor, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon Johnson. Listen to African Americans just rip into this guy. Watch.
You all stood up there and said you will not allow Trump to come in here and get these illegals. Yeah, you can smile. We're in $1 billion deficit. And you spent half of our money, half of that on illegals. You campaign and double down that you will not raise property taxes.
I won't raise your property taxes.
This was going to happen to you. You got Kash Patel and Pam Bundy that you're going to have to deal with sooner than later. Then it's going to be an audit. Next, it's going to be an investigation. Then it's going to be an indictment. Provision. That's what's going to happen to you.
Mr. Brandon Johnson, I'm up here. I am speaking right now, so I would love your undivided attention, please. I'll wait. So this just proves to you the lack of leadership that you show in this city. You can't even give me straight eye contact. Now, I'm going to let you know now, the people of Chicago, we're done with you.
It's about time. It's really about time. I'm from Chicago. That city has been run by progressives since I was born. Horrible place, horrible politics there. But last two mayors, Lori Lightfoot and this guy, Brandon Johnson, African Americans finally realizing that these folks don't give a damn about African Americans. They only care about the progressive agenda. About time to get rid of Lori Lightfoot, to get rid of this Brandon Johnson. How about try and conserve it? Just try it once, see how it feels. It might actually work for you. All right. That's it. We'll be back in 2.5 minutes right after this. Dog. Mad Dog, jump on the Voice of God, please.
Yes, sir.
What do you have? Live shots of the Middle East.
This is live shots of the Middle East. We got Iran, Tehran, Iran, Doha, Qatar, and then we have Jerusalem, then we have Karamil, Israel, then we have Tel Aviv.
Wow, look at that. What do you know? There's no bombs in the sky anywhere right now.
This is all live shots, yeah.
Kind of take a breather over the last, 72, 96 hours or so. There's been bombs flying everywhere. This is good. I really think Trump did a surgical strike. I didn't think it should have happened, but if things stay like this, man, what a success. Man, what a success. I do believe Israel should continue to, sorry folks, these peaceniks, Israel should continue to pound Iran till the people of Israel of Iran say, you know, enough is enough with these mullahs. Enough is enough of these clerics. They can go over there and be religious, but they're not going to run the country. They're not going to tell us who we should follow, who we should believe, let women take the friggin' hijabs off, right? Get rid of those dark century lunatics that are running the country of Iran and some of the other Islamic countries. Sharia law is fine for you. You want to do it? Fine. Everyone doesn't have to do it. Pick and choose. So, we've been talking about you leaving voicemails, and you've been leaving me a bunch of voicemails. I got something like 400 after Friday, and we talked about it. Here's just a few of them. Mad Dog, get on the horn with me. Get on the microphone with me.
Yes,
what
sir.
Do we have first?
We have Trump knows. I think it's someone
Trump
from
knows. Trump knows best. Let's play it.
Hi, Eric. This is Laura from Michigan.
Laura.
Love the show.
Laura.
These are my thoughts about Iran. We need to remember that Trump knows a whole lot more of what is actually going on than we will ever know, and I trust him to do the right thing.
Yeah, she does. She's right. He does know a heck of a lot. They get those intelligence briefings. We just saw how Marco Rubio just completely dismantled Margaret Brennan at CBS. Pretty cool, right, Mad Dog?
Yes, sir.
All right, you got another good one for me?
Yes, sir.
What do we have?
Yeah, this is TC, and I love your show. And I like to give President Trump some advice.
Ooh.
Bomb, 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 bomber, and bomb, bomb, bomb.
Mad Dog.
Yeah.
How's that singing?
Oh, it's great. Top notch.
Anyone back there know what the real song, not Bomber Ann, is something Ann. What is that real? It's like a 60s song. Barbara Ann. Okay. Good job. What was his name? TC? What's the next one? What's it labeled?
It's labeled Bondi.
Ooh, yeah, I remember this one. Listen.
Hey, Eric. Greetings from Sierra Vista, Arizona. This is Lovey Graves, and I like to know when Pam Bondi is going to do her job. She's had a half year, and when will she finally get Alex Soros, who visited Biden's office all the time, and when is she going to do her job and get Soros and Obama? Take care. Love your show. Glad to have you on Real American Voice. Take care. We're baking out here.
All right. So from Arizona, Mad Dog. So Alex Soros is the son of George Soros, the multi-billionaire, is worth like $20 billion. Alex is running the Soros Foundation, and these are the folks who are donating to a lot of different campaigns around the country who are basically anti-crime. I mean, they're buying off a lot of attorney generals and various forms of judges. Not buying them off. They're supporting them so they get in office and go soft on crime. She's right. Pam, I would love to see it. Among other things, we want to see some of that. What else we got there, Mad Dog?
Todd from Utah.
Todd from Utah.
Eric, this is Todd from Utah. The first part is I stopped watching Fox News 100% when Dana Perino just embarrassed herself and the network by dissing you because of Trump and saying you wanted something from Trump. That's why you're positive. And you were good on Newsmax, but you really knocked out of the park on RAF. Okay, the main thing is I get tired of these protesters and rioters pushing and shoving and throwing things at the cops, and they can't do anything about it. Give them net guns. The first time somebody throws something,
net guns.
You shoot them with a net gun, it wraps them up. They can't get away.
I like it. I think they do it in Africa for the wild animals. Another one, Mad Dog.
All right, Bowling, you're cool, man, but I'm cooler. And Trump is the coolest. Look, man, if he wants to take out Iran, For years and years, they caused us problems. Let it rain, Trump. Let it rain.
Let it rain. Trump, we have another one?
Yes, sir.
Let's do it.
Hey, Eric, it's Sherry calling from Michigan. Just wanted to let you know we love you here in our household. Well, we're glad to see that you came from Newsmax to Real America's Voice. And you're great. I listened to your podcast. You're full of information. And I'm glad you didn't end up in Trump's administration. He can't take all the guys. You gotta leave like you, Steve Bannon, and Charlie Kirk, and gotta leave some behind to keep us informed. You're great. Keep it up. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
All right. Well, thank you. Those are really, really sweet comments. That's what I put in there because I think you really got a great group here. You got Charlie Kirk in the morning, Posobiec, myself. I just love being here. Love leaning into Bannon's second show of the day. Rav's done it. They're doing it. They're putting it together. They got a great lineup, and it's really cool to be here. Appreciate all the nice comments. 888-601-0032, 888-601-0032. Call, leave a message. I try and listen to all of them, but you guys are bombarding, which is really cool. And we'll play some. Again, when you leave, you may hear yourself on air in the next couple of days. Steve Bannon coming up next. War Room.
Yes, Anderson, I would agree with Brad that Iran is extremely weakened right now. In fact, I think that it demonstrates that we did not need to execute Operation Midnight Hammer. The Israelis had this well in hand. There's no reason why we needed to cross that threshold. And my concern is that although maybe the immediate crisis may have ebbed, long term, I mean, Iran's in this for the long game. You got 91 million Iranians, and there's no fanatic like a religious fanatic. There's lots of people that are willing to die for their religion, and I think that there's lots that they could potentially do to us in the United States. Might not be this week, might not be next month, but this could very well come back to haunt us. And again, I think that this proves that Operation Midnight Hammer was not needed, that the Israelis could definitely have taken down the nuclear capability of the Iranians by themselves, and we did not need to get involved and cross this threshold.
If those folks had any sense at all, they would do exactly what Donald Trump is saying right now: save their regime, save their lives, and save an entire region from falling into ruin by their hands that would be their blood stain for all of history. And, if they don't do that, the big question, Steve, is can this happen more akin to the Soleimani takeout? We supported the Soleimani strike because it was President Trump very clearly resetting deterrence, making clear his desire was not some extended conflict, but resetting deterrence on his terms, and the cascade of horribles didn't happen. So could that happen with a very limited U.S. engagement? I think that's something that's on the president's mind right now.
What stands out to you about this latest attack by Iran, by the response, and what seems like the pre-warning about it from Iran?
Well, I think it's just absolutely extraordinary and probably needs a heavy dose of common sense from everybody here, because what are we really talking about? What we appear, at least, to be talking about is the U.S. was aware that Iran was going to launch these missiles at the U.S. base in Qatar and possibly at other locations in the Gulf. So what do you have here? You have a U.S. adversary making clear that they are going to launch weapons against the U.S. The U.S. knew this, decided not to strike first. That's my first point. I find that extraordinary. You have to believe the Iranians that it was going to be a proportional response. U.S. intelligence presumably would have seen launchers, would have seen missiles on launchers, and still they decide not to strike when these are aimed at U.S. assets. So where does it put President Trump? I mean, does he now order some type of retaliatory action Or does he say, okay, not much happened, Iran aimed at us, but we can move on from this? That's putting the president in a political box, I think, and also a national security box, because you have to assume America's adversaries around the world are watching this very carefully, and they will be watching to see what kind of U.S. response here may or may not be coming. So I find it just remarkable. Remarkable that the U.S. knew this, okay, but remarkable now what President Trump may have to do to respond to all of this. Does he just say, okay, never mind, and wait, essentially, until next time?
But the president also was basically relying on a group of people that are not really loyalists per se, but are hawks. And when he made his decision, he was basing it on the intelligence assessment, for example, of General Carrillo, who commands our forces in the Middle East and Central Command. And he was relying on assessments that were more pessimistic about the possibility of Iran being able to produce bombs really quickly, and a desire to, instead of existing intelligence, including from his own Office of the Directorate of National Intelligence and Tulsi Gabbard, saying they have no plans to create a nuclear bomb at this moment. And he also relied on Benjamin Netanyahu, who said to him, I think actually in a kind of a goading way, remember, they tried to kill you twice. Remember that. And that's pretty personal for Donald Trump, because when he ordered the strike in 2020 that killed the IRCG's leading general, when that happened with Soleimani, the revenge plan for Iran was born.
We mentioned Fordo, and it was Iran's decision to put 10 cascades of very advanced centrifuges in Fordo, in that underground facility. This crisis could not end with all of that intact. Now, we're still waiting for the BDA, the battle damage assessment of that Fordo strike. I suspect that the centrifuges are probably totally inoperable, and Fordo will not be an enrichment facility that Iran has going forward. That's good. But look, we want to stay focused here on the mission. There should not be mission creep. The mission is, let's make sure Iran's nuclear program cannot be restored. If there is material diverted, that has to be accounted for. I think there's a diplomatic path to ensure you can do that. But in any case, we are where we are. We did the operation 48 hours ago. We now have Iran's response. I think this is about as good as you could hope for in terms of a response. You now have a ceiling on it. But the equation here has been completely changed in terms of Iran's vulnerability, weakness, and the initiative here being with the Israelis, the Americans, and our partners. And it's almost, you asked, I've been around this for some time. This is the I just can't overestimate. We did the attack into Iran, and this is Iran's response, and they're saying that's it. This is a totally new equation, Anderson. Crisis will recede, but you're standing in the middle of a very new Middle East.
Sometimes the military has to be used if it's used by a smart commander-in-chief, if it's used wisely,
I can't take Levin again. Thank you. Let's go live. You're here at the War Room. Jack Posobiec's with me. It is Monday, 23 June, year of the Lord 2025. Let's go live to the Senate floor. Lindsey Graham still pushing. He's upselling you. Let's listen to it live.
It's not always been this way. So what happened? They had a revolution. In 1979 to 1981, there was an uprising in Iran that led to the installing of the Ayatollah as the leader of Iran, the first Ayatollah, Khomeini, and now we're on the second one, Khomeini. Now, what is this thing all about? These are students pouring over the U.S. Embassy. And our embassy personnel, 50 American hostages, were held for 444 days by these nut jobs. They were subjected to intense physical and psychological torture throughout their captivity, such as mock executions, beatings, solitary confinement, and very bad living conditions. So, this is what they did when they took over. They came after us held our people hostage and treated us very brutally. In 1984, the United States made Iran a state sponsor of terrorism under U.S. law because of the way the Iranian regime under the Ayatollah was conducting himself. They were wreaking havoc throughout the region, and they were doing things against Israel and the United States that justified their designation in 1984 as a state sponsor of terrorism, and that has not changed. Now, why are they state sponsor of terrorists? Because they're terrorists, and they support terrorists. Hezbollah, $700 million we project was given to Iran by Hezbollah. It's almost their entire budget. They're a terrorist group, mainly in Lebanon, of the Shia branch of the tree. Hamas, who conducted the October 7th attack against Israel. Israel projects that 93% of Hamas's military budget came from Iran. And we have the Houthis. All of their missiles and rockets came from Iran. We've got Shiite groups in Iraq funded by Iran. Now, why are they a state sponsor of terrorism? Because they sponsor terrorism all over the world, and they did it with petrodollars from the Iran nuclear deal and other sources of revenue, which was a really bad idea, and that's why Trump pulled out. Here's the reporting over the period here. Hamas-Iran alliance. Captured documents expose decades-long terror funding. So when Israel began to liberate Gaza from Hamas and drive out Hamas terrorists, they found a treasure trove of documents showing the history between Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran, suitcase stuffed with cash. U.S. flow of funds to Yemen to help the Houthis. What else have they done other than funding terrorist groups? They've threatened to kill American officials. President Trump, Brian Hook, General McKenzie, Robert O'Brien, Mike Pompeo, former Secretary of Defense Mark Esper, all these people involved in the Soleimani attack. Now, why did we go after Soleimani? Because he was the leader of the more radical elements of their military that had been targeting Americans, and he was planning to attack our forces in Iraq, and Trump took him out. 1983, Beirut barracks bombing, Hezbollah supported by Iran. Khobar Towers bombing in Saudi Arabia, terrorist groups supported by Iran. That's why they're terrorists. They have been coming after our interests. They've attacked our shipping in the Red Sea, the Houthis have, and they couldn't fire one missile without Iranian support because that's where all their rockets come from. Now, some cast of characters here. The recent new president was sworn in Iran. During the swearing in of the Iranian president, the crowd started chanting, "Death to America, death to America," during the swearing in of the new president not long ago, July 30th, 2024, not quite a year ago. So people wonder what they're up to. Let me tell you what they're up to.
They say bad things about us, Lindsay. Is that what they did? They said bad things. They said bad things. They said bad things. We've had 1 million people killed by fentanyl directly from the Chinese Communist Party and the cartels. 1 million Americans, 50,000 a year, more than Vietnam, more than the entire time in Vietnam. And all these guys do, working for a foreign power, and that's what they're doing, representing a foreign power, is saying their time and time again. I want my staff, as soon as Lindsay says anything interesting, Jack, I think we might have an off-ramp today, right? I think we might have an off-ramp. Because I don't know, is it becoming clear to people? First off, in all the bombing that's taken place and everything we know, battle damage assessment, does it look like any ballistic missile, any ballistic missile to get to the United States, any real weapon, is any warhead, is there any, bomb? Was there anything that Mossad gave us this intelligence that we had to go last Thursday night? Let's expose the lies and misrepresentations. Jack Posobiec, tell me, and by the way, today, Qatar, this was total performative. They informed everybody. They just sent the same amount of missiles. It's cosplay. President Trump did the assault magnificently, and now it's over. Everybody can move on. Jack Posobiec.
Well, Steve, and here we have Senator Lindsey Graham, the upseller, right? He's up there. And Mark Levin also on Twitter as well, and I'm sure he will on Fox at some point, saying, how are we just going to allow them to stay? We can't just allow them to stay. We've got to go in. We've got to do more. We've got to do this. More. Full-on regime change. Full-on regime change. And I said, Lindsey Graham, with this, history lesson, I wish he could dial it back just a little bit to the regime change that happened just before the regime change of the Iranian student revolution, because a little something called Operation Ajax that perhaps we could talk about in the 1950s, back when Iran was a democratic republic. And who was it that overthrew? Oh, right, the CIA overthrew the democratic prime minister of Iran, Mossadegh, and reinstalled the Shah. That's what made the Iranians so mad they turned to a nut job like I told Khomeini. It was the last time all these eggheads got together in the CIA and said, this will be a great idea. It's going to work real well for everybody. Why? It was about oil, because BP controlled the oil, all the oil fields in Iran, and then Mossadegh came in and nationalized it. And they said, oh, we can't have that. So it started with MI6. It was pre-Vietnam, by the way, the same way the French came to us about Vietnam. The British came to us about Iran. Go look this up. Go ask ChatGPT. Go ask Grok about it, whatever you want. And you will see it's very, very clear that regime change led to the Shah. So we overthrew democratic Iran. Let's get it straight. That was us. Then the Shah himself got overthrown because they were so mad at the Americans that they turned to the nuts in the Islamic Revolution. That's the actual history, all right? And you can understand that, or you can lie like Lindsey Graham is right now, because you want more regime change, more war, more death, the same way Lindsey Graham pushed regime change in Ukraine back in 2014, and the same way he's been for every single war since he's been alive.
Lady Lindsay's doing an upsell. You got Lady Lindsay on the floor of the Senate. If anything interesting, I want to go back and we can capture this. Maybe play it, replay. And of course, Mark Levin upselling you the phony urgency. There's nothing urgent here.
It's almost like this was never about the nuclear program to these guys. Almost like these guys always wanted the regime change.
You think that might be?
Couldn't be possible.
Jack, tell us what happened this afternoon. Qatar did, as soon as we got off the show, I think during your show, Qatar actually responded. President Trump put out a really smart Truth Social about this. Qatar got involved. I think it was the same amount of missiles symbolically that, same amount of warheads that we sent. I think 14. They took care of them. The symbolism's there. Everybody, all the smart people are saying, hey, both sides have kind of had their say. Now there's an off-ramp. President Trump, I think, looking at kind of the vibe coming out of this, is not buying the upsell. As hard as Fox is pushing it, not buying the upsell. So don't we have a off-ramp here? He's
not buying the rust coating.
Then we say, no. Jeez. From the great movie Fargo. What happens here? The president's going to look at his alternatives and say, I can shut this one down right now, sir?
Look, President Trump's been very clear about this, is that he's always drawn a circle around the nuclear program, denuclearization. That's always been his goal. He said it so many times. He said it the day he came down the escalator. He said it in podcast and interview after interview. He always mentioned Iran can't have nukes, Iran can't have nukes, Iran can't have nukes. Okay, President Trump has now effectuated that. The commander's desired end state. You're in the military, you understand this is the commander's desired end state. And the commander's desired end state has been written and has been achieved. So now you have all these people running around saying, wait a minute, have we called out on this program a week ago?
Jack,
and said,
Jack, hang on. Jack, hang on. We got so much good Lady Lindsay. Let's cut back to the Senate floor. He's giving us a history lesson you're going to want to hear.
Against the state of Israel, you don't understand his religion. What drove Hitler? A sick, twisted, distorted view of the master race. These people want a master religion, not a master race. They want to dominate the world religiously. That's what they're all about. They export terrorism in the name of religion. They support groups that want to take down secular regimes. They want a master religion like the Nazis wanted a master race. And let me tell you what our friends in Israel are saying. Hell no. Once is enough. So what should Israel do? Here's what Israel should do. They should fight back to the American people. What would our country do if there was one missile shot into South Carolina or Alabama from a foreign power that killed our citizens? Everybody in South Carolina and Alabama would be wanting to end the terror and go after the people who did it. And it would be the entire nation. Why should we expect Israel to tolerate what we wouldn't tolerate? There's been over 1,000 missiles shot into Israel. Since their founding, people have been trying to kill them all. Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis have one thing in common. They're all funded by Iran. All the weapons come from the Iranians. What is this all about? Killing the Jews and eventually us, and dominating the world religiously. If you think that's weird, then you need to get on the internet and listen to what they're doing. You need to watch their behavior, and they mean what they say, and don't be like the people in the 30s that got it wrong. Israel's not going to let it get it wrong the second time. Donald Trump. God bless President Donald J. Trump. I am so glad he won. What has he tried to do? Make peace, not war. He gave the Ayatollah 60 days to find a peaceful settlement regarding their enrichment program. They could have nuclear power, but they can't enrich. There are 20 nations that have nuclear power that get the fuel for their reactors outside their country. We would have done that for Iran. They were tapping him along. 61 days go by, and the rest is history. They're not interested in peace. They're interested in fulfilling a religious agenda that has no place for us or the state of Israel. Hitler didn't want peace. There was not a part of the country you could give him to stop him from enacting his sick and twisted agenda. He didn't want German-speaking populations. He wanted the entire world to speak German. He wanted the entire world to fall under his Nazi regime. He was nuts. And it took a bunch of people from all over the world, particularly America, to destroy the Third Reich, and about 60 million people died because we got it wrong in the 30s. 6 million Jews. We're not going to let that happen again as long as I'm around, the presiding officer, President Trump, and the people of Israel. We're not going to let that happen. We're going to stick with Israel because sticking with them is helping us. They're fighting the people that want to kill us as much as they want to kill all the Jews. Their fight, in my view, is our fight. Operation Midnight Hammer. After day 60, all the negotiations went nowhere because the Iranians didn't want them to go anywhere. President Trump acted. And it was brilliant, it was bold, and it will live in history. To all those who took part in this, God bless you. We have the finest military on earth. We proved that yet again. But you can have the best military if you don't have the right commander-in-chief, nothing happens. We got the right commander-in-chief married up with the strongest military in history, which will make us safer. We're not looking to take over Iran. We're not looking to invade Iran. We're looking to make sure that the fanatics who run Iran can't hurt us and can't destroy our friends in Israel. And President Trump did something about it. He sent B-2s to Guam, and everybody thought, well, what's that all about? Well, they missed the other B-2s that went to Iran and put a hurting on these 3 enrichment sites. To the pilots, to the air crews, to everybody involved, well done. I spent 30-something years in the Air Force, and I've never been more proud. Fly, fight, win. Now, what's next? They shot missiles at our air base in Qatar. The Iranians did today, about 16 or 19. One may have gotten through. I think they called us. But just remember what I said. They shot missiles at us today. They shot missiles at Israel last night. The strikes a couple of days ago were designed to shut down the enrichment facilities used to make this weapons-grade uranium. I think we're substantially successful. I've never been more proud of President Trump and our military, and I think we set back their nuclear program substantially. But here's what we didn't do. We didn't change their desire for a nuclear weapon. We changed the capability to make one. Here's my goal, is to have people in charge of Iran who don't want a nuclear weapon to destroy Israel, who will not be the largest state sponsor of terrorism, but live in peace with their neighbors and have a good relationship with the United States. That's what I want. And if you don't want that, there's something wrong with you. How do you get that? Two ways. The religious fanatics reject their agenda. They change their behavior. Maybe that'll happen, I don't know. Or you change the people. And you replace the religious fanatics with people in Iran who do not want to destroy the world, who do not want to create a master religion, who want to live in peace. And I think that's the vast majority of the Iranians. If we get this right, stick with Israel, stand up to this bully, this religious fanatical regime, let Israel do what they need to do, then I think peace is coming. The presiding officer and myself went to Saudi Arabia and Israel to talk about Saudi Arabia recognizing the Jewish state under certain conditions. Before the attack of October 7th, we were very close to expanding the Abraham Accords to include a deal between Saudi Arabia and Israel that basically would end the Arab-Israeli conflict. An amazing moment in history. October the 7th comes along, a vicious, brutal attack on Israel by Hamas, which is fully funded by Iran, raping women, killing children in front of the parents, and doing things that we really don't need to be talking about on the floor. That was designed to stop reconciliation between Saudi Arabia and Israel, because for the Iranian fanatical regime, the worst nightmare is for the Arab world to make peace with Israel and move toward the light. These people want darkness for the world. So what do we do now? Israel has had it. I talked to the Prime Minister yesterday before I went on television, and I asked him, what would you like me to tell America, Bibi? He said three things. We're profoundly grateful to the American people for what you do to help the Jewish state. We couldn't be here without you. We're profoundly grateful to President Trump for his strong leadership. He also wanted me to urge the people of Iran to seize the moment to end the nightmare you've been living. And the third thing he wanted me to tell the American people is Israel is not going to live this way anymore. They're not going to raise their children in bomb shelters. They're not going to have their life interrupted daily by ballistic missiles coming from religious Nazis who want to kill all the Jews like Hitler. They're not going to put up with that. Regime change is coming to Iran one or two ways. The regime renounces what they've been doing since 1979 and change course, or it's replaced. To expect Israel to do anything else is offensive to me. You're asking Israel to accept normal being attacked every day and every night by over 500 ballistic missiles? Over 24 Israeli citizens have been killed. The missiles going into Israel are designed to kill children. The attack by the Israelis are designed to shut down the regime's nuclear capability. But the targets are changing. They're now going after the police force that keeps the Ayatollah in power, the intelligence services that scare people into submission, the prisons that house dissidents. Israel has made a faithful decision to go to the heart of this regime, to take these religious Nazis down one way or the other, reject Nazism in the form of religion or get new people. And I am with them. I'm with them to the bitter end. I'm with them because being with them is in your own interest if you're an American. Being with them is in your own interest if you believe in religious tolerance. Being with Israel means you reject a regime that would take a 16-year-old girl off the bus and beat her to death because she didn't have a head cover. This is evil we're fighting. These are as evil as the Nazis. 80 years later, we're having a debate about what the Jewish people should do to a group that wants to kill them all? Really? We're debating among ourselves what is too much against a regime trying to build dozens of nuclear weapons to blow people off the planet they don't like or agree with? What kind of world are we living in? To all those who want to hold Israel back, what would you do if it were our country? Would you hold us back? If you tried to, we'd run you over. We're not going to live this way as Americans. So what is this all about? I'm going to end where I began. It's about a fanatical regime that took over the country by force, that started out imprisoning Americans, been trying to build nuclear bombs, multiple nuclear bombs, has been the largest state sponsor of terrorism since 1984, has American blood on its hands, has attacked Israel over and over and over again, has suppressed its own people. It's about a religious agenda. Why do they do what they do? Religious, fanatical beliefs, a master religion for the world. And if you don't believe that, you have missed a lot. That's what they want, and the only way they're not going to get there is for somebody to stop them. What did Hitler want? To take over the entire world and create a master race. Anybody that didn't fit his definition of the right kind of person was imprisoned or killed. The Ayatollah and his henchmen have that same view, but it's religiously driven. So what happens in the next few days is going to determine the course of history for the state of Israel and the region for decades to come. To our friends in Israel, finish the job. Do what you have to do to bring about the regime change that will allow your children to sleep through the night. To the American people, wake up. Understand what we're fighting. The Ayatollah is not normal. These are not normal people. Stand with Israel. Standing with Israel, you're standing by you're helping your own self. You're helping your own families. I'll make a prediction. Israel's going to win, and this regime's going to fall. This regime's going to fall of its own weight. The people in Iran are going to have a chance, as the regime gets weakened, to rise up and take back their own lives. I don't know when that day's coming, but it's coming soon. I believe that. I believe the day of reckoning is here for the religious Nazis running Iran, that their terrorism is coming to an end. And it's going to be replaced by a region that moves together, where Sunnis and Shias and Israelis and all different groups, Christians, work together to build economies where all boats rise. We live in a time of choosing. I choose to stand up to evil. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Okay. We wanted you to hear that in its entirety for all its rhetorical beauty. Number one, Senator Graham, I don't think anybody in the war room audience, our mantra has been quite simple. The Israelis should go for it. Go at it. The IDF, the Israeli Air Force, Bibi Netanyahu, the whole crowd, go. If regime change, and that's not, I just want to make sure everybody understands the bait and switch here. Bibi's been very open, including the other night, last night, that it was take out the nuclear program, stop the ballistic missile program, right? Those two things. And he wasn't going to fight a war of attrition. I think that was the third. Now we get the upsell. That is regime change. The Israelis, if they want to do that, if that's in their strategic interest, they can't live like this anymore. And the mullahs are bad guys. Very bad guys. Okay? Very bad people. If the Israelis want to remove them and have regime change, go for it. The ask for us, and the only ask for us, was to come in and help take out the nuclear program, of which President Trump, and I just repeat, the commander-in-chief of these United States, we obliterated. In Operation Midnight Hammer, obliterated. That is President Trump's term, obliterated. So the upsell, we need boots in the ground to find out where the material is, all of that, there's no upsell here. There's no upsell. There's no more nation building. There's no more regime change coming from the people of the United States. People don't support it. The Israelis, that's different. That's their fight, and they should finish what they started. And they're fully capable of finishing what they started. Jack Posobiec, and he said the next couple of days, the pressure on President Trump, you see where it's coming from. Lindsay, I hate to say it, brother, you got to get that speech down better, and you got to marshal your facts better. You did not stick the landing. Jack Posobiec.
Hey, Steve, I think what the War Room posse would see right here is a little bit of a spread between the bid and the ask. A little bit of bid-ask spread on this one. They said no, we know what the offer is, but no, the bid is here, but the ask is way too high. Look, when it comes, and by the way, did Lindsey Graham? Did I just hear him say something that Sunni and Shia will be working together to rebuild the new Iran and lift all boats?
Sure.
And Jews and Christians and Sunnis. Did I just hear just like they did in Iraq, right, Lindsey? Just like they did in Iraq when we be greeted as liberators, just like Iraq when it didn't break out in sectarian violence, and you had the Mahdi army and you had Al-Qaeda in Iraq, which turned into ISIS, by the way, and all this, and Muqtada al-Sadr and the rest of it. This stuff, by the way, Steve, I want to be very clear about something. Lindsey Graham knows exactly what he's doing. He is paid to do this. The same way that Lindsey Graham destroyed our chances in the midterms of 22 when he walked up and said we're going to do a nationwide abortion ban right before the midterms. He is a paid operative. And Lindsey Graham, it doesn't matter if I could sit here and go through all of the different discrepancies and the holes in his arguments and the holes in his logic, but that's not the point. The real point, and this is why you come on War Room, right? We don't do that mid-level stuff. This is top tier. This is top shelf. This is graduate level. Lindsey Graham is paid by the military-industrial complex to go on TV and sell you war, and to go in the United States Senate and sell war. That is his job. That is who he works for. That is. Let's look at the state, right? Who else was that from South Carolina? Oh, that's right, Nikki Haley, right? Nikki Haley, Lindsey Graham. How do they end up having the same exact foreign policy? And another South Carolina politician. I'm sorry, I'm going to say it. I think he's a nice guy, Tim Scott. But he's a neocon. Nice guy, still a neocon, because, again, they're joined at the hip to the military-industrial complex.
That's where they got the MAGA people down there.
Go down the list.
Crowd down there. Trey Gowdy, go down the list. All the police. By the way, let's get back. Lindsey Graham.
I don't like the current governor.
He's going to be pitching. He's going to be pitching in Ukraine. Remember, he's just over in Ukraine stirring up trouble. Right?
Yeah.
President Trump said specifically to him and Pompeo, watch what you say. Watch what you say. I want to go back to the argument. Jack Posobiec, are you saying that Israel shouldn't do what's in Israel's national security interest and putting Israel first and Israeli citizens first, sir?
Well, Steve, look, I mean, this has been Israel's fight for, as Lindsey Graham mentioned, for quite some time. Obviously, the Iranian Revolution, 1979, the modern state of Israel, 1948. So this has been between the two of them for quite some time now. We know, of course, the current hostilities kicked off a week ago. But so Steve, yeah, if they're going to continue to go at it, that's in Israel's prerogative. That is their right to fight. They have a right to self-defense, just the same way any nation has a right to their self-defense. What they don't have a right to do is a right to tell the President of the United States what to do. President Donald Trump is the one in command, not anybody else. And so what I would also point out, though, is, and we've walked through this on Human Events Daily, the real issue of the order of battle, the magnitude of the expense of these air interceptor missiles, this air defense. By the way, we already cut air defense for Ukraine so we could backfill the air defense over Israel. So what does that mean? Well, the Russians are now pounding Kiev right now because they have the ability to do so. What are we doing next? We're dropping coverage of the South China Sea. Now there's 2 Chinese aircraft carriers, the Shandong and the Liaoning, which are operating in South China Sea. For the first time, China has more aircraft carriers that are active over in the Western Pacific, than we do. All right, this is a finite world, and as conservatives, we understand that we live in a finite world, and these are hard facts of reality. Hard facts of reality. And that's what we deal in here, the hard facts of reality, that this air defense is going to be a lot of money for them to keep up. So it's been painful for both sides. And that's why I think President Trump is right to say, you know what, this is the time for everybody to put the guns down and say, stop. Enough is enough.
Amen.
But we'll see.
Did in the upsell is the regime change we said at the very beginning, and the tell was when we had to provide the Tomahawk missiles for the third site that the Israeli Air Force.
Because they think they got their foot in the door now. There's the foot in the door strategy.
Yeah. Did you for the salesman, the full of brush man? Did you? They're throwing dirt on your carpet. Did you or sand?
Hey, always be closing, right? Always be closing.
Always be ABC. Get Lindsay a cup of coffee.
By the great David Mamet, another War Room guest.
Get Lindsay a cup of Warpath coffee. Coffee's for closes, Lindsay. We'll see if you close the cell. Did you smell a little fear? They finally have some resistance here. They're calling them out for their lies, the Fox News lies, the upsell. They're trying to drag America into another forever war. Did you smell a little? He was a little hysterical down there, was he not? Got a little emotional, sir?
Well, again, Steve, these theater kids, that's what they're paid to do. And maybe he's working on his summer stock down there in Charleston. I'm not sure, but he's auditioning for, I don't know, what if he's going for Much Ado About Nothing. That's pretty much what I think goes on for Lindsey Graham. But not exactly Othello material. But when I think about it,
plays Puck in Midsummer Night's Dream. I don't know.
Puck in Midsummer Night's Dream, yeah. Brandon, what are you?
I digress.
Tanya and I, of course, are Oberon into Tanya.
I digress. Go ahead, sir. This is serious.
No,
we got to stay serious. His speech was not serious. That's one of the reasons we have a tough
No, it's
tough time.
Again, you're
infantile.
looking at a paid infomercial, all right? You're looking. Maybe you could take some lessons from Mike Lindell, because Mike Lindell, there's a guy who could sell anything, right? The only thing is Mike Lindell's loyalty is to the United States of America and not the military-industrial complex. You need some of that personality, which Mike doesn't have. Mike doesn't do that. Mike doesn't do the fake emotionality. He doesn't do the fake, cry and tears like Alex Padilla last week. Oh gosh, they hurt me so much. No, Mike Lindell speaks from the heart because Mike Lindell is authentic. Because people come to the war room because you want that raw authenticity. You can't get it from these guys. You can't get it from these phony career politicians. You're not going to get it from the talking heads at Fox. You get it from people who get beat up a couple of 3 times because we tell the truth.
Here's what I want to thank. Parker Sig and Rob Sig at Real America's Voice. This is one of the reasons we love being associated with this channel. Right there. You don't see that on Fox. We allowed Lindsey Graham, when he went to the floor of the Senate, we heard about it. Right? He put out a big tweet. We let Lindsey Graham have, I think, it looked like 30 or 40 minutes, although I know it felt longer. 30, 40 minutes uninterrupted. We blew the commercial breaks. We set economics aside and said, hey, let Lindsey and this is what we try to do, is just get the camera, let him have the camera and the microphone, and we step out of it. No commentary, let it roll. You heard the pitch. At home, what are you thinking about? I'd love to get in the chats. What is your response? You heard it. He's making that address to the American people. And MAGA right there, you heard it. We didn't interrupt one time. We let him have his entire pitch. Okay? Something you don't see on Fox. They get these little snippets. You heard the pitch. Is he upselling you? Because there's no restriction at all from the MAGA folks on Israel. We're supporters of Israel. Israel sees that they're not going to live by that they have that they've come up with a new goal or objective in this fight, which has not been announced before. Now finally somebody's coming out. We do appreciate that. Don't hide the football. Come out. Now it's regime change, and that's fine. I think we said that on Friday the first morning. We said this was a decapitation strike, did we not, Posobiec? Because it looked like there was more than the nuclear plan. But hey, President Trump went in, and President Trump's words, he obliterated, Midnight Hammer obliterated the nuclear program, okay? He delivered what he said, and a lot of his supporters saying, hey, we shouldn't even do that, but President Trump delivered with the valor and courage and boldness of our military. That's it. If you want an upsell, the people in Israel want to do it, come off the chain. They got a fantastic military. They've beaten Hezbollah. They're beating the Muslim Brotherhood, Hamas in Gaza. They've won in southern Syria, right? This is back to the 1967 and 1973 IDF and Israeli Air Force. They're brave. They're courageous. They know what they want to do. If Bibi's changed his thing, go for it. Finish what you started. Okay, there's no need here, zero need for the United States of America to get sucked into regime change in a country that's, I don't know, 5,000 years old. In 1971, they had the biggest party in the world. This guy's dad, the Shah of Iran at the time, put on a party for the 2500th birthday of Persia. Remember that, Jack? It was on the cover of Life magazine. It was the biggest celebration, military, 2,500 years of Persia. These folks have been around a long time. Israel wants to do it, and Lindsey Graham made a good case for Israel to do it. They should get on with it. Jack Posobiec, your thoughts?
Well, and Steve, you look, you got Mark Levin up there because he can't close the upsell. And I'm reading this tweet of his again because President Trump has said Iran should now proceed to peace and harmony in the region, and I will enthusiastically encourage Israel to do the same. And Mark Levin then responds. And the only way I can read this is that Mark Levin is now openly attacking the President of the United States, duly elected, by saying that would be a disastrous outcome by providing an off-ramp without unconditional surrender. Will the regime be given a lifeline and survive to terrorize and murder, build more ballistic missiles, and develop nukes and intercontinental ballistic missiles in the future? By the way, Mark, you just admitted that Iran didn't have ICBMs, which means they couldn't hit the United States.
Amen.
So he's saying that President Trump calling for peace is a disastrous outcome. So now, because he can't close the sale, and President Trump has rightly said, no, denuclearization is the only thing I'm for, now Levin has turned fire on Donald Trump himself.
As we knew he would, all those guys, they see President Trump as nothing more than an instrument. They're not part of the MAGA movement. They've never been part of the MAGA movement. They abandoned Trump in 2021.
He told me last week he's real MAGA.
He's super MAGA. He's not just MAGA. He's Team Trump. He's Team Trump. I guess he's getting off the team because President Trump is not going along with their insane regime change plan for America. For Israel, it sounds great. Go for it. Go for it. And best of luck. Best of luck. I actually think Israel could do that. I think the IDF is that good. I think they're that courageous. I think the Israeli Air Force is that good. Get on with it. You have air supremacy, right? If you put some commandos in there, you've already killed them. Mossad's already brilliantly assassinated a ton of people. They try to have Bastille Day today because they bombed the prison. They bombed the Revolutionary Guard's headquarters, hit them with missiles. Go for it. We're already supplying. We're already in as a combatant supplying the defense. President Trump's not going to pull that back. I think it's highly unlikely he pulls the Arleigh Burke-class ships out of the Eastern Mediterranean. He doesn't pull back the air assets. They don't stop giving them Arrow missiles. So the United States is going to do as much as they can defensively, although it does make us a combatant. But, Bibi, if you guys want to go for regime change, you don't need Lindsey Graham upselling the American people on the floor of the Senate. Go for it. Finish what you started. In fact, maybe you take your number 2 pencil out and write it down. Finish what you started. Okay? And if it's an existential threat, then go for it. Your country deserves to do it. It's in the vital national security interests of Israel. It should be done by Israel. Short break. Post on the other side.
The military has to be used if it's used by a smart commander-in-chief, if it's used wisely, if it's used for a specific purpose, it gives us peace. So I want the so-called, I don't know what to call them, people running around, warmonger, the sloganeers. This should be an education for you, too. This should be an education for you, too. America, don't you feel relief? Of course you feel relief. Because these Islamo-Nazis were building nuclear weapons to attack us, too, with intercontinental ballistic missiles. Guess what? You can go to bed peacefully tonight. No, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Not because of Obama, not because of Biden, not because of the Democrats, not because of some Republicans, because of Donald Trump.
Not because of Bush or any of the guys you pushed for the Iraq war. That's the hysterical insanity you get. Mark Levin is going to be teaching a lot of people. Yeah, we're sitting there. We got our number 2 principles that we're ready to write it down. Jack Posobiec, Mark Levin for going to bed, sleep, and President Trump being so great. He ain't so great. President Trump's not so great right now, right? Because Mark Levin, please read his tweet at President Trump about President Trump, a man of peace who deserves 10 Nobel Prizes, right? 10 Nobel Prizes. Read what he's saying about President Trump right now.
Well, I mean, Steve, you know, this is what we call in the biz. We call this a subtweet because President Trump earlier today said he enthusiastically encourages Israel and Iran to proceed to peace and harmony in the region. Immediately after that, Mark Levin tweets, the Iranian Nazi regime, same rhetoric as Lindsey Graham, is desperately trying to hold on to power with no effective options. Will the regime be provided an off-ramp without surrendering unconditionally? In other words, will the regime be given a lifeline and survive to terrorize and murder, build more ballistic missiles, and develop nukes to intercontinental ballistics in the future? That would be a disastrous outcome after all of that. So right there, you see him countermanding the president. This is an obvious subtweet. This is obviously directed at President Trump, saying that he is backing down, that he's allowing this lifeline, that he's allowing an off ramp, and basically putting him in the same bucket. What did he call him? The isolationists. Now he's putting President Trump in that bucket as well.
Yeah. President Trump's not saying he's not offering any lifeline. Not saying that. Israel should finish what they started. Write that down, Mark. Next time you have your chat with Bibi, tell him that. Finish what you started. War Room says, hey, Bibi, we love you. We got your back. Finish what you started. Jack, where do people go?
Steve, your content's
Exactly. No, that's what it said the other day on regime change. I was sub whatever. I'd put it up on Getter for the president, for the commander in chief. Said, hey, check with Bibi. That's Bibi in the IDF's issue. By the way, they should do it. They're running the tables anyway. President Trump committed to stop the nuclear weapons program. President Trump has now said, I think 20 times over the last couple hours, he obliterated it. Okay, obliterated it. End of discussion. Time to move on. Israel, have at it. Jack, where do people go for your content?
Well, Steve will be up here as well at Jack Posobiec X on Getter, on Truth, on Telegram. Of course, we're going to be up there. We had a huge breaking news show today. Tomorrow, we're going to get into the aftermath. And we're also looking to see, as Washington scrambles, of course, 4th of July is coming very soon. And President Trump had set that as the date for the big, beautiful bill to be passed. So we're going to be going through and trying to get a count together on this as well.
Yeah, the next hour we're going to pivot and start doing a huge Supreme Court ruling on, guess what? Wait for it, deportations. Remember that on the main battlefront here in the United States. Jack Posobiec, you're an officer and a gentleman, sir. Thank you so much for taking another hour away from your time to join us today.
God bless. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Warren Posse.
I want to thank the folks at Birch Gold. I think now, turbulence is not going to stop. I think now more than ever, birchgold.com/Bannon, the end of the dollar empire. Learn about the BRICS nations, learn about what they're trying to do to the dollar as a reserve currency, what their plans are, the Rio reset that's going to happen 6th July. Of course, Philip Patrick and the team will be down there covering it for us, but get to know Philip Patrick and the team and have them talk to you about investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. You can take your phone out right now. Text Bannon, BANNON, at 989898 to get the ultimate guide. All of this stuff is free. All this material is free. And in fact, the 7 free installments that we've been working on and putting out for the last 4 years is now being used at certain colleges to augment finance classes. How's that? And you get it for free. Mike Lindell, we're going to get. Here's a lot of movement over the Justice Department. Other people looking at this thing, the Chinese Communist Party trying to steal the elections, not through machines. Maybe that comes later, but at least mail-in ballots. So you got something rolling there, Mike. How are we doing on that? And can you sell me a pillow or a set of sheets late in the afternoon?
Yeah, absolutely, everybody. Remember, over 100 countries have banned mail-in ballots and early voting. 132 countries have banned the voting machines. So win, 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 win. It's all going to be coming out here the next couple months. Things are looking good, but things are looking really good for the War Room Posse. You have about 6 hours left. Shipping. This is a War Room promo code exclusive. You go to the website, there you see the 50% off on the crosses. The whole new line of sheets came in for the summer as low as $24.98. But here's what I want you to do over the next few hours. Get your beds, 100% made in the USA. They're 50% off with that free shipping. So are our mattress toppers. We all need great REM and Delta sleep during these times. You guys need the Made in America bed, the best beds ever made, or the mattress topper. You got an old bed, get the mattress topper. Remember, these are 10-year warranties, made in the USA. All my employees that we're giving the big War Room promo code, free shipping on your entire order. So just all your shopping tonight, call 800-873-1062. These are shopping tonight. Call 800-873-1062. These are moms and dads working across the country. You're going to get one directly. They love hearing from the War Room Posse, but you guys, just a few hours left. Free shipping your entire order. Order that bed and stuff, anything over $100. We're matching it with $100 of free digital gifts, and I've added to that. You guys are going to love it. Promo code WAR.
Thank you, brother. The best, most powerful promo code in the business. Richard Barris, one of the smartest pollsters out there and someone with his hand right on the pulse of MAGA, is going to join us. I promise you in the second hour, we're going to limit this war coverage. Now that we're getting an off-ramp, we're going to limit this war coverage to an hour. We got too much stuff to do. Too many important, massive decision today in the Supreme Court. Julie Kelly's got more than that. Richard Barris here is going to tell us, take the temperature of MAGA, exactly where we are. Remember, get that ultimate guide from Birch Gold. Text Bannon, BANNON, 989898. The ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump, not the era of Trump, the age of Trump. Short break. Back in the war room for the second hour in just a moment.
Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth, and we're doing it on Getter
every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
Good evening, America. Welcome to the Monday edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, John Solomon, reporting as always from the nation's capital and the WiredToFishCoffee.com studios. You know this, Wired to Fish Coffee is the official coffee of Just the News. It's my favorite coffee, I got to admit it. And you can go right now to Wired2Fishcoffee.com and get a fantastic 10% discount on all of the great blends, as well as the Just the News mug. There's a book there for me. Go check it out. And if you use the promo code JustNews at checkout, you'll get 10% off, which is a really good deal. All right. It was an extraordinary weekend, a history-changing weekend. President Trump, of course, authorizing the strikes on Iran's nuclear program. Today, Iran responded. Fortunately, no one injured among American troops in Doha, Qatar, who were targeted. History moving fast. Just as we were coming on here, another major ruling. The United States Supreme Court has ruled that President Trump does, in fact, have the legal authority to deport dangerous criminal aliens to the countries of his choosing, even if it's not their country of origin, even if they're not a citizen of that country. That was a major win. Liberals quite upset about the ruling, but it strengthens the president's hand to keep that process going. I want to bring in my amazing co-host, Amanda Head, today. Amanda, history is happening so quickly. I mean, every 2 hours, there's something really remarkable going on. You look at how Iran responded today. They gave us a heads up. They shot a few rockets. We shot them down with the help of Qatar. The question now for people is, was that a head fake, and do they have something else planned going on? Or was that the sign that they want to make a deal? I don't think we'll know for a few days.
Yeah. I mean, John, I agree with you. It's been a very slow news cycle over the weekend.
Nothing going on. You and I were talking at midnight on Saturday night. Yeah.
Trying to coordinate on stories. Yeah. Look, the best case scenario is that this is the end of it, and what has transpired throughout this process, which is hopefully basically the exoneration of Iran's nuclear capabilities, and then what we can only hope is a retaliation, and then that's the end of it. That is the best case scenario. The worst case scenario is that Iran proves to be who I think they are, which is irrational and ready to continue this battle no matter what. And it's unfortunate, but Israel is probably going to bear the brunt of it.
My sources are telling me that even as this attack was sort of, I call it a staged attack, because it really, if you alert the enemy you're about to shoot them, it's a staged attack, that there was a boat of Iranian and Russian citizens that were intercepted somewhere in the waters off the United States, and people are looking at that. Was that some plot coming in this way?
Well, we don't need more of them here. We already had, 700 that were released into the interior of the country under the Biden administration.
Exactly,
so.
and God knows how many came across that we don't even know about. Right. But I was talking to Congressman McCormick today, Rich McCormick from Georgia, former Marine, helicopter pod, combat decorated veteran.
Doctor.
He said, he's a doctor, emergency room doctor, great overachiever, now a member of Congress. He said to me today, he is more concerned about security today than any other time in his life, that this is a moment of extraordinary high vigilance for everybody. He hopes that vigilance won't be needed, but he encouraged everybody, be on guard, just be on top of things, just in case a lone wolf or Iran has something better planned. I think that's smart advice from a man who, saw combat on the front lines and still wants all of us to be safe. But
you and I are here in D.C., but our spouses are in other major cities across this country. I think that major cities should just be vigilant. Maybe not necessarily having to be on high alert, but it's something to think about.
Homeland moved the alert up. Several cities, New York, Washington, L.A., increasing their preparedness for that. And hopefully we won't need to employ any of that, but I think everyone just needs to be alert for the next several weeks as we go through this process. Now, you've got some other important headlines today, including Kelmar Abrego Garcia.
Yes, in fact,
Amanda won't go away. Literally won't go away.
Indeed. Yeah. I thought you said Amanda won't go away.
Oh, no,
that's true as well.
Yeah, sorry.
That's true too. Well, fresh off the heels of that Supreme Court decision that basically said, President Trump, yes, you can deport illegal immigrants to third-party nations. So now we have more on the Kelmar Abrego Garcia, the man who was domiciled in Maryland, the man who the left referred to as a Maryland man, but he was an El Salvador man. They kicked him out there. Now he's back. And in case you missed it over the weekend with all of the news that we had just talked about, a federal magistrate judge in Tennessee ordered that Abrego Garcia be released from prison pending his trial. Now, the argument from Abrego Garcia's legal team was that the government couldn't prove that he was a flight risk, and it seems that magistrate judge agreed. However, the Trump administration has moved to block his order release. They argued that Abrego Garcia is a danger to the community, and get this, that he could be deported again before he stands trial because of an active ICE detainer. So it's crazy back and forth between the administration and the courts, but we will know more after a Wednesday hearing about Abrego Garcia's release conditions. So make sure, just like all the time, head over to adjustthenews.com for breaking news headlines. In fact, I have to give you a congratulations, because on Saturday, when President Trump's Truth Social post broke, Just the News was the very first organization in the world to report it.
Yeah, we got it out really quickly. We're very lucky. So extraordinary times. And I have a funny feeling the velocity of news and developments aren't going to change. It's going to keep going. We're very lucky to be joined by a member of Congress at the top of the show today who's on the front lines of so many of these issues, including just fighting for common sense in Washington, something we need badly. He represents the great state of Tennessee. He's a great friend of the show, Congressman Andy Ogles. Congressman, good to have you on the show, sir.
As always, thanks for having me, and thank you for what you do. As stated, you guys are always on the cutting edge and a leading source of conservatism, so we thank you for being that voice of reason.
Thank you. That means a lot, sir. I want to start with Abrego Garcia, and then we'll work our way back to Iran. We could pick anything today, but the Supreme Court seems to be telegraphing that the president has the power to do what the Constitution empowered him to do, overruling these judges. I suspect Abrego Garcia's plight changed today with the Supreme Court saying the president had the right to deport him.
Yeah, absolutely. So you have that magistrate judge in Tennessee who said he wasn't a flight risk. Now, keep in mind, this is someone from El Salvador who's alleged to have trafficked people regularly through Nashville, who's living in Maryland. Like, the guy's got contacts all over the place. I think he fits the definition of flight risk. Yes. Meanwhile, this judge disagrees. So I would expect the administration, if they don't deport him because of the ICE detainer, that they will appeal. And again, I would expect that the judge would uphold or I guess overturn the lower judge's ruling, and that he could in fact be detained. But this is one of those cases that really just boggles the mind. He was framed as this Maryland dad of 3, but it turns out he was a wife beater. They found out that he's most likely trafficking people over the course of a decade. And that's the poster child of who the left is going to lift up and defend when you look at these Supreme Court ruling that just occurred today that says the president can, in fact, deport individuals to El Salvador, to CCOT prison. I've been there. I've toured the facility. The facility is doing a great job of keeping these folks detained and, quite frankly, out of our communities. And again, kudos to the president. And quite frankly, when you look at President Trump, it's a master class in foreign policy, whether it's the tariff policy where it's deporting illegals to El Salvador, or, of course, the missile attack on Iran's nuclear capabilities. He's showing the world that America is back, baby. The golden age of America is here, and it's thanks to President Donald Trump.
Yeah, well, and a great segue to go from immigration to Iran, Congressman, something that you have highlighted frequently. We've got over 1,500 Iranian nationals who were apprehended at the border, and I believe 729 of them were released into this country. How concerned are you about a sleeper cell scenario, a homegrown terror, well, not homegrown, home living, I suppose, terrorism, something happening here in the country?
So I'm on the Homeland Security Committee. I'm also chairman of the Counterterrorism Caucus, and I'm very concerned. Even if you see a de-escalation, so obviously we bombed Iran's nuclear capabilities. They warned us ahead of time as they fired missiles into Qatar, or Qatar as it's known in Arabic, to let us know. So that allowed Iran, the regime, to save face back home. Meanwhile, sending a message to us is that, look, hey, we don't want any more. We've had enough. But that being said, you have these cells, sleeper cells, in the United States. You could have an Iranian lone wolf type of attack. And so I would encourage everyone to be vigilant. We're going to do our job to continue investigations into those individuals. And I've requested members of the Homeland Security as well, classified briefing, to get a true picture of what's going on behind the scenes, as we know that we have sleeper cells in this country because of Joe Biden, because of his woke open border, and he really put American people's lives at risk because of his policies, and quite frankly, failed policies.
Yeah, that's remarkable. Sir, there is so much going on, and I know the Big Beautiful Bill is another part of this because it's going to provide the resources to strengthen our border to make sure no one else tries to penetrate it in future years and months ahead. Today you had lunch with Speaker Mike Johnson. Tell us what you learned.
Yeah, so I mean, so Senator Thune has indicated that he's going to keep the Senate here until they pass the bill, kick it back to us. And so what I would say is you're going to hear criticisms that the bill isn't perfect, it doesn't go far enough. Now, keep in mind, I'm one of the most conservative members of Congress, if not on most metrics, the most conservative member of Congress. And what I can tell you is, no, it's not perfect, but we've got to pass this. We've got to signal to the markets that, hey, we're serious about making the Trump tax cuts permanent. We're serious about securing the border. We're serious about making sure that the policies that we've promised the American people that we are in fact going to deliver on. And when you look at this fiscal mess that Joe Biden and Obama left the American people and President Trump to deal with, we didn't get here overnight. It was all about incrementalism. And this is a first step. We're going to have two more bites at the reconciliation apple. You're going to see multiple rescission packages, one after another, coming down the pike. We have a lot more work to do. I'm all for one staying here nights, weekends, forget the breaks until we get it all done. But that being said, it's imperative that we get this done. It's imperative, quite frankly, that we hit the 4th of July deadline. But stay tuned. As you said, every hour seems to be a historic hour here in D.C. of late, and there's just much more, whether it's on Iran, the southern border and the Supreme Court, or, of course, the BBB, the big, beautiful bill.
All right. Sir, Leader Thune has, as you said, indicated that the Senate's got to stay until it gets done. So that obviously means that you guys will have to stay, because there will undoubtedly be changes that you have to address.
Yeah, I think our schedules are going to change, but that's okay. That's the promise we made to the American people. I'll stay here this weekend. I'll stay here through the 4th of July holiday, if that means that we deliver on the promises that we made to the American people. That's what they expect. That's what we should do. We should pass the big, beautiful bill.
And I did see this morning, I think the parliamentarian said there were 6 sections that were going to be rejected in the Senate. So as you guys are hearing information from the Senate about what is going to be changed or omitted, are you preempting that for the version that gets bounced back to you so that you can get out by 4th of July?
Well, I think one of the things you have to do is look at where they took away, where the Senate might add back to try to make it better, to try to find balance. Again, it's not going to be perfect when you have slim majorities in both the House and the Senate. It's going to be somewhat cobbled together. But look, we're making the Trump tax cuts permanent. That's a huge issue when it comes to the stock markets and the bond markets. If you're a small business owner, you want to expand, or you're a foreign company, you want to invest in the United States of America, you want to see those tax cuts permanent. When it comes to security, we see Iran. We know we have sleeper cells. We've got to continue to build that border wall. We now have additional pay for our ICE and Homeland Security agents, and then no tax on tips, those sorts of things. Those are all promises we've made, and they're promises we're going to keep because of President Trump's leadership. We've got to get this done. We've got to push and get it across the finish line. It's not going to be perfect, but it's going to be big and mostly beautiful, the big, beautiful bill.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Sir, with the Homeland Security Committee, obviously you do a lot of important work, and there's a lot to unravel from the Biden years. Yeah. We don't know the people who got in, the gotaways. That always seems to be the largest category of people that we really are blind on and most worried about. Mm-hmm. Has there been any briefings over the last few days, or any information about what we know about those gotaways, whether we got a better handle on them, or is that sort of a big, dark area where we have to be concerned over the next few weeks?
Well, I think it's an area of concern for sure. And again, as someone on Homeland Security and also on financial services, I'm on the National Security Subcommittee for Financial Services. So I'll operate a lot in that space when it comes to Homeland and national security. And what I can tell you is I have concerns. We have sleeper cells. We know we have an Iranian hit squad here in the United States. We know we have people in this country, not only Iranian, but from other parts of the world that want to do us harm. Those individuals were allowed to come in because of Joe Biden, and we're seeking to find them and deport them, obviously. But that being said, everyone should be vigilant. And again, look, we have to continue to live our lives. And that's the great thing about the American spirit, is that perseverance. That being said, this is a serious time in America, and why it's so important for the President Trump, to lead through strength, to signal to the world, whether it's China, Iran, or Russia, or North Korea, or any other bad actor out there, that America is back. We're not going to be pushed around. We're not going to be bullied. And if you come to our country and you wish us harm, we're going to find you. We're going to hunt you down. We're going to either put you in jail or we're going to deport you. That's the message we're going to send to the rest of the world. And that's why this is truly the greatest day to be in America, and when you look to the future in this golden age that is upon us.
It's amazing how quickly the world changed when we had a president who said what he means and meant what he said.
That's right.
And the world is conforming to that already. It's pretty remarkable. Congressman, always a great honor to have you on the show. We always learn so much. We always enjoy the work you're doing here in Washington. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, good to have you on. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, more on the Iranian attack on the U.S. airbase in Qatar earlier today. Reports say Iran made sure it was done in a way that wouldn't pull the U.S. into deeper conflict. We'll get to the bottom of it next, right after these messages. Hey, folks, you might be wondering, when's the right time to start adding collagen to my diet? How about today? Collagen production starts to dwindle in your 20s, and by the time you hit your 50s like me, it's decreased, and it contributes to wrinkles, sagging skin, and joint discomfort. Now, Native Path Collagen can help. It's packed with only type 1 and 3 collagen fibers, the ones your body needs most for healthy joints, for healthy skin, bones, hair, nails, and also, believe it or not, your gut. Plus, it's third-party tested for purity and with no fillers, no additives, and no artificial junk. That's important to me. 2 scoops a day of Native Path delivers 18 grams of protein. Mix it into your coffee, your tea, your soup, or any drink. It's completely flavorless and easy to use. Right now, you can get a special bundle deal at the fraction of the retail price. Plus, you're going to get free shipping. Available at getnativepath.com/justnews. That's getnativepath.com/justnews. With over 4 million jars sold, thousands of 5-star reviews, and a 365-day money-back guarantee, this is your moment to take control of aging before symptoms get worse. So go to getnativepath.com/justnews right now. Supplies are limited and demand is surging. That's getnativepath.com/justnews.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Breaking news, as you saw from that stinger, President Trump just posted to his X profile, congratulations to everyone. It has been fully agreed by and between Israel and Iran that there will be a complete and total ceasefire in approximately 6 hours from now, when Israel and Iran have wound down and completed their in-progress final missions for 12 hours, at which point the war will be considered ended. Officially, Iran will start the ceasefire, and upon the 12th hour, Israel will start the ceasefire, and upon the 24th hour from now, an official end to the 12-day war will be saluted by the world. So absolutely incredible coming off of the events from this weekend. So we have the perfect guest to talk about this. She is the Vice President of the Lexington Institute National Security Analyst, Rebecca Grant. Rebecca, great to have you here with us, especially tonight.
Oh, great to be here.
All right. Since Iran is so trustworthy, should we take this with a grain of salt? Because it sounds wonderful. It sounds like the ideal scenario, but do we trust it?
Well, let's hope so. I'm impressed with the detail, and we'll be watching Iran very, very closely. So we'll see that their military is in more of that relaxed and stood down posture. I want to make sure that we're seeing no missiles being fired. Space Force will continue to be all over that, watching for any missile flares. But let's assume this is true. I've got to say thank you, 509th Bomb Wing with the B-2s. Amazing how quickly U.S. air power can bring peace and can make that conflict simmer down.
Yeah, those bombs are so powerful. They had to psychologically rattle Iran as much as they rattled the ground at Fordo. When you look at the last 72 hours, there's a lot of Iran rhetoric, which says one thing, but then you look at the actions behind the scenes. Iran hasn't launched anything too seriously in the last couple of days, and they kind of gave us a heads up with Qatar this day saying, hey, we're staged attack, your missiles coming in, shoot them down, just so you know. Was that maybe a precursor to Iran's had enough of getting pounded?
It could be. I'm still going to say it was a huge mistake. 6 missiles, all intercepted by THAAD and Patriot. Excellent job. But, what's really different here is it was one thing with Iran attacking several years ago into our bases in Iraq. That had happened a lot, but to attack Qatar, an Arab brother state, believe me, the UAE, Oman, all the other states who were already very frustrated with Iran behind the scenes, no one is going to forget that Iran actually did this attack against that big U.S. airbase. No one in that region is going to forget it. So it was a big mistake. If it made the Ayatollah feel better, he's going to really pay a price for it.
Yeah,
Rebecca, I want to get back to the psychology of it, because I can only imagine that for Iran, having such a perfectly executed mission with perfect results as far as the United States is concerned, having that happen without any notice. They had absolutely no idea that this was happening, getting faked out by aircraft going to Guam. I would imagine that psychologically, if they didn't know what was happening and they said, whatever happens, we're going to retaliate on the other side with something 100 times stronger, this had to have changed that.
Yes, and Iran has always been freaked out by the use of our stealth aircraft. Even before this conflict, you would have F-35s, F-22s operating in the region, B-2s going by. And the Iranians, once they realized they were there, which was after the fact, it really, really rattled them. So Iran knows now that they have no defense. The lid is off. Israel pried all that open. The B-2s are able to get in there regardless. And that means basically they can strike any target in Iran should they need to do so. Imagine that. At that point, Iran had lost. Iran had lost, and they've lost so much of their military infrastructure, leadership. There's no question this war is ending. This war was won by Israel with a great assist from U.S. air power, land and sea based.
Yeah. You study these things closely. Were you surprised at how quickly the vaunted air defenses of Iran were just completely taken out? They can't respond to anything. They have no air defenses. And it was less than 8 days of work when that happened. Did we overestimate, or was Israel just that good?
The airmen always said they figured they could get in there. Israel did a very good job. They had done some attacks back in October, and that allowed them to take out part of Iran's air defenses and then to gain a lot more intel on how Iran would operate. They even had air defenses around the Fordow site. Now all of that is gone, and it was a very quick campaign. Make no mistake, this would be a lot harder in a China scenario, for example, in a denser threat. But it's really good news. It shows that our 4th, 5th, 6th gen air power really works, and that the Israelis and we obviously know how to take apart the air defenses. And this is the cornerstone of our deterrence and containment policy. So the success against Iran's air defenses has really strengthened U.S. global military policy and stability around the world, and it should scare China and Russia quite a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rebecca, I want to turn our view inward, because there are over 700 Iranian nationals released into the interior of this country. What do we do about them? I'm sure that we don't know where many of them are, but some of them we probably do. Should they be prioritized for deportation? How do we handle that?
Oh, I'd certainly prioritize them. I think what's so tricky about the Iranian cells is sort of the diversity of the things they try to get up to. Remember their attempts to assassinate Ambassador Bolton, many other leaders, President Trump himself. Not too many years ago, an Iranian cell cyberspace hackers got into the controls of a dam in New York State, attempting to overflow the dam. So they have a lot of tricky methods, and the sleeper cell concept is so scary because they can lurk and they can wait. Having said that, this declaration of peace, if it holds, is going to be significant, and those sleeper cells have got to have seen that there's not much reward left for them back in Iran after all that's gone on. So I think our FBI and Homeland Security are going to be all over this. And certainly we need to be vigilant. And I do think that all along Iran's number one response was using their missiles against U.S. bases and against Israel. And boy, they got nothing for that.
Yeah, that's remarkable. That's right. It's a great point. There's always been the question, was the nuclear material still at Fordo? Were they not? Today, Senator Mullen announcing that he was briefed and that it does not appear Iran did move the nuclear materials. If they took those 6 or 12 bunker busters, Iran's pretty set back on its nuclear program, isn't it?
Well, one thing is for sure, Iran cannot enrich at this point. That was the key job of the Fordow site, where the 80% enriched material was. And now, wherever that material ended up, if it's entombed in Fordow, that's great. If they took it off in a truck, I guarantee you we watched by satellite where it went. But what this means is Iran, they can't enrich it. So they now, the program is broken. That nuclear chain of catastrophe has been broken. They can't enrich and make a bomb at this point. And this is fantastic news. I tell you, that B-2 strike just in time, Midnight Hammer really pulled us back from the edge.
Yeah, sure did.
Rebecca, the last few days, I think a lot of us were hoping that we would see the Iranian people form some semblance of an uprising, even if it was just the beginning stages of it. But from what I can tell, there hasn't really been that. Could that possibly still be to come?
Oh, I hope so. And I think everyone in the region hopes to see the end to this theological regime. But the White House really, they'd like to see him gone too, but our actual policy has been very clear that this was focused on the nuclear target set and attacks to make sure that Iran could never have a bomb. And that was the number one focus.
Yeah. Really important.
Rebecca Grant, I couldn't think of a more perfect person to have tonight to discuss all of this. Vice President at the Lexington Institute, and as you can tell, a national security analyst. Thanks so much for being here, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, everybody, we're going to take a very quick break, but on the other side, we're going to have someone else who's great to talk on this, Colonel Rob Maness.
Hey, folks, if you've been following the facts, not the spin, you know we're living through a pivotal moment in American history. In just the first 5 months of President Trump's return, we've seen measurable progress. Border security is tightening, deportations are up, woke and DEI policies are being dismantled, and our military is being restored to strength as a fighting machine. These are real actions, not talking points, but here's what the facts can also tell us. One man can't fix everything. Congress needs to get in line with American people, and that's where you come in. Join AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, at amac.us/justnews for as little as $12 a year. You'll get their award-winning magazine, valuable discounts, and access to free resources. But more importantly, you'll be part of a movement committed to protecting the values that made this country great: faith, family, and of course, freedom. Don't just read the headlines, help shape them. Join me and become an AMAC member today by going to amac.us/justnews and stand with millions of informed Americans right now. Welcome back, America. Ronald Reagan always used to say, peace is best achieved through strength, and you always trust, but you verify. President Trump is right in that pocket right now. An extraordinary announcement just a few moments ago that Amanda broke at the top of the last segment. A total ceasefire between Israel and Iran, a chance to end the war after 12 days and after Iran's nuclear program has been substantially disabled. We're very lucky to be joined by our next guest. He was on air with me Saturday night when all this news was breaking. He's the host of The Rob Maness Show, the founder and chairman of Gator Pack, and one of America's great military experts, Colonel Rob Maness. Colonel, good to have you back on.
Hi, John and Amanda. Thanks for having me on.
All right. I don't think a lot of people would have thought, hey, by Monday we might have a ceasefire, but by Monday we have a ceasefire.
Yeah, I try not to get in front of this stuff, but and even tweeted that out today. Don't get giddy earlier in the day, but this news that you just talked about is just fantastic. This is what peace through strength actually looks like in practice. President Trump is masterfully reestablishing conventional deterrence in the Middle East and establishing nuclear deterrence in the Middle East for the first time. He's in that process, and you're watching it play out on the world stage. And that is what needs to happen so that America can turn its attention to China and the Indo-Pacific and reestablish our strength there so that there are no wars. The reason why World War III is not breaking out is because of this approach to foreign policy by a United States of America that's led by a man that's similar to Ronald Reagan, understood that strength and not military action in the lead is the way to achieve peace and deter your adversaries.
Yeah, great point.
Colonel, I know that you have a lot of insight from a military perspective on what it takes to pull off a mission like this. And I spoke to Victoria Coates earlier, and she was just giving me all of the logistics and facts surrounding it. 30-something hours round trip, no communications, no verbal communications whatsoever, all hand signals and light signals. Talk to us about the grueling nature of something like this and then having it pulled off so flawlessly.
Yeah, I was a backseater in the B-1 bomber, weapons systems officer, and I commanded one of the squadrons during the global war on terror. My longest mission was 36 and a half hours, where we flew about the same distance. It was a training mission, so our forces are trained for this. Many of the men and women that are in charge of the B-2 unit and that are flying there, I know many of them came from the B-1 bomber and went over to the B-2 as it was coming online. And they have led the U.S. Air Force and strategic bombing crews and that culture in establishing what it takes physically and mentally to do this flight. You mentioned the tankers. I was a tanker navigator in the early models of the tanker early in my flying career. And without tankers, this mission could not be accomplished. But we really have to give kudos to the maintenance personnel of the B-2 fleet. That fleet is 19 aircraft. To give you an idea of why that I said that is, on any given day, only somewhere between 46 and 53% of those aircraft are what are called fully mission capable. And each one of those stealth aircraft has to be specially prepared to go into combat. Those maintenance personnel and those bomber air crews pulled off a miracle by getting 7 B-2 bombers over a target, dropping their weapons, the weapons all functioning correctly, and getting off the target and out of the airspace and back home and landing with no injuries, no safety issues, no shoot downs. They weren't even detected inside the enemy airspace, and those targets are the deepest targets into enemy territory, the most heavily protected, and we have to take our hats off to the Israeli Air Force and the Defense Forces for taking down that integrated air defense system, which was a Russian-based, highly technologically capable integrated air defense system, and they weren't detected inbound or outbound from the target. That is amazing. And the people that pulled that off are amazing Americans and amazing personnel working for the Israeli Defense Forces. And we all owe them a debt of gratitude, because where we might have been on the brink of a kinetic World War III. We have been able to walk that back. And this president of the United States has a U.S. Armed Forces and these amazing men and women that have volunteered to serve in it that are so capable that they can pull a mission like that off in spite of all of the noise that's gone on, especially around the military, and has had some impact on the ability to do the mission. But thankfully, we now have the right teams in place at the top, and will eventually have the right teams in place at every single level, so that those men and women wearing the uniform, carrying their guns, and wearing those boots in the cockpit and on the ground doing maintenance and support will be able to focus totally on this kind of mission. And that's what this team just did. It is impressive.
Yeah, it is impressive, and it just shows the extraordinary might and wisdom of America. When we get it right, we get it right. So I want to talk a little bit about, if you're Russia or if you're China right now, and you just saw what we pulled off, and you just saw your friend in Iran, both of them have been enabling Iran for 2 decades, just get obliterated with no warning, no ability to shoot. Does this send them a reset message that, hey, don't think about Taiwan, maybe it's time to think about ending Ukraine? This seems to have a global repercussion beyond just Iran.
Well, I mentioned reestablishing conventional deterrence in the Middle East. That same mental model and message is going into the brains of President Putin and President Xi, but especially to President Putin and his people. The Iranians' integrated air defense systems is Russia-based. It's some of their best systems, and it's absolutely failed to be able to achieve the job. And those people, those Iranian operators, were trained by Russian forces. So it's not like they acquired the system somewhere else and didn't get the training by the experts in it. That should tell the Russian president that he better come to the table, and it's time for him to take notice, because we could go anywhere, range the globe undetected, and knock on your door with a GBU-57, 30,000-pound massive ordnance penetrator, or any other weapon that we choose. So that is the message, and that is what puts deterrence back on the map. And the same thing goes for nuclear deterrence. We've been deterring Russia for many, many decades, as you know, with our nuclear deterrent. Do not sell us short just because we may not have built new weapons. We do know how to maintain our weapons. And most importantly, the maintenance personnel and the air crews and the intelligence folks and the cyber folks and the Space Force personnel that are behind these teams make it possible in spite of the odds. That's why it's important to know that that B-2 fleet getting 7 bombers over a target like that is not only a miracle, it sends the message that you can't just rely on what your data is showing you, because when Americans get behind something and do their jobs and put their backs into it, we can pull it off even if the equipment isn't quite right.
Yeah.
Sir, before we let you go, for the future of Iran, I know what the wise thing to do for them would be, and that would be to listen to the proverbial messaging, which is to sit down and shut up and behave. I have a feeling that's probably not going to last very long. I hope it will, but what do you anticipate?
Well, some of the positive indicators that we've seen today is that they reached out to Qatar and to the United States and to Iraq, where they fired the other missiles at Al-Assad Air Base, and they gave us a warning. And they intentionally only fired the same number of weapons that we dropped on our attack, and told us in their messaging, apparently, that they did that in order to preserve the ability to negotiate. And that's where this negotiation came from. So they're acting more like a rational actor, which belies everything that I've believed about them. I've been dealing with these folks since I was a 17-year-old E-1 airman in the United States Air Force during the hostage crisis. And so all of my life, pretty much, I've been dealing with these people, and I didn't think they had the possibility of being a rational actor. And that term is important, because in nuclear weapons and nuclear strategy and nuclear deterrence strategy, especially, being a rational actor is what that capability of deterrence is built on. That's why the goal has always been for every president since Iran was taken over by the mullahs, that they cannot have a nuclear weapon. So they've acted as a rational actor, and the fact that likely there's highly enriched uranium in the wind running around because they evacuated their facilities. That's going to have to be discussed with the Iranians and the United States together, how we're going to address that. I think that we should insist that they give up that highly enriched uranium, which is weapons grade, and return back to a peaceful radioactive material production process that's only used for nuclear power. Maybe that's a position they can accept. But now that they're acting more like a rational actor, we have an opening to that, and that's very important. And I'm sure President Trump and his team have noticed that too.
Yeah, pretty remarkable. There's a guy I was driving behind, he had a handmade sign. Iran was just run over by American military might. And that just was a funny thing. It made me smile when I drove by him, but I think they learned a powerful lesson. Colonel Rob Maness, it's always an honor to have you on the show. You're such a great blessing on this network. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you, John and Amanda. Have a great night.
You as well. All right, folks, a quick commercial break. When we come back, a real treat. One of my favorites. He was the FBI agent that helped prove that Iran carried out the Khobar Towers deadly terror attack in 1990s in Saudi Arabia. Agent Bassem Youssef. Up next, right after these messages. Welcome back, America. We're going to be joined in a second by one of the FBI's great whistleblowers, one of its great counterterrorism investigators, the man who helped prove that Iran was involved in the Khobar Towers terror attack in Saudi Arabia that killed Americans 3 decades ago. He also helped prove that Bill Clinton was trying to cover up. We're going to touch on that in a second. Amanda, before we bring Bassem Youssef in, I was thinking about what Colonel Rob Maness said today and the fact that this is not only a victory over Iran so quickly, that they would be willing to make this deal today. But if you're China and Russia and you're thinking, well, maybe we're getting ahead of the United States, you got to reevaluate everything you just saw in the last 72 hours, because your Russian and Chinese-made systems did not pick up the U.S. attack, and that's got to scare the dickens out of our two biggest rivals.
Yeah, and I think that maybe they thought that President Trump was preoccupied with some of the domestic issues that he ran and campaigned and won on, immigration, economic issues. Obviously, he's been a huge champion of OB3. So maybe they anticipated that President Trump couldn't walk and chew gum at the same time, but they are quickly learning that not only can he do that, but he can do all of them well.
It's I've seen, like I said, the bumper sticker I saw this morning, or the made bumper sticker. There's just a feeling that America's back in charge of the world again, and we haven't had that feeling in the last 4 years. I mean, we couldn't tell who was even in charge of the White House, never mind the world, when Joe Biden was in the office. But that sense of peace through strength, that sense of we lead with what we mean, and we mean what we say, and we back up what we're saying. For the last 4 years, it felt like it was missing. I just compare Afghanistan and the extraordinary shame of Joe Biden's withdrawal from that with what we just accomplished in Iran, and you go, it's pretty impressive.
Well, and the shame of the inception of Afghanistan, if we're being real about it. I saw a tweet today. Someone said, this is the start of World War III, and it's over.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of people, the biggest concern was that this was going to turn out to be something very prolonged, something similar to, Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Iraqi Freedom, and nobody wanted to see that.
And that criticism was on the right as much as it was on the left,
Absolutely.
right? I mean, AOC wants to talk impeachment tonight after this. Look what just happened. Iran's been humbled and brought to the table.
I wonder what her impeachment talk is going to be now after the ceasefire.
Yeah, well, she'll just pivot to something else. We're going to take a break in a second, and we'll come back. We'll try to get Bassem at the end of the show here. We just have a few technical difficulties. Before we take that break, just real quickly, Amanda, there is much to equate in what's going on. There's a moment, and listen, behind the scenes, I think J.D. Vance in the beginning was maybe resisting a little bit what Trump was doing. Tulsi Gabbard might have been too, because of their predispositions as sort of non-interventionists. But what J.D. Vance said Thursday and Friday going into this weekend, President Trump has earned the chance. Give him some room, give him some trust. And look what's happened over 4 weeks. I think those were 4 days. Those words are going to go back in history. Just giving the president that little bit of trust, he may have just changed the course of world history, certainly Middle East history for some time. Again, trust but verify, and we're all right to be worried about Iran, but that earned trust may have just created a gambit that is going to have profound effect on the world.
Yeah, and I think for even President Trump's biggest supporters, people who are in the national security world, I spoke to Victoria Coates yesterday and today, and I think for so many people, obviously they felt like President Trump had the mindset for success, and he was maneuvering in a direction that would ultimately end up there. But I think for a lot of folks, the ceasefire happening this quickly, if it holds, I think even surpasses a lot of his supporters' expectations.
Only Donald Trump could have imagined what would have happened, and he did. I mean, this is what's so remarkable about him. All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break, try to get on some technical issues that we can bring Bassem Youssef in. You're going to enjoy that interview. He's one of the best experts the FBI has ever created on terrorism. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back after these messages. Welcome back, America. We're very lucky to finish tonight's show with one of the most impactful FBI whistleblowers of the last half century. His work after 9/11 helped us understand the problems that the Bureau had in connecting the dots. And he made the FBI a stronger, better counterterrorism agency as a result. He also is a man who solved many big terrorism cases, including getting Saudis to cooperate and help us prove that Iran was behind the 1998 Khobar Towers bombing. Joining us right now, retired FBI agent Bassem Youssef. Bassem, good to have you on the show.
Good to be with you, John and Amanda. Thank you.
All right. I know you've done a lot of thinking about Iran. You confronted them head to head. You helped solve the World Trade or the Khobar Towers case. When you look at what they just did now, how much is this a victory, and then how much should we continue to have vigilance to make sure it's not a head fake?
It's a great question, John. I will say that if we want to assess how things are going in Iran's mind today, we have to look historically. Going back to the Marine barracks in 1985, they have been a thorn in the flesh of the United States and many other countries with all the terrorist attacks that they've perpetrated worldwide. And not just them, but through proxies. I will say that they can't change a leopard won't change their skin. I do think that what President Trump did and Secretary of Defense in this operation is absolutely flawless. It will put anybody back on their heels. And I believe that it's in their best interest to actually come to the table. I'm not sure if they will or not, but I certainly hope that would be the case to start peace negotiations.
Yeah, well said.
Bassem, some of those very issues at the FBI that you highlighted and exposed to the world, as John was talking about, the inability in a lot of instances to connect the dots to prevent terrorism. I certainly hope that those problems have been eradicated completely. But if there's even just a remnant of those issues left over with 700 Iranians in the United States, is that a concern for you?
Amanda, I am concerned. We don't have the intelligence of exactly who is in and who's out. But I would have no doubt that since the door was open, the floodgates were open for 4 years, I would have very little doubt that they have secreted and infiltrated our borders. So, yes, there would be a concern. And I believe that the FBI would be, very wise in keeping our antennas up.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I want to turn to one of the greatest untold stories in American history. We've told a little bit. We even told it recently in the last few days again. President Clinton knew all along, back 3 decades ago, that Iran had been behind the Khobar Towers bombing. I think 19 Americans died in that facility. And yet he kept it a secret. You have an anecdote. I don't think I ever heard it totally until you and I talked earlier today. But you're trying to get this investigated. Tell us the story of how Bill Clinton tried to interfere in the FBI's ability to prove Iran was behind the Saudi Khobar Towers terror attack.
So just to give you a little backdrop, John, I was named the legal attaché in Riyadh in early 1997. And at that time, the relations between the Saudi Mabahith and the FBI were a bit strained because each side was blaming the other for lack of cooperation. But within a very short period of time, the Saudi Mabahith really was cooperating with us in a wonderful way. And we began to realize in a very short period of time that Iran's fingerprints are all over this terrorist attack. It was perpetrated by Hezbollah al-Hijaz. Al-Hijaz is that region in the eastern province in Saudi Arabia, and it's a small stronghold of Shiites who basically are not on good terms with the rest of Saudi Arabia because there are Shiites. What ended up happening is, I believe, within a month, we were certain that Iran was the one that supported this attack. The Mercedes-Benz truck where they had the explosives was actually was driven from Iran, and it was prepared in Iran and then brought across to the Gulf. So with that being the case, and the cooperation was at an all-time high, it was around June of 1997, the then President Bill Clinton and then Secretary of Defense William Cohen came with a letter from President Clinton to the Crown Prince, and basically saying that we are going to let the Iranians know that they have two of the perpetrators of the attack on their soil, and we're demanding that they hand them over. The problem with that is that when the Saudis gave us that information, it was singular in nature, and it was meant to be just for our consumption and not for worldwide distribution. That caused quite a bit of a ruckus between us and the Saudis, and the reason that this was done, that Bill Clinton was actually trying to completely destroy the investigation and sabotage the investigation, because if you recall, he did promise that we would, as the U.S., we would retaliate militarily against any country that sponsored this act of terror. And when we were sending the information and the intelligence to the White House Situation Room that it's Iran, all of a sudden he began to backpedal. And that was just one incident, but there are several others where there was absolute sabotage on the front end and the tail end of the investigation.
I reported on this for years. I'd never heard this story until Bassem and I talked earlier today. It's such a powerful story. Democrats appeasing Iran. It never helped us all these years later.
Right.
Yeah. Bassem Youssef. Oh, gosh, what wisdom. Thank you so much for being here, sir. What a treat to end the show with this. Thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you, John.
Absolutely. All right, everybody. John, I know we have a tendency to romanticize past administrations. We look back on the Clinton economy. The Clinton economy was so good. Nothing like an anecdote like that to bring back reality.
It was the beginning of the appeasement. We just kept making excuses for Iran, and Barack Obama and Joe Biden just continued it.
Yeah. Seems to be a pattern. All right, everybody, that's all the time we have for this evening, but we're going to be back here tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Eastern. Head over to justthenews.com for breaking headlines. See you tomorrow.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. I would lay this on you. Tonight is a historic night once again. President Trump proves himself to be not only a commander-in-chief with resolve, not only a guy who gets everything right, but in my opinion, the greatest president we have ever had. We just got a Truth Social post from him announcing a total unconditional ceasefire on behalf of Iran. It's a long Truth Social post, but I'm going to read you the whole thing, because this Truth Social post matters. All right, here it is, folks. Trump says, congratulations to everyone. It has been fully agreed by and between Israel and Iran that there will be a complete and total ceasefire in approximately 6 hours from now, when Israel and Iran have wound down and completed their in-progress final missions for 12 hours, at which point the war will be considered ended. Officially, Iran will start the ceasefire, and upon the 12th hour, Israel will start the ceasefire, and upon the 24th hour, an official end to the 12-day war will be saluted by the world. During each ceasefire, the other side will remain peaceful and respectful, and the assumption that everything works as it should, which it will. I would like to congratulate both countries, Israel and Iran, on having the stamina, courage, and intelligence to end what should be called the 12-day war. This is a war that could have gone on for years and destroyed the entire Middle East, but it didn't and never will. God bless Israel, God bless Iran, God bless the Middle East, God bless the United States of America, and God bless the world. I would add to that, folks, God bless Donald J. Trump. We told you on this program we would not see World War III. We don't see any indications of World War III. And this, folks, I believe is the nail in the coffin to World War III. But here's the real question. Can Iran be trusted? This is J.D. Vance talking about the ceasefire just moments ago.
The president, without, knock on wood, having a single American casualty, obliterated the Iranian nuclear program. We are now in a place where we weren't a week ago. A week ago, Iran was very close to having a nuclear weapon. Now, Iran is incapable of building a nuclear weapon with the equipment they have because we destroyed it. So that's a very, very big thing.
Why? Because America has the greatest military force on the face of the earth. The most highly trained, the most well-equipped, and with the most fortitude to win. Just haven't been given the chance to win in a long time. We have that chance now with Donald J. Trump as the commander-in-chief. Now, this comes after Iran launched what I think was kind of a phony attack on the United States. They telegraphed the missiles coming at a base in Qatar. None of them hit the base. This is typical for Iran. Makes them look good with their people, but they let the United States know, hey, we're going to send these your way, but don't worry, we're not going to hit you. That signaled to many that peace talks were on the way, and sure enough, here we have this unconditional ceasefire. I want to bring in now 32-year U.S. Air Force combat veteran Colonel Rob Maness back to the program. Colonel, it is great to have you back on the show.
Thanks for having me, Grant.
All right, couple thoughts. You said on this program Friday night they could need up to 14, 16 bunker busters. And guess what? They used the exact amount that you called on this program. But before we get to that, your thoughts now on this ceasefire. And I know Iran can't be trusted, but do you think this ceasefire will last?
Well, this is what peace through strength looks like, Grant. This is what I voted for when I voted for Donald J. Trump. Once again, he is masterfully using today's technology, implemented the same type of strategy that Ronald Reagan did in the 20th century and Teddy Roosevelt did in the early 20th century. Speak softly, carry a big stick, and use the stick when you need to, but not to get into endless wars that grind our people down, use up all of our resources, and make us weaker, which is why we were at the brink of World War III just 48 hours ago. And as J.D. Vance just said, a week ago, Iran was going to have a nuclear weapon it could deliver within a very short amount of time. This is what it looks like if it holds. remember Reagan also said, trust but verify. And we know that under the Muslim philosophy, they're allowed to lie if it furthers their cause. So you can't trust the Iranians, but if you can verify that what they say they are doing, this could hold. And I'm excited about it. It's exactly what the United States needs to make the 21st century the golden age that we ought to be.
I will acknowledge that this ceasefire maybe came a little bit sooner than I thought it was going to, but I'll remind all of our viewers, Stinchfield's Army out there, I was really tamping down the talk of World War III. I thought President Trump was too strong, too formidable a foe, and too well respected by the other countries we had to worry about, China and Russia. Virtually silent. You heard some spouting off by some of the others in Russia, but virtually silent on all of this. So now we're here. What does the United States have to do from a military perspective to make sure Iran knows that if you get out of line, President Trump will not be afraid to act again with full force?
Well, the president already did that. Remember, I said that this would be an air campaign. It wouldn't just be a one airstrike and be done, or one B-2 bomber and 2 bombs. We were right about the number of weapons, and we were right about an air campaign because in his announcement speech, he also said, I have more targets, I will strike them more swiftly, and I will devastate them more effectively than we even did this time if you don't come to the peace table. So that's the announcement. We are ready. Those B-2 aircraft came home. They got home safely. They're being turned and probably reloaded and prepped just in case the president of the United States needs them. All of our forces are on high alert in the Middle East and around the world right now so that we maintain this deterrence that we are entering right now and over the next 12 hours. If my bet were on anything, I would bet that the president has played this correctly. We've seen it time and time again. And the neocons that want to drag us into war, Lindsey Graham was on the floor of the Senate tonight trying to upsell to boots on the ground and regime change already, are going to fail because this is the right posture, the right strategy, and the right approach for a strong America. And now we can turn our attention to deterring China instead of risking that they will go kinetic and violent out in the Indo-Pacific.
Yeah, one of the things I think the Democrats were using this war, in many respects, maybe some of the ICE raids as well, to divert the focus from some of the real problems America has. And now I think you're right. We still keep an eye on Iran, but we've got to turn our focus back to China. I give you the last word, Colonel.
We absolutely do have to turn our focus back to China, but we also have to turn our focus internally because there are Iranian sleeper cells in this country. There are sabotage teams of Chinese communists in this country. There are Venezuelan gangsters that are the most vicious gangsters in this country. There are narco-terrorists from the cartels in this country and controlling lines of communication and logistics into this country. And we have to focus at that southern border and beyond and start doing intelligence preparation on the battlefield and go to war with those cartels and those enemies down there if it's necessary. And this president, finally, we have one that has the courage to do that, because I always believe in going after the nearest threat, and that is the nearest threat, and it's a significant one after we take down the Iranian nuclear program.
Look, every one of our enemies right now took notice of this operation, the precision, the ability, the strength of it, and how well it was carried out. Whether you're a cartel member or a rogue regime, you're taking notice that this president isn't afraid to act, and the United States is fully capable of carrying this stuff out. Rob Maness, I appreciate you coming back on the program, Colonel. As always, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, a real quick thought. Democrats are screaming and yelling that this was an unconstitutional move by President Trump. Well, I don't know where they get this from, because last I checked, the authorized use of military force provision that Congress voted on is still in effect. It's a 20-year provision that has been in effect since the days after 9/11. Now, Hakeem Jeffries and many other Democrats start spouting off like this.
The use of military force, which is offensive in nature, must be approved by the House and the Senate. That's according to the Constitution.
No, you see, you passed a law. your body of Congress and of course, the Senate passed a provision that the president has wide range to use military force. Now, it was specifically around 9/11, but you don't think Iran had anything to do with 9/11? You don't think this is about a war on terror? It most certainly is. Iran is responsible for funding groups like Hezbollah and Hamas, causing all kinds of problems across the globe, including killing American citizens. This falls right into the AUMF. And so I would offer you this up. Caroline Leavitt, the provision is Congress must be notified within 48 hours. President Trump far exceeded that requirement.
We did make bipartisan calls. Thomas Massie and the Democrats, he should be a Democrat because he's more aligned with them than with the Republican Party. We're given notice. The White House made calls to congressional leadership. They were bipartisan calls. In fact, Hakeem Jeffries couldn't be reached. We tried him before the strike, and he didn't pick up the phone, but he was briefed after, as well as Chuck Schumer was briefed prior to the strike. So this notion that CNN ran with at the White House did not give a heads up to Democrats is just completely false. In fact, both Senator Schumer's office and CNN had to retract that story last night because it was a blatant lie.
What do we expect? They're Democrats and they lie. This is what they do because they can't win on policy or the truth. So I want to turn back to this mission. I'll tell you, I've never been more proud to be an American, more proud of our United States military, to see 125 different aircraft. I think you had 14 B-2 bombers, 75 cruise missiles, all carrying this out over a 17-hour period, one way for these B-2 bombers to turn around, all being refueled in the air, and come back all the way to Missouri and carry this out successfully. Well, I want to bring in now a great friend of this program, Arizona State Senator, but she is also a 20-year U.S. Air Force veteran who specialized in strategic airlift operations, specifically flying the C-141, I believe, other aircraft as well. I want to bring in Lieutenant Colonel Wendy Rogers. Colonel, it's great to have you on the program.
Great to be with you. I'm so proud of our airmen and U.S. Navy. And you and I talked before the show about the elemental impact of strategic airlift. And really, since March, if you look back, C-17 missions have been flown into the theater to pre-position forces to enable then the mission to be carried out. And so what a lot of people may not realize is that these tanker aircraft and cargo jet aircraft have been essential to the mission, and that's the mission I used to fly.
Do you think this had been, the planning of this had been in place for a while? I mean, what goes in to launching an operation like this, Senator?
Well, as the Chief of Staff, Raising Cane, mentioned in the briefing, this had been put together weeks ago and just sort of ready to implement when the president would call upon our forces to implement it. And two things come to mind, Grant. Number one, OPSEC, Operation Security. And my good friend, Colonel Rob Maness, and I have talked about this offline as well. An incredible amount of secrecy was involved. Of course, the ruse with aircraft flying west to pull everybody off, the eye off the ball. And then the actual B-2s going east from Whiteman. That was brilliant. But also to have been able to keep it a secret with so many moving parts is really exemplary. I can't recall in my career when, even as far back as then, how perfectly executed this was. And secondly, when you have a commander-in-chief, the way we have our commander-in-chief, Donald Trump, people really rise to the occasion, and the rest of the world takes notice. I remember when I flew the C-21 Learjet in Europe for a number of years in the 90s, and we were under Clinton. We weren't taken seriously, but we were when I flew under Reagan, and then when I flew under George H.W. Bush. It really filters down. The commander-in-chief and the resolve and the calculation and the respect and the strength that he exhibits as our president filters down to the rest of us in the military, but also exudes itself out into the geopolitical landscape.
You know, I guess it serves true both ways. When Joe Biden was at the helm, I used to use the phrase, the fish rots from the head. And that was very, very true. The complete opposite is what you're saying happens here. When you have a commander-in-chief that acts like President Trump does, this idea of resolve and respect and the morale of everybody, clearly you can see in the military that it is filtered down. I, too, am surprised by the secrecy that was held. I heard every Pentagon reporter for the mainstream media that is used to getting leaks through every administration, every single one of them said they had no idea this was coming.
Absolutely. And that speaks on so many levels. It talks to how excellent Pete Hegseth is. It talks to how excellent our chiefs of staff are and the rank and file. When you know that this is go time and you need to be ready, well, that's just an indescribable responsibility that you have. As for me, as a pilot, as an officer in the military, even as a retiree, you know, our grandkids are in the other room here. Yeah. And I told them, you need to watch this because I'm going to describe to you really where we are as a country. And, you know, their dad, our son, was a Marine officer. I can't put into words the specialness of having that responsibility, of having taken the oath. It's a lifetime oath, and it's to not only defend your country abroad, but domestically too. And yes, we are at the ready for anything that might arise domestically.
Well, look, in many respects, I give a lot of credit to the men and women who led the way for something like this, from my grandfather who fought on remote islands in the South Pacific during World War II, to you, Colonel Rogers, and flying all those missions, to every veteran out there. It set the stage for what happened, and I'm sure every single one of them is proud of what we just witnessed. And I'm so grateful for your insight on all of this. Thanks for coming on tonight, Senator.
Well, thank you so much, but we need to stay frosty, as we say. And we need to be very vigilant. This is a momentary victory, but this is a long slog. And our enemies play the long game. And we need to understand that and work in accordance with that.
Well, you're backing up exactly what Colonel Manus just said, and this is why I have the both of you on the program. The rest of the show from here on out is exactly about that. So make sure everybody continues watching. State Senator Wendy Rogers, Lieutenant Colonel, it's great having you on the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Grant. God bless America.
Absolutely. Amen to that. So she says you basically got to keep your eye on the ball, right? You got to keep your head on a swivel. What about our intelligence community? What are they doing right now to ensure that, one, jihadists aren't activated here in the United States? That could be a real problem. But even more so overseas, do we have eyes in Iran? Do we have assets on the ground there? I want to bring in now former Defense Intelligence Officer and founder of Neo Private Intelligence, Adam Hardage, is with him. Adam, welcome back to the show.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me, Grant. It's always good to see you, buddy.
All right. Oh, it's great having you on. What do you think? Your assessment of our assets in Iran, do we have them there? Did they play a role in all of this? Lay it out for me.
Yeah, I would assume that the answer is yes, as always, because Iran is going to be one of the hardest target countries that we would look at as a priority as an intelligence officer. It's going to be all the usual suspects countries, you know, like Syria, Iran, North Korea. Obviously, there's concern with Russia and everything else. But I think what you saw over this past weekend was textbook Trump through and through. It was a really good example of peace through strength and then ultimately de-escalation. So, you know, an operation like this that's carried out, I mean, I would imagine that this was years in the making, literally years. From what I understand, you know, the technology was specifically developed for this target set. So, I mean, there's a lot of, like, they even built, there was rehearsals, there was a lot that went into it. So whether it's human sources on the ground or sensors, satellites, drone technology, communication intercepts, I mean, it's going to be the whole gamut for a problem set like this. And I have to say that honestly, what President Trump did was fantastic. And then the fact that Iran has basically already signaled, yeah, okay, uncle, we're going to shoot back, which is basically more theater than anything else. And they let us know about it. So I think it was frankly the most brilliantly handled military intervention since I joined the service in 1993.
I agree with you, and I think this does a lot for President Trump. I always had the faith in President Trump. Not everybody had faith in Pete Hegseth. I personally did, but not everybody did. I think this does a world of good for him and his team that we can carry out a mission like this under his leadership as Secretary of Defense. Though I'll ask you this tough question. I trust the director of the CIA now. I trust Tulsi Gabbard. I've done a lot of research and talked to her. I didn't always trust her. I seem to trust her now. But the question becomes, there's a lot of people inside the intelligence community that probably would love to see a Lindsey Graham-style boots on the ground. Can we trust now our intelligence community to give us the correct information so President Trump can still make the correct choices?
I think that's a tall order, honestly, because the deep state is far bigger of a beast than I think really anybody can comprehend. And as somebody who worked in it for a long, long time, I can tell you I probably never even truly wrapped my mind around how big and how deep those tentacles go. But I will say that at least the leadership at the top seems top notch, and I'm very supportive of everything that I've seen. I mean, across the cabinet, across the administration's actions, I think they're doing a bang up job. I mean, in fact, it's funny because I thought, man, I would never even consider going back into government service before. And now I think this has a lot of guys who got out, like scratching their head saying, hey, it's nice to see the winning team back in town and somebody that actually cares to put America first. It's just been so long, especially in this hyper politicized and socially delicate world that we live in. So it's just really, really nice to see America winning again.
I would assume you're not alone with those thoughts. And again, that gets back to what Lieutenant Colonel Rogers said about when you have a commander-in-chief like we do now, everybody wants to step up and help make America great again and safe again, for that matter. Adam Hardage, I appreciate you coming on the program as always. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. John Ratcliffe is the leader of the CIA. I've known him for years. I knew him before he ran for Congress. He was the mayor of a little town right near where I live. And he's a good man, and he's well experienced, going all the way back to his days as a U.S. attorney. I trust him. I trust Gabbard to do the job, too. I know there's been a lot of questions about her. I do trust her to do the job and give President Trump the right information. They're going to have a lot of work ahead of them about filtering out what's deep state info and what's real info. So let's pray for them as well. All right, we are days away from what has been dubbed the Rio Reset, the greatest threat to the U.S. dollar's global dominance in over 80 years. On July 6th, BRICS nations like Russia and China, India, and Iran, many more, are expected to unveil their plans to circumvent the U.S. dollar, thus tanking its value. How can you protect your IRA or 401k from the fallout from this landmark shift? Well, simply diversify with gold from Birch Gold Group. Get a free info kit on tax-sheltered gold IRAs by texting the word America to the number 989898. Arm yourself with information to diversify your retirement savings. Text America to the number 989898 and claim your free info kit from Birch Gold. All right, Iran has agreed to a ceasefire now, but where do China and Russia stand on all of this? How much do we have to worry about them? We'll talk about that next. President Trump has announced an unconditional ceasefire that will start in about 11 hours from now between Israel, Iran, the United States, all these countries. The 12-day war, as President Trump calls it, is over. But what does all of this mean with Russia and China? I believe they were very quiet, mostly, through this. Some bluster. A lot of the bluster is for the people of their respective countries, and I believe don't pay a lot of attention to it. Like this tweet from former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev. When you read this tweet, this is absolutely outrageous. He writes, a number of countries are ready to directly supply Iran with their own nuclear warheads. Now, I don't know any country that is willing to give Iran a nuclear warhead. They would have done it already if that was the case. And if any country did that, they would have to face the wrath of not just the United States, but our allies as well. This was President Trump's response to that reckless tweet by the former president of Russia. Did I hear former President Medvedev from Russia casually throwing around the N-word, nuclear, and saying that he and other countries would supply nuclear warheads to Iran? Did he really say that? Or is it just a figment of my imagination? If he did say that, and if confirmed, please let me know immediately. President Trump went on to say that that would be the worst decision possible for Russia or any other nation. So what is China's role in all of this? We've got the Straits of Hormuz now. Iran was threatening to block that. I would imagine with a ceasefire, there's no way they block the Straits of Hormuz, especially because their big daddy China would be cut off from oil, and Iran does not want to do that to China. This is Marco Rubio, by the way.
I saw the foreign minister, instead of meeting with Steve Witkoff, is headed to Moscow to meet with Putin, which was a pre-scheduled meeting, which is fine. You know, they can go meet. And, the Russians, at the end of the day, I mean, they buy drones from them. But look, this is very simple. We want to have an agreement with them, a diplomatic agreement in which they have a civil nuclear program but are not enriching and don't have weapons-grade material or weapons-grade capabilities laying around. That's that simple. That's our interest here. Understood. Who they trade with, who they deal with, those are other topics. Our objective here is very straightforward. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They're not even going to get close to a nuclear weapon.
You know what I love? The sheer fact that we had an objective. We carried it out. So many times we get involved in things. We don't even have an objective. Obama, Biden, George Bush in some respects. I want to bring in now East Asia geopolitical expert and Louder with Crowder contributor. And Stephen Crowder's a good friend of mine. On loan, I guess, from Stephen. Lane Kendall is with us. Lane, welcome to the program.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate it.
Well, it's great to have you on. I guess I'll just ask you flat out, how concerned are you about Russia, China getting involved? I know we have this ceasefire now that helps the situation, but everybody's really worried about them. They pose more of a risk to the United States than Iran does.
Right. So I think from the beginning, as someone who follows China more closely and Russia to an extent, you can see that they had no real interest in getting involved in any real capacity, especially when it comes to things like direct military support or other things along in that frame. And you can see that reflected in the statements from both of their foreign ministries. While both of the foreign ministries, both Russia and China, came out and ostensibly condemned the strikes, they never offered anything in terms of material support. And they didn't offer any sort of criticism other than we need to come back to the table and get to negotiations. And I think this really speaks to both of these countries' geopolitical strategic limitations and what they're willing to do. Because right now, both of these countries are focused on their region, China on the Asia Pacific, and obviously Russia's tied up in Ukraine and kind of their goals in Eurasia. So I was never extremely concerned about hard support from either of these countries, but the information game, I think, is something that did bring me a little bit of concern, and I think something people are overlooking.
Well, you know, you got the cyber capabilities of all three of these countries. They're pretty stout there. Do you think when they claim this ceasefire with Iran, does Iran stop its attempts to cyber attack us? I mean, I probably think every day we're subject to a cyber attack from Iran.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think these things stop. I think obviously the ceasefire is a great testament to what President Trump, his game plan that he's laid out and executed. But it doesn't mean that we're all going to be, goody two shoes living in rainbow land from now on. The Iranians will keep doing what they try to do. And we know that the Russians and Chinese are always kind of on our backs. Look at, things that China's done over the last 2 or 3 years, like Volt Typhoon, Salt Typhoon. They are the real threat here, obviously, to the United States and our long-term prosperity. So I'm less concerned about sort of Iran and Russia moving forward and much more concerned about how China is going to spin this to their benefit.
I'd like your assessment. I know you're probably more familiar with Xi than Putin, but clearly knowledgeable about both. I think when it comes to Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping of China, they both have great respect. I think in some respects, they may even somewhat fear President Trump. And I think equally President Trump has great respect for Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin. And I don't want to say he fears them, but he knows they're capable of unleashing bad things against the United States. And I think this respect for each other and maybe even some weird camaraderie. I think Trump knows that Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin are evil guys, but I think there's this mutual respect of each other that's going to keep us out of harm's way with these three countries, at least while President Trump is at the helm. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with you. And oftentimes you'll see the left-leaning media kind of get on Trump when he, quote unquote, praises Xi Jinping or Vladimir Putin. But he's not praising them in terms of being good people. He's just showing a healthy respect for the leadership that they command and the ambitions that they have. And I feel that they have reciprocal feelings towards Trump. And I think the way that Trump led and executed this mission and achieved aims that he clearly stated with ending Iran's nuclear weapons program, or at least setting it back drastically, is only going to further solidify how those countries have to look at Trump with a healthy fear moving forward. So I think this not only helps us in the immediate term with fixing things and calming things down in the Middle East, but in the long term, vis-a-vis our goals with Russia and China. So I'm completely on board with your assessment there.
Look, these countries, every other country, has to realize we flew B-2 bombers across the globe virtually, completely undetected. Everybody has to take notice to that of the capabilities of the United States military, and I think that puts our enemies on notice as well. Lane Kendall, I appreciate you coming on. Tell our friend Stephen that we said hello, and you're a good man. We appreciate you.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope I can be back, and I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Anytime. We'll get you back soon. Good work. All right, folks, if you are dealing with back taxes or missed the April 15th deadline, don't wait. The IRS is rapidly stepping up enforcement, but there's good news. Tax Network USA is here to help. Whether you're self-employed, run a business, or your books are a complete mess, their team knows how to cut through the chaos, find solutions that work. Your consultation is always free, and getting ahead of the problem now could help you avoid harsh penalties, wage garnishments, or surprise bank levies. Take the first step. Call 1-800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV. And right now, in honor of our nation's birthday, Tax Network USA is offering 10% off all services through July 4th. Go to tnusa.com/RAV to get started. So Joe Biden's open border policy has put the U.S. in danger of an internal terror threat. This is the only thing I'm really still worried about when it comes to Iran, are the jihadists on American soil. We get into that next. back, everyone. We've got some real trouble thanks to Joe Biden's open borders. I don't know how many terrorists are in this country. I do know there are some radical imams, just listening to what they say. This one preaches in Texas, not far from where I broadcast. Yasser Qaddafi, an American theologian that, well, I'm going to let you listen to what he has to say, and then you tell me which direction he's going.
Have you lost all sense and sensibility? Do you not understand that after Iran, it is every single Muslim superpower in the region? Do you really think that it is just one land? You cheering them on against Iran is you cheering them on against yourself when your own turn comes. They have publicly and blatantly said they want a greater Israel project. They want to gobble up every single Muslim land and region. Some of their maps that they say greater Israel includes Mecca and Medina. And here you are, oh naive, foolish person.
He's talking about Israel, going after every Muslim land all over the place. What is he winking and nodding, telling people? Stop the Jews, whatever way possible? Is that what he's saying? I don't know, but quite frankly, it's frightening. I want to bring in with me now, Director of Jihad Watch, our friend Robert Spencer is back. Robert, good to see you.
Grant, always good to talk to you. Thank you. All
right. My biggest concern now, even with this ceasefire announced by President Trump, is that we've got a wink and a nod. I don't believe in the term lone wolf because I always believe that they are motivated by, their big master coming out of whatever evil regime, whatever terrorist network. But you could have these types of people, these sleeper cells here in the United States, activated ceasefire or not, Robert.
Absolutely. That's absolutely right. This is a 1,400-year-old war. And this is the thing that nobody ever seems to understand or be willing to understand. The ceasefires will come and ceasefires will go. Hostilities will start and hostilities will end. But a guy like Yasser Qaddafi, who you just showed, and many, many others like him in the United States, the way they understand it is that they are fighting the jihad that Muhammad began in the 7th century, and it is an open-ended, never-ending war against unbelievers because the Quran says fight them until persecution is no more and religion is all for Allah. So Grant, if you and I are just minding our own business, but our religion is not all for Allah, then there are already Muslims in the United States who believe they have a responsibility before Allah to fight us eventually when they get the opportunity and the time is right.
All right. Robert, how concerned are you about so-called sleeper cells? And when I say a sleeper cell, I use that term under direct organization from a terror group overseas or a rogue regime overseas. I know we do, but I'm going to ask you, what is the threat of sleeper cells in the United States and how prevalent are they?
Well, the problem is nobody really knows the answer to that question. But we know that there are some here because, as far back as 2007, in 2007, I was working on a book, came out in 2008 called Stealth Jihad, and it was about actions in the United States to bring Islamic law here, ultimately to conquer and Islamize the United States. And in there, I've got FBI agents talking, revealing that Hezbollah, which is a creation of the Islamic Republic of Iran, had sleeper cells in the United States at that time, 18 years ago. And that they were communicating among themselves saying, now is not the right time for terror attacks. Right now, we're getting everything we want peacefully. We don't need to mount terror attacks. And if we do, it will bring us unwanted law enforcement attention. But bide your time. The time will come. Now, at a time when there is unprecedented hostility between the United States and the Islamic Republic of Iran, it would not in the least be surprising if these long dormant sleeper cells are activated.
Yeah, we clearly know with the open border process, we had captured people on the terror watch list. But I want to remind everybody, most terrorists and jihadists are not on the terror watch list, just like most child molesters are not on the child predator list that you get at your local neighborhood. So we got to be very careful about that. I want to play for you another clip. She calls herself an Iranian analyst, Nahid Parisha. Listen to this rhetoric after the bombings.
Iran is keeping this anger. We are agitated. We are in the moment of revolution of 1979. You gave us that moment back. We are living 1979 Islamic Revolution again, and you will see the impacts of it. You will see death to America, down with imperialism, down with Zionism. That's it.
So she's delusional following these attacks. But the reality is there's a lot of delusional jihadists out there. How concerned do we have to be about people like her and what she might motivate others to do?
Grant, it was last year they were chanting death to America in Dearborn, Michigan at a Shiite Muslim rally of Iranians. And so we're talking about a country that has sent assassins to the United States to murder a dissident, Masih Alinejad from Iran. We are talking about a country where the supreme leader has openly boasted about assassinating President Trump. And he posted a video of Trump playing golf while a drone comes down and kills him. And there is an Iranian agent who was ordered by the Islamic Republic, who was indicted in a federal court in Manhattan just a few months ago for an assassination, for efforts to assassinate President Trump. So this kind of thing, this lady is not just talking. They're already acting, and they have been for years.
Well, your analysis is chilling, and I'm left thinking everybody out there, we play our role. Certainly law enforcement, our investigators, our intelligence community, everybody plays a role, but the public plays a role too. You see something, you say something, and hopefully we all remain safe. Director of Jihad Watch, Robert Spencer, thank you as always, my friend.
Always a pleasure, Grant. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, folks, it is time. My friends over at Energize Health have their My 555 challenge going on. My555challenge.com. 5 days, you can lose 5 pounds for only $5. Don't believe me? Watch this.
We were a 555 challenge. We started with 555 challenge, both of us. He lost, I think, 14 or 15 pounds. I lost 12. I've dropped inches. My nails are the strongest they've ever been. My daughter's a phlebotomist. She used to say, oh, your veins, and they did. They stuck way out. They don't stick out now on my arms. So there's just all kinds of, I could go on and on with, from skin blemishes that disappeared to my husband. He's down about 4 notches on his belt. And thank you so much.
All right, folks, again, the website is my555challenge.com. That's my555challenge.com. Today's the last day to sign up. Challenge starts tonight. Go there right now. All right, President Trump is calling it the 12-day war. And thanks to his leadership, Iran has agreed to a ceasefire. We continue on all of this next. Well, folks, we've got a special treat for you tonight. Charlie Kirk is doing a special on the ceasefire that President Trump has now announced, and it just shows us what a fabulous president this is and how he makes the right decisions to get us where we need to be to keep us all safe. So we're going to dip into Charlie Kirk's coverage of this event. And it looks like he's got Jack Posobiec on right now. So take it away, guys.
Iran, take them all out. Wipe this out with no plan whatsoever. They don't even know the ethnic makeup of the country. They don't even know the size of the country, the population. They had no plan whatsoever for what would come next. And they just kept demanding more and more and more. And President Trump has very smartly shut them all down.
Shut them down decisively and quickly. By the way, we're on Real America's Voice. Hello to Real America's Voice. To everybody watching our 100,000 concurrence and on Real America's Voice, I encourage you guys to download the Real America's Voice app where you're able to see us live every day, Jack and myself, for a 3-hour block. If you incorporate Steve Bannon, it's nearly a 5-hour block. Blake, I want to ask you here, I'm trying to remember my question. It was a really good question, too. But Blake, we kind of go through that saga. How would you historically categorize President Trump's foreign policy? And can we now just kind of shed ourselves of the isolationist, interventionist binary? Love him or hate him, but President Trump has definitely created a third way. He has created a new path where he is not a dove, but he's willing to use short, violent force. And then a more provocative question for you, Blake. Blake, are we entering an age of the end of long wars? You might say, no, Charlie, look at Israel and Gaza, that's long, or Russia, Ukraine. But as long from an American standpoint, will America fight another long war under President Trump? I'm just asking, I'm thinking out loud here, because it seems like the appetite for long wars is not strong here in the United States. Your thoughts, Blake?
Well, I don't want us to jump to too many conclusions on it. First of all, President Trump's term is not over. You never want to just declare anything official or done or complete as long as, there's still history yet to be written. And there still is history yet to be written for the Trump presidency. But I do think we can say that what Trump has been doing is a huge historical break from especially the norm that has existed in the post-Cold War era. That's kind of when you can say the modern phase of American history began. The Cold War ended, and we had Clinton, Bush, Obama, and then also sort of Biden in between the two Trump terms. And what that era was defined by was a few things. It was defined by, as you said, long wars, because America would get committed to. It was like America was trying to be the global police. It was operating on the assumption that the end of history had arrived, and therefore it could bend. Like everywhere in the world was progressing towards this end state, and we could drag them to it. It was America as a quasi-globalist entity, because we sort of equated globalist values with American values. And so that's what you got. You got American troops going on these long humanitarian interventions with no end mission, with no real military objective. We got open-ended forever wars in the Middle East. We got this assumption of unlimited American power that caused us to recklessly race into things. And so that's how we got Afghanistan and trillions of dollars spent, thousands dead, no good result. Iraq, trillions spent, thousands dead, a mediocre at best result. We got interventions in Libya where the idea was we have good intentions and that can make up for having no serious plan, no easy way to make this a good outcome, and we can ignore all of the bad outcomes that happen instead. President Trump has thrown out all the assumptions that drove that, and instead what we've gotten is a return to a more old-fashioned way of doing things for America, which is when you do a military intervention, there should be a goal in mind. If it's going badly, back away quickly. But ideally, you're just not going to let it go badly. And that is a way America used to do things. Even relative idealists like Woodrow Wilson, who's overall a pretty globalist guy, he would do things like, oh, there's stuff going on in Mexico, send troops to Mexico. And then, oh, it gets bad, get out. We don't need to stick around forever. It's a willingness to behave. It's an underrated way to behave like a businessman, because businessmen do not commit indefinitely to something that is going to lose them money. They want to get value for what they do.
Blake, exactly right. And this is the MAGA doctrine on full display. By the way, on Real America's Voice, they're going to be going live from Studio 6B for continued coverage. That's going to be happening soon. Also, just as a fun personal note, right now we are the third largest podcast on all podcasts on Apple News. We just got above, we just surpassed Call Her Daddy. Do people really watch that? Call Her Daddy. We are behind Devil in the Desert, whatever that is, and the New York Times Daily. So if you guys subscribe to our podcast, all of us together subscribe to the podcast. We're doing a bunch of giveaways, by the way. We've given out a bunch of hats and a bunch of books. You still might be able to win a hat if you email it to us, but most importantly, we could beat the New York Times together, which would be just an amazing signal. So we might lose Real America's Voice at any second. We'll see you guys tomorrow on Real America's Voice. We're going to continue streaming on all of our platforms. Okay, Real America's Voice will stay with us until, got it. So we're going to probably go just a little bit while longer as we analyze this. Jack, I want you to plug all of your stuff, but Jack, can you also remind the audience they might see some reports that there are ongoing airstrikes? However, that's within the 12-hour time frame. This is a little confusing for people.
Right. And
so can you do that and also plug your stuff, Jack? Just kind of explain that,
Human
please.
Events Daily. Follow that everywhere. Our email, send us your questions, send us your comments, send us your theories on what's going on. 1776 at humanevents.com, 1776 at humanevents.com. Go and follow Human Events Daily, Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. By the way, Charlie, of those other podcasts, New York Times Daily and Call Her Daddy, I've been on one of them, but not the other. But I'm going to leave it to the audience to guess which it was. As far as the dates,
which one was it?
No, not saying. It was one of them. Multiple times, by the way. The strikes that we're seeing, so we're seeing some stuff now. Strikes are hitting in Iran, in Tehran. We also saw, I mentioned earlier, there were some strikes on Baghdad. It looks like those were on Iranian proxies, so I would guess that would be Israel. Their drones, we're told, are hitting Iranian proxies right now. Look, this is the reason that President Trump put out, and we walked you through this time frame of the ceasefire, that it's going to be a phased ceasefire, because look, when you're running military operations like this, communications what they
ceasefire.
are.
I love that. Keep going. It's great.
The information, and there's even stories about one of the biggest Revolutionary War battles that were fought even after Yorktown took place. So communications do break down after war, in wartime. And look, if you got fighters up, if you got assets out in the ground, some of these operate without communication, so of course the enemy can't track them, but then that also means you don't get the ability to run down to them and say, hey guys, by the way, call it off. And so I would expect to see more strikes from potentially both sides. Now, interestingly enough, the Iranians would have an easier way of stopping their strikes, because their strikes are predominantly missile-based, and so presumably the commanders are in direct communication with Tehran, whereas with Israel, you've got fighters, you've got Mossad, you've got drones, you've got all sorts of other stuff going on, so it might be harder for them to be able to call it off. That may be the reason that we saw the phase in the ceasefire for President Trump's tweet. But either way, expect a few more attacks like this tonight, and then really tomorrow is what we're looking for to see if the ceasefire holds.
And so a phased ceasefire is a smart and understandable way to put that. I want to just spend a couple more minutes here before we conclude, and I want to hear your thoughts, freedom at charliekirk.com. I want to just play the amazing messaging of J.D. Vance, but let's contrast this. First, this is Lindsey Graham on the Senate floor calling for regime change. President Donald Trump rejected the neocon, interventionist nation builder. No nation building, no troops on the ground, no U.S. troops killed, and no nukes for Iran. It's an amazing masterclass that he's put on. Let's play cut 382.
It's about a religious agenda. Why do they do what they do? Religious, fanatical beliefs, a master religion for the world. And if you don't believe that, you have missed a lot. That's what they want, and the only way they're not going to get there is for somebody to stop them. What did Hitler want? To take over the entire world and create a master race. Anybody that didn't fit his definition of the right kind of person was imprisoned or killed. The Ayatollah and his henchmen have that same view, but it's religiously driven.
Not everything is comparable to Hitler, but yes, the Iranian regime is very bad. Here is J.D. Vance. Look at the contrast between him and J.D. Vance. Just night and day. J.D. is just extraordinary right now. Play cut 375.
Iranians, I think this is a new opportunity to actually pursue the path of peace. As I said yesterday, what the Iranians have showed through their support of terror networks, through their now failed effort to build a nuclear weapon, is that they're just not very good at war. And I think the president really hit the reset button and said, look, let's actually produce long-term peace for the region. That's always been his goal. I actually think when we look back, we will say the 12-day war was an important reset moment for the entire region.
A reset for the entire region. We're going to see what everybody wants in this situation. And I think that peace is going to prevail only through American strength. Do we have another J.D. Vance clip? I think we do. I think we have another J.D. Vance one that we can play here, if I'm not mistaken.
374, I think.
Let's play 374, please.
He talked about the next 6 hours, finalizing the attacks. I mean, I think what he's talking about is right now, for the American people watching, it's dark over there. That's typically when the Israelis and the Iranians have been shooting at each other. I think there's some recognition that that might continue for another few hours. And tomorrow really is a new day. The end of the 12-day war, the end of the Iranian nuclear program. And I really do believe the beginning of something very big for peace in the Middle East.
I mean, J.D. Vance is looking more and more like someone who's going to be a phenomenal president sometime in his future. One more excellent one. Let's play cut 376.
The president is saying very clearly, Brett, is if the Iranian people want to do something about their own leadership, that's up to the Iranian people. What the American national security interest here is very simple. It's to destroy the nuclear program. That's what we've done. And now that the 12-day war appears to be effectively over, we have an opportunity, I think, to restart a real peace process. And
to restart a real peace process. And so let me ask Andrew here. Andrew, what is the way that we now keep the coalition together? Andrew, you have some great insight here. People have gotten very heated. I think we should also, A, keep expectations in check that Iran has been very bad actor, but this is a win. Let's make no mistake. This is a win, everybody. No U.S. troops dead, nuclear program severely diminished and damaged. Also, it's no boots on the ground, no regime change, no nation building. But Andrew, what do we have to do to keep the coalition together, to keep what we have built? Young people, muscular class, moms, parents, first-time voters, traditional conservatives, more hawks. What now that we have a ceasefire, how do we get a MAGA movement ceasefire?
Yeah, I think a couple lessons learned, Charlie, over the years is, first of all, we have to avoid putting purity tests on people that should be our friends that maybe stepped a little out of line in the last week. We need to be, to a certain extent, we need to welcome those people back. If it was just, those are passionate moments, we get it. But once again, Trump is going to push you. He's going to stretch you. He's going to put you in uncomfortable positions. This is not a straight line between here and there and where we want to go. So just remember that. Next time this happens, maybe don't press the panic button so soon, first of all. But be gracious. Let's bring the coalition back together. And I think Cernovich had a great point this morning on the Charlie Kirk show, and that was that we also have this MAGA coalition. I know, assuming this peace deal holds, we're going to be putting a lot of focus and attention on mass deportations, the big, beautiful bill to get the resources for those mass deportations, but also MAGA, all the attention that this group deserves, the MAGA moms. That's a really big part of our coalition. I was talking with Rich Barris this morning. He's going to be coming out with a poll. It might be dated now, given that this peace deal has come up, but you know, he's seen some drop off on younger voters that are disappointed in the fact that President Trump struck Iran. Hopefully, we're going to be able to bring them back. We've got some great talking points, Charlie, that it was some of these things that probably resulted in peace. You didn't like it in the moment, but now, in retrospect, you see the wisdom of some of the actions President Trump was taking. So let's just hope that these memories can be shortened, that people's nerves that were frayed, you know, everybody calms down. Charlie, I can't wait for your fall campus tour. If anybody dares challenge you on this, you're going to be able to say, hey, look, you maybe didn't like that tweet about regime change, but maybe that was the tweet that actually forced them to accept the peace deal from cutter, So there is plenty of meat on this bone
100%.
to go to our base.
By the way, can we just repeat that? President Trump tweeting about regime change the day before got some people fired up, understandably, but maybe that is all of a sudden what got Iran a little bit worried that, hey, this guy's going to go for the head of the snake. Maybe we just do a little bit of theatrics. Can you build that out a little bit more, Andrew?
No, remember, Charlie, he said in that one truth, he said, I know exactly where the supreme leader is. He's in hiding, but it's not, he's not hidden from us. We know exactly where he is. We're not going to he's safe for now. And then he strikes, hits the 3 nuclear sites. And listen, there might be open questions about how degraded their nuclear capacity is. I share that skepticism. I tend to believe that there is still some capacity there in Iran. But hopefully this is a turning of the page. The confrontation, the coming to the head has happened. And the supreme leader understands he's against the ropes. Remember, there is wargaming going on, the likes of which we're not aware of, right? They probably have an exact count or a precise count of how many short-range, mid-range, and long-range ballistic missiles Iran had left. Israel probably is doing the same calculations with the Iron Dome. These are 2 fighters that we don't know what round of the fight that they both thought they were in. Were they in the 3rd round or were they in the 12th round, and both of them were ready to cry uncle? President Trump probably had a lot of that information and knew that he could get both parties at the table. He played it the way he played it. It turns out he played it right. And so, I think that there is a real chance, and we should all pray for that we could see a turning of the page, an end of one chapter, the beginning of a better chapter with our relations with Iran. I think that's completely on the table at this point.
Yeah, and also, Andrew, if the people of Persia decide to organically rise up, then that's something that we'll cheer for. That's something that we're going to cheer on, right?
That's a great point. And to the people that say there's been moving of the goalposts, this is what I want to say. We have always been against regime change, top-down regime change. We have always been pro if the Iranian people want to do it from the bottom up. But what we did not want, and I think, Jack, you and I talked about this, we did not want, a 2014 Maidan coup repeat where the CIA was embedded and sowing discord. We did not want a repeat of Libya. We did not want a repeat of Iraq.
Or, by the way, a repeat of the last time the United States pushed for regime change in Iran back in the 1950s when we overthrew the democratic republic that Iran had been working towards, and Mossadegh, because he was nationalizing British petroleum and nationalizing the oil fields there, when the United States of America overthrew the last democratic. I know, because I noticed that Lindsey Graham didn't seem to put that in his little speech there, because he's like, Iran could be a democracy. I said, who overthrew the democracy in Iran, Lindsey? You seem to be loosening up that part. And in fact, the CIA has even publicly acknowledged this, that it was us who overthrew the Prime Minister Mossadegh in the 1950s. We installed the Shah. Then this is, and by the way, I'm not justifying anything that the Iranian regime has done. I'm just telling the truth, okay? Telling the truth that it was because of that the Iranian people said, we're sick of this crap, and then they turned to the nut jobs that eventually formed the Islamic Republic and led to the revolt in 1979. So just tell the truth, Lindsey. Just be honest, but you can't. You just can't.
And we have a little bit more time, and then we have to dash. And I want to have you guys email us freedom@charliekirk.com. The politics of this, guys, is either people didn't trust President Trump, they didn't trust their own instincts, and President Donald Trump has now just said, quote, "This is the end of the war. It is great and a wonderful thing for Israel and for the world." So there you have it, guys. President Donald Trump is saying it is the end of the war. This is the stuff that Nobel Prizes are made of. I know, Blake, you might cringe. Blake is a little contrarian. I like it. But, Blake, if they gave a Nobel Prize to Obama, would this not merit it? I mean, I'm just saying, a lot of people are saying it, Blake. A lot of people are saying
if we get a real peace deal out of it, like long term, I'd say go for it. Yeah, why not? They'll move heaven and earth to not let it happen, though. They'd give it to Rubio or something like that. But he would certainly deserve it more than, man. there have been so many bad Nobel Peace Prizes. They gave one to Obama. They gave one to Al Gore. Like, I think we've like all memory hold that one because Obama's was even dumber.
True?
But they gave it to Al Gore for like global warming stuff. There have been some dumb ones. And remember,
the amount that we've been lied to over the years is truly shocking. That like that somehow we lifted up Al Gore as like, you know, a beacon of truth and progress. It's shocking. Go ahead, Blake. I'm sorry. You've just blown my mind.
It's just there's so much, like, it's very funny we still like give the Nobel Peace Prize so much weight because there have been a lot of very dumb Nobel Peace Prizes out there. But you know, they don't give it enough for just very straightforward, like, what's the goal in Alfred Nobel's will? And it was to improve harmony among nations and lead to reducing the size of standing armies, I think was the exact line. And if we can achieve that out of this, if we can actually bring this 45-year conflict towards some sort of permanent resolution, that would be a huge win for hundreds and hundreds of millions of people. And if we're able to achieve that before this administration is done, he absolutely should get a Nobel Peace Prize.
There it is. I'll take it, Blake. That was a resounding endorsement from Blake. I mean, it's like you at like a 4 or 5. I mean, that's like an average man's 10 right there. I'm going to take it.
Andrew, do you have a form you want to walk people through?
Oh, yes.
By the way.
Yeah, this is going around. Okay, I just want to preface this by saying it's one thing to question. Charlie, I think it's fair to say you, me, Jack, and Blake are on many chats where we question a lot. Questioning is healthy. It can be good, helps you think through the problems, the pitfalls, all those things. It's a whole nother thing to doomer on a guy that's been riding with you for 10 years and you've gone up and down 1,000 roller coasters and just, you know, because Israel is a part of the equation, you just completely go into brain rot mode. So you can question, just don't go doomer mode. That's the point. So this form is going around on the internet right now, and it's called a Donald Trump apology form. And it says, to Donald Trump, from, fill in your name, date it, probably today, reason for behavior.
We all know people that should be filling that out.
Yeah, right. The media tricked me into believing their lies. I was jealous of Trump's aura. My simping for a boy-girl Trump hater convinced me. I didn't listen to his actual speeches. I don't know how politics work. Trump said something mean and hurt my feelings. And then there's a checkbox that says, I will hereby trust the plan, stand with Donald J. Trump, and will not doubt the 45th and 47th president of the United States. Pretty funny. So that's the meme. That's the meme. Again, you can question. It's okay to question. Nobody's asking. This is what pisses me off. Sorry. This is what frustrates me. Apologies to our TV audience. I can't stand it when people say, you know, that you're following some cult. That's not what this is. It's about understanding that we have a coalition and that we don't want to rip apart a winning coalition that delivered a popular vote victory and an electoral landslide. And the popular vote, we hadn't won since 2004 with George W. Bush in the middle of a war that he started dumbly. So the point is, this is a really precious thing that we have, and we respect how important and special it is, how historic it is, and we don't want to rip it apart because people press the panic button.
We only have a couple minutes left. Jack, make sure you replug your stuff here for the audience. And Jack, how do we now make sure we bring the MAGA coalition to strength everybody together? What are 5 or 6 or whatever domestic wins that we need? Is it deportations? Is it Epstein files? What do we need right now to focus on domestically? Jack Posobiec.
Well, Charlie, I think that's right. And of course, folks can follow me, Human Events Daily, Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts up, 1776 at humanevents.com, 1776 at humanevents.com. Do you think that Trump had this all planned out all along? Do you think this was in response to a secret deal that was made? We want to get into all of it, and we want to hear from you at 1776 at humanevents.com. Charlie, when you talk about domestic agenda, that's exactly right. Look, you mentioned deportations. Absolutely. Epstein files. Absolutely. By the way, how about perp walking some of the people that were working to overthrow our actual duly elected president back in 2016, 2017, the first term, going after that corruption, going after the election integrity issues, one of the things that I think a lot of people have wanted to address for a long, long time and just hasn't been able to get done. Tim Dillon had a great segment on his show earlier this week that I caught, where he was saying, look, guys, we didn't put people in office to just write novels. We put people in office to get things done. And that guy, you know, he wasn't like some Trump endorser, but he pointed out, he said, you can't just be up there talking about stuff. You have to actually do things. We're talking about various people that have come into power now. And so President Trump clearly showing that he's putting action ahead of words. You mentioned domestic policy again. We have these tariff issues. We have these trade deals. We have all of the economic issues to look at. President Trump, by the way, guys, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and funding for deportations. That's in the big, beautiful bill, which, by the way, Charlie, I'm told if it goes well, we could be seeing the big, beautiful bill being passed before July 4th, which I remember that was exactly when President Trump said it would be done. I think that's great. Also, and I'm just going to say it because it's been raging in the background of all of this here. There's this question. Senator Mike Lee has this new addendum that he wants to put in, this amendment to the big, beautiful bill regarding the use of our public lands. I know, guys, we've been chatting about getting into this issue on one of our thought crime episodes or as a debate, but that's something where I know has been absolutely raging. So I'd love to see that put to rest as well. And look, we're going to hear both sides out. I don't want my national parks being given over to some nameless, faceless corporation. So I want to see what's going on. I want to see the proof of the pudding before we put anything else into this bill. But also, we've seen Senator Mike Lee, and he's been so supportive of us in the past. So let's hear everybody out on this and put that to bed as well. Ton of things on the domestic issue. And by the way, these can all get done now because President Trump has just delivered for us on the foreign policy side.
Totally. Big time. And by the way, a lot of the guys that are more neoconservative on the Hill, they better vote for the big, beautiful bill. They got what they wanted. They always wanted Iranian nuclear sites to be destroyed forcibly, and it happens. They got what they wanted, ended up being the right call for America, and President Trump was right all along. One last thing, everybody, just as a favor, then we have to sign off. Put 388 up on screen. This is not Photoshopped, I promise you. This is very real, even though the numbers are all screwed up. Hold on. The numbers are messed up. That's the bad one to put up. No, it's not Photoshopped, I promise. Let me find another one. Sometimes it does this on Apple Podcasts. Let me do this. Anyway, the point being, let me see. Okay, this one's not. This one, the numbers are right. So anyway, just as a favor, altogether we could beat the New York Times then, everybody, if you guys subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast. In addition, there it is. If you guys subscribe, we're beating Call Her Daddy. We're beating Joe Rogan. We just have one more slot. And so that is you take out your phone to Spotify or Apple Podcast and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Just a little fun thing to beat the New York Times tonight. I want to say thank you guys for watching. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We're going to give away another 10-side MAGA hats if you guys send us proof of subscription. That is freedom@charliekirk.com. And one last thing. Thank you to Real America's Voice for always covering us. We love and appreciate all of you guys, Rob and Parker. So download the Real America's Voice app. You can watch Studio 6B right now. I'm going to hand off to them for extended and continued coverage. God bless America. No U.S. troops killed, no U.S. troops on the ground, no regime change, no nation building, and no nukes for Iran. And you can thank President Trump and the masterclass that he put on display. He's operating on a whole different level. God bless you guys. Thanks so much. Onward to Studio 6B. See you guys tomorrow.
All right, welcome on in, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. If you're just joining us, all the boys are here. Slick's here. He's going to do some sports. Rick Delgado's here. Going to do some news. Paul Nolan's got some news as well. Aaron is here. Fran is off. Corey's sitting in. Harry on the highway is here as well. Glad you're in. All of you who are watching Charlie Kirk, welcome on in live from Studio 6B on a Monday. And we were just obviously talking about everything that's gone on since Saturday. I mean, it feels like it's been a long time.
Yeah, it feels like this
happened like
week,
3
right?
months ago.
It really does.
It's been 48 hours.
Crazy.
Really, it feels like it's been so long since this happened.
Long time.
But anyways, Paul, before we broke to come into the network, you were saying you will hope to follow up as what?
Yeah, I just want to see. Now I want to see, England and Ireland and Scotland and France. There was a musical festival in France this week, and there There were Muslim rape gangs everywhere. And you know what the new thing now is? They were injecting young women with needles and having to detox them. I don't understand what happened in Europe where they let these people get away with absolute murder and rape and absolutely no justification. People think they'll say the worst things. Tommy Robinson is a hero. If you guys don't know who Tommy Robinson is, that guy has gone head to head, and they've mislabeled him every which way till Tuesday because he's standing up for the culture that he wants to keep in England. And I would really like to see some pushback now. What is that, 45 mayors in England now that are Muslim, that now they're getting their prayer songs throughout the day. Now that wackadoodle in New York City, I can't believe how badly I'm going to be rooting for Cuomo. Really?
I saw that.
What the hell is going on?
You have no choice. You have no choice.
That is bonkers.
No choice.
I
bonkers.
Think about
that guy's got a 61% chance to win.
Oh,
he wants to get rid of the police and everything.
I thought Cuomo was up 55-45.
Cuomo was up.
Oh.
But either way, 45% for that guy, you got to be kidding me.
Be close.
He'll win.
So, I don't know. I'm just
I want to get to a couple things.
Culture.
Yeah.
Man.
I want to get to a couple things that I bookmarked as I was looking at reaction. By the way, Tucker Carlson has just tweeted, "Thank God." 2 words. Thank God. Oh, Tucker, what to do now? What do you do now? What do you do now?
That's the thing. I don't get that. I got to disagree with you. If new information comes in, just change your mind. If I'm handicapped and I'm betting big money on a team and their star center goes out, I'm hedging my wallet.
Right.
You just rebet.
Like Halliburton last night. You could hedge your bet right there when he went out.
Listen,
that was your game.
as new information comes in, that's the difference between real people with real brains. They just change their mind as more info comes in. And people who stay with the... You were the Fauci lover when it first started. He was like, no, how can you talk bad about Fauci? It took me 3 weeks to convince you.
No, I mean, it's fine. I agree with you, Paul. I just get a chuckle out of it that these people who have had so much to say on how the world's coming to an end now all of a sudden just use little words. Thank God. The 2 words.
Oh, look, good for him. Good for him. He could have been like, he could have said like, I want another booster.
World ends at 10, film at 11. It's always the way.
I love it.
So a couple things here. Peace through strength. Israel took out most of the Islamic Republic's ballistic missile capability, much of their terrorist army's leadership, and their nuclear know-how. The U.S. took out their nuclear facilities. Together, both countries completely defanged and neutralized the biggest destabilizing force in the Middle East for decades. Then, when completely weakened, they forced the regime to choose between peace and their survival. This is textbook example of peace through strength. The world owes a debt of gratitude to both the Israelis and to President Trump and his administration. Those who doubted and opposed them in this effort look extremely foolish. Those who mocked the idea of peace via action look extremely foolish. Those who insisted that appeasement was the only path to peace look extremely foolish. The world is a much safer place than it was 2 weeks ago. I still hope the Iranian people find a path to freedom, but thankful for the current outcome. David Friedman tonight says, no one in history has ever engineered such an overwhelming military victory, followed up almost immediately with a cessation of hostilities. Words are insufficient to thank President of the United States for his courage, his intellect, his instincts, all of which proven flawless. The world is a far safer place today because of him. Scott Jennings from CNN tonight. Well, as it turns out, I was right and complete moron Daily Beast reporter was wrong. Trump's actions did lead to a de-escalation, capitulation by Iran, and a near immediate ceasefire. We'll see if these pro-Iranian idiots have the guts to admit it. Don't hold your breath. Will Chamberlain tonight. Most effective use of American military and diplomatic power this century. Achieved a major decades-long foreign policy goal, the elimination of Iran's nuclear program, without a single American casualty. And then this girl, Batia Ungar Sargon, she's a former Democrat. I hope I didn't just butcher her name.
No, you did, but go ahead.
She says a lot of people on both sides of the aisle are going to be majorly bummed that President Trump secured an Israeli-Iran ceasefire. But whatever side you're on, whatever you think of Trump, honest brokers should be able to admit it. The president deserves the Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah, he does.
Ticked-off Patriot is on fire tonight.
Tonight. Every night.
Oh, that's back. He's got 2 home runs he hit out of the ballpark so far.
Well, we don't need to go back and revisit history, but I am reminded of when I saw oil today. It was kind of the thing I caught on to most, that oil was down 4%, then it was down 6%, then it was down 7%, and it's down 12% since last Sunday. 12% from last Sunday. People had it at $300 a barrel going there over the weekend. All right, we're just getting started. Glad you're in. Real America's Voice. Welcome in. We'll continue sports news all coming up on a Monday live from Studio 6B right after this. Past the hour, live from Studio 6B on Monday night after, man, I mean, it's only been 3 days. We did the Warehouse Friday Night Live, left there wondering what the weekend was going to bring, and now, of course, we're back here Monday, and it seems like it's been a month.
I know. It's crazy.
And stuff that's happened, obviously, just absolutely crazy from Saturday, this mission.
You really can't take any time off.
You can't.
I streamed 3 hours on Saturday night, I don't know what the total numbers were, but at one point there was 7,000 people with me. So people were obviously engaged, and I want to thank everybody who joined. And now Trump today, obviously there's a lot has happened. But just the overall praise and the execution of this mission, President Trump's guts to call it. You know, and this is really, again, exactly the one thing we could never, at least I couldn't, I'll speak for myself, I don't put word in anybody else's mouth, that I just could not understand, and I think I said on the show, is when it comes to like wonky policy stuff, everybody's like, if you don't, whatever Trump says goes, grab the pom-poms and get in line, Damon, or obviously you must not be a supporter of him, which is not his specialty. And endorsements, not his specialty, as we know, some of them have been not great. This is absolutely his wheelhouse, his instincts, his backbone, his decision-making, his business acumen, his unpredictability,
decoys,
his ability to hammer down.
Did you hear the reports that
and not put up with any BS?
Originally, the plan that they wanted Biden to execute 2 years ago, almost an identical plan to bust those bunkers, but they couldn't trust Biden to play coy. That's what some of the reports are coming out, that they just couldn't trust Biden's inability to follow a script.
Right.
I mean, speaking of playing coy, can we just take, I mean, I don't want to watch the whole thing, but can we just take a second and listen to...
Or Tampon Tim.
No. I want to listen
Tim
to...
was ridiculous today.
I want to listen to General Raisin Kane a little bit from the other day. Put this up, Aaron.
This guy's a beast.
In our nation's work, and nice to see everybody on this early Sunday morning. Last night, on the President's orders, U.S. Central Command, under the command of General Eric Kurilla, executed Operation Midnight Hammer, a deliberate and precise strike against 3 Iranian nuclear facilities. This was a complex and high-risk mission carried out with exceptional skill and discipline by our joint force. I want to thank every service member, planner, operator that made this mission possible. Their actions reflect the highest standards of the United States Armed Forces. This operation was designed to severely degrade Iran's nuclear weapons infrastructure. It was planned and executed across multiple domains and theaters with coordination that reflects our ability to project power globally with speed and precision at the time and place of our nation's choosing. This was a highly classified mission with
By the way, as I'm listening to this guy, all I'm thinking about is Trump telling the story about this guy when he first met him, and I'm thinking, this is why, exactly.
You know what?
Listen to this guy.
This is the guy. Pause it here.
This is the guy.
One of the best parts about this was no despicable, disgusting, traitorous media leaks.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we didn't see any of the subversive, let's try to ruin Trump and his plan. That to me is there's something to be said for that.
But of course, Schumer was upset they didn't run it by Congress, right? Yeah. Can you imagine the leaks there?
Well, we'll get to that in a second.
People in Washington knowing the timing or nature of this plan. I'll refer you to the graphic on the side as I walk you through some of the operational details. At midnight Friday into Saturday morning, a large B-2 strike package comprised of bombers launched from the continental United States. As part of the plan to maintain tactical surprise, part of the package proceeded to the west and into the Pacific as a decoy, a deception effort known only to an extremely small number of planners and key leaders here in Washington. And
I mean, that's
how about the fact they talked about the moon phase?
That is awesome.
How about the moon phase being perfect too? Did you read about that?
No.
Yeah,
But I mean,
the darkness of the moon phase with the weather ended up being the perfect conditions for all of it.
But I mean, just the deception part, which kind of, as soon as he said that, because I watched that yesterday as well, Damon. As soon as he said that, the first thing I thought of was Gulf War I, with the deception that they used by lining up, a large force along the border where they didn't tell anybody, but they were hitting the Iraqis from the water. So they kind of lured them to think this is where it's going to come from. And they swoop in from behind, led by Norman Schwarzkopf. That's what that kind of reminded me of.
Yeah, I just thought, man, that guy, you can see why Trump liked him right away. I was thinking of that story where he's like, we got to defeat Al-Qaeda, or what is it, ISIS? And everybody told me I'd take, 2 years, 3 years. He said, I'll do it in like 4 weeks.
3 months, yeah.
Whatever it was. And he said, this is my guy. You can see why. You can absolutely see why. So just really amazing. But man, it has felt like it's been like a month since Saturday to tonight. And of course, the president tonight announces a ceasefire, supposedly between Iran and Israel. It's happening right now, obviously over the next 6 hours, as he said, and then the next 12 hours after that. Netanyahu tonight is out about an hour ago to the media, quote, "We have a ceasefire," end quote. So that from the Prime Minister of Israel. And I don't know. Not enough can be said about President Trump in these last 72 hours.
Not only that, but about the people he entrusted to pull this thing off. They talk about the limited number of people who knew about the operation, parts of the operation. It kind of lends you to believe that, you're only read into the parts that you need to know about. It's like, we need you to fly here for this and get to this point by this time. That's all you need to know. You don't need to know this plane's going that way. You don't need to know why these guys are doing this. This is what you need to know. I think that's part of how they kept it so secret, that each person or each group only got a specific number of details, which is probably how they were able to, keep that secrecy. That's so important for something like this, because they flew in and nothing. They got nothing. They got no pushback whatsoever. Zero. In, out, back at home in time for Frosted Flakes in the morning.
And the media, of course, is so absolutely miserable. Aaron Burnett specifically. Aaron Burnett spent the opening 7 minutes of her show tonight trying to convince the world that there was no ceasefire. And then she had her first guest on, and here's how that went.
Against it. And certainly right now, Aaron, the Iran saying that their retaliation is going to continue, and that their retaliation, if anything, is going to become more intense. Of course, one of the things that we heard is that the Iranians believe that they are in a conflict both with Israel and the United States, feeling that Israel has dragged the United States into a conflict directly with Iran, Aaron.
All right, Fred Pleitgen, thank you so much. Of course, the literal eyes and ears on the ground to hear those explosions. I want to go now to Barak Ravid, our political and global affairs analyst. Also joining us, of course, retired General Mark Kimmett.
That was the end of her 7 minutes trying to tell the world that there is no ceasefire. So then she has Barak Ravid on.
Secretary of State, he oversaw policy here in the Middle East. And here with me in the UAE, along the Strait of Hormuz, Paula Juancox, our correspondent, who knows this region better than anyone. Barak, I just want to start with you, though. I know you have some new reporting. What are you learning right now?
Hi, Aaron. What I'm learning is that this ceasefire has been mediated and, according to President Trump, also achieved through mediation of Qatar and the United States, two countries that have been in close touch before the U.S. entered this war. A day before this war started, there were meetings between U.S. and Qatari officials about the possibility of the U.S. joining this war. And those contacts continued all along the last 3 days, and today, when after the Iranian attack on the El Udeid base, Iranian officials sent a message to the White House through the Qataris saying, "We're done. This is our response. We're not going to do anything further." The White House sent a message back through the Qataris. "We are not, if you're done, we are not going to retaliate, and we want to talk. We want to now get a deal." In the hours since then, there were talks between the U.S. and Israel and Qatar and Iran to tie the final knots and agree on the final conditions of this ceasefire.
Oh, well, there you go, Aaron. And, of course, this is what they tried to do all weekend long, Sunday morning shows as well, running to every person they could who would try to bang the verbal table to tell them that there was still something we were all missing here.
Right.
All weekend I saw it. Thomas Massey, all of them, every Democrat. The president's violated the Constitution. Nonsense. Absolute total nonsense.
Meanwhile,
the War Powers Act. The War Powers Act.
Yeah.
Leave it to Congress. Leave it to Congress. I mean, they can't even get the tax cuts through. They can't even get the parking ticket paid. We're going to leave it to Congress?
3 days to vote.
I mean, what a joke.
And did you see the truth that Trump put out after the Iran response, where they lobbed their missiles?
Yep.
Iran has officially responded to our obliteration of their nuclear facilities with a very weak response, which we expected and we have effectively countered. There have been 14 missiles fired, 13 were knocked down, and one was set free because it was headed into the non-threatening direction. I am pleased to report that no Americans were harmed and hardly any damage was done, and most importantly, they've gotten it all out of their system, and there will hopefully now be no more further hate. I want to thank Iran for giving us early notice, which made it possible for no lives to be lost and nobody to be injured. Again, basically letting them quote-unquote save face. Perhaps Iran can now proceed to peace and harmony in the region, and I will enthusiastically encourage Israel to do the same. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
What did we say on Friday at the warehouse? Or I think I said on Friday at the warehouse. Everybody calling for all of these things. And I said, remember when Trump took out Soleimani? And by the way, all of the fear-mongering World War III people were, of course, fine with that. No problem. But when they did, what did Iran do in response? They called and said, hey, we're going to have to
mail some in.
We're going to have to mail some in here.
Exactly.
Yeah. But don't you worry. We're going to, just a tad wide right. We're going to miss everything. But just so you know, because we got to save face. So it's Soleimani 2.0 is what we're getting here. And they said, what did they say? We sent a missile for every bomb that was dropped. I mean, really? I mean, it's just pathetic. But yet the Sunday shows, they had every person who they could find who wanted to somehow be against Trump or be this or on every one of these shows. And unfortunately, too many Republicans, too. Way too many for my liking out there. And now, of course, where do they go with their rhetoric now? Well, I see some of them already starting to flip. Like literally flip. Like one of them, who's been one of the more outspoken, just said, hey, guys, this is what we called for, a ceasefire. I mean, the verbal gymnastics is amazing. Amazing. All right, we'll do some sports and other news when we get back live from Studio 6B, and we'll continue to track the rest of the night. What's going on? 6B on a Monday, brand new week. Glad you're in. Let's do some sports. We'll get away from. We'll get back to more talk. I see J.D. Vance did an interview tonight with Brett Baer. We'll get to some of what he said as well. But let's do some sports. We'll change it up a little bit. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. Slickster, what's going on?
Well, 2 championships in the books over the weekend, Big D. Game 7, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander scores 29 points, and Thunder beat Pacers 103-91 for the NBA title. Breitbart News reporting out of Oklahoma City. AP, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander walked off the court for the final time this season, collapsed into the arms of Coach Mark Deneau, and finally smiled. It was over. The climb is complete. The rebuild is done. The Oklahoma City Thunder are champions. The best team all season was the best team at the end, bringing the NBA title to Oklahoma City for the first time. Gilgeous-Alexander finished off his MVP season with 29 points and 12 assists, and the Thunder beat the Indiana Pacers, who lost Tyrese Halliburton to a serious leg injury in the opening minute. Turns out it was a torn Achilles, so he'll be out for probably about a year. 103-90. Yep, shame, right?
And he tried to play through that, right?
He was very hobbled. I saw a couple sports reporters who nailed it with videos saying even 2 games before that he shouldn't even play because they said, this will lead to an Achilles if he's not careful.
Yeah, it was unfortunately. Yeah,
you got to admire the kid for trying to battle through it. You got to tip your cap to someone who's going to battle through a legitimate injury.
Yep, and it was a good game at the half. The Pacers led 48-47 at the half, even after losing Halliburton to what his father said was an Achilles tendon injury about 7 minutes into the game. But they were outscored 34-20 in the third quarter as the Thunder built a 13-point lead and began to run away. Benedict Mathurin had 24 points and 13 rebounds for Indiana, which is still waiting for its first NBA title. The Pacers were 10-15 after 25 games and were bidding to be the first team in NBA history to return the bad of a start into a championship and had leads of 1-0 and 2-1 in the series, but they simply didn't have enough in the end. I mean, they had more turnovers than an Entenmann's outlet after Thanksgiving. That third quarter, they couldn't hold on to the ball. It was like 22 turnovers to like 4, and the points, it just became too much. Plus the home crowd, it was unbelievable. So what are you going to do? It is what it is. And also then in baseball, we had the College World Series wrapped up as well. LSU Tigers, congratulations. They swept the Coastal Carolina to win the NCAA Men's College World Series. Coastal Carolina coach ejected in first inning as Tigers secured second championship in 3 years. Scott Thompson of Fox News, the LSU Tigers are NCAA baseball champions once more as they defeated Coastal Carolina 5-3 on Sunday to sweep the best of 3 Men's College World Series final. It was a game filled with dramatics, most notably the Chanticleer's coach, Kevin Schnall, getting ejected in the first inning. LSU had a runner on second base when Schnall got very upset with a call and started barking at home plate umpire Angel Campos. "You missed 3 pitches," Schnall screamed. After tossing Schnall, 2 umpires had to get between him and Campos, one of which fell to the ground during the verbal altercation. Campos also tossed first base coach Matt Schilling as the first inning truly had all the drama. While the Tigers didn't end up scoring in the first, they did respond once Coastal Carolina got on the board in the bottom of the second inning thanks to Dean Mejia's solo home run. And, the rest is over. The LSU exploded for 4 runs in the top of the 4th inning, which ultimately was enough to take down the Chanticleers. That's the one from
I was just thinking of Crash Davis must have called him a no-no. It was his movie, Bull Durham.
Yeah, well, he must have said something he shouldn't have. Exactly, Paul. And anyway, so that's a wrap in Sports BD. 2 championships in the books. Of course, pales in comparison to what else we have to talk about tonight, but there's a little sports for you.
All right, Slick, very good. Sports is brought to you by our friend Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use if you want to shop at MyPillow. If you do shop at MyPillow, it'll give you great savings at checkout. Let's do the news. News is brought to you by our friends at EternalLifeCoin.com. EternalLifeCoin, all one word.com. Check it out. It's a beautiful piece. Rick Delgado's got it. What's going on, Delgado?
All right. Well, the greatest news stories in the world, Damon, are coming to you right now. We've covered the biggest one in the world, of course, the shenanigans over the weekend, where, of course, Iran got taken care of. But one of our favorites, Schmucky Chucky Schumer, the New York Democrat, of course, was slamming President Trump over the Iran strike. And here's what he had to say. Reactions, of course, from the president's strike on Iranian nuclear facilities Saturday ranged from cautious support to deep concern. But it was Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, long a hawk on Iran and highest-ranking Jewish official in the U.S., who drew the most attention. He blasted Trump for sidestepping Congress, forgetting how many times Obama sidestepped Congress, yet stopped short of saying whether he supported the strike itself. He said no president should be allowed to unilaterally march into this nation is such a consequential war with erratic threats and no strategy, Schumer said. He added that.
What a fool. What an absolute stupid fool he is.
Well, he's Chuck Schumer. He added that
moron.
With the risk of a more devastating war now significantly heightened, the Senate must vote on a resolution under the War Powers Act. Blah,
of course.
Blah, blah.
Yeah, of course, the War Powers Act.
Meanwhile, cut number 6. Here is Chuck Schumer reacting when he thinks President Trump is going to back off of doing something against Iran. Here's cut number 6. This is just from the other day. Check this out.
When it comes to negotiating with the terrorist government of Iran, Trump's all over the lot. One day he sounds tough, the next day he's backing off. And now, all of a sudden, we find out that Witkoff and Rubio are negotiating.
Shut up, you fool.
Simon Boston is
He's all over the map. Let me put another cheeseburger on the grill and act like I'm cutting it. Shut up, moron.
Of course, the Democrats were out in full force complaining they didn't have any notification, of which, well, it turns out they did kind of have notification. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt claimed that Chuck Schumer was contacted before the strikes and that Jeffries from the House was also contacted, but his phone went unanswered. Chuck Schumer was reminded of this and had to retract a statement. Here's cut number 7, Caroline Leavitt on the Democrats and Chuck Schumer. Cut 7.
We did make bipartisan calls. Thomas Massie and the Democrats, he should be a Democrat because he's more aligned with them than with the Republican Party. We're given notice. The White House made calls to congressional leadership. They were bipartisan calls. In fact, Hakeem Jeffries couldn't be reached. We tried him before the strike and he didn't pick up the phone, but he was briefed after, as well as Chuck Schumer was briefed prior to the strike. So this notion that CNN ran with at the White House did not give a heads up to Democrats is just completely false. In fact, both Senator Schumer's office and CNN had to retract that story last night because it was a blatant lie, and we showed them the timestamps from those phone calls. But I want to add something to Thomas Massie's false points. The White House was not obligated to call anyone because the president was acting within his legal authority under Article 2 of the Constitution as Commander-in-Chief of the President of the United States. We gave these calls as a courtesy, and the Democrats are lying about this because they can't talk about the truth of the success of that operation and the success of our United States military and the success of this president and this administration in doing something that past administrations, Democrats too, have only dreamed about.
Yeah. So there you have it, Caroline Leavitt, laying waste to Chuck Schumer and the Democrats
She's
for
fantastic.
their
And Massey,
nonsense.
by the way. And I love Massey. Everybody knows that. And he's just wrong in this. He's just wrong. He's just wrong. That's fine. You can be wrong on one thing. He's great on everything else. And no, you will not run a primary challenge against him and win. You can run it, but you're not going to win.
No way.
And nor should you, by the way, because 99, his Liberty score, I think, is about 99. So, again, he continued to get hammered from President Trump, and Lindsey Graham remains untouched. But on this, he's just wrong.
Yeah, completely wrong. And it's too bad. But, there you have it. Let's see here. Every president, of course, you might remember, for decades has kept the military option on the table in terms of Iran. However, both Republican isolationists and progressive Democrats have opposed that military action, wary of dragging the U.S. into another Middle East war. President Trump promises not to do so, and I think we're seeing the results of that starting to play out now as time starts to move on from this weekend's strike.
All right, hour 2 coming up. Paul Nolan will have some news. We start top of the hour. Slick will have more sports. Delgado will have more of the greatest headlines in the world. All coming up live from Studio 6B, hour 2. We get back right after this.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth, and we're doing it on Getter
every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
All right, 9 o'clock, hour 2 on the East Coast. Real America's Voice on a Monday. Glad you're in. Slick sitting right there. He's going to do some sports. Slick, sir, how are you?
I'm doing good, Big D.
Rick Delgado's going to have the news. Mr. Delgado, the greatest headlines in the world. Coming up, the second tier greatest headlines in the world will be coming up with Mr. Nolan here in a second. Is that what we're calling him?
Yeah, definitely second greatest.
Okay. Aaron holding it down. Fran's off. Corey holding it down tonight. Corey and Harry on the highway is
putzing around.
He's holding it.
That's a good one. I like that. Loop
Get off
around.
the couch.
Harry will be spinning the tunes tomorrow night, so you can expect everything to start early and end late. So 9 o'clock on the East Coast. Glad you're in. Lots to talk about, obviously. Tamir Morag, and I'm probably not how you pronounce it, but that's how I'm going to pronounce it, on Twitter tonight says there is a ceasefire. Trump was supposed to make an announcement later, but surprised everyone with the early statement. Number 3, Israel received third-party guarantees. This is a big one. Israel received third-party guarantees that Iran will not resume developing nuclear weapons.
Oh.
So he is the Channel 14 in Israel's diplomat correspondent. Tweets are in Hebrew. English in the first comment. So he tweets them both ways. I was obviously reading the English, so that's his latest tweet tonight from Israel. Again, we all hope and pray that what we're seeing tonight is actually what holds and everybody follows through. And I think it's pretty clear to the Iranians that President Trump is. You don't want to FAO anymore. I think with our president. So. All right, let's do some news with Paul Nolan. We'll see what's on his headlines on a Monday night. Mr. Nolan, how are you? What else has caught your attention?
Well, I just love these hypocrites from the left who salivated when Obama hit more non-combatants, women and children than anybody ever. And here we have Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez called President Donald Trump to be impeached over the launching strikes on Iran. On a post on X, Cortez claimed that Trump's decision to bomb Iran without authorization was a grave violation of the U.S. Constitution. She said the president's disastrous decision to bomb Iran without authorization was a grave violation of the constitutional and congressional powers. He has impulsively risked launching a war that may ensnare us for generations. It's absolutely and clearly grounds for impeachment. So I just thought that was pretty pretty interesting. She now out of nowhere, she's an anti-war.
She's a moronic flamethrower who the shows love to go to her because of that reason.
Yeah, and then in the hypocrite lunacy, I just wanted to let you know, Rosie, I ate everything O'Donnell took to social media Monday to promote a recount of President Trump's landslide victory over Harris in 2024. The woman, she had a post on Instagram story from social media influencer Joe Braxton, whoever that nobody is, and claimed that Tesla CEO Elon Musk hacked and stole the 2024 presidential election and demands a recount.
Sure.
And she wants free pizza throughout the whole process.
Okay.
So, and then lastly, in the jackass wacko category of the weekend, Hollywood celebrities spend the weekend impeaching that mother you-know-whatter. And it looks apparently that there was a whole litany of these lefty wackos, including Ariana Grande, saying that Trump should be impeached. So we know that brain surgeon is definitely.
Thank God I didn't know this Saturday night. I don't know how I would have slept.
Just really think about it. This poor kid looks like she's been MK Ultra'd to death. She looks like she hasn't had a sandwich in 2 months, and honestly, it looks like Rosie wants to put her on a bun with some ketchup.
But that girl can sing, though.
That I can see.
When my kids were little, they asked me to take it. They were like 14 and 15, and I won't lie, it was pretty good.
Oh, she can sing, man.
Oh, she got a good job.
She can sing the phone book, that girl.
Yeah, she's good.
Right.
She's just a moron.
But I just wanted to laugh at all these jackasses who, they just think it's just so.
They should just do what they do. Just do what they do, and stay out of it.
You want to hear, all right, so here's a list of some of the jackholes. Mia Farrow, unprovoked, without imminent threat, Trump attacked the country without consulting Congress.
Yeah, define imminent threat to her. The imminent threat is like the nuke is in the air. Oh, maybe now it's an imminent threat, moron. Who else?
Ethan Embry, I don't know if you've ever heard of him. Ethan Embry, I don't know. Ethan Embryo, I don't know. 78 million effing idiots in America brought us here. Mark Hamill, another rocket scientist.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy was even terrible in the easiest role to ever play. I mean, don't tell me he didn't wreck Star Trek or Wars, whatever
it was Star Wars.
Yeah, whatever, same thing.
Same track.
Same shit.
I hate when I go to bed early on a Saturday night and I wake up on a Sunday morning only to discover we've gone to war with the entire Middle East.
God, we've
Congress.
gone to war. Shut up.
John Cryer. Yeah.
He got that right.
Exactly.
Considering how often he lies, we may have well bombed France. Well, that's not a bad idea when you think about what went on there this weekend. George Takei, another genius.
Oh, God, yeah.
Do you want to hear what this wacko said?
Not really.
Yeah, he said, I really like boys and I like them young. No, he didn't say that. Never mind.
No, he didn't.
Then Lizzo, she chimed in. She said, just a reminder, we're not bombing for peace. We're bombing for pizza. I really want to eat everything on earth, and I hate Trump.
Making that up.
I made that up.
That might be fake news.
So I don't know. And then Bradley Whitford, never heard him. Stephen King, who hasn't done anything relevant in forever. And I don't know if he's
another stupid book.
Right, Stephen King's doing his impersonation of Neil Young every day, and vice versa. Those two guys have morphed into one idiot. So that's it for the second greatest news ever.
Okay, very good. Chris Murphy tonight, who I went to high school with. If Trump didn't destroy Fordo and he didn't eliminate their enriched uranium and he scuttled the diplomatic agreement and he pushed Russia and Iran closer to each other. Yeah, I don't think any of that's true, by the way, but and he put all of our troops in the region at risk. That's definitely not true. Then what was the point exactly? Imagine saying that tonight. What was the point exactly? I mean, it's just mind-numbingly stupid, these people. Like this argument against doing nothing. Like when Obama was in and when he had chances to take out things and then bombing and did any of them rationalize it like this?
Nope. And they were forever wars too. They would nonstop. They were overspent and they left weapons behind every time to keep them empowered.
What was the point, he says? We have to explain it to you, dummy? You didn't learn it at Wethersfield High School? Civics class? Guess not. God, the guy's an idiot. Just unbelievable, these comments. But this is what the Sunday shows look for. This is him on Aaron Burnett tonight. Again, this is all I saw.
And
they're all loving the Constitution. All the Democrats wrapping themselves in the Constitution all weekend long. 99.9% of the time, they're trying to burn it to the ground.
It's so great.
But the 0.1001% of the time, which they found in this, the president violated the Constitution. Oh, we can't have the Constitution. Oh, the Constitution, the Constitution, the Constitution. All of them. Makes you want to puke.
So great.
Meanwhile, you didn't hear anything. Obama bombed Libya, 2011? Pakistan, he did a couple times, 2009 and 2016. Yemen, 2009, 2016. Somalia, 2009, 2016.
And by the way, who's State Department?
What did you hear then? I'd like to congratulate the president on his leadership and his...
Yeah.
Iraq and Syria, 2014 and 2016. I mean, it's rich coming from these people. The same people that can't identify a woman are trying to identify, a terrorist or a terrorist regime.
He left $10 billion worth of goodies for the Taliban. I mean, really?
Well, he built the Taliban.
Yeah, he replaced the Taliban with the Taliban.
Right.
Iranian media tonight, Trump's ceasefire claim is completely false. No official or unofficial proposal was received. Well, that's how you know it was probably true.
Yeah.
Just like earlier today, I think I tweeted out, there was breaking. It said Iran's Supreme National Security Council says it has destroyed the U.S. air base in Qatar. And I retweeted that, and I said, the LFSXB Supreme National Security Council says that I'm now the Pope, and I'll be also ruling over Greenland starting tonight, because both of them have about as much truth. That's about what you can take from anytime the Iranian anything says something, it's usually the opposite of that. That's the truth. Like when they all came out on Saturday night and said, no damage done. We've done a full assessment. Oh, really? You've done a full assessment in the first 4 minutes. You walked through the fire, through the rubble to get that assessment done?
Everything looks good.
No, everything's fine here. You tell us.
Boss, do you not see the giant hole over there?
It's crazy.
You know what? That was just President Trump peacefully protesting their nuclear sites. That's all it was. Nothing to see here. Move along.
It was no damage.
Let's watch another great one from CNN tonight. I don't know whose show this is. Maybe Caitlin Collins, or once again trying to tell us that about the ceasefire, whether there is one or not. Let's see how this one went.
Now, we're hearing incredibly optimistic views coming out of the White House as far as how long this can hold and what this is going to look like. That obviously still remains to be seen on the implementation side of this, and waiting to see if the firing does stop and if Iran and Israel do both agree to this. Because, speaking of the fluidity of the situation, it was just 24 hours ago that President Trump himself was suggesting a regime change in Iran was a possibility. And obviously right before that, having the United States strike Iran. And so, yes, there have been a lot of phone calls going back and forth. In part, this has to do with Iran's limited response earlier, where they fired on a U.S. base in Qatar, but there were no casualties. We know that they did give a heads up that they were going to be firing on U.S. bases without exactly specifying which ones. But that is the question here, is if the United States felt that it did not need to respond to the Iranian retaliation, did that create the space for this? That is what we've been hearing from administration officials. And so the question is whether or not this still holds for the next few hours.
Hold on, Caitlin.
Caitlin, I just been given word that Iran, according to a diplomat who briefed CNN, Iran has agreed to the ceasefire. So this is significant. I just want to try to learn some more information as soon as we get it about that. But if that is the case, that's incredibly significant, because we were waiting. We had not heard from Iran. We had not heard from Israel. All we were going on so far has been the president's social media post, which was some 2 hours ago. So again, that is the first indication we have that Iran has agreed to this.
I hate this job.
Now we're hearing.
She wants to echo some of your sentiments at him right now.
If there was like a translation button underneath, it'd be like, too bad there's not mass casualties and escalation of war.
Sorry, Caitlin. All right, 13 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. More sports news, all coming up when we get back. Look at the face. It's on a Monday. We talked about the Wellness Company. A new administration in Washington, D.C. has brought a lot of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The reality is, however, that there is only so much the government can do, and that if we really want to make America healthy again, it's going to start at home with each and every one of us. And that's, of course, where our friends at the Wellness Company come in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time right here on Real America's Voice, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company gives you the opportunity to make sure you are prepared for whatever happens with their series of prescription medical kits that contain an assortment of life-saving medications and a guidebook to assist in the proper use of all medications. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more that can help you stay healthy and live longer and more satisfying life. Make America healthy again. We'll start at home. Do your part. Protect the health of you and your family. Go to twc.health/voice, twc.health/voice today in order. That's twc.health/voice. Use promo code VOICE to save an additional 10%. So that's twc.health/voice right there on your screen. And use promo code VOICE to save an additional 10% at checkout. All the great products from our friends over at the Wellness Company. 18 past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday. Let's do some more sports and then some more of the greatest headlines in the world. We'll start with sports. Sports is brought to you by our friend Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use if you want to shop at MyPillow. Slickster, what's going on?
All right, Big D, to the scoreboard we go. Major League Baseball on the diamond right now. The Braves over the Mets 3-2, top of the 8th. The Cincinnati Reds 4-1 over the New York Yankees, bottom of the 7th. Love to see that one. Diamondbacks 8-0 over the White Sox, end of 5. Bottom 5, it's bottom 5. Pirates and Brewers tied at 4. Mariners 7-2 over the Twins, end of 6. Top of the 7th. Cardinals bombing the Cubs 8-1. Orioles blanking the Rangers 6-0 final earlier today at 9:38. Red Sox at the Angels, and then the Nationals take on the Padres 9:40 first pitch. Folks are calling for some rodeo, so to the rodeo we go. How about this one? Buffalo Bill Rodeo, North Platte, Nebraska, at the Wild West Arena. Here we go. All-around cowboy Austin Hurlburt, $604. Tie-down roping and steer wrestling. Bareback went to Rocker Steiner. He's a good one. He's been around. 86 points on Butler and Son Rodeo's Dodge Avenger. We have steer wrestling first round. Tate Kizvested, 4.2 seconds, 16:54. Team roping, we had a tie. Eric Martin and Ryan Tittle and Garrett Tenozzi. Must be Brittany Posey Tenozzi's brother. And Connor Herron, 6.1 seconds. Saddle Bronc, Wyatt Casper, 84 points on Butler and Son Rodeo's Ridge Walker. Picked up 4,371 buckaroos. Tie-down roping, second round winner, Monty Lewis, 8.6 seconds. Barrel racing went to Piper Cordes, 17.32 tenths. Nice time there. $3,400 there for that young lady. And bull riding, last but not least, Gavin Mitchell, 77.5 points on Butler and Son Rodeo's six-shooter, $5,794. $157,149 was the total amount on that rodeo. And here's one. Auburn's Bruce Pearl calls for Trump to get Nobel Peace Prize after announcing Israel-Iran ceasefire. Trump announced Iran and Israel agreed to a ceasefire. Ryan Gatos of Fox News. This was published just about an hour ago. Auburn Tigers men's basketball coach Bruce Pearl called for President Donald Trump to be awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. I think we mentioned that already on the show ourselves. As Israel and Iran apparently agreed to the ceasefire, Trump, after the U.S. launched military strikes on Iran's 3 major nuclear facilities, with the Islamic Republic responding by firing missiles at a U.S. bar in Qatar, announced on Truth Social that Israel and Iran agreed to a ceasefire. Congratulations to everyone. It has been fully agreed by and between Israel. I'm not going to read that. We already wrote that. But Trump praised both countries for their stamina, courage, and intelligence to end what he called the 12-day war. This is a war that would have gone on for years and destroyed the entire Middle East, but it didn't and never will. God bless Israel. God bless Iran. God bless the Middle East. God bless the United States of America, and God bless the world, he said. Pearl, the chairman of the U.S. Israel Education Association, was among those who praised Trump for his military maneuvers in recent days. This is what a peacemaker and the leader of the free world does. He steps in when both sides can't agree, and he gives them an offer they can't refuse, the college basketball coach wrote on X. He should be awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. I pray that all sides can offer some grace and keep the peace. Pearl has supported Trump's efforts in striking Iran, saying the president wanted the world to be a safer place. Last week, he expressed support for the president as he weighed in on potential strikes on Iran. Goes on to detail what he had said, but nice for Bruce Pearl to come out. He said what we're already been talking about on the show, and a lot of people are thinking, be a tough one, all right, if he can get that, but that'd be awfully nice if he did, because, boy, I tell you, a lot of people got Nobel Peace Prizes for a hell of a lot less than that one. That's a wrap in sports. Big D, right back to you.
Speaking of sports, one of the people who was kind of on the Tucker, the world's ending, was Sean Strickland. Remember, I think you actually spoke about him.
Yep. Yeah, you're good.
Well, tonight, he's at least the first person I've seen to actually come out and say, geez, he said, Trump just brokered a peace deal. Well, I guess I was wrong. So what else are we going to bitch about this week? Going to be a boring week or so. I guess I can tweet about MMA or something. John Jones announced new criminal charges, and that's the end of his tweet. So
John Jones retiring too, right? He's retiring. I think Joe Rogan said he's retiring.
Yeah, he announced, Dana announced that he retired.
Yeah, right.
And of course, he's totally ducking Tom Aspinall. I don't care what anybody says.
Isn't he like 105 years old?
130.
No.
How old is John Jones?
He's 30-something, 37.
40 years old.
37.
I mean, he's still, hasn't even been challenged.
Yeah.
Now the first fight that honestly would be a huge challenge, he decides to retire.
Paul, what I wouldn't give to be that old.
7 months.
What's that?
What I wouldn't give to be that old.
You were kidding. That's funny.
All right, Slick. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use if you want to shop there. Let's do some more headlines. Rick Delgado's got them. What's going on, Delgado?
All right. Well, things in Texas are a little crazy lately, especially when you consider some of the things that are going on in the legislature as Texas Dems oppose bill to keep squatters out of homes. You heard that right. Texas took decisive action in favor of property owners last month when legislation known as the Squatters Bill was passed, offering protection against bad faith tenants and serial squatters. But predictably, Damon, Democrats opposed the bill and using a familiar argument seen from the party when it comes to deporting illegals, claiming due process is being stripped from the squatters and the squatters need rights. Here's Representative Steve Roth talking about the Democrats' cut number 4 in Texas. Again, taking homes away from legal owners of them in Texas to give them to freeloading squatters. Cut 4.
Senate Bill 38 going to the Texas House, and this bill seeks to keep squatters out of our house. Democrats have fought for 2 hours for the right I don't even know how to say this, for the right of people that don't belong in your house to stay in your house in the event that you leave for a month or two and a squatter goes in and takes your house over. Democrats are fighting for the ability of those people to be able to stay in your house. It's the most jacked up thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, exactly. As Toth explained, Democrats are fighting for the ability to people to steal your house.
I mean,
this is what Democrats are for, and again, you look at it's this.
And that's where in Texas.
Yeah, this is in Texas. Jasmine Crockett's from the area.
What you should do there is you should just unlock your title and steal the equity out of you. I don't even know. How did they pull this off?
Who knows?
The stupidity.
But again, this is again what we're dealing with the Democratic Party.
Yeah, burn the house to the ground.
All about let's elevate the criminal. Let's make sure that the criminal gets taken care of, because I think that's part of their plan. Really, right? Is to think about it, Paul. It goes back to you're going to own nothing and like it.
Yeah,
they're going to have people steal your house. And you're not going to own it, but you're still going to have to pay for it, and you're going to have to smile and like it.
It's unbelievable.
It's amazing. So there you have it.
All right, let's hit the break. Philip Patrick from Birch Gold is going to join us. Lots to talk about with him. The Rio Reset, gold, the Fed, rates. Cover it all when we get back right after this. 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday night. John Kerry, he's got an interesting take. He says, you cannot bomb away the memory of how to make a bomb.
Like Horton Hears a Who.
Let me read that again.
Yeah.
You cannot bomb away the memory of how to make a bomb. That's John Kerry's take, former Secretary of State.
Well, you know what? He's a world leader there, Damon, with thoughts like that. Because, of course, people that have been exploded by our bombs, I'm sure they don't remember anything.
Right. The guy who ran the Maidan revolution from the inside with the CIA. Yeah, well, keep talking, jackass.
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
Harvey Munster, right? Full of it.
All right, live from Studio 6B, 30 minutes past the hour. We were supposed to be joined by Philip Patrick at Birch Gold, but we are still efforting a connection with him. And if he does join us, we'll get him right on, talk about, because there are some things to talk about with the Fed. And Paul's been on this, and he says he keeps saying a pathway to the markets to explode. Well, markets to explode if you have risk assets, I would say you're definitely seeing that pathway now, because the Fed's going to have to, under the pressure not only of Trump, but the pressure of deflation, which is everywhere. Some say he's already too late. And I listened to Tom Lee talk about this the other day from Fundstrat, who I love, who I think is one of the smarter guys out there. And he says the deflation is everywhere. He can't figure out what the hell Powell's seeing at this point. But now Powell last Wednesday said that he was concerned that jobs markets could start to really break down. Friday, you had Governor Waller saying that the cut to maybe cut in July, labor market weakening, and there's no inflation. And then Monday, Governor Bowman says the cut in July, labor market weakening, no inflation. And then Austin Goolsbee also says to cut in July, labor weakening. So it seems like the Fed is getting ready to flip this into at least cutting rates. And what normally happens, and this is why I say risk assets, get ready to go if you're in risk assets like gold, crypto, anything like that. Because normally what happens is they're too late to the party, then they cut, and then they realize their cutting is not affecting the things they were worried about because they're too late. And then you got to fire up the money printer, go burr. And when that happens, risk assets go va-voom. So if I had to guess, I'd say that's the path for the rest of the year if it continues on like this. But we'll see. Paul, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I got to be honest with you. I think the rates should come down. I think they will, but I honestly think this is such a. I think they fight Trump at every turn. I think the Fed is a spiteful gang, and I think they do what's best for the Fed, not what's best for America. I think they are, honestly, I think the Federal Reserve is the greatest threat to our republic, to be completely frank. But let's see if they comply. Let's see if they go along with Trump's need for a point cut. What do you think? I mean, I think 1 point this economy would explode.
Well, we won't get that. If we get a quarter point in July, I think that would be the most we would get. And then, of course, there is no meeting in August. So then you're into September, and I think you probably get, depending on what the labor market shows, probably get a cut the rest of the year. So maybe you get, maybe not every month, but maybe you get 2 or 3 before now and the end of the year.
Has Trump gotten in all his time as president? None.
He hasn't gotten any.
None.
Maybe the month he came in, maybe January there was one. I'd have to go back and look. I don't know it off the top of my head.
I don't think there was ever any.
There may not have been. He maybe cut all last year.
Way they were like,
because I remember they cut leading up to the election because people were saying he's trying to influence the election back then. I do remember that. So, all right, let's do some. What have we done here? We did sports last segment. Let's do some headlines. And with the headlines brought to you by our friends at Eternal Life Coin is Rick Delgado. What's going on, Delgado?
All right. Well, I don't know if you saw this, Damon, but one of your favorites, Lisa Murkowski, suggests that she could become an independent in the right circumstances. That's right.
She's independent already from all reality.
The senator out of Alaska, one of President Trump's most vocal critics in the Senate GOP, said Monday that certain situations in which she'd consider becoming an independent and caucusing with Democrats, even though she already does.
Well, I mean, okay, what's different?
Yeah, exactly. That may be a possibility, she said. Murkowski asked how she'd respond if Democrats won 3 seats in 2026, the midterm. Said, we're going to let you pass bills and benefit Alaskans if you caucus with us. She started right off the hook right there. If this would help Alaskans, of course, you know what she means. Of course, she's going to do it. It's all about what's good for her, never what's good for actually the country. In March, Murkowski told reporters her Republican colleagues were afraid of going against Trump and then ally Elon Musk, and said the pair's work reducing the federal workforce was traumatizing people. Traumatizing is her quote. There is some openness to exploring something different than the status quo, she said, but switching parties likely isn't the answer. But now that is.
All right, Delgado, hold it there.
We'll see what happens with Lisa. Good luck.
We'll get back to the news, 36 past the hour. Please welcome precious metal specialist from our friends over at the Birch Gold Group, Philip Patrick. Mr. Patrick, how are you? I don't hear Philip, so...
Cat got your tongue.
Oh, there he is. He's a little low.
No,
he's got a terrific shirt on, though.
All right, try to work it out with him, I guess, off the air, and then let me know if we can hear him. I can't hear him. Doesn't sound like he was on the mic. So Delgado, go ahead. Give me another story. We'll try to work that out.
In a stunning blow of bipartisanship, believe it or not, ex-Biden official praises Donald Trump's handling of Iran and says Harris would not have had the courage or fortitude. In a stunning honest admission, a former Clinton and Biden advisor publicly applauding President Trump for his successful Operation Midnight Hammer.
Who is
Mr.
this?
Pelosi. This would be Jamie Metzi, a former National Security Council staffer under President Clinton and ex-deputy staff director under then-Senator Joe Biden, praised Trump's leadership. However, Metzi also cast doubt on whether Harris would have the courage or fortitude to do the same. He says, I'm not a fan of many of Donald Trump's actions, but but I will speak openly and honestly when he takes bold steps defending American interests, as he did tonight. He says, I'm not a blind loyalist, tribalist, and I'm perfectly comfortable praising Trump for the bold and courageous actions in support of America's core national interests, as he took a stinging rebuke, of course, of the former vice president, saying that Kamala Harris would not have had the stomach to do it. So there you have it, coming from the Democrats, some of the honest Democrats. This one coming from Slay News, slaynews.com.
I don't know about that. I don't think she would have made the decision, by the way. I think someone else would have probably made it for her. But who wants to imagine any scenario with her in charge anyways?
Yeah.
I mean, please.
How could anybody take us seriously at any negotiation?
I mean, do you think we would be where we are, given the same situation with the same players, except take Trump out and put her in there? Think this would have played out the same way? Think they would have been so afraid of her to think that we're not going to FAFO here like they are right now with this, the president we have?
We never would have gotten
maybe, but I doubt it.
We never would have gotten the 60-day deadline. She would have just said, "Oh no, it's taken care of."
Well, she would have asked her buddy Obama, well, now, what did you do? You flew in how many billions on a pallet? Okay, how did you arrange that? That's what she would have been asking.
Right.
All right, what else, Delgado? Anything else?
Also, John Fetterman praising the president.
I saw that on Saturday night.
Iran is the world's leading sponsor of terrorism and cannot have nuclear capabilities. I'm grateful for and salute the finest military in the world. Even Trump's skeptical columnist in the New York Times said the president got it right. Brett Stevens called Trump's decisions courageous and correct, and David French said the move was right on social media. It's basically it's kind of a mixed bag when it's coming from the Democrats on the left. But as you can see, some of the smarter ones, or the ones who are have a little taste of reality, are coming forward and saying, you know what, this was the right thing to do, and it needed to be done, and he handled it just the way he said. So that is coming from, again, Slay News.
All right. Do you guys want to see a cool report? This kid, Nate Friedman, does good independent journalism. It's 2 minutes. He really does a nice job of exposing a bunch of...
now, is this a clip of yours, Paul?
Well, it's not mine. I didn't do it. Nate Friedman did it.
No, but I mean, you brought it to the show? Have you listened to it?
Maybe.
Okay. I'd love to see it as long as you've listened to it. Aaron, did you listen?
Oh,
okay.
boy. I listened to it twice.
All right, fire it up, Paul. Let's go.
Do you want to see Israel destroyed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
I mean, your pin says you're Jewish, right?
At this point, I do. I used to believe in the one democratic state solution.
What do you do for work?
I don't.
You don't work?
Yeah. Okay.
Why not?
I don't have to.
So you did well.
I haven't worked since I was 27.
Now, I think she actually is working, and as a professional protester. Here's her protesting without her sunglasses on. She usually does have them on. Here's her saying HP profits from Israel's torture of Palestinian political prisoners. Here's her saying democracy is not for sale. Back again with the Palestine flag, and again with the South African flag. Now, it's not just her, as we know that they work in teams. Look at this blonde woman beside her. I found her at more protests than any other paid protester I've exposed in the past. I found her at close to 50 different protests, all within a couple of years. So who's behind this team of people chanting for Israel's destruction on America's streets? Their name is Sammy Dune. It's an organization based in Canada, and they are sanctioned by Canada as a terrorist group. In fact, in October of 2024, US and Canada issued joint statements listing Sammy Dune as a terrorist entity. Canada called them a sham charity who funnels money into the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, which is a Marxist organization that recognizes a one-state solution with no Israel. Now, Germany banned the group after members of Sammy Dune passed out candy celebrating October 7th. The founder of Sammy Dune, at a rally in Vancouver, publicly called Hamas heroic on the 7th and said that Hamas and Hezbollah don't engage in terrorism. If you look at the photos of this woman I interviewed, they almost all come from Sammy Dune's website. Now, the Tides Foundation and the Tides Center center is behind this, and you remember the chief donor of the Tides Foundation, George Soros. However, all you see is that the Alliance for Global Justice is their fiscal sponsor, but if you lift the hood, you see that Soros gives to Tides, Tides gives to AFGJ, which then gives to Sammy Dune. Soros, along with the New Venture Fund, gave more than $9 million to the AFGJ, which again is the fiscal sponsor of Sammy Dune. They want it to look complicated so you don't see this, but make no mistake, Soros is funding this. It is also important to note that you can't even donate to the AFGJ with Stripe or PayPal or any normal methods, as all of those companies consider them terrorists, yet they are still walking the streets of New York City screaming for the downfall of America.
You know, these independent journalists like this doing such a good job.
Yeah.
And that's a story we're never going to see on mainstream. We're never going to see that, you know, on network TV. And that kid did a great job, so I wanted to give him a shout out. I posted it on my page.
Great.
And if you go to my page, just maybe give the kid a follow. He earned it.
All right, we'll wrap it up. Well, hopefully with Phil Patrick when we get back live from Studio 6B right after this. 6B, 13 to the hour. Please welcome back now to the show. I think we got everything worked out. Our friend from Birch Gold, precious metal specialist Philip Patrick. Mr. Patrick, how are you?
I'm doing well, guys. How are you?
Very good. Welcome back to the show. So lots obviously going on in the world. Oil markets were telling us that they thought this thing was over, as oil 12% down from where it opened. And obviously we've been keeping a track on the market. The Fed, looks like the Fed is ready to maybe flip. You look at what's coming out of some of the Fed governors about the labor market maybe giving way. Obviously, lots going on. Risk assets are positioned, obviously, to do well in that case because, as I said, what normally happens is they cut rates too late. They realize that cutting rates now quarter point is not helping the labor market once it kind of breaks down. And then what happens? The money printer gets turned on and risk assets go va-boom. So whether it's gold or any other risk assets, they're positioned well in that kind of a scenario between now and the end of the year. But let me ask you, we've talked a lot about the BRICS, the Rio reset. What should Americans know about this?
Look, I mean, I'll be actually heading out to Rio. I'm going for the end of the summit, July 6th to 8th. What we're expecting is a formal announcement of a new sort of global trade and settlement system that the BRICS have been working on for about a decade now. So I think it's important to note this isn't speculation. This isn't theory. This is fact now, backed by thousands of miles of undersea fiber optic cables, digital infrastructure, new institutions, and central bank cooperation. The ultimate goal here is de-dollarization on a global scale. What they're trying to do is offer a modern alternative financial system that's firewalled from U.S. oversight, with the idea being longer term to try and render the dollar irrelevant. That's exactly why Birch is sending me to Brazil. The dollar's role as global reserve currency is being challenged before our eyes. I actually saw Nicholas Taleb talking on Bloomberg the other day, saying, look, the dollar's position as global reserve is under threat. We're losing it today. And the interviewer said, well, what's your evidence? And he said, look at central bank gold buying and look at gold's performance. And this is all part of the same thing.
So let's just step back one step on what is going on. So what are the BRICS nations doing that's any different this time than maybe what they've tried in the past?
Yeah, it's a great question. Look, they are rolling out now an international transaction and settlement network using real infrastructure. So they now have their own versions of the IMF, the World Bank. They have their own credit rating agencies. They have their own SWIFT rival, their own transaction clearinghouse. What they have now is blockchain-powered rails for transparency and trust. You know, the idea being not to create a new currency to rival the dollar, right? There's lots of those. BRICS are trying to create a new financial network that system that allows countries to settle trade in their own currencies without dollars involved. Now, this has been talked about before, but they never had the infrastructure. But now they have it. And I think the Rio Reset is that formal announcement. We've been seeing bilateral trade agreements happen outside of dollars, but I think this is creating a system to formalize those transactions.
So have there been actual, I mean, obviously you just made the case, but are there actual, like, real moves that have already been made that you're seeing? Tell us a little bit about that.
Look, it's happening now. Look, it's not going to be a case that the US dollar loses global reserve currency status, right? We are still king. Our currency is still king. It's our kingdom that's shrinking. So there's two aspects to this. One is de-dollarization. And yes, that is happening. US dollar holdings by central banks are now at 25-year lows, right? And that was 25-year lows at the end of Biden's term. It's escalating now. So the world is moving away from the dollar. With regards to the Rio Reset, yes, transactions are starting to happen. What they've done is created the digital plumbing, if you will. Now it's about transactions starting to happen. I think where we are heading now is into a more multipolar world. We've been punching above our weight when it comes to attracting capital. The US is 25% of the world's GDP, 60% of the world's capital. What we're starting to see now is more diversification in terms of international transactions. US debt is no longer the safe haven it once was. And my feeling is as soon as a nation or a bloc creates a viable alternative to the dollar, we risk losing the official status. And when that happens, I think we're in big trouble.
Paul Nolan said the exact same thing on this. A couple nights ago, you said the same thing. If you lose the dollar as the reserve world currency, it's a huge problem. So what can people who are listening to you right now, how does this directly affect them, and what can they do, and should they be doing anything?
Look, I think there are obviously I'm here from Birch Gold Group, but I've not seen a better climate in terms of fundamentals for precious metals. So watch, and you said it almost yourself at the beginning, what people should be doing, I think, is diversifying and hedging, right? And, we talked about what central banks are doing. Central banks are in a similar position to us, right? They're holding US dollars. They need to use them for international trade. The dollar has been falling in value. Buying power is dissipating. And what they're doing is buying gold, right? Gold in climates like this, it has an inverse relationship to the dollar. So when the dollar's buying power goes down, gold goes up. It tracks inflation. So it's a way to hedge currency decline and inflation, both of which I think are big problems and will continue to be. So I think it's just a case of getting information, staying informed, and structuring a hedge for your portfolio. I say all the time, we've got health insurance, we've got car insurance, we've got home insurance. For me, precious metals provide a measure of portfolio insurance, and I think everyone needs to be looking at that today.
Yeah, amen to that. Exactly right. Philip Patrick from Birch Gold. Again, you can go on your mobile device right now and text the word America. Send it to 989898. It's a great place to start. Just get a look at their free brochure. They'll tell you, see if gold is right for you. It's absolutely free. All you have to do is text America to 998, and that'll get you started and see if it's right for you. So lots going on, my friend. Thanks for joining us. We always appreciate a few moments.
Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, Phil Patrick from Birch Gold. Again, text America from your mobile device, 989898, to get Birch Gold and see if gold is right for you. It's a good place to start. So exactly what you said, Paul.
I would love to have asked him a question. What does he think the role of this war had on the currency war? Because when you look at history through the lens of the power of the currency and who controls the currency controls the resources, especially the world reserve currency. I would love to know how he thinks this affects BRICS, with Iran being one of those nations. And now Russia's getting their butt kicked a bit too, and China is obviously going strong, but not great by comparison to the two. I'm just curious how he feels this strategic move, and does regime change need to be in there in an effort to strengthen the Western currency system? I would be really curious his answer on that.
All right, 6 minutes till the hour, live from Studio 6B. Any other news that we didn't hit the headlines you have?
No, the only other thing was I guess it's not overly important, but I just wanted to that showed satellite images show trucks lined up at Iran's Fordow nuclear facility before the U.S. airstrikes, and satellite images appear to show scores of trucks lined up at the nuclear facility just days before U.S. carried out its large-scale airstrikes. This is from the New York Post. The speculation swirl that Tehran may have been able to move uranium stockpiles before the attacks. The images released by the U.S. defense contractor Maxar Technologies captured more than a dozen cargo trucks lined up outside the Fordow nuclear enrichment site's tunnel entrance on Thursday and Friday. The vehicles came and went over a 24-hour stretch, and it appeared to move unidentified contents a mile away. So again, we really don't know.
That's why that clip of Netanyahu has my interest on what he means by that.
Something.
Slick, anything else in sports? You want to just give us a quick hit?
Well, they just went final. The Mets lost to the Braves 3-2, and the Reds continue to beat the Yankees there 6-1 in the bottom of the 8th inning. That's it.
All right. Take us out, Corey. As always, we salute our military, active and active, police, firefighters, first responders, EMTs, everybody on the front lines protecting us. Thanks to everybody on the show. Aaron, Corey, great job. Harry on the highway sitting in tomorrow night. We'll see you tomorrow night, 8 p.m., right here live from Studio 6B.
A Portland coffee shop is not gay enough. That is an actual thing that we'll discuss. Also, what is a permanent resident? Can you deport them? Is it just a language trick being used by the libs? And also, ICE continues its crackdowns and the libs freaking out hilariously over something that was probably well-deserved. All that and more coming up on this episode of Turning Point Tonight. My name is Jobob. Thanks so much for tuning in. Together, we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. This is Turning Point Tonight. Now, before we get to any of those stories in our fantastic panel, we kind of have to talk about Iran, right? That's kind of a big thing that happened over the weekend. I'm pretty sure all of you are aware of that. But let me just say this at the onset. If you would like super nuanced discussion of the, I guess, infighting, for lack of a better term, because that's probably the best term, among conservatives, whether we should have done it, whether we shouldn't have done it, whether it's necessary, all of that, go watch the Charlie Kirk show, because this is not the place for that sort of nuance. What I would like to stick to is the cohesion around continually fighting against the libs and their ideas, obviously, rhetorically speaking, not physical fighting, because just in case anyone's confused. But regardless of what you think about the infighting amongst conservatives, the libs are also fighting against conservatives, which I would choose to point my gaze towards. Nancy Pelosi's former Speaker of the House, also probable witch, tweeted this after President Trump decided to bomb Iran. Tonight, the president ignored the Constitution by unilaterally engaging our military without congressional authorization. Now, technically speaking, she is right. But also J.D. Vance pointed out, okay, well, if Congress needs to declare war, which I'm a fan of, they should do it. They've only done it 5 times throughout the course of American history. The War of 1812, the Spanish-American War, the Mexican-American War, and both World Wars. In other words, so much military involvement throughout the course of the United States, especially since 1942, which was the last time the United States officially declared war through Congress, has been this same thing that Nancy Pelosi is talking about. In other words, Barack Obama in Libya in 2011, Barack Obama bombing ISIS from 2014 to 2017, an estimated 7 to 30 times in which he used similar-ish type action. Where was Nancy Pelosi's outrage there? What I'm saying is, ultimately, the libs are trying to make this well, he didn't go without congressional approval. And I like the idea of congressional approval. However, there are stipulations to that, and to pretend that this applies specifically to Trump and not to Obama and not to Biden is ridiculous. And so we need to continue, despite all of the current division in the conservative movement over the entirety of the situation, stay focused, keep our eye on the ball. The libs are actually the real problem. Here to comment on that and so much more is Haley Karania, host of The Nightly Scroll, and Kevin Ferris, host of Speechless. Guys, thanks so much for joining.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Haley, I'll start with you here. This, again, you can say what you want about the conservative infighting. Obviously, everybody is aware of that. If they want a nuanced discussion, go watch the Charlie Kirk show or another show on RAV. But your thoughts on how the libs specifically are taking this? They're all up in arms now. Oh no, the president, in their opinion, didn't follow the Constitution when, of course, their people have done it time and time and time again.
Right, of course. And former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, she absolutely gets off on the fact that she loves impeaching Trump. They've done it twice before. The Democrats are probably foaming at the mouth, just waiting for him to, mess up so they can do it again. So, of course, we're seeing calls from the left to impeach President Trump over this decision. Not only former Speaker Nancy Pelosi, but AOC, and then singer Ariana Grande weighed in because we know that she's a foreign policy expert. So thankfully, she's gracing us with her intelligence. But she co-signed AOC's calls to impeach Trump. All of this says to me is that their decisions and their response to this is just fueled by TDS.
Yeah, I honestly was shocked when President Trump walked down the hallway with J.D. Vance, Hegseth, and Rubio. I thought Ariana Grande would be there with him, but apparently she's on the other side of things. That's such a shame. Kevin, I don't know, your thoughts here. Again, my opinion being that, hey, let's keep our eye on the ball here. The libs are still the problem. And yes, we have disagreements, but conservatives are the only side that do have disagreements. Everybody on the left seems to be lockstep constantly and always.
Yeah, and that's the thing, Jobob, and you're right about staying away from a lot of this infighting stuff. The conservatives tend to be having actual diplomatic and real debate on what the issue is. Here, what Nancy Pelosi, it boils down to, is simply that she's not in power. That's what she's mad about here. She's like, oh, well, you went past Congress. Okay, let's talk about the Vietnam War. You brought up some great examples of hypocrisy in the 2000s. We go all the way back to the Vietnam War. Technically, we never declared war through Congress through the constitutional way that she wants to with Iran. We didn't do that for Vietnam, which was one of the deadliest wars for Americans ever. And so we can still have that conversation as to whether or not we should be having military involvement. But what Nancy Pelosi is mad about is not the fact that maybe Americans could be sent to die. It's that she didn't get to push the button.
That's actually a very good point. Yeah, Nancy Pelosi is mad that she's no longer in power. And thank God for that, by the way. Haley, my first concern when I heard that we did strike those facilities in Iran is, what does the LA Sheriff's Department think? The LA Sheriff's Department took a lot of heat on the internet for Xing out this. They said, our hearts go out to the victims and families impacted by the recent bombings in Iran. And then, as it's reported, calls these strikes on nuclear facilities tragic. Your thoughts on the LA County Sheriff's Department, of all places, weighing in here on Middle East foreign policy?
Yeah, the LA Sheriff's, their department shouldn't be concerned about victims of any sort anywhere but in LA. We just saw all this chaos unfold in LA. And even just weeks ago with these No Kings protests, totally out of control, citizens of LA just attacking ICE officers and agents, attacking police officers, and they're completely out of control. And the LA Sheriff's Department was supposed to be in control of that situation. Imagine if they had their priorities straight. Maybe they could focus on people that they're actually supposed to be caring about.
Yeah, wouldn't that be a novel idea? Kevin, that post was originally edited and then ultimately was deleted, but they did say they are closely monitoring the situation overseas, to which I say, thank God. Thank God a local municipal sheriff's department is monitoring something going on halfway around the world, because they can clearly have a lot to do with it. I don't know. What does this kind of say about the mindset of libs who are so hell-bent on inserting themselves into anything going on around the world, whether or not it makes sense?
Well, I think this is just an applicable mindset across the board for pretty much any liberal stance that you could possibly take. You constantly see white liberals getting mad on behalf of other races. you see all these people get mad for somebody else that has nothing to do when they don't have their own ducks in a row. Just as Haley had said, amazingly, by the way, is that you should have everything in your area figured out before you start commenting on what is going on across the world. Not only is this out of their jurisdiction, I can't trust the LA Sheriff's Department to do pretty much anything. If there's anywhere in the world that would be saying death to America as much as Iran, I'm willing to bet it's probably the populace of LA. So sure, monitor it closely, but how much are you really going to help?
Yeah, it's like, look at what's going on in your own backyard. It's like, oh, babe, our lawn is dying. Okay, but the house is on fire. Maybe we should prioritize that. The lawn dying is not a great thing, but we'll take care of that when the time comes and the priority. Speaking of this whole idea of, the whole issue in the Middle East, Mahmoud Khalil, Haley, was released according to everybody, but because of a federal judge demanded the Trump administration release him. Now, Mahmoud Khalil was the lead negotiator in all of the Columbia riots that happened last year, the encampments where they took over parts of the campus. That guy was negotiating on behalf of the people that were camping in the quads. And Haley, too, the president, who is, of course, a tyrant, for some reason still listens to federal judges. I'm not sure how much of a tyrannical rule that is, but your thoughts of this, in my opinion, clear Hamas sympathizer being back out on the streets and no longer facing a threat of deportation.
Yeah, well, of course, Mahmoud Khalil is back out on the streets. You know, he is advocating for a terrorist organization, Hamas, who screams death to America over and over again. And what activist judges in this country have done is send a message to people like Mahmoud Khalil and other people who hate America, is that you can
you can chant this stuff, you can work on behalf of a criminal terrorist organization, and you will be protected. If you are an immigrant or an illegal immigrant in this country and you hate America, you are protected.
Yeah, which is, again, not exactly the priority that I would like. You're seeing B-roll also of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the Maryland father, who is also a wife beater and probably trafficking humans. Kevin, I guess, I don't know, the libs now got their two most popular people. I don't know if that does them any damage politically. Actually, watch this video of Mahmoud Khalil just hours after being released from prison. Check this out, and I want to get your reaction.
Palestine will live forever! Palestine will live forever! From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free!
All right, that's enough of that. So yeah, the whole chanting, we all know what that means, and don't need to relitigate that. And also, sorry, Kevin, I think I might have buried the lead. The libs are saying, well, he's a permanent resident. Well, that just means he has a green card. I don't know. Why are they manipulating the language there to make it sound worse than it actually is, if in fact they tie him to a terrorist organization and get him out of the country?
Well, I love that you bring up the language with it, because as you know, my show is called Speechless. It was named after Michael Knowles' book, probably, in my opinion, the most influential book I've ever read for my political beliefs and understanding how the left operates. And they change the language that it's not technically wrong. It's not technically wrong that under his green card, he could be considered a permanent resident, but it drastically dilutes, and if anything, even changes the meaning and public perception of what is actually going on here. And it's a lot easier to say that than to say somebody who has overstayed their visa, or somebody who is a blanket agitator, or somebody who's currently violating the law that is somehow, because they're an agitator, getting away from the deportation that really should be imminent for anybody else if it wasn't a terrorist. That we're not even negotiating with the terrorist here. We're letting them walk all over us.
Yeah, just to clean that up too, so viewers know what we're talking about. A green card, you don't have to continue to reapply for visas over and over and over again. So I guess in a way it's some sort of permanence, but it's not permanent in the fact that, okay, you're a U.S. citizen and you can't be deported. You still can be deported if you have a green card. It might be a little bit more difficult, but that's still definitely an option. Haley and Kevin will be back after the break to discuss a coffee shop that just isn't gay enough. That is a real thing. It's definitely happening. All that and more coming up after the break. Don't go away.
Gotta admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
Student Action Summit 2025, featuring the boldest voices in the fight. Secretary Pete Hegseth, Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Brett Cooper, Secretary Kristi Noem, Riley Gaines, Brandon Tatum, Jack Posobiec, and more. Join thousands of students, future leaders, and freedom fighters. This is the battleground of ideas. This is the Student Action Summit. The future is ours to build. Register now at SAS2025.com.
This is an important message for anyone exposed to asbestos. If you or a loved one were exposed to asbestos and were later diagnosed with mesothelioma, lung cancer, or any of the diseases listed on your screen, call the Victims Justice Group now. You may be entitled to significant money damages. A $30 billion court-ordered trust fund has been established for mesothelioma and asbestos patients and their families. Before 1983, many companies did little or nothing to protect workers from the dangers of asbestos. If you worked in any of the industries or trades listed on your screen and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, lung cancer, or any of these asbestos-related diseases, call the Asbestos Exposure Helpline now. The average mesothelioma claim is more than $1 million, and often payment is received in less than a year. Our attorneys have secured over $1 billion for asbestos victims and their families, and they are ready to help you now. There are strict deadlines to file a claim. Don't delay. Call our Asbestos Exposure Helpline now.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. My name is Jobob. Thanks so much for sticking with us. Let's check in with Turning Point's White House correspondent, Monica Page. Monica, hope you had a restful weekend. Obviously, nothing happening around the world. It's just kind of dull and just sitting, just waiting for something to happen. But I guess the thing that is happening is on Tuesday or tomorrow, the NATO meeting starts. Given all of the things that did happen over the weekend, if people couldn't catch the sarcasm there, what are we looking like with President Trump meeting with the other NATO leaders?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Jobob. So the president's leaving off the South Lawn tomorrow, very early in the morning, from what I understand, heading over to the Netherlands, specifically The Hague, to participate in the NATO summit. He's going to be there for about a day or so. He's going to be returning back to the White House on Wednesday, pretty late into the evening. But essentially, the main focus was the GDP and the world leaders spending from 2% on the GDP to 5% when it comes to defense military spending, boosting that from 2% to 5%. But these latest developments overseas in the Middle East are probably going to overshadow that moment, and how the United States is going to continue handling Iranian aggression and also Russia's aggression when it comes to the war between Russia and Ukraine. Those two major tensions over there in both of those regions are really going to be an overshadowing moment, and how these foreign nations can kind of come together and come to some sort of agreement when it comes to dealing with Russia and when it comes to dealing with Iran as it stands right now.
Monica, this is purely speculation based off of your kind of interaction with the White House. Does this stuff faze Trump at all? All of this stuff swirling around and then going into meetings with world leaders from around the world, they clearly have an opinion whether or not he should do more, shouldn't do more, what he did do. Does that faze the president at all in your kind of just opinion?
Well, it seems to not really faze him at all. He knows this is what comes with the job, and he's handled a very similar situation in his first term when he took out Soleimani. So this current situation is looking like Soleimani 2.0. And this time he knows exactly how to handle it. And now I think he handles it 10 times better, given the amount of advisors that are surrounding him and the amount of overseas adversaries as well that are kind of helping him navigate where exactly he should be going, what he should do. He's got a really good team. So it'll be interesting to see how this unfolds. But the president's made it clear no more U.S. military involvement moving forward. We know these most recent strikes from Iran were purely military performance. They weren't really aiming to harm anybody, from what I understand. But
Of course, we'll see how this plays out. But President Trump, he seems always very calm, cool, and collected when he speaks on these things. When I was around him just this past last week, he seemed very calm. Like, this is exactly what he knows how to do. He's the deal negotiator. He's the top businessman. He knows exactly how to navigate these kinds of situations and make deals. So I think that he'll handle this perfectly, as he always does.
Yeah, NATO is going to be really interesting to see the reactions, especially in real time. And I would be cautious of viewers watching that. Know that, hey, these other countries are trying to get media attention if they do, in fact, spark something that causes media attention. Everything is a show nowadays, and I can't imagine NATO will be any different. Monica Page, we'll check in with you tomorrow. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Now, of course, we've mentioned that despite everything going on in the world, there still are problems that we need to take care of here domestically, like getting 20 million illegals out of the country. Let's bring our panel back. Haley Karania, Kevin Ferris. Guys, this continues to be a thing. I want you to watch this video. This was KTLA out of Southern California saying, oh my goodness, look at this poor father getting beat up by ICE. Watch this, and then we'll kind of give you the other end of what actually happened. Check this out. There's no sound here really, but masked men in the U.S. Border Patrol vests beat and take Santa Ana father. He's a father, and he lives in Santa Ana. Go ahead and we're done with that. But one of the big parts that they missed was this next clip of him waving around a weed whacker and this is a short clip, it doesn't show the entirety of it, at federal agents. Watch this. You can clearly see, go ahead. In attempt of being arrested, the guy, that's it. There's the 1 minute later SpongeBob style. You know, if you wave a weed whacker that's on, I get scared when I use my weed whacker of getting nipped in the ankles. But if you're waving it around somebody's face, clearly that's gonna escalate the physicality of the situation. Haley, this seems to be an ongoing thing. They talk about pregnant mothers, and oh no, they raided the home of a pregnant mother. Oh yeah, because her husband is a felon that got deported twice. I don't know, what gives?
We don't hate the media enough. And honestly, with all of these attacks on ICE agents up more than 400%, the media is complicit. What they do here is they turn these criminals into sympathetic characters. They edit around videos, their deceptive editing, their deceptive coverage turns these people into these sympathetic characters. Oh, woe is me. Oh, these ICE agents are so evil. And meanwhile, they're being attacked with weed whackers. I mean, it's totally insane. This guy is trying to evade arrest, and they decide purposely to not tell the full story.
Yeah, it seems to be the case over and over and over again. Kevin, now what Haley was saying is, you can't hate the media enough because they're deceiving people. I also think they're deceiving the people that think that ICE is out to just terrorize them for no reason. And if I actually thought that, again, I'm not condoning this. I don't think anybody should fight the cops in any way, shape, or form. But if you're getting media completely inundating you, oh my gosh, you're going to get disappeared. I mean, it's kind of hard to blame people for putting up a fight because of the media lies, right? I don't know. What do you think about that?
I think you're really onto something with that, Jobob. The idea that we really do need to have sympathy for some people on the other side, because if this is what you're watching and this is what you believe is happening, no wonder you're going to go out and march at a No Kings rally or something, because you watch this and look, if you're only watching your nightly news at 9 and you see this happening on your stuff, on whatever you're watching it on your TV, on your phone, you're gonna probably be a little worried for your fellow man if you're not understanding. If there's also a weed whacker behind it, I call it the Mona Lisa's nose. If you only ever saw the nose of the Mona Lisa, you'd be like, what the heck? Who was painting that? Why is that this perfect piece of art? No, once you get the full picture, you realize maybe that guy should probably get deported, and maybe Trump isn't this evil tyrant that he's framed as.
Kevin, I don't want to look into your internet search history to find out what kind of nose things that you're searching to have that example come up. But I agree with you. There's a certain point to where I said this on the show last week. If there was an actual threat to the democracy of the United States, I would be protesting the no kings thing because I don't want a king. But at the same time, like the information is so distorted. You have people that are just, I don't know, incensed for really no reason because they don't get the whole picture. Speaking of these woke people doing the woke things, this is a coffee shop in Portland, like I said, that was not gay enough. I want you guys to both watch this clip from the Portland area news and would love your reaction and thoughts.
All around the coffee shop, you see this: pride flags and signs of support for the LGBTQ plus community. But it's what is not displayed on Cathedral Coffee's property that has people upset. Kylie Forsland frequents this coffee shop. She heard about the pride flags being taken down after employees put them up and say because of that, Cathedral Coffee has lost her business for life. We spoke to the owner and he says that he believes in a place of neutrality. He wouldn't display the MAGA flag, he wouldn't display the Jewish flag, and he wouldn't display the pride flag. What's your take on that?
Spoken like an oppressor.
The end is the kicker, Haley. What do you think?
You have to be so stinking privileged to care about this. This is the picture of white liberal privilege. Your life is so good, it is so cushy that this is your issue. You care that a coffee shop doesn't have a pride flag, isn't celebrating your sexual preferences or the sexual preferences of lesbian, gay, and trans people. I mean, find a new hobby.
Haley, I would like to point out that unfortunately I am on that flag also. There's a brown and a black stripe that's for minority people. So I'm not drinking coffee there either because I don't know.
Well,
Kevin,
I guess Haley speaks like an oppressor then. I think that's really
I guess we've got an oppressor on this show.
No queens protests.
Kevin, again, the logic here that you have to be using, if you have to have this thing in this store in order to feel welcomed, wouldn't that just go for anybody doing anything? Like if there's not some unifying thing, which is in this case nothing, wouldn't you then have to go through the litany of different types of people or different groups of people? Oh, this bathroom handle is a little bit too short for people who are really tall, therefore really tall people are not welcome here. Like, you start to segment things off in a way that, okay, well, now you have to literally include everybody in their little nuanced things, or you just get yelled at by the entire population. I don't know if that's a question, but your thoughts.
Well, here's the thing. I have two main points on this. The first is it gets only more confusing the further down this rabbit hole you get. I'll give an example. I was in Richmond, Virginia just this last weekend, and I went to a few different breweries with my sisters, and I went into this one where on their bathrooms they had one that had a handicapped man, a toilet, and a urinal, and then on the other one right next to it was just the handicapped man and the toilet. And I was really, really confused, and I almost walked into what is actually considered the women's restroom. The only thing that separates it is the urinal, which is how you know that that's the men's restroom. And there was other men that also almost walked into, but this is their way of trying to make you feel accepted by just muddying it and making it more confusing. Further, the second point is not to get too biblical on you, but this just shows you how woke is a religion. They are literally creating a Passover for businesses of putting the sacrificial blood's lamb on the door so that you know whether or not you as an ally should condemn this business or not.
Kevin, I agree wholeheartedly, except for the fact that some women do use urinals. They also happen to be very ugly and generally overweight.
Speaking like an oppressor. I'm the oppressor.
I forgot. Yeah, right. That is an oppressive thing to jokingly say. Haley, Kevin, thank you guys so much for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Fun panel today. Very spirited, very opinionated. Love that. Want to tell you about ivermectin. You might be curious about ivermectin. You might have heard about it a lot if you've been watching CNN. well, it's a horse dewormer. No, clearly it's much more than that. Ivermectin has been used for parasitic infections. They've been used obviously for COVID-19. That's what gained it to prominence. You need to know where to get it, because my biggest problem is, okay, well, is this a US-based company? Is this some other foreign company that's just sending ivermectin different places? If you want to get ivermectin, you have to trust a US-based company, and that company is All Family Pharma. You want to go to allfamilypharma.com/tonight anytime you're ordering any sort of ivermectin products. Also, a bunch of other supplements there. allfamilypharma.com/tonight. I had a friend of mine who is very familiar to the show. You might recognize who I'm talking about, that said ivermectin saved my weekend when I felt a fever coming on. So if you want any ivermectin products, allfamilypharma.com/tonight. Trust me, that's where you want to go. US-based. You're not trusting foreign companies with your ivermectin products. allfamilypharma.com/tonight. Right after the break, we are going to see a fantastic clip from Alex Clark's Culture Apothecary podcast. Don't go away. We'll be right back after the break.
They said Gen Z would stay silent, that we'd back down, that we'd forget what's worth fighting for. But this generation remembers. We remember truth. We remember freedom. And now, we rise. This is more than a conference. It's a call to action, to reclaim the future, to ignite a movement that cannot be ignored. Student Action Summit 2025, featuring the boldest voices in the fight.
Charlie Kirk, Secretary Pete Hegseth, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Brett Cooper, Secretary Kristi Noem, Riley Gaines, Brandon Tatum, Jack Posobiec, and more. Join thousands of students, future leaders, and freedom fighters. Raise your voice and take action.
This is the battleground of ideas. This is the Student Action Summit. The future is ours to build. Register now at SAS2025.com.
Funerals can be emotionally devastating for a family to go through. Besides the sorrow, loved ones are left with the decisions and the high costs of arranging a funeral. That's why Funeral Advantage was formed. They've helped thousands of people between the ages of 40 and 85 protect their families when they need it most. It pays your loved ones up to $20,000 cash immediately.
It's a good feeling to know that my family will be taken care of if anything happens to me.
It's so easy. Just answer a few simple health questions.
Funeral expenses continue to rise and can easily cost $9,000 or more, but the most government benefits pay is only $255, leaving your loved ones the financial burden to pay the rest.
This is so affordable, even for someone like me who's on a fixed income.
If you're between 40 and 85, get your free Funeral Advantage guide. Help keep your family financially protected with up to $20,000 cash immediately.
Funeral Advantage provided me with this free planning guide. Now everything is done just the way I want it to be.
Call the toll-free number on your screen to get your free information guide. Funeral Advantage is something we'll all need. There's no risk or obligation. Don't put it off. Call now.
To get your free Funeral Advantage planning guide, call 800-849-7919. Discover how easy and affordable it is to protect your family when they'll need it the most. Call 800-849-7919. Now, Funeral Advantage pays up to $20,000 cash to your family for funeral and other expenses. Operators are standing by. Call 800-849-7919. There's no risk or obligation. Don't put it off. Call 800-849-7919. That's 800-849-7919. Call now.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the Superlight 25-foot pocket hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
What are the odds that we aren't depressed or hungry? We just have parasites.
Huge odds because we really do have parasites. At least 95% of us have parasites, and they can control your mind, make you feel unworthy and unhappy. And
they control your mind because what? Are they wiggling up there and eating your brain, or what happens?
Well, they can hijack our nervous system, and they can hijack our lymphatic system, which we need in order for us to feel good about ourselves. They can also hijack our small intestines, which is where that feeling of worthiness comes from. So they can get into our bodies and really do some damage.
Okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that about the small intestines and worthiness, because anytime that I get acupuncture, that area flares up for me.
Yes, you can have them and not even know it. They can live in you for decades, and you wouldn't even know it until maybe you had a life-altering event or something happened to you where your stress level went high, and then they're activated.
Everybody calls you the worm queen. Funny, because they call me that too, but for a different reason. Because you're this parasite expert. How did you become such an expert in parasites? Like, what happened to you?
Well, I got really ill with parasites, but I do come from Western medicine. I have 2 healthcare degrees, and I ran 25 healthcare colleges. I worked in the emergency room, urgent care, and I just never really thought this was a thing either in life. Then in 2019, I got really ill and I couldn't figure out what was wrong with me. The doctors couldn't figure out. And I had 13 surgeries and a hysterectomy. And they still said there wasn't much left for me and that I needed to just kind of accept my life the way it was. So in 2019, my husband and I went out to our recreational property to build a log home ourselves. And I started to do mushrooms and meditate and just really try and focus on my health, figure out why I was so ill. And around a year and a half in is when I figured out that I actually had Cryptosporidium parvium and roundworm plus flukes because I ate a lot of sushi. So that was, now I know that sushi and salmon are a huge reason. But our water was also contaminated with nematodes, and I didn't know it.
Like your tap water?
Yes.
Okay, so then you started doing parasite cleanses?
Right. In July of 2021, I did a random, you can get it on Amazon, parasite cleanse. And that's when I saw roundworm and flukes in the toilet. And I did a video on TikTok and went really viral.
Okay, and so when those came out of you, how quickly did you start noticing symptoms alleviate?
3 days.
In 3 days? And you've been dealing with this for how long?
20 years.
You're joking.
No.
Why do you think so many people harbor parasites?
I think that because we don't cleanse in this country. We don't cleanse in Western medicine countries. And that's really important for us to actually go in and get rid of them. And it might not get rid of them completely, but it will put them at bay for a while. And then you do it again. And then the symptoms alleviate. And then you do it again. Other countries do this. We just don't. Mexico does it a few times a year, and sometimes it's mandatory in sports. They actually will take a synthetic pill that they can get at the pharmacy for like $7. Jamaica does it with an herb called the bush, and Korea does it. Guatemala does it. Like they just know that this is an issue in life, and so they just arm their people with the information. We just don't.
How are parasites entering our bodies?
You can enter through water, which you absorb up to 2 cups of water every 15 minutes and everything in the water. You can absorb them by brushing your teeth, salmon, sushi, undercooked pork. RFK Jr. had a tapeworm in his brain.
That's right. He's the worm king.
Yeah. He's the worm king.
I forgot about that. Ooh, so what is the deal with that? What is it that he had?
Neurocystic sarcoma, which is a tapeworm of the brain from undercooked pork. The body of it is still in his brain, but the symptoms are surpassed, but it did eat some of his brain, he said.
That's so freaky. Many people experience symptoms like bloating, fatigue, skin issues. How can those be linked to parasites, and why are they usually overlooked?
They're overlooked because this is a taboo subject. It's denied, and it's crazy that it's so denied. And it can cause those things because your body is telling you something is going on. So if you're drinking water and you become bloated, it's literally in there like bloating you out. It just doesn't even know what else to do to process what's going on in your body to push it out.
So common symptoms in adults, you might have a parasite if you have these issues.
Grinding your teeth at night, drooling at night, craving salt and sugar, especially after 7 p.m. because they're nocturnal. So around 7 is when they wake up. So insomnia, and usually feeling unworthy of yourself, a lot of anxiety, a lot of mental health issues could be from a parasite.
I do crave salt a lot. So what could that be telling me?
I crave salt more than sugar.
Me too. I never crave sugar.
And I would say I've been doing this for 4 years, and it probably was the last 3 years I just figured out that, or the last 3 months that I figured out that it was a salt craving. Because I'm like, man, I don't crave any sugar, but I crave salt like no one's business. And it's my parasite that wants it.
How can parasites influence mood disorders or cognitive function?
Well, they hijack our nervous system.
Okay.
So they get in there and they're causing you to have a different frequency and a different vibration. So they have their own, they're alive and they're in our bodies. And parasites are controlling, and mold is brainwashing because they're alive in our bodies. So they can go in and they can hold on to trauma. They can hold on to memories. And when you start to go in and eat something like an anti-parasitic food, right? Like pineapple or pumpkin seed, they're dumping all of what's in their body in you, as well as that memory or the trauma feel.
I didn't know there was such a thing as anti-parasitic foods.
Yes. Anti-parasitic foods are things like papaya, pumpkin seed, pineapple. They go in and disrupt them. And then while they're being like kind of unalived, they're dumping everything while they're being unalived, and they're laying eggs.
Okay, so are you never eating sushi again?
No, I'm never eating sushi again. And it's so unfortunate because we used to eat it 2 to 3 times a week, and we would eat salmon. I can make a mean salmon barbecue, but I can't do it after seeing everything that I post.
You talked about how they can live in your lymphatic system.
Yes.
So if you're somebody who struggles with not sweating often, is that like a sign that stuff is going on? Like, are you not flushing things out? Could that be why parasites are trapped in you if you're not properly sweating or like doing sauna or working out?
Correct. I say to do the 3 Ps, make sure you're peeing, pooping, and perspiring. And things like castor oil can help with that because it kind of breaks down whatever toxins are causing you to not be able to sweat or go poop or pee consistently. So there's quite a few things other than just the parasite cleanse. We actually are launching a lymph kit this Thursday, May 15th, that help you move your lymphatic system so that you have a better cleanse. That is one thing that a lot of people will stop doing a parasite cleanse because their lymphatic system is not moving. And it's so important to make sure you're doing those 3 Ps.
Got to admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
Mama, look. It's just like our new house.
Warranty! I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Clogged AC coils? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? Ta-da! If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age.
A warranty is smart.
Oh, the happy family. Is that us? Too much? American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Student Action Summit 2025, featuring the boldest voices in the fight. Secretary Pete Hegseth, Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Brett Cooper, Secretary Kristi Noem, Riley Gaines, Brandon Tatum, Jack Posobiec, and more. Join thousands of students, future leaders, and freedom fighters. This is the battleground of ideas. This is the Student Action Summit. The future is ours to build. Register now at SAS2025.com.
SAS 2025, SAS 2025, the Student Action Summit is going to be phenomenal. Again, I told them to fix that commercial. They keep pronouncing my name and more. Again, I don't know what I have to do about that. There's also no picture of me on there. But I will be at SAS, the Student Action Summit in Tampa, July 11th through the 13th, in conjunction with the Turning Point Academy Teachers Summit, Educators Summit. Go to Turning Point USA, TPUSA.com, find out all the information about everything Turning Point is doing. You don't want to miss SAS 2025. Tickets are still available, but I guarantee you they won't be, because, again, this is a fantastic event that you're not going to want to miss. TPUSA.com. You can also donate. Keep the conservative voice alive and well on college campuses. You can also email the show anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. We got a couple of fantastic emails over the weekend, including this one from Kevin, which I thought was fascinating. It's hilarious. Supposedly creates his own memes, which congratulations for doing that. I thought this was one of the better ones. Graphic one here. It's a picture of Gavin Newsom as the most interesting man. I don't always go to wine tasting events, but when I do, it's during the LA ICE riots. Which is a story that we completely missed last week. When the riots were happening, Gavin was at some wine event, I believe, in Napa, because, I don't know, that's just what he does. If there's a dire situation going on in his state, Gavin goes and does the wine thing, as he did during COVID. It was an early dinner at the French Laundry, one of the nicest restaurants on planet Earth. while people were being forced to mask up and not go to restaurants. But it was okay for King Gavin because King Gavin is allowed to do whatever he wants. We got another note from Steve in West Virginia talking about Gavin specifically, saying, hey, we see Gavin way too much on this show. At first it was amusing, now it's more of an irritation. I can understand where you're coming from, Steve. I totally get it. The good news is, however, I think the more that we publicize Gavin, the more people will go against him. I don't know that him getting airtime on Turning Point or anything Charlie related is going to make anybody like him more. I have a feeling, especially with some of the stories that are well known locally here in California, that will come to light ultimately in the future. Cough, his affair, cough, his a bunch of corruption with a bunch of the different utilities around the state. The more that that comes to attention, I think the less likely he is to actually be the presidential, well, not only the nominee, but the president itself. Valid concern, and I understand the annoyance, but one, I don't think it's necessarily entirely warranted, and two, we're contractually obligated to play those. So, thank you for your notes. TPT@TPUSA.com. We don't have a ton of time. I want to get to this clip that I was stumbled across over the internet. I think you will love it if you love justice. If you don't, I don't know why you're watching this show, but if you do, enjoy.
Come here.
Oh, sorry.
Come here. Put your stuff down.
Oh.
Put your stuff down.
What?
Okay, run back.
You told me to go charge my phone to show you the online order.
But can I say something? My lawyer told me that if it's below $500, that I don't have to go to jail.
No. You just stole $600 worth of items.
I know,
okay.
and I made a mistake, and I'm aware of it,
Okay.
and I want you to know I'm aware of it, and I will, whatever you want me to do, I will show you changes actively. I will
Okay.
do it. I'll do anything.
Go ahead and take the seat, okay?
I'll do anything, officer. Please, officer.
This is a society that you do not want to live in. Now, not with the justice. Like, I'm so glad she got arrested. The cops are doing their job. Amen. Approve 100%. But what you don't want is criminals tallying up the numbers and saying, oh, well, the felony limit is $500. Yeah, but you stole $600. I'm so sorry for stealing more than the felony level. That's not what you just don't steal anything. We want you to steal $0. We don't want to be like, oh, well, it's fine because she didn't exceed the limit. There's a story, I think it was in Colorado, where these guys, the limit for the threshold for felonies was like $2,500, and they'd stolen like $2,800, and they made the argument, well, hold on, some of the items were on sale, so the sticker price on those items actually lessened the threshold. They're under the threshold, so it's not a felony. And thank God it didn't work. But this is the mindset that criminals have. Well, if it's not above this threshold, then it's totally legal. My lawyer said that I could steal anything up to $500. Holy cow. That is a societal and cultural problem that I don't want to have and I don't like dealing with. I love the justice behind it, but at the same time, we have a bigger problem on our hands if that's the mentality of these crazy people. That's going to do it for us here at Turning Point tonight. Thanks so much for tuning in. We will see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Charlie is going to take us out. Like I said, see you tomorrow, same time, same place. God bless America.
They're called ball hammocks by Shinesty. Soft, sweat-wicking, breathable underwear with a supportive pouch built in. You don't realize you need new underwear until you try these. Love your first pair or they're free. Upgrade to ball hammocks at Shinesty.com.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Okay, let's begin. So this last weekend, President Donald Trump authorized a military operation in Iran. America has officially joined the Iranian-Israeli war, an amazing military operation with remarkable precision. A 37-hour round-trip flight, B-2 bombers flew from Missouri all the way around the world and bombed 3 separate sites in Iran, turned around and came back to the United States. President Donald Trump announced it on Saturday evening. We, of course, were covering that live. Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio, and J.D. Vance have been hitting the media circuit in the last couple of days. Now, the question is, what happens next? Now, live here on this program, we are monitoring this. Qatari airspace is now closed. The largest military base, the largest U.S. military base in the Mideast is in Qatar. As we've said, they are basically sitting ducks right now. There's a lot of preventative measures, though, that have been done and can be done to get some of these U.S. service members out of harm's way, to get U.S. troops out of a potential ballistic missile strike against Iran. A lot of this is now outside of our control. President Donald Trump acted decisively and prudently. President Donald Trump has said for a long time that Iran will not get a nuclear weapon, but now this is out of our control. What will Iran do? Now, there is major U.S. Air Force movement going on right now all over the CENTCOM region. Major breaking news, imminent threat of Iranian attack on Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. So it looks as if that juicy target in Qatar, as we predicted on Saturday night, Iran just can't help itself. That is the target they are going for. Now, typically, there would be 10,000 U.S. troops at that Qatari air base. That has been drawn down to 5,000 U.S. troops. And so we're going to be here live on air for the next couple of hours as this is developing in front of us. What will Iran do? It is now getting closer to evening in the Middle East, and this is going to unfold right here on this program. And the imminent threat of Iranian attack will probably be ballistic missiles. Now, remember, when President Trump took out Qasem Soleimani, Iran responded with force. They even hit the tents of service members where they were supposed to be. But thankfully, we took exhaustive precautionary measures, and we got the planes in the sky, we got the troops in the cars, and thankfully, nobody died by the grace of God. There's some folks in some amazing American troops got concussions that were in bunkers, but nobody died. So likely, it looks as if there is an imminent threat of ballistic missile launches happening in Iran, and they will go to Qatar. Let's get a map of the Middle East. This is a much shorter missile trajectory, by the way, than Israel. So Israel has about a 8 to 10 minute heads up before a ballistic missile goes all the way up and then goes to Israel. Well, this is a much, much shorter missile projectile to Qatar. It's only 500 to 600 miles probably from the interior of Iran to Qatar. So what does this mean for the United States? Well, President Trump made the decision to bomb Iran. If Iran kills 10, 20, 30, 40 U.S. service members, what should our response be? Should we escalate this even further? Should we then go after Iranian oil fields? Should we take out Iranian electricity? Or should we just say, okay, we're done? Now, Iran said that their response is going to be proportional. Well, from the best of our knowledge, no Iranians died in the Iranian missile strike this last weekend, or the bombing that we did against Iran. Here's 257 up on screen. You'll see all the U.S. bases across the region. It's a lot of targets for Iran to hit. That is a lot of targets. So if Iran goes and kills 20 U.S. service members, God forbid, how do we respond? President Donald Trump has already issued massive threats saying that you are not going to like what happens next. And then do we find ourselves further stepping up the escalatory ladder? This is brinkmanship at the highest imaginable and conceivable level. And then there's another conversation that we had, which is, did we actually take out the Iranian nuclear program? That is yet to be seen. Now, again, there's a difference between capabilities and program. Capabilities and program. The hope here of what Iran is doing, again, this is out of our control. We are hoping for the rationality of Iran. So much of this right now is us hoping that Iran acts rationally, which, again, is a little bit of a contradiction because we're told that they can't get a nuclear weapon because they're irrational. Anyway, that's a whole separate topic for a different time. But anyway, right now we are praying for the rationality of Iran. We're praying that they don't wipe out 1,000 U.S. troops. They don't wipe out 2,000 U.S. troops. After Soleimani, they did basically a showing face missile launch, but not really. They hit U.S. bases directly. They just kind of gave us enough heads up that we were able to evacuate those U.S. bases so they can go back to the Iranian people and say, look, we're strong. We hit the bases, and we can kind of wipe our hands of it. We can kind of get an off-ramp. It seems very clear that Israel and America kind of wants this to come to an end. Does Iran? Does Iran right now have the stomach to keep this going? We don't know. There are reports on the ground that Iranian sentiment is increasing in certain factions and certain portions, especially the rural areas in Iran around the supreme leader. But in the cities where a lot of the younger Persians live, they are becoming more and more Western. So this is happening all in real time. Meanwhile, there is an ever-growing, heated, let's say, debate and environment happening online. And we're going to dive deep into the politics of this. And I'm going to kind of show you your opinion of what is happening with Iran it's almost a one-to-one correlation based on your age and based on your media consumption habits. And I want to dive into that in great detail, but I just had to get to this breaking news that any moment right now, there is likely going to be an Iranian attack against a U.S. base.
The Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
The U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Tonight I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success.
Is the United States now at war with Iran?
No, Kristen, we're not at war with Iran. We're at war with Iran's nuclear program. And what we did is we destroyed the Iranian nuclear program. I think we set that program back substantially, and we did it without endangering the lives of the American pilots. That's an incredible thing, and I think we all should be proud. Whatever our politics, we should be proud of what these guys accomplished. A very, very high-impact mission under a lot of pressure.
We are confident, yes, that Iran's nuclear sites were completely and totally obliterated, as the president said in his address to the nation on Saturday night. And we have a high degree of confidence that where those strikes took place is where Iran's enriched uranium was stored. The president wouldn't have launched the strikes if we weren't confident in that. So this operation was a resounding success, and administration officials agree with that, as well as Israel. The president believes the Iranian people can control their own destiny. Why shouldn't the Iranian people take away the power of this incredibly violent regime? Our posture has not changed. Our military posture has not changed. These were decisive precision strikes that were successful on Saturday evening. But the president is just simply raising a good question that many people around the world are asking.
Do you expect Iran to move to close the Strait of Hormuz to try to disrupt oil transportation across the world?
Well, I encourage the Chinese government in Beijing to call them about that, because they heavily depend on the Straits of Hormuz for their oil. If they do that, it'll be another terrible mistake. It's economic suicide for them if they do it, and we retain options to deal with that. But other countries should be looking at that as well. It would hurt other countries' economies a lot worse than ours. It would be, I think, a massive escalation that would merit a response, not just by us, but from others. What happens next will depend on what they do. They want to negotiate, we're ready to negotiate.
Is regime change off the table, Mr. Secretary?
This mission was not and has not been about regime change. The president authorized a precision operation to neutralize the threats to our national interests posed by the Iranian nuclear program and the collective self-defense of our troops and our ally Israel.
One of the things that you saw from the president's team, and I really am proud of all of our guys at the senior team, is an operation of this magnitude. Multiple B-2s, 14 30,000-pound bombs, and even an hour after the attack, the entire media, some of our enemies all over the world, they had no idea this was happening. And that's because you had a coherent team that was aligned behind the president's vision. There weren't any leaks. I think that made our troops safer as they carried out this mission.
What will be your next step if Iran or militias under Iranian influence in the region attack U.S. interests or allies in the region?
Wherever it may be, whether it's in Iraq or Syria or bases in the Gulf, as the president said, it would be, as the chairman said, it would be a very bad idea for Iran or its proxies to attempt to attack American forces.
They said Gen Z would stay silent, that we'd back down, that we'd forget what's worth fighting for. But this generation remembers. We remember truth. We remember freedom. And now, we rise. This is more than a conference. It's a call to action, to reclaim the future, to ignite a movement that cannot be ignored. Student Action Summit 2025, featuring the boldest voices in the fight. Charlie Kirk, Secretary Pete Hegseth, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Brett Cooper, Secretary Kristi Noem, Riley Gaines, Brandon Tatum, Jack Posobiec, and more. Join thousands of students, future leaders, and freedom fighters. Raise your voice and take action. This is the battleground of ideas. This is the Student Action Summit. The future is ours to build. Register now at SAS2025.com.
Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes!
Summon Dale!
Who's Dale?
American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
Sign up today at ahs.com.
Why aren't you getting results? Random workouts, overtraining muscles, completely missing others, wasted time. Don't do that. Do this. This is 25-minute speed train. Follow me for just 25 minutes a day, 7 days a week, with minimal equipment, and get actual results.
Look at the definition. I didn't have these arms at high school.
Subscribe to Body in the next 24 hours for less than 50 cents a day and get 25-minute speed train free at bodywithani.com.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Attention homeowners. Are you behind on your mortgage payments? Is the bank threatening to take your home? Is your home worth less than you owe? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you need to call this number right now.
Call 800-714-8615.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle, with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Welcome back. Hello, everybody. Sorry, not welcome back. It is Monday. I was reading something here. A lot going on. We are at the Bitcoin.com studio. I guess it is welcome back because we were streaming this weekend, and there was a lot happening. Okay, let's begin. So this last weekend, President Donald Trump authorized a military operation in Iran. America has officially joined the Iranian-Israeli war, an amazing military operation with remarkable precision. A 37-hour round-trip flight, B-2 bombers flew from Missouri all the way around the world and bombed 3 separate sites in Iran, turned around and came back to the United States. President Donald Trump announced it on Saturday evening. We, of course, were covering that live. Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio, and J.D. Vance have been hitting the media circuit in the last couple of days. Now, the question is, what happens next? Now, live here on this program, we are monitoring this. Qatari airspace is now closed. The largest military base, the largest U.S. military base in the Mideast is in Qatar. As we've said, they are basically sitting ducks right now. There's a lot of preventative measures, though, that have been done and can be done to get some of these U.S. service members out of harm's way, to get U.S. troops out of a potential ballistic missile strike against Iran. A lot of this is now outside of our control. President Donald Trump acted decisively and prudently. President Donald Trump has said for a long time that Iran will not get a nuclear weapon, but now this is out of our control. What will Iran do? Now, there is major U.S. Air Force movement going on right now all over the CENTCOM region. Major breaking news, imminent threat of Iranian attack on Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. So it looks as if that juicy target in Qatar, as we predicted on Saturday night, Iran just can't help itself. That is the target they are going for. Now, typically there would be 10,000 U.S. troops at that Qatari air base. That has been drawn down to 5,000 U.S. troops. And so we're going to be here live on air for the next couple of hours as this is developing in front of us. What will Iran do? It is now getting closer to evening in the Middle East, and this is going to unfold right here on this program. And the imminent threat of Iranian attack will probably be ballistic missiles. Now, remember, when President Trump took out Qasem Soleimani, Iran responded with force. They even hit the tents of service members where they were supposed to be. But thankfully, we took exhaustive precautionary measures, and we got the planes in the sky, we got the troops in the cars, and thankfully nobody died by the grace of God. There's some folks and some amazing American troops got concussions that were in bunkers, but nobody died. So likely, it looks as if there is an imminent threat of ballistic missile launches happening in Iran, and they will go to Qatar. Let's get a map of the Middle East. This is a much shorter missile trajectory, by the way, than Israel. So Israel has about a 8 to 10 minute heads up before a ballistic missile goes all the way up and then goes to Israel. Well, this is a much, much shorter missile projectile to Qatar. It's only 500 to 600 miles probably from the interior of Iran to Qatar. So what does this mean for the United States? Well, President Trump made the decision to bomb Iran. If Iran kills 10, 20, 30, 40 U.S. service members, what should our response be? Should we escalate this even further? Should we then go after Iranian oil fields? Should we take out Iranian electricity? Or should we just say, okay, we're done? Now, Iran said that their response is going to be proportional. Well, from the best of our knowledge, no Iranians died in the Iranian missile strike this last weekend, or the bombing that we did against Iran. Here's 257 up on screen. You'll see all the U.S. bases across the region. It's a lot of targets for Iran to hit. That is a lot of targets. So if Iran goes and kills 20 U.S. service members, God forbid, how do we respond? President Donald Trump has already issued massive threats saying that you are not going to like what happens next. And then do we find ourselves further stepping up the escalatory ladder? This is brinkmanship at the highest imaginable and conceivable level. And then there's another conversation that we had, which is, did we actually take out the Iranian nuclear program? That is yet to be seen. Now, again, there's a difference between capabilities and program. Capabilities and program. The hope here of what Iran is doing, again, this is out of our control. We are hoping for the rationality of Iran. So much of this right now is us hoping that Iran acts rationally, which, again, is a little bit of a contradiction because we're told that they cannot get a nuclear weapon because they're irrational. Anyway, that's a whole separate topic for a different time. But anyway, right now we are praying for the rationality of Iran. We're praying that they don't wipe out 1,000 U.S. troops. They don't wipe out 2,000 U.S. troops. After Soleimani, they did basically a showing face missile launch, but not really. They hit U.S. bases directly. They just kind of gave us enough heads up that we were able to evacuate those U.S. bases so they can go back to the Iranian people and say, look, we're strong. We hit the bases, and we can kind of wipe our hands of it. We can kind of get an off-ramp. It seems very clear that Israel and America kind of wants this to come to an end. Does Iran? Does Iran right now have the stomach to keep this going? We don't know. There are reports on the ground that Iranian sentiment is increasing in certain factions and certain portions, especially the rural areas in Iran around the supreme leader. But in the cities where a lot of the younger Persians live, they are becoming more and more Western. So this is happening all in real time. Meanwhile, there is an ever-growing, heated, let's say, debate and environment happening online. And we're going to dive deep into the politics of this. And I'm going to kind of show you your opinion of what is happening with Iran it's almost a one-to-one correlation based on your age and based on your media consumption habits. And I want to dive into that in great detail, but I just had to get to this breaking news that any moment right now, there is likely going to be an Iranian attack against a U.S. base. Certain sources are saying that an Iranian attack could have already begun against U.S. bases. So we're going to keep our eyes on that in real time. We're monitoring it. There is a massive U.S. Air Force movement happening right all over the region to try to intercept some of these missiles. We have Patriot missiles, and also to evacuate the base. Every minute here matters. Every minute matters to get these U.S. service members out of the base so that they do not die. And that would be awful, and that would be catastrophic. But this fluid situation could then escalate into us then responding against Iran, and then they would respond further against us. And before you know it, we are now in a shooting war, a kinetic chapter of the U.S. versus Iran, which I don't think anybody in this audience wants. Maybe a couple people want it, but I can't imagine anybody in this audience right now wants a further escalation of this situation. And President Donald Trump has been remarkably clear. If you touch a single U.S. service member, there will be a response the likes of which you have never seen. President Donald Trump acted decisively this last weekend. And now I'm going to show you some of the fallout that you might be missing. Because if you are simply and only watching cable news, you might think that the whole movement is unified behind this. That is not the case, especially for the MAGA faithful under the age of 30, and especially for the MAGA faithful that are hyper online. There is a lot of heated opinions being thrown out right now. And I'm going to dive into all of that. And by the way, here's some other it just kind of continued breaking news. A coordinated attack from Iran, the Iranian faction in Iraq, and Houthis in Yemen is expected to take place. So it looks like this is their big counter. It's going to happen live here on the Charlie Kirk Show. We are monitoring and covering it here in real time. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com and subscribe to our podcast. We'll be right back.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is wholly words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Funerals can be emotionally devastating for a family to go through. Besides the sorrow, loved ones are left with the high cost of arranging a funeral. Funeral Advantage was formed to help protect your family when they need it most. It pays your loved ones up to $20,000 immediately for funeral and any other expenses.
It's a good feeling to know that my family will be taken care of if anything happens to me.
Funerals can easily cost $9,000 or more, but government benefits pay only $255, leaving your loved ones to pay the rest.
It's so easy, just answer a few simple health questions. This is so affordable, even for someone like me who's on a fixed income.
If you're 40 to 85, get information on how to protect your family. Funeral Advantage is something we all need. There's no risk or obligation. Call now.
Get the facts about how easy it is to protect your family. Call 800-849-7919. Don't wait. Call now.
Stop watching the news and start making some. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. I'm going to get into the politics of all this, and I'm going to kind of restart where I wanted to start, but all that breaking news kind of derailed us. Understandably, reports are saying that within hours we could see an Iranian attack on a U.S. base, which leads you to believe that this is probably no small attack, but there's a little bit of a windup here. President Donald Trump is holding a national security meeting in the Situation Room in the next 30 minutes. And multiple bases are going to be attacked, is what it looks like. Sources. That's unconfirmed. By the way, we're going to be covering this all live here on this program quicker than anybody else because we got live top-tier sources. You have to understand, here on this program, we have the best sources that you can have. I mean, maybe some other cable news programs, but the sources here we have in this show are top-tier, original source, and it looks as if multiple bases are going to be attacked. That's unconfirmed, but it looks there is mass mobilization happening across the region. We hope that Iran acts rationally. We hope that Iran does not want to escalate this further. That would be bad for them. It'd be bad for us. It'd be bad for the region. It'd be bad for our agenda. We bombed the facilities in Fordo and Isfahan and Natanz or whatever. And there are sites of low-flying jets reported flying over Baghdad, Iraq. Okay, why refi? Private student loan debt in America totals about $300 billion. About $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. Why Refi is not a debt settlement company, and they work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. Why Refi can reduce your monthly payment and guarantees interest rates under 6%. Why Refi does not care what your credit score is. Go to whyrefi.com. Can you imagine being debt-free and not living under this burden anymore? Go to whyrefi.com. That is YREFY.com. whyrefi.com. So take a look at it right now. Why Refi offers a 3-minute rate check without any credit impact. Go to whyrefi.com. You can even skip a payment every 6 months, up to 12 times without penalty. Go to whyrefi.com. May not be available in all 50 states. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We'll be right back. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. As I said on Saturday, by the way, we're here at the Bitcoin.com studio. As I said on Saturday, as this news broke, I have the president's back here. The president is a friend. He acted with judgment and decisiveness and prudence. But it's important that I just kind of tell it like it is, that not everybody is in support of this. And definitely over the weekend, there was a sizable bubbling up of chatter, disagreement, especially with the under 30 hyper online crowd. If you support these strikes in Iran, which, by the way, I want to hear from you, freedom@charliekirk.com. Do you support it or not support it? If you support these strikes in Iran, you are likely getting your news habits and your media consumption, if you support them, from either cable television or traditional media. If you are against these strikes, you tend to listen to more podcasting. You tend to get more information online. So let me kind of show you the contrast of response. I think it's very important. First here is someone who has been very vocally in support of striking Iran. He's a friend of mine. I refuse to get into all this back and forth of name calling. I don't like that. By the way, that's, I think, one of the reasons why our show is doing so well right now, is I'm not getting into, oh, you're this name or you're that name. I simultaneously can call Tucker Carlson and Mark Levin a friend, and I'm proud of that. And I don't like seeing all these different friendships fall apart just because we have heated disagreements. I don't like that. What cut is this, Shane? I can't see it. The Mark Levin one? This cut sheet doesn't make any sense. Which one is it, guys? Okay. All right, we'll get to that in a little bit. So 333.
Look what Trump just did. Look what he did. Guess what? There wasn't a regional war, and there's not going to be a regional war. There's not World War III. There was not going to be World War III. The Israelis didn't drag us into it. I want the anti-Semites, sit down and shut up. The Israelis didn't drag us into this. The Israelis are defending themselves. We're defending ourselves. That's what took place. Now, what's the reaction of the Democrats? Impeach Trump. These are sick people. Sick. You know why? Because their guy Clinton couldn't do it, Obama couldn't do it, Biden couldn't do anything. If they had their way,
And let's continue with 334. I want you to understand, when you watch these clips, you're getting a certain presentation, and that's fine, of what is happening. And so if you support the strikes in Iran, perfectly rational and respectable position, this is the narrative that you are largely consuming. Let's go to cut 334.
America, don't you feel relief? Of course you feel relief. Because these Islamo-Nazis were building nuclear weapons to attack us, too, with intercontinental ballistic missiles. Guess what? You can go to bed peacefully tonight. No, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Not because of Obama, not because of Biden, not because of the Democrats, not because of some Republicans, because of Donald Trump.
Okay, so if you support these strikes, you're likely over the age of 50 and you watch cable television or traditional media. But I think it's important that I read some of these tweets of some of the top MAGA voices that have spoken out this weekend. People that are very, very pro-Trump. Here is the Hodge twins, for example. Please stop with the gaslighting, bombing another country's nuclear facilities, and then openly calling for regime change is not a peaceful message. It's an act of war, plain and simple. By the way, well over 10 million followers, very, very pro-Trump. Alex Jones, we all know Alex. Alex can be quite entertaining. I'm sad to see that Trump drank the neocon Kool-Aid and attacked Iran. That said, most people see through the gaslighting, and the age of globalist warmongers is coming to its end. This insane war, quote, must end now. Regardless, Trump is doing a great job on domestic issues / trade, as well as boosting most America First policies, so I'll not throw the baby out with the bathwater. The Patriot Voice, I'm not going to read this entire thing, but very, very pro-Trump, says, I hardly recognize MAGA anymore. I did not associate with MAGA starting all the way back in 2015, be part of this type of psychotic cult-like behavior. Very long, saying that he's very upset with President Trump. This one, Sean Strickland. What happened to America First? Cost of living, staggering wages, inflation. How does spending hundreds of millions to bomb a desert help the average America? Regime change, question mark. UFC fighter. He was at our Las Vegas rally. Again, he's kind of one of the cool kids that has come alongside that is now totally against. And by the way, before I read more, and I'll do this more after the break, a lot of the podcast bros, a lot of the hyper digital online, the young energy that has been a catalyst to the movement. And just remember, Donald Trump won the youth vote. He won the White House because of the youth vote. Boomers went 3 points to the left. Young people moved 15 points to the right. It's not because of boomers that Donald Trump won the White House. It's because of young people and students. And a lot of those online, and I'll read more, are vehemently against what has happened in the Middle East. Don't shoot the messenger. I'll be right back.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. We're working new information about the recent attack on Iran. The U.S. Embassy in Qatar is telling Americans in that country to shelter in place until further notice, as Qatar itself has closed its airspace over the country. All of this with concern that Iran might be launching some sort of attack on U.S. facilities there in Qatar or in that general region. In the meantime, President Trump scheduled to meet with his national security team within the next 30 minutes or so following Saturday's massive attack on Iran's main nuclear facility and 2 other nuclear facilities in that country. The White House posted a video of B-2 bombers that dropped the so-called bunker-busting bombs on the Fordo plant this morning. As you can see, the planes are now safely back here in the United States after touching down at Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri following a 36-hour mission. Halfway across the country, however, protesters in New York took to the streets on Sunday to demonstrate against the attack and war. Similar marches were staged in Los Angeles, Austin, Boston, and Chicago. Despite the opposition, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth explaining on Sunday what this weekend's attacks were all about.
This mission was not and has not been about regime change. The president authorized a precision operation to neutralize the threats to our national interests posed by the Iranian nuclear program and the collective self-defense of our troops and our ally Israel.
As for the effectiveness of those bombings, President Trump says Iran's nuclear sites sustained, quote, monumental damage. Defense officials are still working, though, to determine the full extent of that damage. Congressional pushback against the president's actions in Iran will likely kick into high gear this week. Republican Thomas Massie of Kentucky is being called a rhino yet again this morning due to his criticism of Saturday's attack and his resolution which seeks to limit President Trump's war powers. Massie argues that Congress should have made the call to attack, not the president. Democrat Virginia Senator Tim Kaine also on record this morning saying he expects to force the Senate this week to vote on a bill that will require the commander-in-chief to terminate hostilities against Iran.
This movement will not be silenced. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Here at the Bitcoin.com studio, Bitcoin.com studio. Joining us now is Mark Halperin, editor-in-chief of Two Way, host of Next Up on the Megyn Kelly Network. Mark, great to see you. I hope you had a restful and peaceful Saturday night. Nothing really happened this weekend.
Yeah, we did a special report on Two Way, had a big audience, and I think it's, we're always hear a lot of negative stuff about America, American people, media. I think people are really engaged in this in a substantive way. I know you hear it when you talk to people. I know I regularly flatter you, but it's all heartfelt. I think you've been so thoughtful about this as an analyst, but also as someone who's a player involved here, because this can be treated superficially. It can be treated as a red-blue divide, but
Mark was saying all this wonderful stuff, and we lost him. Okay, we'll try to get reconnected. Hang tight there as we get Mark Halperin there. That was very sweet what Mark was saying, because yes, we have been very thoughtful, and we have been very analytical, and we have been very fair in how we have been handling this situation. Sorry, Mark, we lost you for a second. Please continue.
Yeah. Okay, sorry about that. Don't know what happened. This cuts across the red-blue divide, and these are serious issues, and people should not be treating it like politics. They should be treating it like what's America's role going to be in the world, and what do we think of what President Trump has done? And again, I think you've been extremely thoughtful as an analyst and as a participant in saying there's a way to do this. It's in America's interest, and there are ways that history suggests aren't. And I think I applaud you and everyone else, including my colleagues on Two-Way, who are treating this like a serious thing rather than a political thing or a frivolous thing.
Well, thank you, Mark. That means a lot. And we've been attacked by both sides. We've been called a warmonger, and we've been called an isolationist. And then I look around and I say, well, you know what? The show's doing better than ever. So it turns out the American people actually want a straight, fact-first, non-ideological take on this. So, Mark, let me ask some of the harder questions. First of all, our eyes right now, we're monitoring the situation. Any moment right now, Iran could strike and hit a U.S. base. So I don't want to get too much into that because that's speculative. But based on your reporting, Mark, was this strike in Iran successful? Did it take out Iran's nuclear capability? There's a lot of debate about that. The New York Times is trying to cast a little bit of doubt regarding that. What is your reporting showing regarding the success of this strike?
Well, it was at least somewhat successful on two levels. Number one, or I'd say three levels. Number one, it certainly set back Iran's nuclear program. We don't know yet. No one knows if it eliminated it. Number two, it sent Iran and Israel both a message that the United States is, as Israel is doing, is seizing this opportunity, an unprecedented opportunity where Iran is weak as it's been in quite some time, to show that the United States is going to partner with Israel. And then number three, it showed America's technological superiority over every military in the world. And that means that not just Iran, but the folks in Beijing and elsewhere can be reminded that if the United States decides to use its military power, it's going to bring it to bear in a way with a technological and human proficiency that's unmatched by everybody else on the planet. That's an asymmetrical advantage for the United States. None of that means, though, that anybody knows, including the New York Times, including the administration, just how far back this has set the program. And I think it's going to take a lot of human intelligence and electronic surveillance to try to figure it out. There's no doubt that Iran did not go from being able to build a nuclear device and deliver it to being completely unable to deliver it. And we need to figure that out as a news story. But the policymakers need to understand, because that goes to the next moves for both Israel and the United States, whose stated goal is to remove that capability, at least for the time being.
Breaking news, by the way, Axios is saying, we can put this up on screen, Israeli official says that Iran has now fired towards Qatar and Iraq. Mark, what is the significance of this? We're going to know a lot very quickly of the payload and the intent of the Iranian military. A lot of our troops are sitting ducks in the region. Kind of walk our audience through. We've seen this similar in 2020 with the taking out of Soleimani. So please educate our audience on this as we see this develop in real time.
Well, we saw it then. We also saw it when Israel and Iran fought a few months ago. I think there's a good possibility. I'm not predicting it. I'm not saying it's the only possible outcome, but I think there's a good possibility that Iran will do something like what they've just reportedly done, tell their people it was a huge success and the full retaliation, and stand down. I think that's a possibility. And I know there are people in the administration who are familiar with that possibility as well. They may also decide to activate whatever remaining forces they have, both on their own and through proxies, to try to harm the United States and the United States allies. And that'll put a lot of pressure on President Trump to decide what he wants to do. His rhetoric suggests that if Iran does that, the U.S. will respond quite forcefully. But Israel's taking out a lot of targets now. So I'm not sure what's left for the U.S. to hit, but there's certainly ways to ratchet this up. So if a single American life is lost, I think the president will act in quite full force. If it's just property, maybe not.
Yeah, and so this has been a little bit telegraphed, though. We've kind of heard this for the last hour or 2 hours. I'm texting with a reporter right now who's just about, I'd say you're a better reporter, Mark, but he's almost at the Halperin League of excellence. He says, quote, it sounds like, based on what our reporting, this was telegraphed and designed to avoid casualties. Why would Iran do that? Why would Iran telegraph and design a military attack to avoid casualties?
Well, along the lines of what I said, they have to appease their people. Their whole premise of governance has been, on the military front, the geopolitical front, we're going to stand up to the big Satan and the little Satan. And people in Iran know that the United States and Israel both have now attacked the Iranian assets. And I think, again, they've done this at least twice now, where they don't want to bring the full measure of the United States force upon them. But they need to tell their people they've done something, and they can tell the Iranian people they did respond, and they can exaggerate the degree of success and the tit for tat nature of the response. And that's what many people think they'll do. And this could be a sign of that. But, this is not a closed thing. It's not like they get one chance to respond. They may respond that way and then respond a different way. Charlie, I think the biggest variable in all of this is the Iranian people and what the government feels they need to do to appease them or keep them from demanding a change in government or have a perception that they're a failed regime. And we don't know. Most of the reporting out of Iran, and I'm unfortunately not in a position to do much reporting there directly, but most of the reporting suggests that they're rallying around the government. They're reacting negatively to Israel and the United States. And that's good for the government because that means they've got more leeway in how they respond without having to worry about losing face with their own people.
Okay, 6 missiles launched so far by Iran right now as we're here on air towards Qatar. I'm told many have been intercepted. There are multiple explosions over Doha, and those interceptions are ongoing right now. So it's conceivable that Iran kind of, hey, it's coming, and they didn't quite want to kill Americans, but they wanted to show face domestically. And they said, hey, we did this thing, it's over. And I mean, I could see it if these missiles are successfully intercepted and no U.S. troops die. What does your reporting show, Mark, about how President Trump would respond? Do you think he will take an off-ramp and then kind of just put this thing, consider it done, if no U.S. troops die?
In the short term, I do think that's what the president would do if it's just some buildings hit. However, there's an ongoing issue, right? The president, to the extent, and again, you've taken heat, as you said, both you called an isolationist and called a warmonger. The president is committed to not letting Iran develop a nuclear capability or intercontinental ballistic capability. The Israelis seem to be on this, and they continue to not only hit our targets in Iran, but with a great deal of confidence. But if there's another element of the mission, like we saw over the weekend, where the United States capability can get it done and Israel can't, they don't have the B-2s and the bunker busters, then I think the president would go back for more. But I think the goal is to say, deter Iran from striking American forces around the world, deter them from hitting American forces in the United States, and hope that Israel can do what both the United States and Israel say they want, which is to eliminate that missile capability and that nuclear capability.
We're getting some of the video now that we're going to put up. Sorry, Mark, this is all just breaking news in real time here.
I'm a breaking news guy, fella.
No, I know. So, and by the way, feel free to check your phone, Mark, if you're getting sources and you're getting information too live on air. The skies of Qatar are lighting up right now as interceptions seem to be occurring, and we're going to try to load up those videos. Mark, what does this say for the MAGA doctrine, for the Trump doctrine, if there is an off-ramp? President Trump has kind of created a third way. We've kind of always existed in, hey, either you're a dove or you're a hawk. President Trump has always existed kind of in between those two modalities. Yeah. What does this mean for the Trump doctrine and the Trump foreign policy worldview?
Speak loudly, carry a big stick, use it when necessary, and no boots on the ground. I find people who are surprised by how President Trump is handling this to be guilty of not paying attention. He's doing exactly what he said he would do. People say, well, this is a slippery slope. No, he's not going to put boots on the ground. There are not going to be American forces on the ground. There's going to be no nation building. There's going to be no attempt to win the hearts and minds of the Iranian people. There'll be a lot of rhetoric about how the Iranian people, as the president put on Truth Social yesterday, how the Iranian people should consider changing their government because their government has not performed in their best interest. I think you'll continue to see that. And I think you'll continue to see overwhelming force used to take out whatever needs to be taken out to make sure that Iran cannot be a nuclear power. Other than that, I think it's up to the Iranian government. If they kill an American, one single American, then I think you'll see massive retaliation. And the president made that clear to them. That doesn't mean boots on the ground. We've got extraordinary air power. The Israelis have helped clear the way by making the Iranian Air Force and anti-air capacity quite limited. And so I think the president, as he said over the weekend, and the experts I talked to concur, the mission that was carried out over the weekend is the tough one. The ability of the United States to destroy government buildings, political things, bases, the Navy, that's fish in a barrel for the U.S. military.
All right, we have some visuals. I just want to put this up on screen of some of the interceptions that are happening over Qatar. Now, remember, this is very ballsy for Iran to do, because Qatar and Iran, I don't want to say they're allies, but there's definitely something that's been going on there with oil, and they're closer than Saudi Arabia and Iran. So this is quite a maneuver for Iran to do. But look at that, those interceptions happening over the skies of Qatar right now. That is real stuff. I mean, those ballistic missiles could take out hundreds of people if it hits a certain target. And so, Mark, stay right there. I want to tell our audience about one of our sponsors, and then our partners. We're going to go straight to the break. Go to donewithdebt.com. Done with Debt is great. If you guys are in debt right now, I encourage you guys to go to Done with Debt. Wasn't supposed to get as bad as it is. I know a lot of you guys in debt are looking to get out of it. It's called Done with Debt, and they're not like other debt relief companies. They don't push loans or bankruptcy on you. Done with Debt are legendary negotiators who go head-to-head with your credit card loan companies. They have one goal: to drastically reduce or eliminate your debt altogether. And unlike those others, Done with Debt moves lightning fast. Most clients see more money in their pocket month one, but a word to the wise: hurry, because some of their brilliant debt erasing strategies are time sensitive. Visit donewithdebt.com. That is donewithdebt.com. So check it out right now, donewithdebt.com. Make sure that you do not have another bill payment until you talk to a Done with Debt strategist. Go to donewithdebt.com. That is donewithdebt.com. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Visuals are coming in. We do not yet have any confirmation of a missile hitting a U.S. base yet, but there are more missiles being launched right now. Stay right there. Mark Halperin continues after the break. Okay, Mark Halperin continues with us. Mark, right now, looks like initial reports show that all missiles were intercepted so far. We need triple confirmation on that. I don't know what your reporting is showing as well. But that could be another victory for President Trump to show the capacity for the U.S. military to intercept these missiles. There's also alarms that are ringing in Iraq and Bahrain. And the source of the interception is probably aerial interception and also Patriot missiles from the bases. Again, we need triple confirmation on that. So, Mark, really quick, what do you make of the politics of all of this and kind of the response that you've seen from MAGA faithful over the last couple of days? You're very uniquely positioned as a reporter to comment on this. As we get more information about this aerial attack against U.S. bases, what do you make of the politics of all this?
Well, on the Republican side, I think the stories about, MAGA meltdown are exaggerated. There's a few people like Marjorie Taylor Greene who are on principle opposed to this. I hear it on two-way from MAGA folks who say this is a violation of what the president has stood for. But most people, and I put you and Professor Bannon in this category, I think have participated in the debate in a responsible way. And most members of Republicans in Congress saying, let's make sure that this is done consistent, not with just American principles, but consistent with the principles learned over the last several decades, maybe from Vietnam onward, saying America cannot win these wars and America shouldn't get into wars that they can't win. But at the same time, using air power and superiority to achieve a specific objective, one that the president has talked about for such a long time, making sure they're not a nuclear power is a big one. I think the Democratic Party, perhaps not surprisingly, is just a mess on this. There's 17 different positions. I've yet to hear any Democrat enunciate what seems to be the obvious position, which is support our troops, demand that the Iranian government not have nuclear capability or intercontinental ballistic missiles, and say that the president's obligated to work with Congress whenever he's going to put American forces in harm's way. That's like the easy, sensible position that's patriotic and rational and doesn't give Donald Trump everything he wants. And yet like I said, I've heard almost no Democrat talk about it. I'll be super curious to see if the president's poll numbers go up, because normally that would happen.
Oh, I think they will. Just really quick, looks like there's more ballistic missiles right now launched at Bahrain. So it looks as if they're going after multiple targets. Based on reporting happening real time here on the program, it looks like the Qatar missile strikes were intercepted, and all 6 headed to Doha were neutralized, intercepted. Huge victory for the U.S. military and for the Saudis and the Qataris and the British. So basically, again, it's a very layman understanding, but basically we fly a bunch of fighter jets and we try to send out a bunch of flares and disruptors that try to make the missiles explode in air. There are sirens right now in Kuwait, so we are not out of the woods yet. Bahrain and Kuwait and Iraq are probably the next 3 targets right here on the program as Iran looks to retaliate from the U.S. bombing on nuclear sites. Stay right there. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. Mark Halperin is with us. Okay, alarms are ringing right now in Kuwait. They are ringing in Bahrain. So eyes are now on those 2 countries. Can we put up a Middle Eastern map, please? So Qatar is the juiciest of all the targets. It's the largest U.S. base. It's in a desert, and it's the closest proximity. I think Bahrain actually might be a little bit closer. But we also have Blake here who's going to help with this. So
you got to
go ahead, Mark.
You got to worry about Iraq, too, because there's a history there of not through the air, but just human assets on the ground who have the capacity to attack American forces. Those bases, of course, over years now have been fortified and they're pretty well secured, but you never know if this is a desperate time for the Iranians when they may start to activate long-held assets who are in a position to do harm to America. The air defenses, as Israel has shown in this part of the world, are very good. Israel shoots down a very high percentage of attacks on them from all quarters. And you mentioned the list of countries for whom this is a victory. I know you didn't do it on purpose, but just to live rattle, Israel, big part of this as well in terms of intelligence sharing, in terms of technology. So Mark, right now, again, reports are showing French, British, and American fighter jets are all over the Persian Gulf, just kind of going nuts. I want you to remind the audience, though, when we took out Soleimani, we were able to get out with 0 U.S. troops. So this would not be unprecedented where we do something with a lot of chutzpah, or we do something where President Trump really acts with decisiveness, with violence, but then we're able to get out without a single U.S. troop dead. To do that twice, Mark, would be a rather phenomenal accomplishment in the modern era. Mark Halperin. Well, it has to do with the extraordinary capabilities of the Pentagon, right? They're following the orders of the Commander-in-Chief, the Secretary of Defense, and the President puts a premium on that. He doesn't want a single casualty, but it also has to do with his attitude. His attitude is, again, speak loudly, carry a big stick, only use it when absolutely essential, and he doesn't want Americans to die. This continues to be the less failure to understand Donald Trump when they call him a warmonger. He's the opposite of that. He's extremely aware of the cost, not just for American families, but for American prestige and the military's capacity for when America suffers casualties. And that's why, again, people who worry about him saying, well, we're going to go in and start building firehouses and parks and schools in Iran, it's not going to happen.
Final thoughts here, Mark. And Mark, by the way, you're welcome to hang with us as we kind of do breaking news. We're just going to roll through this, but I know you have a busy schedule. It sounds as if, and we need to get this verified. There's explosions at the al-Assad air base in Iraq. That does not mean that anybody necessarily died. There were explosions at these bases back in 2020. It does not mean that any U.S. troops died. 10 missiles were launched targeting U.S. bases in Qatar. I think that those U.S. bases, that was a successful interception. The Iraqi one is an open question. As you astutely mentioned, Mark, the Iraq one is very close geographically. There's a ton of Iraqi bases. In some ways, they were kind of sitting ducks. So it sounds like there might be a successful missile launch, successful in the worst possible way to say those words, on a U.S. base in Iraq. Also, sirens at U.S. bases in Saudi Arabia. This looks like they're doing a major volley here, Mark.
Yeah. And look, this is one of the many things that people worried about. People who did not think the U.S. attack on the nuclear program was a good idea for worried about just this. And now there's going to be a question of how long do they keep it up? Do they kill any Americans? And if they do, what is President Trump's response? There's also a possibility, of course, of communication and to say to the Iranians, okay, you got your measure of revenge. Now let's negotiate, or we will reply in greater force. That will, I predict, be what the president does. I think he will make one more effort to get them to the table. And if they don't come promptly to the table in a realistic way, I think you will see, as he suggested over the weekend, overwhelming force. And that's if a single American dies.
And Mark, just to repeat a point that we've made over the last couple of weeks, and this is not in any way, and I told you so, this was just a cautionary element. When we get into these situations, you don't know what's going to happen. You don't. No one could die, 100 people could die, and that risk has always been the root of my caution. When you get in these situations, there's 1,000 different ways this stuff can fall apart. Mark Halperin, 30 seconds.
100%. And the rejoinder, as you know, and which you've also given voice to, is the status quo ain't great. We have a country vowing to destroy Israel, a country vowing to do harm to the United States. And this is an opportunity the president's taking. It might not work out well, and I know full well the president went into it asking questions about and knowing full well all the things that could go wrong and still decided it was worth it. And the American people are going to continue to debate, no matter what happens, whether it was the right choice or not. And that's as it should be in a democracy of robust freedom.
Mark, open invite if you want to keep going. We have over 100,000 concurrence right now. So we'll be back in about 10 seconds. Everybody email me, freedom@charliekirk.com. Back in 10 seconds. Let's go through the breaks. Okay, I think we still have Mark Halperin with us, and we also, Mark, open invite. You can stay as long as you like. We have Blake. Blake, how you doing?
Doing great, Charlie.
Okay, what are we hearing and seeing? Well,
so,
I mean,
yeah.
hopefully we're doing great.
Exactly.
So no visual reports or missiles over Kuwait and Bahrain.
Yeah, so we had reports of, sirens going off, scrambling. So that is what preceded the stuff in Qatar, but we haven't seen any video of missiles coming in over there. There are reports of explosions at Al-Assad Air Base in Iraq. There's no footage of that. Al-Assad is in the western desert of Iraq, so it wouldn't be, in Qatar, any random person might see missiles coming in. It's not a big country. It's all right by Doha.
And very civilized.
So we'll be probably waiting for reports to come in.
So, Mark, we have Mark Halperin with us. By the way, I want you guys to email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, as we are monitoring this situation live as it is unfolding in front of us. Coalition of jets, this is breaking news, coalition of jets intercepting Iranian drones over Qatar, Iraq, Saudi, and UAE airspace. So look, can we get the map break up again? Let's get that Middle East map up. So if they're going to Qatar, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and UAE, they are flushing out in many different directions. I want just a quick Middle Eastern geopolitical lesson for those of you that are tuning in. A lot of you are. Iran is very much at odds with the UAE and Saudi Arabia. There's a Sunni Shia split. They just don't like each other. They haven't for quite some time, especially Saudi Arabia and Iran. Airstrikes in Iraq are now being reported. And so the jets, by the way, pray for our service members right now that are in jets intercepting drones, intercepting missiles. This seems to be a pretty serious salvo by Iran. Whether it is somewhat performative or theatrical, we will see. We know it's real, but what do I mean by performative and theatrical? There has been a little bit of a wind-up to this. Close the airspace, a little bit of a, hey, we're coming, because does Iran want to see this escalate? Mark, what are your sources telling you? What are you seeing here? And if not, you could go back. I don't mean to throw it to you.
Yeah. No, that's okay.
Okay, we lost Mark for a second here. Blake, what are we seeing?
So there's definitely the belief, the big worry is, if they hit us, are they going to actually try to cause as much damage as they can, or is it they need to show that they're willing to fight, much like we did, remember this in Trump's first term, where when we took out Soleimani, they shot missiles at us to sort of impress their own domestic political base, but they weren't really attempting to do as much damage as they could. They were not going to all-out war over this. And we might see a similar strategy here. On the other hand, it could also be they're testing it, probing it, seeing what might be vulnerable, or just trying to deplete our stockpile of interceptor missiles.
Yes. Okay, so breaking news. Iran says it has now launched what is called Operation Bakarat al-Fatah against the U.S.-led coalition of the airbase in Al Udeid in Qatar. The IRGC is to release a statement shortly, which means that this is probably coming to a conclusion, to an end. So this is the question, everybody. Is this a real escalation? Does Iran want to escalate this, or is this kind of a domestic show of political force that they could check the box? Is it a one and done? Do we have Mark Halperin, or did we lose him? We lost him. Okay, we lost him. Got it. He's welcome to come back if he'd like. And so initial reports right now show 3 reports of impact at the U.S. base in Al Udeid. This is fog of war stuff, guys. So we have to triple confirm all of this. So there are additional attacks happening right now in Iraq. Can we show the Kuwait? This Kuwait is the most Middle Eastern picture. I'm sorry, this is the most Middle Eastern video ever. It literally shows missiles being intercepted and a bunch of yachts. No, you got to show the Kuwait one I just sent. It's literally a bunch of yachts, and then a bunch of yachts on the bottom part in water, and then a bunch of missiles being intercepted above, and a bunch of Four Seasons luxury condominiums. That is the most Middle Eastern video you'll ever see, which is...
You just need a guy to be going through with an AK-47 that's gold-plated or something that he just sprays in the air.
Exactly. President Donald Trump right now has arrived in the Situation Room. Those optics right now, just show it one more time. That is Kuwait. You got missiles being intercepted up top. You got luxury condos in the middle, and you got yachts on the bottom. Welcome to Kuwait, everybody. Yeah, I think it's Kuwait. By the way, right now, U.S. generals are meeting with President Trump in the Situation Room. We are looking at all of our sources. We have the best sources, I would say, outside. We're texting a lot of the stakeholders, those that are not currently in skips right now. We're texting. We're getting information in real time. Okay, so Iranian missiles are being intercepted, but it looks as if, unfortunately, there have been 3 successful strikes in bases in Iraq, but we don't know if those are intercepted missiles that maybe made their way through. Are they fragments? Are they direct hits?
And if they hit, did they hit anything with people in it?
Yes, and so, by the way, this why every minute matters. The fact that there was almost an hour and a half or 2 hour heads up means that everybody could have gotten in vehicles and drove off base. Everybody could have gotten in vehicles and drove off base. They could get planes up in the air. They could get into bunkers. And by the way, the U.S. drew down their presence at a lot of these bases from 10,000 to 5,000. There's been a significant drawdown to try to limit some of the casualties and limit this response. There's no yet indication that Iran is going to close the Strait of Hormuz. That would be a serious escalation, one that would actually also hurt China. So I think that that is probably unlikely that'll happen. We now have footage that we're about to put up that the base being struck. The report is this, quote, "It appears that there have been 3 direct hits on the large American base in Qatar. There are no yet reported casualties at the base as it was evacuated several days ago, but damage has been caused." Pray that remains, everybody. If it's just building damage and it's just equipment damage, remember, President Donald Trump exercised restraint. Again, President has a lot of history and drama with Iran. Do you remember when Iran, they struck down one of American drones?
Yeah, they shot our robot down.
Can we get that clip of Iran Trump being like, I'm not going to strike Iran and kill 100 Iranians because they just struck down a robot? And so, by the way, if this response is limited to a few missiles, let's put 357 up. President Donald Trump will be able to declare an unbelievable military victory. We take out a nuclear capability. No Americans die. Okay, so let me just repeat. There are reports of 3 direct hits on U.S. bases in Qatar. No reports of U.S. casualties. No reports of U.S. casualties. The Iranian operation called the Annunciation of Victory. Again, these guys are they're just a bunch of talkers. They got a big mouth in Iran. Launched against U.S. bases in Iraq, Qatar, and Iran is confirming, of course, they're doing it. We know that. So Lindsey Graham is now saying now it's time to end this madness in Iran. He's just calling for absolute regime change. Mr. President, please, I will call you later with this message, but please resist Lindsey Graham, please. If they do not kill an American and they just bomb a bunch of our equipment, take the W. take the W. You will be able to say you did the most successful military operation in history, taking out a nuclear program with no U.S. troops dies. If that ends up bearing out, we do not know that is true. Blake, can you comment on that? That would be a phenomenal victory.
It would be by far the biggest win for, I think, the way Trump sees his own military stuff of, I will act decisively, but without, with a clear objective, without any open-ended commitment. If he's able to even temporarily or significantly set back their nuclear program, let alone destroy it. If he can say, I blew this 20-year threat to smithereens, and all they did was they shot some bottle rockets at us and killed nobody, that is a big win for us.
And we don't want to get that. Americans might be dying right now, so we want to say that with humility. This is big breaking news. The Qatari Ministry of Defense reports that Qatari air defenses intercepted a missile attack aimed at the Ayyad air base. And so, by the way, thank you, Qatar. I know that there's been a lot of anti-Qatari language, and we haven't really gotten into that. But if it's true that Qatari air defenses intercepted a missile, then they might have saved American lives. So you have to. There has to be definitely some moral clarity there. And again, there's a lot of language that, okay, Qatar funds the pro-Hamas crowd. That seems to also be true, but there might be a very complicated actor. The Strait of Hormuz has not been closed down. Any reports that demonstrate that? Really quick, Blake, I'm going to test you. 30 seconds. What is the Strait of Hormuz? What would it mean if they close it?
So
30
the Strait
seconds.
of Hormuz, all right, the Persian Gulf is that little body of water that you can see going up to Iraq, and then past that is the Arabian Sea. That's the Indian Ocean. The Strait of Hormuz is the narrow body of water that goes through it. I believe it's named after an island that the Portuguese owned, and that is the narrowest part. So Iran could mine it. They could shoot missiles at it, and ships would not